Vhumad God chapter 37-34 to chapter 38-15. Kid, have you ever heard of the Void Beast? It's a unique species of heaven and earth. It's a space-type demonic beast. This kind of space-type divine ability is their bloodline talent. Bloodline talent? No wonder. Lin Xian understood. No wonder the other party's space-type divine ability is so powerful. It's the talent of their race. In the darkness, the Void Beast was also scratching his head anxiously. Damn it. He had been ordered to kill a level 3 cultivator. He thought it would be easy to do so. Even if the other party was a genius who could fight above his level, so what? Once he used his space-type divine ability, he would be the king of the world. Who could be his opponent? Anyone below the minor saint realm would be killed by him mercilessly. However, when he made a move against Lin Xian, he was stunned. The other party was like a hedgehog. There was no way to attack him. Except for the first attack, which hurt the other party and made him bleed. The other attacks couldn't injure the other party. They only made the other party's blood and chi boil. This was truly too inconceivable. This was the first time the Void Beast encountered something like this in his life. The other party's physique was so strong that it was beyond his imagination. What was even more frightening was that the other party had a pair of strange eyes. Although it was impossible to capture it, the other party had a pair of strange eyes. Although he couldn't catch it, it was a great threat to him. Moreover, the other party's attack was strong. If he was a little slower, he would be chased by the other party. So now, he could only look for opportunities bit by bit. However, this kind of situation was simply frustrating for him. He was a space-type divine beast. He was born to be an assassin. He had never been so frustrated like today. While thinking, the Dark Knight Void Beast used his bloodline talent and shuttled through space. Because the other party attacked. The place where he was originally standing was smashed into pieces. No, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to kill the other party. The Dark Knight Void Beast was anxious. He decided to change his strategy. He would teleport the other party out of the evil demon city. In this way, his companions would make a move. Thinking of this, he was ready to attack. At this time, Black Mountain said, "Kid, he seems to be coming towards you. This time, it seems that he wants to travel through space together." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. He didn't move in the dark. He didn't seem to notice, but he was ready to attack. The great dragon sword soul in his body began to tremble violently. Soon, he felt the power of space wrap around him, and the space where he was shattered. The other party wanted to drag him through space with them. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a roar. The great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body and slashed out in all directions. The space he was in immediately shattered. In the next moment, he felt as if he had slashed something. Then, a roar was heard. Then, blood flowed out from the darkness. The sound of space shattering could be heard again. "Damned brat, how dare you hurt me? I will definitely kill you and tear you to shreds," a vicious voice could be heard from the mist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. "I'll be waiting. If you dare to come again, I'll skin you alive and make a void overcoat." Lin Xian coldly snorted. Just now, when he used the great dragon sword soul, he must have injured the other party. However, it was a pity that he couldn't make the other party stay. Black Mountain said, "You should be content. There are very few people who can hurt the Void Beast. One must know that the law of space is the king of the world. It was too difficult to hurt the Void Beast. If you managed to injure him, you would definitely be able to shock the entire 2-star realm if word got out that you were stronger than the Void Beast." "Really? Is it that powerful?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. In that case, if he really caught the other party, skinned the other party, or absorbed the other party's bloodline, the benefits would be huge. Lin Xian had always wanted to cultivate the law of space. However, the law of space was really too rare. Only the Gu family, which had produced a great emperor, could cultivate the law of space. Furthermore, the bloodline ability was something that could only be found by chance. In another space of the evil demon city, a black monster walked out. He went straight into a magnificent palace. How was it? Inside the palace, the people of the demon city were waiting. They felt that the Dark Knight Void Beast should have brought the other party's corpse back. Damn it, that kid actually dared to hurt me. I will definitely tear him into pieces. However, such an exasperated voice was heard. The people of the demon city were stunned. What's going on? Did he not succeed? In the next moment, they exclaimed, "You're injured." There was a sword wound on the Dark Knight Void Beast's body, and it had not healed yet. The sword chi on it was too cold, causing the Dark Knight Void Beast to tremble. Damn it, who can tell me why that kid is so strange? Didn't you say that he was easy to deal with? The geniuses of the demon city were stunned. Even the elder's mouth twitched. That was impossible. Shueyu screamed. That kid could actually escape from your pursuit. What was going on? The elder of the demon city also asked. The Dark Knight Void Beast was very sullen and told them what had happened. Then, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, was that kid already so strange to this extent? Forget it, let's not do anything first. After the evil demon banquet, we'll work together to kill him, we can't let him grow stronger. The people of the demon city were facing a great enemy. The other party was already so powerful when he was at the third heaven. If he broke through, who could defeat him in the future? The competition between the holy cities was very fierce. They would definitely not allow such a monster to appear in Wushuang City. Although Lin Xian was assassinated, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was very excited. Because he was planning how to capture the Dark Knight Void Beast. He wanted to study the spatial laws. He couldn't wait. He even swaggered and appeared in every corner of the demon city, hoping to attract the Dark Knight Void Beast to attack again. However, it seemed that the other party was vigilant and did not attack, which disappointed Lin Xian. Forget it, if it was the demon city, they would probably attack again. Lin Xian was about to go back, but at this moment, thunder sounded in the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. A few bolts of lightning struck down. Damn, Lin Xian was directly hit. All the hair on his body stood up. What was going on? Was he going to transcend the tribulation? It shouldn't be, he didn't break through. Lin Xian was very clear about his own cultivation. Usually, he would only attract lightning tribulation when he broke through. Now that he hadn't broken through, he attracted lightning tribulation, who was attacking him. He looked up, and his heavenly secret divine eyes pierced through the void. He found that there was only a dark cloud and no other people. It shouldn't be an attack. Forget it, it's too strange. I'd better go back. Lin Xian was about to return to the mansion. However, he realized that the dark clouds in the sky were following him. Wherever he went, they would strike. So much so that the people of the demon city knew. Look, that kid was struck by lightning. F***ck, what kind of sin did he commit to actually be struck by lightning? He probably didn't do anything good. Seeing that this kid didn't look like a good person, all kinds of discussions rang out. Everyone was watching from afar, pointing and discussing. Lin Xian's little face turned black. How could he say that? How did I not look like a good person? I'm very handsome, okay, however, the lightning in the sky really didn't give him face and kept falling. Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough. Except for being struck at the beginning, he wasn't hit at all. This kid looks very familiar. Someone screamed. Not good, he was going to be recognized. Lin Xian covered his face. If that was really the case, he would probably lose a lot of face. He hoped that these people couldn't recognize him. But unfortunately, there were people screaming around. It was him, it was Lin Wudi. He was Lin Wudi who defeated two geniuses. It was actually him? Everyone was in an uproar. The name Lin Wudi could be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Especially recently, the things that happened just now were even more legendary. Now, such a legendary person was being struck by lightning. What kind of situation was this? It's over, he was really recognized. Lin Xian couldn't wait to use the dragon sword spirit to shatter the ground and then escape. How could this guy be struck by lightning? Yes, this was a top genius. How powerful was he? It was said that one of Shueyu's arms was chopped off by him. Was it true? He defeated Lei Chong, his cultivation was only at the 3rd celestial level. All kinds of envious voices rang out, but more people's mouth twitched. The scene in front of them was really too strange. Could it be that because he was too powerful, the heavens didn't allow such a monstrous person to exist? Suddenly, a cute girl blinked her eyes and said. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. There were a few figures in the crowd, with a sneer. They were the people of Thunder God City. The dark clouds in the sky were released by them. This was a secret treasure of their Thunder God City. At this moment, they were here to see the effect, to let the other party be struck by lightning in public. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, they could still save the other party's face. After all, at this point, face was sometimes more important than life. Look at this kid, how is he going to behave in the future? He probably wouldn't dare to come out for the rest of his life. A martial artist from the Thunder God City coldly snorted. Humph, what Lin Wudi. From the looks of it, the heavens simply didn't allow him to exist. There was no hope for him in the future. That's right, a fallen genius was nothing. Only a genius who survived could be considered a true expert. More and more such voices could be heard. It was very clear that the people from Thunder God City were leading the way. The crowd was in an uproar. Could it be that this Lin Wudi was really abandoned by the heavens? Abandon your grandpa. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said, You guys are really ignorant. I once read in an ancient book that when the ancient emperors were young, they were struck by lightning every day. This is a characteristic of the heavens chosen. You bunch of ignorant people actually said that I was despised by the heavens. It was scary to be ignorant. Lin Xian shook his head repeatedly. Everyone was shocked. What? Was there really such a thing? The primeval emperors were struck by lightning every day. It was also possible. The lightning tribulation represented the punishment of the heavens and earth. It must be that his talent and strength exceeded the limit of an ordinary person to be struck by lightning. Could it be that this kid really had the charm of a young ancient emperor? Thinking of this, the crowd was stunned. Lin Xian was also surprised. It couldn't be, he just casually said it to dissolve the awkward atmosphere. These people took it seriously? Forget it, if they took it seriously then so be it. He continued to nod. Yes, that's right. The ancient emperors were like this. Everyone was shocked. One must know that these geniuses walked the path of the earth. Now, there was actually someone who displayed the attitude of a young ancient emperor. This was simply too unbelievable. Nonsense. What ancient emperors being struck by lightning? There was no such thing. The people from Thunder God City were anxious and quickly shouted. They originally wanted to see the other party make a fool of themselves. Who would have thought that the other party would actually drag the ancient emperors into this? There wasn't a single book that wrote such a thing, however, it was useless. No matter how they explained, the surrounding people believed that this was a special event that would only happen to a young ancient emperor. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with envy. There were even some people who were prepared to befriend Lin Xian. At the very least, they had to hug this golden thigh. If they could befriend a young ancient emperor, there was no need to talk about the benefits in the future. F***ck. The few people from Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, how could this be? They didn't expect to overreach themselves. Not only did they not disgust the other party, they were the ones who were disgusted. Quick, remove the lightning clouds. What should I do with this kid? The people from Thunder God City secretly took action and kept the lightning clouds. In the sky, the dark clouds disappeared, revealing the sunlight that shone on the earth. Did the lightning tribulation disappear? Everyone was discussing. The people from Thunder God City sneered and looked at this kid. How could he continue to act? They wanted to expose the other party in front of everyone and make him unable to back down. This was to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Lin Xian had a pious look on his face. My daily cultivation is over. I have a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws revolved around Lin Xian's body, making him look like a Buddha. The surrounding people were even more convinced. As expected of a young ancient emperor. Lin Gongzi, I have a treasure for you. Lin Gongzi, I have a beautiful sister. These people surrounded Lin Xian, wanting to befriend him. Puff. Puff. The few people from Thunder God City who wanted to see a joke fainted from anger and fell to the ground. Soon, the crowd stepped on them and went to befriend Lin Xian. This was probably something that Thunder God City had never thought of in his life. Very soon, news of this spread. Strange phenomena descended from the heavens. Lin Wuti cultivated every day, accompanied by divine lightning. This was a privilege that only the young ancient emperor had. When these words came out, the world was in an uproar. Had Lin Wuti already shown such a demeanor? The young ancient emperor, heavens, his future achievements were limitless. He had to befriend such a prodigy. Countless people swarmed into Lin Xian's residence. Lin Xian's residence was about to be crushed. On the other side, the people from Thousand Demon City and Spirit Ceiling Star were dumbfounded. What was going on? What was this kid doing now? Damn it, the other party had been in the limelight these few days, suppressing them until they couldn't breathe. Among them, people like Di Ling were about to despair. Previously, he looked down on the other party, but how long had it been? He felt that he was completely left behind by the other party. Now, he could only look up to the other party. This kind of gap in status was unbearable for him. The people from Thousand Demon City were just right. They sent out a spatial powerhouse like the Void Beast, but it couldn't do anything to the other party. They didn't expect that the other party would be admired by tens of thousands of people now. Damn it, where did the thunderclouds come from? Why would they help him at this time? If Thunder God City heard this, they would vomit blood. Help your sister. It was obviously a slap to the other party's face. Okay, however, they had shot themselves in the foot. In such a lively atmosphere, 3 days had passed. On this day, everyone was excited again. The Evil Devil Feast was about to begin. This was much more spectacular than the previous small gatherings. Previously, it was just a gathering of some young geniuses. But this time, the older generation experts flocked over. Those minor saints with powerful heaven and earth law walked into Evil Devil City to participate in the Evil Devil Feast. In the sky, lightning interweaved, and the wind and clouds changed. Look, the people of Thunder God City are here. Lei Chong is here too. Everyone exclaimed. The people of Thunder God City attracted everyone's attention. Although Thunder God City had suffered a loss previously, it was still a saint city. Their strength was not something they could compare with. Lei Chong also came. His face was ugly because he heard that someone was arrogant and didn't put him in their eyes. Damn you, Lin Wuti, I will tear you to pieces. Lei Chong made a bold statement as soon as he arrived, causing an uproar. It seemed like he was going to take action against Lin Wuti. Lei Xingqing's people supported him. Lin Wuti is not a match for our senior brother at all. That's right, if he dares to come, we will take him down. Some people sneered and ridiculed him. Stop bragging, Lin Wuti has already defeated Lei Chong in the 9th heaven. Yeah, what do you mean by taking him down? I think you will be taken down by others. During this period, many people had become Lin Xian's followers. These people naturally couldn't stand it and spoke out. Damn it, do you want to die? Humph, what's so great about you? You want to use your strength to suppress others? If you have the ability, use your strength to speak. If you have the ability, let Lei Chong and Lin Wuti have a face-to-face battle. Let's see if Lei Chong will be beaten into a pig's head. Lei Xingqing was mad. Damn it, why are there so many people speaking up for Lin Xian? This shouldn't be. They didn't know that it was because of their previous lightning strike that there were so many followers. On the other side, the people of Thousand Demon City had also arrived. One by one, great demons with horns on their heads appeared. Their body was filled with law, like a demon god descending. One of them was even more terrifying. He was tall and had hundreds of eyes on his body. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a terrifying soul fluctuation. It made many people's scalp tingle. As if his soul would be extinguished at any time. Heavens! It was the 100-eyed demon saint. He actually came as well? Everyone was shocked. The 100-eyed demon saint was not weaker than Lei Chong. In fact, he was even stronger than Lei Chong. His appearance caused countless people to scream. The 100-eyed demon saint had become even stronger, that's right. His ocular arts were extremely terrifying. There was absolutely no one in the same realm who was a match for him. Not only that, but with his eye techniques, fighting those of a higher cultivation level was as easy as eating and drinking. He was simply a top-notch genius. Praises could be heard one after another. At the same time, some people sneered. Didn't Lin Wudi provoke the 100-eyed demon saint before? He really didn't know what death was. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was no match for the 100-eyed demon saint. That's right, the 100 Eyes demon saint could destroy that kid's soul with a single glance. The people from the demon city sneered and looked down on him. This time, their top geniuses were here. Let's see how the other party can still be arrogant. The 100-eyed demon saint looked even more indifferent. He didn't care about Lin Wudi at all. What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just a few extra eyes? That's right. You want to compete with our Lin Wudi? Do you have the right? The 100-eyed demon saint's true form was a giant centipede. Lin Wudi probably wouldn't be interested in it at all. That's right. There's no meat on his body at all. How many carnivores can you send? Lin Wudi can hunt them down. These followers spoke again, not giving the 100-eyed demon saint any face at all. The people from the demon city were furious. Damn it, what did a bunch of ants know? The 100-eyed demon saint was also angry. His face darkened and he said coldly, Lin Wudi? If he dares to appear, I'll kill him with a single glance. As soon as these words came out, it caused a huge commotion. He was too domineering. More and more people gathered around. This time, the demon banquet was held in the center of the demon city. In addition to the two holy cities, the powerhouses of the other families and sects also came one after another. Look, the people from the Silver Palace are here. Countless people exclaimed. Powerful figures could be seen walking toward them. This time, it wasn't just White Jade Hall who came. The entire upper echelon and powerhouses of the Silver Palace were here. Look, White Fairy is there. Everyone saw White Snake. She was wearing a long dress and was extremely beautiful. The person standing in front of her was Hall Master Kuan. Rumor had it that he was very powerful and unfathomable. That was nothing. Look at the person at the front. It was the Silver Young Master. He was also here. The Silver Young Master. The Silver Palace's Young Master had a frighteningly high status. Moreover, he was also a top genius. As soon as he appeared, countless people screamed. Even the people from the two holy cities turned their heads and looked over with a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Although they were from the holy cities, this was the demon planet after all. As the saying went, a powerful dragon could not defeat a snake in its native place. As the Silver Young Master of the top forces on the demon planet, the Silver Palace deserved their attention. The Silver Young Master was wearing a silver-white robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. After he arrived, he looked at the Thunder God City and the Demon City and nodded at them. White Snake followed behind and looked around. She wondered if Lin Gongzi was here. This time, she followed the Silver Young Master. Lin Xian did not follow. However, she thought that he would not miss this banquet. Not far away, Xiao West Wind also looked around. That killing god should not be here. He urgently did not want to see Lin Xian because he was traumatized. After the Silver Palace, there were some large families and sections. Some were from the demon planet. There were also geniuses from other regions. Some were even shocked by the Demon City and the Thunder God City. It could be said that there were countless geniuses gathered. It was really a banquet in the second astral realm. This time, the demon banquet was arranged in a ladder. The stronger one was, the better one could occupy the best spot. The best spots were taken by the 6 forces. Among them, the Thunder God City, the Demon City, and the Silver Palace each occupied a spot. There were also 3 other forces. One of them was the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow was a rare beast of heaven and earth. It was abnormally terrifying. Legend had it that it lived on the sun and could be called a divine beast. Not many people from the Golden Crow tribe came. There were only 6 or 7 of them. However, no one dared to underestimate them. Even the people from the Demon City and Thunder God City looked extremely serious. They were shocked by the strength of the Golden Crow tribe. This was a tribe that was not weaker than the Holy City. The other force was very mysterious. No one knew where they came from. However, judging from the experts they brought and the aura they emitted, they should be a very terrifying force. The leader was a woman wearing an emerald green dress. She had a graceful figure and her face was covered by a veil. However, one could imagine that she was definitely a beautiful woman. The last force was naturally the demon palace. They were personally led by the demon child. Devil's son was a young man who was handsome to the point of evilness. His entire body carried a demonic aura. He was very arrogant. After arriving, his gaze swept in all directions unscrupulously. Even when facing Holy City, he didn't have the slightest fear. Regarding this, the people of the two holy cities didn't say anything because they had long known that Devil's son was arrogant and unruly. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. He didn't even put Holy City in his eyes. Therefore, at this moment, seeing the other party's actions, they weren't surprised. And there was another point: Devil's son's father, which was the Devil Overlord, was a very terrifying existence. The other party was a saint, and it was rumored that he was recently in seclusion to break through to the Saint King realm. Once the breakthrough was successful, then he would be a new Saint King. Then Fiend Palace would also become a Holy City level force. Therefore, this Devil's son did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. The 6 major forces were divided into the front lines, and the rest were distributed according to strength. Everyone was incomparably excited. It seemed that it should start soon. Why didn't they see Lin Wudi? Yeah, wasn't he with the people of Silver Palace? Why didn't he appear? Many people were puzzled. The people of Thunder God City sneered. That kid must be timid. He's afraid of our senior brother Lei Chong and doesn't dare to come out. The people of Thousand Demon City were also disdainful. What Lin Wudi, he didn't even dare to come. If he dares to come, I, senior brother Bai Yan, will kill him with a glance. Such arrogant words made Lin Xian's followers very angry. They counterattacked one after another, but they weren't confident in their hearts. Why didn't Lin Xian come? Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a low sound in the distance, like muffled thunder. It aroused everyone's curiosity, and they all turned around to look. The next moment, they exclaimed. Oh God, who is it? Thunder is descending, someone is transcending the tribulation. Damn, that thunder tribulation is spreading towards this side. Run quickly. Some of the more cowardly and weak ones wanted to escape. However, some older generation powerhouses shouted coldly. What are you running for? What is this place? Even if there is thunder, there is nothing to fear. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. They wanted to see who was transcending the tribulation. Wow, many people exclaimed. Wow, there was really someone inside the thunder tribulation. This scene looked a bit like Lin Wudi. Yes, he was bathing in lightning a few days ago. This was the attitude of a young ancient emperor. Everyone was talking about it. When the people from Thunder God City heard this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Last time, they tried to be clever but ended up making a fool of themselves, which made them go crazy. Now, there was actually someone else using the same method. Who was it? Was he mocking them on purpose? Why did that person look like Lin Wudi? It can't be, right? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked ahead. The next moment, they sucked in a cold breath. Someone exclaimed. Lin Wudi, it was really him. The others were even more excited. Only Lin Wudi could be surrounded by lightning every day. This was the privilege of a young great emperor. Only Lin Wudi had it. That was great. Lin Wudi is here. Those followers exclaimed in surprise, while the others were in an uproar. However, people like Thunder God City had extremely dark expressions on their faces. What the hell was the great emperor's privilege? Right now, they wished they could slap their own faces. The people of the Demon City also looked gloomy. The Silver Palace, the Demon Palace, and the Golden Crow tribe all looked over. Among them, Lei Chong gritted his teeth. Damn it. Previously, he had lost to Lin Xian, which was the humiliation of his life. This time, he must find a chance to take revenge. The 100-eyed demon sage was also shocked. It's him. Cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The hundreds of eyes on his body emitted a terrifying light that pierced through the void. That was because he knew Lin Wuti. Previously, when he was in the East Spirit Realm, he had fought with Lin Wuti and did not gain any advantage. Especially in the last battle, he was shocked by Lin Wuti's eye technique. He did not expect Lin Wuti to be Lin Wuti. The Golden Crow tribe and the mysterious woman's forces also stared at the legendary person with flickering eyes. On the Silver Palace's side, White Snake heaved a sigh of relief. Great, Lin Gongzi is here. Xiao Shifeng was extremely frightened. His body trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground. Young Master Bai Yun looked over with a strange silver light in his eyes. Is that Lin Wuti? He looked at Hall Master Kuan. I heard that Lin Wuti knows you. Yes, I was saved by Fu Hongye from Wushuang City. He is Fu Hongye's junior brother. This time, he came to find me to look for his two friends. Young Master Bai Yun nodded. It seems to be related to the Demon Palace. Just help them. If you don't have enough people, you can ask the other halls. Although he did not know Lin Wuti, as long as it was related to the Demon Palace, the Silver Palace would do the right thing. On the Demon Palace's side, everyone looked over. The evil demon's son glanced down and sneered. What Lin Wuti? What privilege of being a young great emperor? In his opinion, it was nothing more than that. In this world, only he was the most talented. The others should crawl at his feet. Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning. He looked calm as he strode over. Wherever he passed, the crowd would make a path for him. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he walked to the front. This made everyone exclaim. Heavens, does this kid want to reach the top? He wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 major forces. Everyone was shocked. One must know that the 6 major forces had a lot of people and countless geniuses. Even the Golden Crow clan, which had the smallest number of people, only had 7 people. Each of them was extremely powerful. Now, Lin Wuti wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them with his own strength. What kind of courage was this? Lin Xian strode over. It seemed like his goal was to stand at the front. The eyes of the 6 major forces flickered. Among them, the faces of those from Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City sank. What kind of joke was this? They would never let him come. Of course, they did not make a move personally. As the experts of the Saint City, they would definitely have countless followers. Therefore, they gave each other a slight signal. The few clans and sects in the second tier began to prepare for action. Kid, stop right there. A burly man walked out. His face was full of beard. His eyes were like copper bells, emitting a fierce light. He waved a wolf-toothed club in his hand and blocked the way. The front is not a place you can go. Get lost. His voice was loud and clear, like the sound of heaven. Is someone going to intercept him? Everyone was shocked. However, the 6 great powers that stood at the apex of the world looked on coldly. There were many people around waiting to see a joke. Those followers were angry. Why did they block Lin Wuti's path? Lin Wuti had the appearance of a young great emperor. Why couldn't he go to the front? Moreover, Lin Wuti was from Wushuang City, which was the Saint City. Why couldn't he go? These people felt injustice for Lin Xian. What potential of a young great emperor? What nonsense! The bearded man shouted coldly. He laughed. So what if you're from Wushuang City? He was just a new disciple of the 3rd generation. He couldn't represent Wushuang City at all. If the elders of Wushuang City came, he could naturally enter. But he wanted to represent Wushuang City and stand at the peak alone. That was impossible. If you want to go over, you have to beat me first. The man took a step forward, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. He was actually a late 4th heaven saint. Looking at his physique, it was comparable to a 5th heaven saint. It could be said that he was like an iron bastion. Lin Xian raised his head, glanced at the man and said coldly. I'll give you a chance to live. Get out of here. Those who block my way will be killed without mercy. His voice was cold, and it clearly spread to everyone's ears. Some people sneered. Lin Wuti was too arrogant. Did he really want to fight against so many people with his own strength? The bearded man obviously had the support of Sacred City, so he sneered at this moment. If you want to go over, you have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, you better get out of here obediently. Ha 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 ha. He looked up and laughed. Some of the people from the holy city laughed. The people from Thunder God City looked ferocious. The people from Demon City also had cold eyes. A late fourth heaven saint couldn't withstand a single blow. Didn't you inquire about what happened before you came out? Indeed, Shueyue was a late fourth heaven saint, but he still lost an arm. If there wasn't a minor saint, Shueyue would have gone to hell. Now, a late fourth heaven saint dared to be arrogant in front of him. Little kid, you're too young. Although I'm a late fourth heaven saint, my physique is not weaker than a fifth heaven saint. Do you think you can break through my defense? The burly man let out a roar, and his body suddenly grew larger. Black smoke swirled around him, making him look like a small black mountain towering in front of him. The heavy aura coming from above made many people swallow their saliva. This was an extremely terrifying physique refining technique. Indeed, a fourth heaven saint's scalp was numb. With the other party's physique, if one wasn't at the fifth celestial layer, it would be impossible to open it. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold as he spoke in a clear voice. I'm the third-generation chief disciple of Peerless City. I'm currently representing Peerless City to participate in the Fiend Banquet. Those who stop me will be killed without mercy. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a long sword appeared, emitting a piercingly cold light. The Peerless Sword. Many people exclaimed. They knew that Lin Wudi could indeed represent Peerless City, but so what? They also knew that Lin Wudi had offended the Thunder God City and the Demon City. With these two great saint cities, it was absolutely impossible for them to let him pass smoothly. What's more, Lin Wudi came alone this time. He was weak, unparalleled sword, huh? Humph, then let me see if you have the ability to call yourself unparalleled. The burly man roared and swung his mace down. The mace was also enlarged, and it was also the size of a small mountain. It had an extremely terrifying aura, and there were black laws revolving around it. Those were the laws of mountains. Chop, Lin Xian didn't waste any more words and attacked forcefully. The Peerless Sword had a dragon soul revolving around it. With a slash of the sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The Langia mace was split in half. Not only that, the burly man's mountain-like body was also split in half from the middle. Blood stained the ground red. A terrifying murderous aura filled the sky. With one slash, the burly man's soul was destroyed. Even his soul didn't have time to escape. Dead, everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was a physique comparable to a level 5 sage. But he was killed with one slash, and his soul was even severed. What kind of aura and means was this? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. Wasn't he a little too strong? The Peerless Sword was a sacred weapon. This kid was definitely relying on the power of the sacred weapon to be so powerful. Some people gritted their teeth and roared. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian's strength would be so strong. Yes, that's right. It must be the power of the Peerless Sword. Damn this kid, he actually has such a good sacred weapon. If I had the strength, I would definitely be stronger than him. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions, causing those who were unconvinced to shut their mouths instantly. Their scalps were numb. There was no other way. The other party's gaze was too terrifying. Lin Xian said coldly. Who else? Those who block me, die. As he spoke, he stepped on the corpse and walked forward. His feet were stained with the blood of the sage. Every time he stepped on the corpse, blood would splatter. For a moment, the surrounding people didn't dare to move. Even if these people were in the second echelon, second only to Thunder God City and other forces, they were still stunned by Lin Wudi at this moment. Damn it. A bunch of trash, the people of Thunder God City gritted their teeth. They didn't expect these people to be so weak. How could he be frightened so easily? It seemed that those below Holy City were ants. They had to take action themselves. The people of Thousand Demon City were the same. They had to take action. Otherwise, the other party would have already come up. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked out. It was a man with a slender figure. Flames surrounded his feet. He took a step forward, and the sky was filled with flames. There were countless rattan armor on his body, forming a battle armor. The flames were raging and the law was dense. This person's aura was very strong. He was even stronger than the bearded man from before. This was a true fifth heavenly layer sage. Ting Fei was actually him. Everyone exclaimed. This was a peerless genius of the fifth heaven. His strength was unparalleled. You want to stop me? Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword and asked coldly. Ting Fei said that you are not qualified to stand with us. Lin Xian didn't say anything and decisively took action. He had already said that those who blocked the road would be killed without mercy. Since the other party dared to come out, then he should be prepared to be killed. In the sky, endless flames bloomed and tore the 9 heavens. It was accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle again. They found that the power of this sword was stronger than before. In other words, the previous Lin Wudi did not go all out. Damn it, where exactly was his limit? Some of the older generation figures were in despair. Because this young man was too strong. He was so strong that they could only look up to him. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, he was very young. How could he have such strength? Humph, I'm not comparable to that trash just now. Ting Fei shouted coldly. On his body, vines appeared one after another. They were like divine whips, dancing in the sky. The laws on it were unparalleled. Ting Fei's body was a vine. It was a variant of heaven and earth. It contained the great Tao of fire. At this moment, it was really strong to the extreme. The fiery vines that filled the sky emitted terrifying laws and swept forward. They wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Everything in their path was shattered. The surrounding experts also retreated frantically, not daring to touch them at all. Slash, Lin Xian yelled as he swung his sword again. This time, the sword seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, dancing in the air. The sword chi collided with the fiery vines, making a sonorous sound. The laws of heaven and earth danced, and the sword chi swept across. However, what was terrifying was that all the fiery vines were cut off by the sword. How was that possible? Ting Fei was shocked. His vines were so powerful that people of the same level couldn't hurt him. He was confident that he could even fight against a sacred weapon. However, under the sword chi of his opponent, they were all cut off. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, he was even more terrified. Retreat quickly. He couldn't resist this person. At this moment, he knew that he had been careless. The strength of his opponent was beyond his expectation. His figure flickered, and he wanted to leave. However, how could Lin Xian let him go? He had already made up his mind to kill him. The dragon's shadow directly enveloped his opponent. Ting Fei screamed in horror. Damn it, how dare you! The people of Demon City also shouted angrily, ready to help. The others' faces changed. Even Ting Fei was no match for him. He might even be killed. With a loud bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A minor saint had made his move. The blow landed on the dragon-shaped sword chi, making a sonorous sound. The dragon-shaped sword chi was repelled, but a divine dragon swung its tail and directly cut Ting Fei in half. The two halves of his body fell in the void, letting out a miserable scream. Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and sneered. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Everyone around was stunned. The scene was terrifyingly quiet for a moment. Ting Fei was such a terrifying expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Ting Fei's face was extremely ugly. He was almost killed just now. Even so, he was still cut in half by his opponent and was seriously injured. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Lin Wudi, don't go too far. A minor saint from Demon City walked out and shouted coldly. He emitted a powerful aura, trying to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword chi rumbled as he did not fear his opponent's aura at all. Am I going overboard? I've already said that I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. You're the ones who didn't listen, yet you're blaming me? Lin Xian was fearless even in the face of a little saint. The atmosphere became very tense for a moment. If this continued, no one would be able to stop Lin Wudi. Unless, of course, someone even more powerful made a move. It was just that those powerful people were the top geniuses and represented the face of the holy city, so they couldn't act rashly. Either that, or he was an elder. If they attacked a young man, they would be laughed at by others. Lin Gongzi is so strong that he is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. At this moment, the silver young master spoke calmly. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. The silver young master was going to support Lin Xian. I also think that this young master has the strength to come up. The mysterious woman in the emerald green dress also spoke. Her voice was like an aureole, very pleasant to the ears. Another force acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. It was really shocking. The other 6 major forces did not say anything. Among them, the demon child's eyes were cold and arrogant. As for the people of the Golden Crow clan, their eyes were shining brightly. That human was indeed very strong, which surprised them. The ones who gnashed their teeth the most were the Thunder God City and the Demon City. They also wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Xian, but it seemed that they couldn't do it now. Should they let Lei Chong fight? But even Lei Chong was not confident that he could win. After all, Lei Chong had already lost once. On the other side, the 100 Eyes Demon Saint also looked solemn. To be honest, he would not join the fight easily. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Xian laughed and walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Although the 2 holy cities were mad with anger, there was nothing they could do. In the end, Lin Xian became the 7th major force. 1 man and 1 sword intimidated the world. Everyone was shocked. They seemed to be witnessing the rise of a young great emperor. The demon child frowned slightly. He felt that his glory had been snatched away by Lin Xian. This caused him to feel extremely displeased. His face sank. The demon palace's elder walked out from the side and said loudly, "All right, everyone be quiet. Now, the demon banquet begins." Sure enough, as soon as he said that, everyone's eyes moved away from Lin Xian and looked at the demon palace. The demon child's lips curled into a cold smile. He was the most dazzling existence in the world. No one could take away his glory. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, the demon palace's elder retreated behind the demon child. The demon child walked out. His eyes looked around, as if he was the ruler of the world. He said loudly, "My demon palace obtained some good treasures in the void ocean. Now, I invite everyone to appraise them together. Men, bring them out." The elder at the back shouted coldly. Immediately, the array flickered. Black shadows appeared one after another. There were about a dozen of these black shadows. They were of different sizes. The small ones were like fists. The big ones were like coffins. It was unknown what was sealed inside. The aura on the coffins was extraordinary. The Golden Crow race's experts said coldly. Their eyes shone with a terrifying light. "I can feel a trace of ancient aura." The Thunder God City's experts were also surprised. There were Dao runes carved on the coffins. They had been there for countless years without being erased. It was obvious that the treasures sealed inside were extraordinary. The people of the Myriad Demon City were also shocked. They knew that peerless divine crystals could seal treasures. They didn't expect that the stone coffins could also seal treasures. The silver young master also said. The eyes of the mysterious woman in emerald green clothes flickered. This wasn't an ordinary stone. It should be a top-grade stone with the same value as a peerless divine crystal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal so many treasures. After hearing that, everyone cried out in surprise. Heavens, it seemed that the treasures sealed in these stone coffins were indeed heavenly treasures. There was actually such an origin. They should have been dug out from the void ocean. The universe was truly too mysterious. The surrounding experts and geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He recalled the scene of stone gambling in the true spirit world. At that time, there were many stones that contained treasures. Some of them had nothing, while others contained peerless immortal treasures. Now, it seemed that the situation was similar. It was just that those stones had been made into boxes. However, the essence was the same. This was stone gambling. Interesting. Black Mountain was also delighted. It had been a long time since he played with such things. Stone gambling was not only popular in the true spirit world, but also in the entire heaven punishing world. That was because these stones all contained treasures from the ancient era, or even the ancient era. If one could cut out one of them, one would be rich. There were also some young disciples who were following along. They were confused. If there was a treasure inside, why didn't the fiend palace open it themselves? Why did they have to take it out? Are you an idiot? If there was really a treasure inside, then it would be a profit. But if there was nothing inside, then wouldn't it be a huge loss? Their fiend palace was not stupid. They would definitely take it out for auction. At that time, they would sell it for a sky-high price. Even if there was a treasure inside, they wouldn't lose anything. Indeed, the Fiend Palace's people also said that these are all rare treasures. Our Fiend Palace does not dare to casually open them. We hope that we can share them with everyone. Once those words were said, everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. An elder of the Fiend Palace walked out and said, "Everyone, we will now begin the auction. Our Fiend Palace will not leave a single one of these 10-odd items behind. There are a total of 13 items. I hope that everyone will be able to bid on them in time. Because if you miss them, then they will be gone. We spent a great deal of effort to obtain this item. Alright, enough talk. Let's begin." The first item to be auctioned was the size of a stool. It was square-shaped and very neat. All kinds of Tao patterns were carved on it, forming one strange pattern after another. The starting price was 1,000,000 kilograms of divine crystals. Each increment could not be less than 100,000 kilograms. Of course, apart from divine crystals, there were also medicinal pills of equal value, all kinds of natural treasures, cultivation techniques, and saint artifacts. Once those words were said, the crowd went into an uproar. Some young disciples cried out in alarm. 1,000,000 kilograms was the starting price. Heavens! How could these broken stones be so expensive? They were all stupefied. To be honest, in their opinion, these stones were only worth 100,000 kilograms. How could they have imagined that they would be so valuable? Lin Xian was also surprised. This auction was much more extravagant than when he was in the true spirit world. The auction started. However, the price was not too high. Even the peak powers like Thunder God City only made a few bids before calmly waiting to see what would happen. They also wanted to see if there were any real treasures inside. Otherwise, rashly making a bid would be too risky. After several bids, it was finally won by a second-tier family. The final price was 2,200,000 kilograms of divine crystals. It was simply an astronomical figure. A member of the Mu clan walked out and handed over the divine crystals. The people of the Fiend Palace laughed. Would the Mu clan be opened now? The head of the Mu clan gritted his teeth and said. Fine. This was a huge gamble. The others were also interested. Should they start now? He was really too excited. I want to see what I can buy with these 250,000 kilograms of divine crystals. That's right, this was a sky-high price. The head of the Mu clan personally removed the Tao patterns on it and broke the seal. Gradually, the seal on the stone box was broken. It slowly opened, and a beam of light flew out from within. Illuminate the 9 heavens. It pierced through the clouds in the sky. Something is coming. Something is coming. Everyone was shocked. Even the experts took a deep breath. After the first beam of light, there was a second and third beam of light. Light filled the sky and dyed the sky golden. The clan leader of the Mu clan was shocked. He only hoped that he could go. In the next moment, he cried out in surprise and then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, that's great. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Even the eyes of the experts of the sacred city burst out with a piercing cold light. However, they couldn't see through it at all. This was the mystery of stone gambling. Even if they were sages, they still couldn't see through what was inside. They could only wait for the head of the Mu clan to take it out himself. The head of the Mu clan tried hard to calm his mood. His hand was trembling a little. From inside, he took out a golden wheel. That golden wheel was only the size of a fan. When placed on it, Tao patterns were all over it. It was unusually exquisite. At the same time, it also emitted an extremely strong aura. A sacred artifact. An expert of the older generation screamed, and his eyes turned red. After the others heard it, there was an uproar. What? It was actually a sacred artifact. They were also stunned. They didn't expect that the weapon inside was actually a sacred artifact. An elder of Thunder God City sucked in a breath of cold air. In his eyes, there was a terrifying flash of lightning. This was no ordinary sacred artifact. It was a mid-grade sacred artifact. A middle-grade sacred artifact? Isn't it too terrifying? At this moment, everyone was boiling. Their eyes were all red. Some people roared crazily. Damn it, why? Why didn't I make a move, too? 2 million was ridiculously high. But if it was a middle-grade sacred artifact, then it was really a big profit. The value of a middle-grade sacred artifact was at least 10 million gene of divine crystals, and it was still priceless. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Lin Xian was also surprised. A middle-grade sacred artifact. He had once bought the materials of a sacred artifact. At that time it was only 50,000 gene, which shocked him greatly. Later, he knew that although the materials were easy to buy, it was not easy to refine. That was because it took time to refine a saint artifact. For example, his black earth had used an endless amount of heavenly treasures. In addition, the starry sky fire, this extremely terrifying flame, had just evolved. Therefore, refining a sacred artifact was not easy. The value of a sacred artifact was also very precious. Unless there were special circumstances, generally, no one would exchange a sacred artifact. It could be said that there was a price but no market. Lin Xian also had several sacred artifacts in his hands. Except for the black earth, which he had refined himself, the others were snatched from his enemies. But even so, he had killed so many saints and snatched so many storage rings and treasures. But the number of sacred artifacts in his hands did not exceed 5. One could imagine that sacred artifacts were still very precious. Not every saint had one. However, he still did not understand what a middle-grade sacred artifact was. Sacred artifacts were also divided into different grades. Generally, only a few saints had them. Firstly, the materials to refine a sacred artifact were very precious and required a long time to collect. Moreover, refining a sacred artifact was also very time-consuming. It also required a special flame. Therefore, in summary, refining a sacred artifact was very troublesome. Ordinary saints might not be able to cultivate it even if they wanted to. Therefore, they would not refine a sacred artifact. Instead, they would cultivate their own law weapons. That was to use their own laws to condense a weapon. They would cultivate it in their body. A law weapon did not consume materials. It only consumed time. The longer the time, the greater the power of a law weapon. Generally, if cultivated well, the power of a law weapon could be equivalent to a low-grade sacred artifact. It could be said to be very terrifying. Sacred artifacts were divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. The power of each grade of sacred artifact was different. Of course, it was also related to the user. And these sacred artifacts were collectively known as moon-rank divine artifacts. Moon-rank sacred artifact. Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of it. According to He Shan, if a saint wielded a saint weapon, he could destroy a moon-class planet with a full-force strike. It was called a moon-class saint weapon. Of course, this was only in theory. In the real world, there were many powerful families and sects that could set up formations to defend against the attack of a saint weapon. Above the moon class was the sun class. A full-force strike could destroy a sun-class world, which was countless times bigger than a moon-class planet. Sun-class saint weapons were usually in the hands of saint kings and great saints. The Great Sage Tower in your hand is at this level. Above it was the sun-class saint weapons. A full-force strike would not be as simple as destroying 1 or 2 worlds. The whole starfield would be destroyed. This kind of saint weapon was even more powerful than a great saint weapon. It was usually a legendary saint weapon. It would be passed down in the hands of countless saints. It was second only to an extreme Dao weapon. If an extreme Dao weapon was fully recovered, the entire second astral realm would be destroyed with a single strike. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect there to be so many classifications for saint weapons. It seemed like they were very powerful even among the moon-class saint weapons. Ordinary saints would be jealous when they saw them. The Mu family had obtained such a saint weapon with a price of 2 million caddies of divine crystals. It was definitely a shocking move. Sure enough, everyone's eyes turned red. The second box was sold at a sky-high price of 6 million caddies. Inside the second stone box was a pill. There was only one pill, but the aura that was emitted from it was simply too shocking. Some minor saints' eyes turned red. This pill had an inestimable value to them. The third box was as big as a wash basin. It was sold at a price of 7 million caddies of divine crystals. An elder of Thunder God City had won the bid. After old Zhang finished taking the picture, he beamed with joy and couldn't wait to open it. However, he was dumbfounded when he opened it. Damn it, how could this be? The minor saint was so angry that the lightning on his body pierced the sky. What's going on? What happened? The faces of the people of Thunder God City changed. The others were also puzzled. What could have enraged a little saint so much? There was nothing in the box. Some people walked forward and exclaimed. How could there be nothing in the box? That was 7 million caddies of divine crystals, and it was all for naught. No wonder this minor saint was so mad. Damn it. The people from Thunder God City also had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that the luck of some holy cities was really bad. It was probably because he had done too many bad things and wanted to accumulate more good karma in the future. Damn brat, you're pissing me off. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The other party was actually making such sarcastic remarks. Everyone, please calm down. The demon child walked out and said loudly. No one knew what was in this thing before it was opened. It could be a peerless divine artifact, or it could be an ordinary item, or it could be nothing at all. Since you want to gamble, you have to bear the consequences. I think everyone should be able to abide by this. Humph, the people of the Thunder God City coldly snorted and retreated. Their expressions were extremely unfriendly. From the looks of it, the atmosphere wasn't too good, so the people from Evil Demon City said that everyone should rest for a while and wait for everyone to drink some tea and eat some snacks before continuing. Soon, exquisite spirit tea and spirit wine were served. These people were resting. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. This time, it was really an eye-opener. They had actually been able to directly open a saint tool. Yes, they didn't know if they could open an immortal divine medicine. That would be difficult. That thing was too terrifying. However, being able to open a saint medicine was also very good. Then, would they be able to open a divine beast? Those people were very excited and had all sorts of guesses. At this moment, 5 boxes had already been opened. There were still 8 boxes that hadn't been opened. The following competition should be even more intense. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this was a one-time opportunity. Perhaps there would be something good inside. So, he also planned to try and get the next box. What if he managed to get something good? At this moment, Hall Master Kuan walked over and sat beside Lin Xian. He began to transmit his voice. Lin Gongzi, after our investigation, we obtained some more information. Quickly, tell me. Lin Xian was shocked. Next, the Hall Master of Kuan Pond began to tell him the information. Lin Xian was startled after hearing it. Is that true? The Hall Master of Kuan Pond nodded. This is a spy we planted in the Demon Palace. The information sent back is absolutely reliable. The Hall Master of Kuan Pond sat for a while and then left. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. That was because the information that the spy told him was that the people who had been kidnapped from the Bewilderment Fog ship had been controlled by the Demon Palace. They had gone to the Void Sea to search for treasures. These stone boxes were found by them. However, most of these stone boxes were in the depths of the Void Sea. Some were even in the Death Fog. So, it was very difficult to find them. It was said that those people had all died. Not a single one of them had returned alive. This wasn't good news. Could it be that Ruzalong and Bei Yao had been forced to dig for treasures and died? He didn't believe it. For a moment, Lin Xian lost interest in stone gambling. He was thinking about what had happened. Perhaps those 2 people had been forced to enter the Void Sea, but they had escaped midway. Soon, the auction continued. Everyone fought over the items. Some people opened treasures, while others opened nothing. In the end, the 6 major powers were fighting fiercely. The other families and sects simply didn't have the chance to interfere. They could only watch from the side. However, although they couldn't get anything, it was worth it to be able to witness such a spectacle. After the 9th box was opened, there were 4 left. At this moment, the elder of the demon palace pointed at a box that was relatively large and looked like a coffin. Next, we'll auction this box. This box looks very large. There might be a lot of treasures inside. It might also be a relatively large object. We even guessed that it might be the corpse of an ancient expert sealed inside. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too unbelievable. Everyone had seen the first 9 boxes open. There were all kinds of treasures in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Of course, it was also possible that there was nothing inside. Of the 9 boxes, 3 were empty, which made people sigh. Lin Xian glanced at it without the slightest interest. However, in the next moment, he was suddenly stunned. Wait. He stared at the box, and his eyes shone with a golden light. Kid, what did you find? He Shan asked secretly. When the others saw this scene, they were also surprised. Then, the people of the demon city sneered. You're courting death. You still want to use your eye technique to see? What a joke. This thing can't be seen through at all. That's right. Even senior brother can't see through it, let alone you. These people sneered. The others also shook their heads. The people of the Thunder God City sneered. So what if you got a top slot? With your wealth, you probably can't even afford a treasure box. Lin Xian ignored these people's provocation. He quickly sent a voice transmission to He Shan. I can sense Rizalong's aura on this treasure box. Oh? He Shan was stunned. He also used his soul to check. In the next moment, he was also surprised. It really has the aura of that dragon. But it's very faint. If it weren't for your powerful eye technique, you wouldn't be able to see it. It seemed that this stone box was related to Rizalong. Perhaps, he was the one who dug it out. Since it was related to Rizalong, they had to get it no matter what. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. This might be a clue to find the Crimson Dragon. The others also stared at the stone box. Among them, the people of the demon city frowned. Have you noticed that the aura on this stone box is very unusual? It even makes me feel a little scared. The one who spoke was a little saint. Shuiyu and the others were shocked. Even the 100-eyed demon saint was stunned. The hundreds of eyes on his body lit up at the same time, wanting to see what was going on. There is indeed a mysterious aura, which seems to be the aura of the demon race. It seems that what's buried inside must be related to the demon race. So, we must get this treasure box. The eyes of the 7 experts of the Golden Crow race lit up. I can feel the powerful bloodline aura. We must get this treasure box. The people of the Thunder God City, the Silver Palace and the mysterious green woman were all surprised. Soon, the auction for the 10th treasure box began. 5 million caddies of divine crystals. The people of the demon city were the first to bid. Obviously, they were determined to get it. 5 million caddies. The people of the Thunder God City bid. 6 million caddies. An expert of the Golden Crow race said. He was also very confident. 8 million caddies. Another voice sounded, causing the crowd to exclaim. Who is this? How can he increase the price by 2 million caddies? Some powerful families rolled their eyes. Isn't this too unruly? Even the experts of the Demon City and the Golden Crow incantation turned their heads to look in that direction. The next moment, they were stunned. It's him. They found that the one who bid was Lin Xian. The people of the Thunder God City were also stunned. They had mocked Lin Xian before, saying that he didn't have enough money to buy any treasure box. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. Lin Xian directly offered 8 million caddies of divine crystals, which was enough to buy any treasure box before. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this brat possess so many divine crystals? The people of Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in disbelief. Lin Xian did not care at all. He had to obtain this treasure box. 5 million caddies, said someone from the Demon City. 9 million. An expert of the Golden Crow technique made a bid. Lin Xian bid 10 million caddies. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it already 10 million Jean? This had already exceeded the price of any treasure box. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Lin Xian hadn't bid earlier. However, he was determined to obtain this treasure box. Could it be that there was a reason that no one knew about? The people from the Demon City looked gloomy. Damn it, what was wrong with this kid? Why must he snatch this thing? Could it be that he had discovered something? Their faces darkened. The experts of the Golden Crow tribe also stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly look. No matter what he had discovered, this treasure box must be theirs. 10 million caddies of divine crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Said the elder of the Demon City with a smile. They were really overjoyed. This price was also beyond their expectations. What should we do, elder? Do we still want to bid? Asked Shuiyu. The 100-eyed demon sage also looked gloomy. He really wanted to slap him to death. An elder said, this kid seems to have been provoked. I guess he will continue to fight with us endlessly. So we give up? The 100-eyed demon sage and the others looked gloomy. The people of the demon city snorted in a low voice. This thing is very useful to the demon clan. We must get it. Let this kid bid. When the time comes, we will kill him and the treasure box will be ours. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also looked gloomy. They decided to bid again. If the other party still bid, then they would give up. 12 million caddies. This time, they directly bid a shocking price, causing an uproar. The people of the Golden Crow tribe bid again. It seemed that they were determined to get this thing. They really didn't know what was inside. The people of the Demon City and the Golden Crow tribe both wanted it. And that Lin Wudi, he just had to bid at this time. This Lin Wudi probably didn't dare to bid. After all, this price was too shocking. How could he get it alone? 13 million caddies. However, Lin Xian opened his mouth again. How could this be? This kid actually dared to bid. These people were crazy. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also looked gloomy. The other party had raised the price again. Then, according to their previous agreement, they would not bid again. However, there was someone who dared to compete with them. He was really bold. They stared at Lin Xian, looking unfriendly. Some of them even had a biting cold murderous intent in their eyes. When the people of the Demon City saw this scene, they were also angry. How could this be? How could this kid take out 13 million caddies of divine crystals? What a sky-high price that would be. Shuiyu stood up and shouted. Impossible, he definitely didn't have that much. He was causing trouble. Yes, that's right, I think so too. The 100-eyes demon sage looked down from above. Hundreds of eyes bloomed with terrifying light. Son, if you can't take it out, you should know the consequences. The people of the Golden Crow tribe didn't say anything. However, the murderous intent on their bodies became even more biting cold. Obviously, if Lin Xian deliberately caused trouble, they would definitely not let him off. The evil demon son also stood up. Don't worry, no one dares to cause trouble here. Whoever dares to cause trouble, no matter what your identity is, our demon palace has a way to make you disappear. Everyone was incomparably nervous. No way, was Lin Wudi causing trouble? He must be causing trouble. He was unhappy with the demon city, so he wanted to anger them. However, he didn't expect that this time, he played too big. Let's see how this kid will die. If he couldn't take it out, the evil demon's son would not let him off. I can't take it out? Lin Xian smiled. He must get this thing. How could he not take it out? He looked around. No one increased the price? Very well, then this thing is mine. Young master, you have to pay 13 million caddies of divine crystals for this thing to be yours. An old man on the demon palace's side stood up and said with a smile. Don't worry, I naturally know the rules. Lin Xian took out something from his storage ring. When this thing came out, everyone was stunned. And Lin Xian's voice came out. Tian Luo umbrella, sacred weapon. I think its value should be worth 13 million caddies of divine crystals. What? He actually wants to trade for a sacred weapon. God, this kid has no problem, right? Why do I feel that his brain is flooded with water? That's a sacred weapon. Although it's worth 13 million, it's priceless. No one will sell a sacred weapon. Indeed, not to mention 13 million, even if you take 20 million caddies of divine crystals, no one will sell it. The people of the Demon City and Thunder God City were stunned. They didn't expect that this kid really dared to do so. The people of the Golden Crow clan also recognized the item. Even the people of the Devil Palace were stunned. Young master, are you really going to use a saint item to exchange for it? The old man of the Devil Palace stuttered. Lin Xian said. That's right. Why? Is it not worth the price? The old man of the Devil Palace spat out saliva. Of course, it's worth it. His eyes were shining. All right, this heavenly Luo umbrella is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't care. I want this item. He's truly worthy of being Lin Wudi. He's too extravagant. Many people screamed. There were also some people who shook their heads. This kid was too much of a spendthrift. Was he going to waste a saint weapon just like that? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Among the crowd, the people of the Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Di Ling's face was gloomy. Damn it, he really deserves to die. Compared to the other party, he was like a country bumpkin. The people of the Rain clan at the side were even more unsightly. Damn it, this heavenly Luo umbrella is their Rain clan's. Why is it in the hands of the other party? Damn it, as expected, there's a problem with their minor saint. Even their saint item was snatched away by the other party. Damn it, this is my Rain clan saint item. At this moment, a minor saint of the Rain clan couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out. The aura on his body was abnormally terrifying, and it firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Audacious, the people of the Devil Palace roared. Someone is causing trouble here. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? Are they going to start a fight? The people of the Rain clan said that they didn't come here to cause trouble. This heavenly Luo umbrella is their Rain clan's item. Why is this kid taking it out to exchange? What? This is Rain clan's item. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. The people of the Myriad Demon City revealed a sinister smile again. What should they do now? The people of the Devil Palace also frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Your item? You have the face to say that. If you call him, will he answer? Of course, he will answer. It has the sole imprint of a minor saint on it. It's impossible to grind it out. Speaking up to this point, the Rain clan's elder quickly formed hand seals and returned. He called out to the heavenly Luo umbrella, but the heavenly Luo umbrella just lay there, unmoving. How could this be? The elder was stunned. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. Come on. The heavenly Luo umbrella was like a class of fairies. It instantly arrived beside Lin Xian and bloomed with radiance, enveloping him. Now, do you still say that this belongs to the Rain clan? It clearly has my soul imprint on it, so when did it become something that belongs to your Rain clan? What a joke. This Rain clan was truly too shameless. He thought that he could just casually make up a lie. Who would have thought that he would be slapping himself in the face? Cold laughter sounded one after another. The expressions of the people from the Rain clan became extremely ugly. The expressions of the Demon Palace's people also sank. How are you going to explain this? This Rain clan actually dared to cause trouble in their territory. Did they not want to live anymore? Now, I announce that the Rain clan is stripped of their right to participate in the auction, and they are to leave immediately. Evil Demon City. The evil demon child's voice was cold. What? Everyone was stunned. Were they going to be chased out in public this time? This was a huge loss of face. No, Xianxia and the others from the Rain clan screamed crazily. They could not afford to lose face like this. The Rain clan's small saint was also so angry that his entire body was trembling. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. He suddenly erupted with a terrifying law and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pulled apart the distance between them. You dare to make a move here? Do you not want to live anymore? The experts from the Demon Palace stood out one after another. But at this time, because of the fluctuations of the law, they directly bombarded the stone box. Among them, the lid of the stone box that Lin Xian had placed was actually lifted off. With a bang, everyone jumped in fright. Everyone stopped. The Demon Palace's people roared. Whoever dared to make a move would be killed without mercy. If the stone box was destroyed, then they would not be able to continue with the auction. The others were also nervous. A stone box had been opened. What was inside? It was Lin Woody who had just placed it. From the looks of it, only the lid was knocked off. It shouldn't be damaged. Everyone discussed spiritedly and turned their heads to look. Lin Xian also looked over. In the next moment, he was stunned. The others also cried out in alarm. Heavens, what was that? That was a dragon. Moreover, it looked like a 5-clawed divine dragon. This was a divine beast. There was really the corpse of an ancient expert sealed inside. Moreover, it was an expert from the Dragon Clan. Everyone went crazy. The people from Thunder God City were shocked. As for the people from Myriad Demon City, their eyes turned red. They had long felt that the aura inside was unusual. They didn't expect it to be a dragon, damn it. They actually failed to obtain it. The people from Golden Crow Clan also had sharp eyes. Was it the corpse of a dragon? Moreover, it was the corpse of an ancient expert. They must obtain it. Lin Xian was even more stunned. Others were screaming, but he was indeed shocked because he discovered that the one lying inside was a crimson dragon. This was Rizalong. What was going on? Rizalong had no aura. Could it be that he was already dead? Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, who was it? Who killed Rizalong? Why was Rizalong here? No, he had to bring the corpse of the ruffian over. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He still had the Eye of Time in his hands. He could resurrect Rizalong. Lin Xian strode forward. He wanted to bring Rizalong away. However, at this moment, an expert from Golden Crow Clan stood out. This is the corpse of a dragon. You are a human. It is useless to you. Give it to me and I can give you 15 million gene. Our Myriad Demon City can also give you a sacred artifact. Give this dragon's corpse to us. The expert from Myriad Demon City also walked out. It seemed that he was also confident in this. I have no intention of giving it away. All of you, get out of the way. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Although the Crimson Dragon had no aura now, as if it was dead, he was not afraid. But he wasn't afraid. He had the Eye of Time, so he could revive the other party. Therefore, he must obtain the Crimson Dragon's body. Kid, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Were the people from Myriad Demon City angry? Lin Xian sneered. Me, fail to appreciate your kindness? Myriad Demon City has been targeting me and even wanted to kill me. Now you want me to give it to you? Do you think it's possible? Damn it. The people from Myriad Demon City had cold expressions. Indeed, they had enmity and conflicts with the other party. They had even fought several times. They even wanted to assassinate the other party. Now, the other party would definitely not give it to them. And they could not force the other party. This was because there were simply too many experts from the various clans present. Once they made a move, there would definitely be a chaotic battle. At that time, the Fiend Palace would also attack them. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan was eyeing them covetously. Humph, they snorted coldly and retreated. They could not make a move openly, but they would do it secretly. What followed next was their all-encompassing assassination. Lin Xian turned his head again and stared at the Golden Crow tribe. He had no enmity with these people, so his tone was more polite. Fellow cultivators and seniors, this thing has a special use for me, so I can't give it to you. I hope you can understand. Are you rejecting us? A young man from the Golden Crow tribe had a cold expression. Although he looked young, the aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. He had reached the 5th firmament realm. His long golden hair bloomed in the sky. No one dares to reject the Golden Crow tribe. Kid, you've got guts. Lin Xian frowned as well. He had been extremely courteous to the Jinwu clan. However, he had not expected the other party to be so overbearing. Immediately, his face darkened. This is what I bid for. It's up to me whether I give it to you or not. Why? Do you want to rob me? Facing the Golden Crow tribe, Lin Xian did not back down. The aura between the two sides became stronger and stronger as they clashed in the sky. A sonorous sound rang out, and the surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect such a situation to happen. The Thousand Demon City did not make a move, but the Golden Crow tribe did. Lin Xian, was he going to go against the Golden Crow tribe? This Lin Wuti was really audacious. First, he offended the two sage realms, and now he wanted to offend the Golden Crow tribe. It could only be said that he was reckless. The Golden Crow tribe was not weaker than the sage realms at all. They were even more terrifying. They lived on a sun, they were real divine beasts. This elite from the Golden Crow tribe was probably interested in the secret of the Dragon tribe. Kid, you're standing here because you're giving face to Peerless City. Otherwise, do you think you can stand side by side with us? The young man from the Golden Crow tribe said coldly. Now, you're acting recklessly and dare to snatch something from us. Be obedient and give it to us. Otherwise, you're dead meat today, everyone gasped. Previously, the Golden Crow tribe did not speak much, so they did not understand. Now that they spoke, they felt that they were actually stronger than the people from the Thousand Demon City. He actually wanted to kill Lin Xian just because of a disagreement. Try and touch me. If you dare, I don't mind roasting chicken wings today. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Even if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. You're courting death, the young man from the Golden Crow clan roared angrily. Even the faces of the other experts sank. The other party actually didn't place them in his eyes. He was truly courting death. They didn't stop him. The young man roared and attacked. Golden light filled the sky with terrifying flames, forming a cage that enveloped the entire sky. He wanted to completely refine Lin Xian. Lin Xian also made his move. Today, he was fearless. Whoever dared to stop him, he would send them to hell. The long sword swept out, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated as if they had gone mad. At the same time, they were shocked. Why didn't the Demon Palace's people attack this time? Indeed, last time, when the Rain Clan's little saints attacked, the Fiend Palace forcibly stopped them. They even wanted to drive all of the Rain Clan's people out. Now, Lin Xian and Lin Xian were attacking, and no one was stopping them. It was unbelievable. Many people looked at the Fiend Palace. The faces of the Fiend Palace's people were incomparably cold. No one knew what they were thinking. Boom. Boom, boom. In the sky, the golden feathers turned into a sea of flames that enveloped the terrifying sword Qi. You want to contend against me with just you? You're really too weak. The young man from the Golden Crow clan, Jin Hai, sneered. Today, I'll teach you, the so-called chief disciple, a lesson. He was extremely domineering. Not good, Lin Wuti is in danger. Heh, this brat is courting death. Who does he think he is? Since he dared to challenge the Golden Crow clan's genius, he's definitely going to die. The people from the Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City sneered. They wanted to see how this brat would die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. A terrifying sword light rushed out like a giant dragon. It directly broke free from the golden flames. At the same time, he slashed forward with his sword. Clang, this sword strike landed on his opponent's body and sent him flying. You want to kill me with just you? You're too naive. Today, I'll grill this pair of chicken wings for you. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. Sword Qi rained down like rain. Jin Hai roared crazily. Damn it. A pair of golden wings appeared behind his back. As they danced, a sea of flames spread. Golden feathers pierced the sky like sharp swords. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to be so strong that he could contend with Jin Hai. Even the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan didn't expect this. No one can hurt me. Jin Hai roared crazily. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. At the same time, he stretched out a pair of sharp claws and tore through the void. Lin Xian was sent flying. However, his body and Qilin tattoo were so strong that they only suffered the impact. His body didn't break. So at the same time, he attacked again. Lin Xian exploded and unleashed a huge sword qi, causing Jin Hai to tremble and his body to sway. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, let me see if you have the strength to do so. This time, Lin Xian went completely berserk. Boom, Jin Hai's sharp claws were broken, and blood spurted out. A miserable cry rang out. You're courting death. His handsome face was distorted. His pair of wings turned into heavenly blades and slashed over. Boom, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He waved the unparalleled sword in his hand and fought against Jin Hai's right wing. There were two clangs as if swords and sabers collided. Sparks flew. Many large cracks appeared in the sky. The left wing cut down. Why didn't Lin Wuti dodge? Did he want to block it with his body? He would definitely be split in half. Many people screamed. Lei Shunqing and the others also snorted coldly. Rain Clan, Di Ling and the others clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Wuti as soon as possible. Jin Hai's eyes were filled with killing intent. His wings weren't inferior to a sacred artifact. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could block it. Lin Xian's body exploded with golden light. Qilin tattoos covered his body. A large palm met the attack and collided with Jin Hai's golden wings. The sky was filled with golden light, rippling, and clanging sounds rang out. Su Chen's arm was numb from the impact. He had to admit that Jin Hai was indeed powerful. His body was comparable to a low-grade sacred artifact. Lin Xian roared. His large hand grabbed Jin Hai's wings and tore them apart. Poochie, Jin Hai tore the wings off. His back instantly split open, and several large cracks appeared. His bones were exposed. It was a shocking sight. Sacred blood splashed out, piercing through heaven and earth. Jin Hai screamed crazily. His two wings kept flapping as he tried to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? His left hand grabbed Jin Hai's wings tightly, and the long sword in his right hand fell crazily. It slashed Jin Hai's body. Jin Hai vomited blood from the impact. He was wearing armor and as a golden crow, he had a strong physique. But even so, he was still severely injured. How could it be? Everyone was stunned. Kid, you're courting death. Let go. The Golden Crow tribe's experts couldn't hold it in any longer. They roared crazily and turned into two rays of golden light, rushing over. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He didn't resist and quickly retreated. But before he left, he exerted his strength and directly tore off Jin Hai's wing. Blood dyed the sky red. Jin Hai's body swayed and fell from the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a demon. His body was bathed in blood and he was holding a golden wing in his hand. He looked unusually ferocious. The two rays of golden light became crazy when they saw this scene. They were filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted, "How dare you! I'm the first disciple of the third generation of Wushuang City. Today's battle is a battle between peers. If you old experts dare to attack, don't blame me for slaughtering your Golden Crow tribe." His loud voice spread across the sea. At this moment, Lin Xian was incomparably strong. The two rays of golden light in the sky stopped and their faces were unusually ugly. Good kid, you're arrogant. Just you wait, this isn't over. The Golden Crow tribe's experts turned around and quickly left with Jin Hai. The surrounding people were all stunned. Jin Hai was injured and his wing was torn off. It was really unbelievable. Jin Hai was an extremely terrifying genius. He was a level 5 sage. His physique was strong and his bloodline was terrifying. He was even stronger than Lei Chong. Even the 100-eyed demon sage was not confident of defeating him. But now, he was seriously injured by Lin Xian. How did he do it? Lei Chong gasped. The people of Thunder God City were terrified. The people of Demon City were also incomparably ugly. This Lin Wuti was too strong. They had to find a way to get rid of him immediately. Otherwise, he would definitely be a hidden danger in the future. Who else? Lin Xian asked coldly. At this moment, no one dared to respond. Wang, after putting away the Crimson Dragon's body, Lin Xian returned to his seat and sat down. He put away the Golden Crow's wings. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were still filled with murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to retreat immediately. But now, he had changed his mind. Since he had already made a big fuss, he might as well go all the way. Since the Crimson Dragon was here, he guessed that the North Demon might be here as well. However, now that things had gotten to this point, the surroundings had already been destroyed by the battle, and there was still terrifying energy, so there was no way for the auction to continue. Sure enough, the people from the Fiend Palace took away the final 3 treasure boxes. When he left, the demon child glanced at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with an indescribable light. Lin Xian didn't care. He just wanted to leave this place and save the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian left. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw Lin Wudi leaving. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Among the younger generation, who could defeat him, he was too handsome, as expected of a young great emperor. Even when facing the Golden Crow clan, he was still fearless. Those followers were extremely excited. Of course, there were also people who sneered. It was too early to be happy. The Golden Crow clan would definitely not let this go. Moreover, this kid had made too many enemies. Although he was from the Holy City, the people he had offended were all stronger than those from the Wushuang City. After the crowd heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and their scalps went numb. Indeed, Lei Shenqing and Thousand Demon City were both old holy cities with great strength. The Golden Crow clan didn't belong to the Holy City either. In fact, they were even more terrifying in some aspects. Lin Xian's future would definitely be more difficult. Damn it, this was too despicable. The people from the Rain clan gritted their teeth. Di Ling's eyes were also filled with cold light. No, he had to get rid of this kid quickly. He felt a great threat. Because he realized that Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. If he went up now, he would probably be killed within 10 moves. Such a huge gap was unbearable for him. Don't worry, we'll make arrangements now. I think this kid will definitely not live to see tomorrow's sun. The spirit sealing star elder's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian left, but he didn't completely leave the evil demon city. Because the last 3 treasure boxes hadn't been opened yet. He had to wait. He had to confirm whether the northern demon was in the box or not. He settled down in the evil demon city. The place was provided by the Lord of Kuntong. It was a very deep and luxurious mansion with various defensive formations. Lin Xian settled down. He set up more formations, and at the same time, let the specters start to set them up. Because he knew that tonight would definitely not be peaceful. Some people wouldn't give up. However, he would kill them until they gave up. The night was dark, and the wind was strong. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged. In front of him was the peerless sword. At this moment, his soul had already entered the black earth. Inside the black earth, the Crimson Dragon was lying there. Its body was cold, and the dragon scales on its body were shining with a metallic luster. There was no aura, not even the fluctuation of its soul. Lin Xian tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't wake it up. It seemed that he could only use the Eye of Time. Lin Xian still had 5 eyes of time in his hands. These things could bring the dead back to life. It was incomparably precious. However, Lin Xian couldn't care so much now. He had to save the Crimson Dragon. The two of them had stayed together for the longest time. Lin Xian had gone from a weak martial artist to a saint today. The Crimson Dragon's help was huge. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and took out an Eye of Time. That was the Eye of Time, emitting a demonic light. Lin Xian activated the Eye of Time and placed it beside the Crimson Dragon. He summoned the Black Earth. He let it wait here quietly. Then, Lin Xian left the Black Earth and came to the courtyard of the mansion. He looked in all directions. Black Mountain, how's the arrangement? Time was too short, so it was sloppy. However, if those people dared to come, he could teach them a lesson. Black Mountain floated in front of him like a ghost. Very good. Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He closed his eyes to rest and began to adjust his state, ready to fight at any time. In the latter half of the night, the moon was covered by dark clouds in the sky. 4 black shadows rushed over in an instant. They were as silent as ghosts. Buzz, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the mansion had long become his territory. He knew every move here like the back of his hand. His eyes flashed, and the peerless sword in front of him turned into a stream of light and pierced into the darkness in front of him. With a puff, a figure was split in half, and blood sprayed out. That person didn't even have time to scream. Damn it, we've been discovered. Another person growled. What's there to be afraid of? So what if we've been discovered? Today, this kid won't be able to escape. A cold voice sounded, and 3 other figures appeared. Their faces were filled with killing intent. It's you guys. Lin Xian frowned. You don't know what's good for you. I thought it was Demon City or Golden Crow. I didn't expect it to be you guys. The 3 people in front were from Spirit Sealing Star. The other one was an expert from the Rain Clan. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn kid, I'll torture you to death today. The expert from the Rain Clan gritted his teeth. With just you guys, Lin Xian said disdainfully. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're 3 minor saints. Can't we stop you? After seeing how terrifying Lin Xian was during the day, they sent assassins to assassinate him at night. All of them were minor saints. However, the 2 minor saints of the Rain Clan were killed in the Void Ocean, so they couldn't send such experts. They could only send a minor saint and a 5th heavenly expert. They didn't expect that the 5th heavenly expert would be killed by Lin Xian as soon as he arrived. Are minor saints that powerful? Lin Xian said disdainfully. He already knew that there would be experts coming tonight. How could he not have made preparations? Even if a minor saint came today, he would still kill him. You're courting death. Go to hell. The minor saint from Spirit Sealing Star shouted coldly. A big hand reached out, grabbing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and fought back. Kid, you can't escape. Today, you'll definitely die. Another minor saint attacked. Lin Xian used the void escape and teleported. In the sky, countless laws flashed. The 3 minor saints attacked, trying to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them sneered. Aren't you very arrogant? You don't put us in your eyes, stupid ant. No matter how strong you are, you're just a 3rd heavenly expert. How dare you fight against us? Today, we'll let you know the power of a minor saint. The 3 minor saints showed a ferocious expression. The opponent only dared to dodge and didn't dare to fight against them. This meant that the other party did not have the strength to do so. Their previous worries had completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Lin Xian relied on his spatial mystique to narrowly avoid these attacks. The faces of the 3 minor saints sank. Damn it. The opponent's cultivation base wasn't strong, but the speed of his escape was very fast. In particular, the other party had spatial divine abilities, which surprised them greatly. Brat, aren't you very powerful? You claim to be invincible. Why don't you dare to fight with us? That's right, an ant like you dares to walk the path of a great emperor. What a joke, Lin Xian sneered when he heard the sarcastic remarks of the 3 minor saints. The 3 of you are almost 10,000 years old. How dare you talk about me here? Where's your face? You 3 old farts attacked me, a junior, and you still can't catch me. What was there to be proud of? I really don't know what you're so happy about. If we were to fight at the same level, I would be able to kill the 3 of you with a single slap. Lin Xian had boundless confidence. His words infuriated the 3 little saints. Damn it. Arrogant brat, humph. I admit that you have some talent, but so what? Once you're dead, it's useless no matter how talented you are. You will never grow. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up and laughed. Do you think the 3 of you can kill me? Do you think that I was afraid of you when I was hiding? How stupid, I was waiting for the big fish to take the bait. My enemy today is not you. The 3 minor saints were mad. How dare the opponent not put them in his eyes? He even dared to talk nonsense. They were really pissed off. Suddenly, their expressions froze and they turned around to look at their surroundings. They found that there were many auras around them, and they were very powerful. And there were many of them. These people were standing in different places. Obviously, they were not from the same force. Minor saints, all of them were minor saints. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be those forces? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked around and sneered. The big fish has taken the bait. It seems like you guys can't wait any longer and want to attack. You're really an idiot. You didn't run away. In the north, two figures appeared. They were bathed in terrifying lightning that wrapped around their bodies. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. But to have such a strong lightning aura, they must be from Thunder God City, in the east. Similarly, two figures stood there. Their bodies were surrounded by purple chi, and their faces were also covered with powerful killing intent. Someone with such a strong demonic aura should be from the Myriad Demon City. In the south, there was a figure standing there. The figure was bathed in flames. He was very terrifying. It was as if he could burn the whole world. The figure also had his face covered, but Lin Xian knew that he was an expert from Golden Crow clan. In the south, there were also two figures. Their bodies were filled with black chi, and their aura was very terrifying. For a moment, Lin Xian couldn't figure out which side they were from. However, these people were all minor saints. So many people came. It seems like we're not the only ones who want to kill you. The minor saint of the Rain clan revealed a hideous smile. He looked around. Everyone, we just want to kill this kid. We have no interest in the treasures on his body. They could also see that these people were most likely the experts from the saint cities, so they didn't dare to fight against them. There are 10 minor saints here, right? You really think highly of me. Sending so many minor saints to kill me, aren't you afraid of Wushuang City's revenge? If you die, no one will know who killed you. The person surrounded by purple chi in the east said coldly. Lin Xian laughed heartily. That's right. If you hide your faces and show your faces, no one will know who you are. You're courting death. You want to kill us? Any one of them would be able to kill you 1,000 times over. Who would you be able to kill? In the north, the powerful figure with lightning said. Indeed, they were all minor saints. They were all 6th heavenly layer saints, 3 heavenly layers higher than the other party. What did the other party have to compete with them? Is that so? Do you think that just because I dared to face you, I wasn't prepared? Lin Xian smiled. Those minor saints were all shocked. Indeed, this was very unusual. If the other party wasn't an idiot, then he must have something to rely on. However, they really couldn't understand what the other party relied on to be able to fight against so many minor saints. Could it be that there was an expert from Wushuang City behind the other party? But even if there was an expert from Wushuang City, how many of them could come? Even if they came, they would only be minor saints. Could they defeat them unless there was a saint venerable? However, such an existence wouldn't appear easily. So they thought that the other party was pretending to be calm because he had no way out. Stupid. Lin Xian sneered. I'll let you see my means. Then, Heishan made his move in the dark. The array formation around the mansion lit up and completely sealed off the entire mansion. Array formation, in the mansion, those minor saints discussed, but soon they sneered disdainfully. You want to defeat us with a mere formation? I have to say, you're really ignorant. It seems like you really don't know the difference between a minor saint and an ordinary saint. These people didn't care at all. They had seen all kinds of formations. Is that so? Then you can feel it again. Lin Xian pulled out the Wushuang sword. Damn it, what's going on? Suddenly, the two figures in the north with the aura of thunder and lightning screamed. Our cultivations are actually being suppressed. How is this possible? As soon as these words came out, the other minor saints were also stunned. They quickly checked and screamed one after another. How is this possible? Our cultivation base is only at the 5th heavenly layer after falling to the minor saint realm, damn it. What kind of formation is this? How can it suppress our cultivation base? Their faces were full of shock. Isn't this too unbelievable? What kind of formation can suppress their cultivation base? Damn it. Quickly break this formation. They attacked crazily in all directions. The formation fluctuated, but it didn't affect them at all. Not only that, a wave of energy came from the formation, causing their bodies to freeze in the void. They couldn't move? What's going on? They were dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally understood what kind of capital Lin Xian had. The wonder of this formation was beyond their imagination. It seemed that the formation was working. Lin Xian snorted. He asked He Shan to set it up in advance. He Shan used the Mind Fixation Pearl and the Grand Sage Pagoda to set up such a formation. He used the power of the Grand Sage Pagoda to suppress the cultivation base of these minor saints, and the power of the Mind Fixation Pearl to freeze them. Of course, the Mind Fixation Pearl was just an ordinary saint tool. It probably couldn't freeze so many minor saints for a long time, but it was enough as long as it could stop some of them. Lin Xian would personally deal with these minor saints. I'll deal with the three of you first. Lin Xian stared at the Rain Clan and the three minor saints of the Spirit Sealing Star, and attacked with the unparalleled sword. Damn it, the three of them felt their scalps go numb at first, then they roared. The other party was too arrogant. Brat, so what if you suppressed our cultivation base? Even if we are suppressed to the 5th heavenly layer, you still can't fight against us. Humph, our means are beyond your imagination. The three of them attacked together. Between heaven and earth, the law spread. The three of them attacked with their divine abilities. Lin Xian dodged quickly like a kuanpeng. Why? Aren't you very confident? Didn't you look down on me? Why do you need to team up to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. His long sword swept across like a dragon. The divine abilities of the three minor saints were shattered. Damn it! How can this brat be so strong? The expressions of the three little saints changed dramatically. Previously, they were high and mighty and did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. But now, with their cultivation suppressed, they realized how terrifying Lin Xian's strength was. Their 5th heavenly layer was actually unable to contend against the other party. His opponent's strength was like a vast ocean. The sword aura was so sharp that it made their hair stand on end. Get lost, the three of them roared angrily and counterattacked frantically. Terrifying laws gushed out like waves, wanting to shatter the sword chi. However, it was useless. The cultivation bases of the three minor saints were suppressed while Lin Xian unleashed his full power. The roar of the great dragon sword soul, coupled with the sharpness of the unparalleled sword, was truly powerful to the extreme. Puff, with a single slash, he cleaved apart these laws. With a single slash, the arm of the little saint of the Rain Clan was cut off. Boom, at the same time, he kicked the broken arm, turning it into a bloody mist. The Rain Clan's little saint screamed while the two little saints from Spirit Sealing Star roared. They slapped out their palms, which had terrifying seals on them. They wanted to subdue Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged and retreated like a kuanpeng. At the same time, he struck out a few more slashes and pulled out the great spear of destruction. Soon, one of the saints was split in half. The other saints were also pierced through by the great spear of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the three saints were severely injured and roared miserably. This scene shocked everyone who was watching from all directions. How could this be? How could this kid be so strong? No, it's not that he's strong, but our cultivation bases are suppressed. Damn it, break the formation quickly, or we'll be in danger. The expert surrounded by lightning said crazily. These people moved quickly, trying to break the formation. He Shan secretly took action to contend with them. Lin Xian was not worried. He looked at Sangha Little Saint. The bodies of the three minor saints quickly healed, but their faces were extremely miserable. Damn brat, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Humph, you're just relying on the advantage of the formation. Under normal circumstances, I can kill you with just a glance. I'm relying on the advantage of the formation, so what? I'm not even 100 years old. What about you guys? Each of you is more than 3,000 years old. Aren't you relying on the advantage of time? If we're the same age, believe it or not, I can crush the three of you to death with 1 foot. Lin Xian sneered. Barf, the three minor saints were enraged. Once again, they joined forces and attacked. but unfortunately they were once again smashed into pieces, and blood flowed everywhere. Kid, you can't kill us. At most, you can break us into pieces, but at our level, we won't die. Once the formation disappears, I'll kill you and tear you into pieces. Not only you, I'll kill everyone related to you and send them to hell. They screamed crazily. They were extremely angry, but they were not afraid because they knew that this was the power of the formation. Lin Xian couldn't kill them. Can't kill you? Are you sure? Lin Xian snorted and walked over. He grabbed the Rain Clan's little saint's head with one hand. The next moment, he activated the Taiji incantation. A terrifying mist of death spread out and poured into the little saint's body. Suddenly, the Rain Clan's little saint's pupils shrank, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, you, just as he was about to say something, Lin Xian slapped his mouth. Didn't you say that I can't kill you? Sob, sob. The Rain Clan's little saint's mouth was smashed, and blood kept flowing out from the cracks. His body began to tremble. His eyes were filled with boundless terror. Damn it, what's going on? What happened to the saint? The two saints next to him also felt their hair stand on end. As for the surrounding little saints, they were even more shocked. What was it that could make a little saint so fearful? Ah. No. The Rain Clan's little saint's smashed mouth recovered and screamed, but it was still smashed again. This time, it was even more thoroughly shattered. His soul wanted to escape. Damn it, how can you? He found that his body's vitality was rapidly disappearing, and it had damaged his foundation. If this continued, he would turn into a dried corpse. Not only that, but he also found that his soul was also being threatened. He seemed to have aged. If this continued, he would lose all his saint fates. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xian held him down tightly. The Taiji incantation circulated even more crazily. At the same time, Lin Xian's body shone with boundless golden light, covering the black mist of death. In the end, the Rain Clan's little saint screamed and turned into a dried corpse. Lin Xian snorted and threw the corpse on the ground. The corpse's arms were broken, and the body was smashed. Other parts of the body were also covered with wounds. His eyes were wide open. Even in death, he could not believe that he was killed. Moreover, he was killed by an ant. Was he dead? How was this possible? How could a little saint die just like that? The two little saints of Spirit Sealing Star were stunned. The rest of the people were also terrified. At this moment, they were really scared. Although they were angry before, they weren't scared. Because they were confident that with their strength, even if the other party could torture them, it wouldn't matter. He couldn't kill them at all. Now, Lin Xian's means were really beyond their expectations. The other party could actually kill a little saint. This was simply too shocking. One should know that Little Saint was the first watershed of saints. Once a little saint stepped into it, there would be earth-shattering changes. A little saint could easily crush a fifth heaven saint, and he couldn't even break the other party's defense. If it weren't for this formation, they would have killed the other party more than 10,000 times. And now, the other party had really killed a little saint. This was simply heaven-defying, damn it. Let's get out of here. These little saints finally panicked. They went crazy and desperately wanted to tear the formation apart. Heishan secretly controlled the formation. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to him, "Kid, hurry up. If these little saints escaped, it would be troublesome." Got it. Lin Xian nodded and turned to look at the two little saints of Spirit Sealing Star. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the two little saints. Run. The two little saints fled into the distance, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian's arms stretched out like a dragon and shrouded the two little saints. Then, he pulled them back to his side. The death mist appeared and crazily absorbed their saint fate. The two little saints were already seriously injured. Now that they were shrouded in the death mist, their vitality was flowing rapidly. They were terrified. Now, they finally knew what the little saints of Rain Clan were afraid of. This was something that could deprive a saint fate. How could the other party have such a thing? This was unbelievable. Who was this person? The two of them didn't dare to resist at all. Now, they just wanted to run away. Asterisk boom. Lin Xian grabbed the two little saints with both hands and slammed them on the ground. With a boom, two deep pits appeared on the ground. The two little saints were smashed dizzy. Their bodies weren't broken, but their great emperors were. Humph, a tortoise-like body is hard enough. Lin Xian grabbed the two of them again and smashed them together. The two of them were badly battered and bleeding, and cracks appeared on their bodies once again. Damn it, they were crazy. One of them spat out a gourd and scattered a sealing law. Lin Xian had been sealed. This was a good opportunity, the two little saints wanted to flee. At this moment, the seal opened with a bang. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword chi. Even now, you still dare to attack me? Go to hell, locking spring and autumn, the death fog increased in size, continuously seizing the life force of the enemy. Finally, the two little saints turned into dried corpses. Their souls had also undergone over 100 cycles of reincarnation. He was tortured beyond recognition. In the end, two little saints perished as well. The three corpses laid there like 1,000-year-old zombies. It was abnormally strange. Now that the three of them have been dealt with, it's your turn next. Lin Xian looked around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The little saints felt their hair stand on end. They attacked in a frenzy, burning their bloodline and causing the formation to shake violently. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His body swayed, and he instantly rushed over. He slashed his sword at the expert who was surrounded by lightning. The expert was split apart, but at the same time, he could move again. He roared, "Kill!" He charged at Lin Xian. Die for me, you lowly ant. As a little saint, he didn't expect that Lin Xian could hurt him. In an instant, the law on his body exploded, shrouding Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the void escape technique to dodge. At the same time, he frowned. Can't Xianxia suppress their cultivation? It's best if he can suppress it to the fourth heavenly layer. I want to torture these people to death. Damn it, I'll fight, Xianxia gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to use a special force at the critical moment. But now, he would use it here. He activated the Great Sage Pagoda again. Although these little saints were powerful, it was the Great Sage Pagoda. It was a sun-grade saint weapon that was refined by a great saint. Its power was boundless. It was unimaginable. If he could fully revive the Great Sage Pagoda, he would only need one attack to destroy the souls of 10 little saints. However, the energy required to revive the Great Sage Pagoda was too much. Neither Lin Xian nor Xianxia could fully revive it. So, they could only try their best to use the power of the Great Sage Pagoda. Under Xianxia's control, the Great Sage Pagoda once again erupted. The Grand Sage Pagoda exploded once again, suppressing the cultivation base of the remaining minor saints to the fourth heavenly layer. No, damn it, how is this possible? These people were going crazy. They couldn't believe it. Hee hee. Lin Xian sneered. He rushed over like a bolt of lightning, punching and kicking. It slammed into the bodies of the two thunder gods and minor saints. The two men's faces were instantly beaten black and blue. Ah. They fought back crazily, using their strongest ability. But it was useless. Now, they were suppressed to the fourth heavenly layer. They couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer, it wasn't a problem for him to fight a fifth heavenly layer. Unless these little saints' cultivation wasn't suppressed. Otherwise, they couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Buzz. The two little saints of Thunder God City were beaten until they pissed their pants and fled all over the world. One of them was caught by Lin Xian and his head was pressed into the soil. The other person was kicked into two halves by Lin Xian. The broken body twitched in the air, looking very miserable. Damn kid, if I want to escape, I will tear you into pieces. The two little saints screamed crazily. They were too sullen. They were usually high and mighty. When had they ever been humiliated like this? As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Xian kicked them again. Their heads were stomped into the soil. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and eat some soil. The two little saints opened their mouths, but they ended up eating the soil. The other little saints felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they weren't afraid of being seriously injured. But being tortured by a third heavenly layer little saint like this really drove them crazy. Just looking at it made them panic, not to mention that they would also be in the same situation later. Do you really want to just watch? What happened to the two of us will be your end. Hurry up and fight back, the two little saints of Thunder God City roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. I wanted to torture you for a while, but it seems like you are courting death. Then I'll send you on your way. He unleashed the death mist, depriving the two little saints of their vitality. They screamed crazily. No. Damn it, you can't do this to me. They wanted to show their identity because they didn't believe that Yi Shiwen would dare to kill them. However, Lin Xian didn't give them the chance. Two big slaps were sent down, smashing their faces. What are you? You still dare to be arrogant? Go to hell. The death mist erupted and directly sucked away the saint secrets of the two little saints. No matter how strong these two minor saints were and how they could look down on other saints, without their vitality, they were just a pile of bones. Two more were killed. Who was next? Lin Xian looked around again. Suddenly, the people of Demon City felt their scalps go numb. The demonic chi on their bodies kept surging. The flames on the body of the man from the Golden Crow tribe were also leaping about. The other two mysterious men in black were emitting biting cold killing intent. Obviously, they didn't want to be tortured like this, let alone die. Then, you guys will do. Lin Xian stared at the people of Demon City. Previously, they had sent the Void Beast to kill him. Now, it was time to pay them back. Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword and charged over. The two little saints of Demon City vomited blood and flew backward. There were two sword wounds on their bodies, but their bodies didn't split open. After all, they were demonic beasts with strong bodies. The two of them broke free from the control of the mind-calming pearl and roared crazily, "Kill him!" The two of them attacked fiercely while healing their bodies. The palm of one of them turned into a mountain and blasted over with extremely terrifying great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered and slashed out with his sword. Blood splattered. The palm of the little saint was split open, revealing deep white bones. The little saint screamed miserably. He covered his arm and retreated. At this time, another little saint came over. A tail appeared on his body, carrying sharp poison as it quickly rushed over. This attack was comparable to a sacred artifact. Lin Xian used his physical body to fight back, and the battle was earth-shattering. The little saint's cultivation base was suppressed. He couldn't resist and was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. In the end, the tail was beaten into a bloody pulp. Lin Xian even cut it off with his sword and then tested it with the Nine Suns' divine flame. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air. Lin Xian laughed out loud. The little saint was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! Damn it! What is your true form? Is it a big lizard? Meat tastes terrible. Lin Xian spat, his face full of disdain. The little saint from Demon City was so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Roaring, he transformed into an enormous lizard. His scarlet eyes blossomed with a terrifying light. It really is a big lizard. I'm not interested in you. I don't want to eat your meat. Get lost. Lin Xian punched out. Boom. Boom, the lizard's small saint didn't dare to take the attack head-on because he had fought with Lin Xian before. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian at all and could only dodge quickly. Lin Xian's fists were very fast, hitting him like lightning. Helplessly, he could only avoid being hit in his vitals. Many bloody holes appeared on his body. Die for me. At this moment, he revealed a sinister smile and directly swallowed the other party. Kid, I'll use my venom to refine you, the lizard's small saint laughed. His divine ability was very unique, allowing him to devour anyone. He could even refine a minor saint, let alone a third heavenly layer saint. So what if the other party was strong? He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand his venom. The other little saints heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the crisis was over. Among them, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe swept his gaze in all directions. Obviously, he was looking for the corpse of the ancient dragon. The other two mysterious people shrouded in black mist also had their eyes flickering. It seemed like they were also looking for Rizalong's corpse. However, they couldn't find it. At this moment, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe spoke. Don't kill him. Leave him with one last breath. I must know where he hid the dragon's body. Don't worry, I'll help you ask. We can share the dragon's corpse equally. The lizard small saint revealed a sinister smile. Boom, suddenly, he screamed and revealed a look of horror. That enormous body actually started to tremble. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. No. Damn it. You can't do this to me. He screamed, his eyes filled with infinite fear. What happened? These people were stunned again. They really couldn't understand what Lin Xian had that made him so terrified. The lizard small saint's body was getting smaller and smaller. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to because he had already swallowed Lin Xian. Lin Xian had used the death mist to absorb his saint's secret. He had brought this upon himself. Sure enough, the lizard small saint died the fastest. His life force was sucked dry in an instant. Lin Xian walked out of the broken body. He wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. He shook his head and sneered, then looked at the other little saint of the demon race. Arg! The little saint screamed and spat out a sharp sword at the formation. It was a saint artifact, a mid-grade saint artifact. It was very powerful. It turned into a bolt of lightning in the sky, splitting the void and creating an endless black hole. However, it didn't break the formation. It was a formation formed by a great saint weapon. The gap between the two was too big. The little saint was in despair. Lin Xian sneered. A saint weapon? Seems like you don't have confidence in yourself. Do you need a saint weapon to kill me? It was true that none of the minor saints had brought out their saint items because they felt that they were already giving face to a third heaven ant by coming here personally. As for bringing a saint weapon? What a joke. They could kill him with just a glance. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Their opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. The little saint of Demon City roared, waving his sword and charging at Yi Chen. You want to compete with me in sword skills? You're still too inexperienced. Lin Xian waved his sword. With 3 slashes, the little saint was split into 3 halves. Black mist rushed out and shrouded the broken body. The saint's secret was taken away. He died again. This time, the pupils of the Golden Crow race's experts shrank. The 2 experts who were shrouded in black mist were also shocked. What a terrifying death chi. What was that? It looked very similar to the death mist. The eyes of the Golden Crow race's expert shone. Now, he finally knew why. Some little saints were killed. It was the death mist. Even though they were little saints, they didn't dare to stick to the death mist too much. It was too terrifying. How did Yi Chen have it? What a sinister kid. He secretly installed the death mist to deal with us. However, how much can you have? Moreover, will you remain untainted? The Golden Crow race's expert looked disdainful. He had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to control the death mist. This was beyond his knowledge. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken advantage of the situation and used a saint artifact to store some of the death mist. Now, kneel down and kowtow, remove the formation, and tell me where the dragon's body is. I can guarantee that I'll leave your body intact. His body was covered in flames, blooming like a god. Leave my body intact? You're really arrogant. Why don't you look at the situation now? Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian chuckled as well. The Golden Crow tribe really thought too highly of themselves. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them from head to toe. Last time, I ate one of your wings. It tasted good. However, it was too little. Don't worry, I'll leave your body intact because I'm going to eat you. Lin Xian was drooling at this point. The roasted golden crow was a little Saint Golden Crow. The meat would definitely be delicious. Don't worry, I won't use the death mist this time to ensure that your body is intact and has sufficient energy. Lin Xian asked Black Mountain to control the mind-settling pearl to completely freeze the last 2 people shrouded in the black mist. He let go. He let go of his control over the Golden Crow little saint. This time, Lin Xian wanted to use his strength to kill his opponent. You gave up your control over me? The Golden Crow little saint smirked when he felt the control around him disappear. You're very confident, but you're also very foolish. Do you really think you can fight against me? We, the Golden Crow tribe, are divine beasts that are no weaker than true dragons and Xianxias. How dare you fight against me? You're courting death. Very well, I'll let you die willingly. Didn't you say that you're invincible among your peers? Today, I'll use my third heavenly layer cultivation base to kill you. I'll show you how laughable you are. The aura of the Golden Crow small sage changed once again. It actually dropped. It descended to the third heavenly layer. This time, it wasn't the effect of the formation, but his own cultivation base that he suppressed. How dare you suppress your cultivation base to fight against me at the same level? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. He smiled as well. You're very confident, but you're also very foolish. Do you really think you can fight against me at the same level? The Golden Crow little saint had just said the same thing. Now, Lin Xian had returned the same words to him. You're a sharp-tongued kid. Keep being arrogant. I'll catch you later and tear you apart piece by piece. The Golden Crow little saint's murderous aura was monstrous. His eyes were like heavenly sabers. Buzz, in the next moment, he made his move. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Even the formation was stirred. One had to admit that the Golden Crow tribe was very powerful, especially the Golden Crow little saint. Although he suppressed his cultivation base, his violent power still frightened others. Golden Crow Divine Claw. His body shone brightly, forming a golden claw that grabbed forward. Murderous intent surged into the sky. It was as if countless swords and sabers had shattered the void and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian roared and punched out. Terrifying golden flames flickered on his fists, turning into divine swords one after another, flying between heaven and earth. Boom, after the attack, the fake mountains, pavilions, and houses in the mansion were all reduced to dust and no longer existed. If it weren't for the defensive array formation, the entire evil demon city would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. How was that possible? He had blocked it. The Golden Crow little saint was stunned. He felt his arm go numb. His opponent's sword chi was too powerful, and his fist was too hard. It made him feel as if he had collided with 100,000 mountains, and his chi and blood were surging. It was truly unbelievable. In a battle of the same level, he was actually unable to contend against the other party? He didn't believe it. You have some strength, to actually be able to receive my attack. However, after 3 moves, I'll definitely cripple you. The Golden Crow race's small saint snorted coldly. The flames around his body trembled, making him look like a demonic god that was unstoppable. Kill, Lin Xian roared as well. Golden light shone, making him look like a god of war. He waved his fist, bringing with it a supreme killing technique. Boom, boom, in the second move, the two of them had a shocking confrontation. The Golden Crow race's small saint was sent flying. In the third move, Lin Xian punched his opponent's arm. Half of his opponent's body turned into a bloody mist. Ah, the Golden Crow race's small saint screamed. How dare you hurt me? I want you dead. He was too angry. How embarrassing. He had just said that in a battle of the same level, he could crush his opponent and even defeat him in 3 moves. However, in a battle of the same level, he was actually injured by his opponent. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Moreover, the slap in the face came too quickly. How could he, who was arrogant, tolerate this? Buzz, the bloodline power in his body formed a long golden saber that he held in his hand. When the saber slashed down, his chi and blood rushed into the clouds. Heaven and earth were split apart. Lin Xian also felt a chill down his spine. He roared angrily and also struck out a sky full of sword shadows. 108,000 swords, each of them golden, with a monstrous killing intent, turned into a rain of swords and soared into the sky. They collided with the golden saber of his opponent. The sky was full of clanging sounds, the entire void was shattered. It was like a sea of swords. At this moment, the Golden Crow race's small saint was engulfed. The 2 mysterious experts who were nailed in the distance also gasped. They had to admit that Lin Xian was really too powerful. In a battle of the same level, no one would be a match for him. As expected, in the Rain of Swords, the Golden Crow race's small saint screamed crazily. His bloodline saber was shattered. Not only that, but there were also 24 swords piercing through his body. The terrifying crack was a ghastly sight. "I want you dead. I must kill you," he roared, and the seal was lifted. His cultivation soared again and reached the fourth heaven. However, when it rose, it was suppressed by the formation and stopped at the fourth heaven. Damn it, damn it. If he had full strength, he wouldn't have to be so sullen. He could kill his opponent with just a glance. Lin Xian sneered. "Didn't you say you want to fight me at the same level? You want to kill me? Didn't you say you want to kill me in 3 moves? Why can't you do it? Is this what you're proud of? Is this the power of the Golden Crow race's bloodline? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. It's just that you've cultivated for a longer time with the help of time. If I become a small saint in the future, it'll be a piece of cake for me to kill someone like you." The Golden Crow race's small saint was trembling with anger. He couldn't win against Lin Xian at all, and he couldn't refute him. Now, only by killing Lin Xian and using his blood could he wash away his shame. He turned into a flash of lightning, once again holding a golden saber, and charged over. At this moment, he was like a god of death, attacking non-stop. Terrifying golden shadows were everywhere in the world. The whole world was in an uproar. However, in the sky full of saber light and flames, a figure swept in all directions. It was as if he was the supreme god of war, splitting the heaven and earth. Lin Xian was too strong. All the saber light was blown away by him, and the flames were absorbed and refined by him. The Golden Crow race's small saint was only SOSO. "If you don't have any other trump cards, you can die now." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Blue Tide Sound Wave. He formed a seal with his palm, and his eye technique swept across in all directions. This was a very powerful eye technique. A small saint might be able to resist it, but his cultivation base was suppressed at this moment. Even the strength of his soul was suppressed. Therefore, at this moment, the Golden Crow race's small saint could feel the threat of the Blue Tide Sound Wave, and he couldn't stop trembling. His face was pale, and he almost fell down. However, he was an expert after all. At this critical moment, he activated his bloodline. Behind him, a huge shadow of the Golden Crow appeared. It emitted a terrifying light and blocked the sound waves of the blue tide. "Kid, you should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use my bloodline phantom even if you die." The Golden Crow race's small saint stood in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. The Golden Crow shadow, the Wushang old ancestor's bloodline fragment that was left in his bloodline, was activated by her. Golden Crow roar. The shadow behind him looked up to the sky and let out a shrill cry. The void shattered. Even the faces of the 2 little saints in the distance changed. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, the Golden Crow race's small saint's cultivation base was suppressed. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be severely injured. This was an extremely powerful soul attack. This time, the kid would definitely die. *Buzz*. Lin Xian's eyes turned golden with mysterious runes revolving around them. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky behind him. It was like a deity with a terrifying power. "What's that?" The 2 minor saints were shocked and could not believe their eyes. That pair of eyes was too terrifying. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, they were like the eyes of a deity, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It collided with the roar of the Golden Crow. In the sky, a huge Golden Crow phantom collided with the eyes of a deity, producing a violent screech. The deity's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light that penetrated the Golden Crow phantom. With a wail, the Golden Crow turned into energy and exploded. The Golden Crow small saint took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. "This is impossible. How can you break my ultimate skill?" "Nothing is impossible. It's time for me to send you on your way." Lin Xian snorted and a black spear appeared in his hand. The great spear of destruction was incomparably black, as if it could devour one's soul. Kill, he was like a peerless barbarian king. The great spear of destruction danced in the air, tearing the heavens and earth apart. Although they were both saint weapons, the great spear of destruction and the unparalleled sword were different. At least, the aura on them was completely different. The black spear carried boundless killing intent that made one's scalp numb. Asterisk puff asterisk half of the Golden Crow Small Saint's body was destroyed with a single strike. At the same time, half of the heavens and earth were shattered. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The Golden Crow Small Saint's face became incomparably ugly. He quickly retreated and his body healed rapidly. Previously, he was still arrogant and thought that he could defeat his opponent at the same level. Now, it seemed that even if his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, he might not be able to defeat him. Damn it, the Golden Crow Small Saint gritted his teeth. He did not bring any saint weapons with him because he felt that he did not need them. However, there was still a saint weapon here. It was the one left behind in the demon city and he had taken it by force. Asterisk clang asterisk in the next strike, he blocked the black spear. When the two collided, a loud clang was heard, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he continued to attack. He was like a black dragon that swooped down. The Golden Crow Small Sage tried his best to defend himself. However, he was still pushed back. Eventually, the longsword in his hand was knocked away and one of his arms was chopped off. Damn it, what is this black spear? Why did it feel even more terrifying than the unparalleled sword? In the distance, the two mysterious little saints felt their scalps go numb because they felt that the aura of the Saint Chi was too unusual. At this moment, Lin Xian was truly like a killing saint as he attacked aggressively. The Golden Crow Small Sage was infuriated as well. He ignited his bloodline in an attempt to break through his limits to fight against Lin Fan. His strength had increased once again, and it seemed like he was about to break through to the 5th heavenly layer. He soared into the sky and battled Lin Xian. The two collide. The endless void shattered, as if suns were being split apart one after another. That scene was simply too terrifying. Saint blood splattered everywhere as golden feathers fell from the sky. They all belonged to the Golden Crow Small Saint. Lin Xian was also injured. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. One had to admit that the Golden Crow Small Sage was extremely terrifying when he went berserk. However, Lin Fan would definitely die this time. Kill, the feathers that fell from the sky burned continuously, turning into flaming divine swords that flew towards Lin Xian, burning the entire sky. The long spear, stellar transposition, reversed the direction of the divine feathers and flew towards the Golden Crow Small Sage. Lin Xian also used all of his abilities to fight against the Golden Crow Small Sage. The long spear pierced through the Golden Crow Small Sage's body, and one of his hands grabbed one of the Golden Crow Small Sage's wings. At the same time, he gave up the Great Destruction Spear and attacked with his other hand. Damn it, how dare you, the Golden Crow Small Sage was terrified. He did not want Lin Fan to grab his wings as he would not be able to break free. However, Lin Fan also grabbed his wings with his other hand. Lin Xian roared towards the sky like a peerless overlord. With a single strike, the Golden Crow Small Saint and the Living Holy Saint were torn into 2 halves. Sacred blood splattered on the ground, causing the ground to sink and the void to shatter. The 2 halves of the Golden Crow Small Sage's body struggled to heal, but Lin Xian spat out endless dragon-shaped sword chi, shattering the wounds. The sword chi was so strong that the Golden Crow Small Sage could not heal his wounds in a short period of time. Was he torn apart? The 2 mysterious small saints who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. That was the Golden Crow Small Sage. How terrifying was that? Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to withstand it. Now, the Golden Crow Small Sage was torn into half by Lin Fan. Was this young man already terrifying to such an extent? No. I am immortal and indestructible. The Golden Crow Small Sage could not heal his wounds, but mysterious runes appeared in his bloodline again. This was the power of his bloodline. He summoned the old ancestor's shadow and managed to merge the 2 halves of his body together. You can't kill me. I am not comparable to those trash. The Golden Crow Small Sage stood in the void, his expression extremely cold. I never thought that I would reach this stage. However, I will definitely kill you, old ancestor, please descend. The blood of the Golden Crow Small Sage turned into terrifying laws that floated between heaven and earth. It seemed like he was performing some ancient ritual. As expected, half of the blood in his body flowed out and constructed a golden altar. The aura became even more majestic. Above the 9 heavens, a beam of light tore through the void. It seemed like a mysterious figure was about to descend. It was a summoning technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He used to be able to summon the ancient heroic spirits between heaven and earth. It seemed like the Golden Crow small sage was going to summon his old ancestor. He would not let the other party succeed. The great spear of destruction shot out a huge black dragon-shaped sword chi that soared into the sky, trying to tear the Golden Crow's shadow apart. However, there was a mysterious power that stopped it. It's useless. The Golden Crow small sage's expression was cold. You can't break it. Just you wait. When I have the strongest power, I will torture you to death. You have said this before, but you don't have the strength to do it. Do you think you can do it with the strength of your old ancestor? Too naive. I don't care if you are an ancestor or a junior. I will annihilate your entire Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green sword shadow rushed out from his body and slashed forward. It's useless. The Golden Crow small sage disdained. Even if another small saint wielded a saint artifact, they wouldn't be able to break the shadow I summoned. Unless a heavenly sovereign came. Puff, roar, sword light flashed, splitting the void in half. An extremely angry roar that seemed to have transcended space and time rang out. How is this possible? The Golden Crow small sage was dumbfounded. He discovered that the shadow he summoned was actually split in half. Damn it, how is this possible? He was dumbfounded. He had just said that not even a small saint could do it. How could a third heavenly realm true saint do it? Buzz. Buzz, the cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow attacked a few more times and completely destroyed the ancestor's phantom. The golden light that filled the sky disappeared. The golden blood of the Golden Crow small sage was completely burned. Damn it, how could it fail? He was completely mad. He had used half of his saint fate to summon the shadow, but it disappeared without a trace before it could even display its power. Run, the Golden Crow small sage quickly ran away. He had no choice. He had already summoned his strongest ability, but he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Unless he regained his small saint cultivation, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. How could Lin Xian possibly let the other party escape? He quickly charged over. His attacks were bold and powerful, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. The two of them fought fiercely. In the end, the Golden Crow small sage exploded several times. Finally, his soul was destroyed. There were also several cracks on Lin Xian's body. They were caused by his opponent's counterattack. However, they weren't fatal injuries. His body was stained with blood. Some of it belonged to him, but most of it belonged to the Golden Crow small sage. The huge corpse landed on the ground, revealing its true form. It was a demonic beast that was bigger than a palace. There were countless cracks on its body. The crisscrossing of the cracks was shocking. It's so big. I can definitely eat my fill this time. Lin Xian smiled. These words were like thunder in the ears of the two mysterious powerhouses, causing them to tremble from head to toe. Run, the two of them roared. One of them exploded his body, shattering the attack of the mind fixation pearl and turned into a stream of light to escape. You want to run? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light. The sound wave of the Jade Sea Tide was sent out. At the same time, he stretched out his palm. A huge hand that covered the sky stopped the two of them. The two of them also had their cultivation suppressed. They didn't dare to fight head-on. They could only dodge quickly. Lin Xian chased after one of them with all his strength. He knew that they couldn't escape. Soon, he caught up to that person. The battle continued. His body was torn apart. His soul wanted to escape, but Lin Xian used the death fog to envelop it, depriving it of its vitality. I hate it. That person screamed. The black chi on his body disappeared, revealing a pale face. It's you, Lin Xian was stunned. How could it be him? He found that he knew this person. It was the old man who was auctioned during the day. He's from the Demon Palace. Lin Xian's face was incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect that the mysterious force would be the Demon Palace. Damn it, what's going on? Why would the demon palace attack him? He had never provoked the demon palace before. He stared at the last person. Tell me what you know. Why did you come to kill me? I can give you a quick death. Humph, you'll never know. The last little saint's face was extremely cold. Suddenly, a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Explode, that guy actually detonated that saint artifact. A terrifying rumbling sound rang out, and the array fluctuated. Finally, a crack was torn open. The little saint's face lit up with joy as he prepared to leave. Not good. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. If the other party were to escape, it would be troublesome. His secret would be exposed. He was afraid that there would be even more experts coming to kill him. Today, he was able to set up this trap because he had the initiative. Next time, these people would not be trapped so easily. Just the thought of being hunted down by a dozen little saints was enough to give him a headache. Therefore, he would never let the other party leave. Where are you going? Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body, turned into a stream of light, and soared into the sky. The little saint felt the terror. He didn't dare to face it head-on and quickly fled. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was too strong. The terrifying sword light shrouded him. Get lost. The little saint roared. He felt that his cultivation base was rapidly recovering. Now, his cultivation base had reached the 5th heavenly layer. Therefore, he slapped his palm at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. With a puff, his palm was chopped off, and blood gushed out. Damn it, it's not enough. It needs to break even more. The little saint roared crazily. As long as the array was completely destroyed, he would be able to leave this place. Black Mountain. Lin Xian growled. Black Mountain said, no, the explosion of the saint artifact is too strong. The array is useless. However, I won't let him escape. As he spoke, he controlled the great sage pagoda and smashed it down. The little saint was ecstatic. Soon, he would be able to recover to the little saint realm. However, at this moment, a pagoda fell from the sky. With a boom, it smashed into him. His body fell, clawing through the void. His internal organs were completely shattered. There was no place on his body that was intact. No. Damn it, what is this thing? This is a Sun-class saint artifact. He screamed in horror. Indeed, if it was a Moon-class saint artifact, it wouldn't be able to cause so much damage to him. Damn it, the other party often has such a saint artifact. It's too unbelievable. Why don't you run? Lin Xian sneered, holding the great spear of destruction, and rushed forward. The little saint screamed crazily. At the same time, a dragon roar came from the black earth. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Ruzalong was alive. Sure enough, in the next moment, a light flashed and turned into a dragon's shadow, roaring at the sky. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. How is this possible? You're still alive. The little saint was dumbfounded when he saw the crimson dragon. This is too unbelievable. Isn't the other party dead? Damn you. How dare you plot against Ben Huang? Ben Huang is going to kill you. After the crimson dragon came out, it waved its dragon claw and directly crushed the little saint's head. Then, it began to attack crazily. The little saint's cultivation base was suppressed again, so he was in a miserable state at this moment. In the end, he was beaten to death by the crimson dragon many times. Awesome! The crimson dragon roared, its eyes filled with monstrous anger. Obviously, it knew the old man, and it seemed that the hatred between them was not small. Are you okay? And why are you in that box? Lin Xian asked. It's very complicated. Boy, I have to thank you for resurrecting me. The temperature of the crimson dragon. Is it safe here? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not safe. We just killed 10 little saints. It will probably cause a big stir. Let's leave this place first. Black Mountain also floated out. The 3 of them discussed for a while and then left. However, before they left, Lin Xian also kept the corpse of the little saint of the Golden Crow clan. He would not waste such a delicious meal. From this moment on, the evil devil city was destined to not be peaceful. The experts of the Rain clan and the people of the spirit sealing star waited together. Humph, that boy should be dead this time, right? That's for sure. We sent 3 little saints to kill him together. How could he still be alive? Finally, a huge disaster was eliminated. A glimmer of hope appeared in Di Ling's eyes. As long as this person was dead, he could continue to live a carefree life. Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she could avenge her brother. Xianxia and the people of Demon City sneered. Jinhai of the Golden Crow tribe was standing outside the mansion. His eyes were coldly looking down below. Although the Golden Crow clan had sent an expert this time, it was enough. He estimated that he could torture that boy to death with a slight lift of his hand. The son of the evil devil. A demonic man who did not look like a human. He sat in the main hall, tapping the void with his finger, sending out rhythmic waves. In front of him stood many experts of the Devil Palace. Young master, don't worry. Our people will definitely bring back the dragon's corpse. Yeah, we didn't expect that dragon to be in the box. Didn't he die in the mist of death? Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out, and the night was suddenly illuminated. Everyone in the evil demon city raised their heads. What happened? They were dumbfounded. What a violent power! They tried to move forward, wanting to investigate, but they were sent flying by this power. Especially Jinhai, who was looking down from above, but when he saw this power, he turned around and fled. What was going on? The huge explosion left everyone stunned. Rain Clan, Di Ling, and the others' eyes lit up. It came from that direction. It came from that kid's direction. It seemed that the battle had ended. That kid had probably been captured. It was very likely that he was killed. Let's go and take a look. Their figures flickered, and they rushed in that direction. Thousand Demon City, Xianxia also did the same. Demon Sun also narrowed his eyes. Was there a result? Let's go and take a look. Bring the dragon back. That kid must be killed. The news must not be leaked. These powerhouses of the major factions moved one after another, rushing toward the mansion. However, they were the same as Jinhai. As soon as they got close, they quickly left. The reason for that was because that power was truly too berserk. What kind of power was that? Their faces were full of shock. How could that kid release such power? It seemed that the Saint artifact had exploded. That kid probably only knew that he was going to die and wanted to destroy everything. Someone sneered. No matter what, the other party was finally dead. Among them, Di Ling, Xianxia, Lei Chong, Shueyue, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party was still alive, it would be a nightmare for them. Jinhai also sneered. Was the other party finally dead? That was great. However, at this time, a dragon's roar came from the light, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone went crazy. It was the sound of a dragon. What was going on? Why was there a dragon's voice? Could it be that the people of the dragon clan had taken action? These people were dumbfounded. As for the people of the demon palace, their faces changed. Could it be that the dragon was still alive? Their faces instantly darkened. The devil child was even more serious, erupting with a biting cold light. He had even personally rushed over. The people of the White Cloud Palace also came. The young master of the White Cloud Palace, Hall Master Kuan, Bai Shi, and the others stood in the void, looking into the distance. That was Lin Gongzi's residence. The White Snake cried out in alarm and wanted to go forward. However, he was stopped by the Pond Master. Don't be rash. Although the Lord of the Kuntong said this, his expression was also not good. It seemed that he had underestimated the determination of these people. Who would have thought that these people would make a move on the first night, and from the looks of it, it was exceptionally intense. Let's wait for that violent energy to disappear, then we'll go over. Finally, the light that filled the sky disappeared, and the terrifying energy slowly weakened. In the end, everything returned to silence. Okay, we can go over now. Jinhai's lips curled into a smile as he strode forward. The experts from Thunder God City and Myriad Demon City were the same. The experts of the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star also followed suit. The Demon Child and the Demon Palace's elders were even more impatient. They wanted to see if the dragon was still alive. Young Master Bain also said that we should go and take a look. He waved his hand and flew forward with his men. The White Snake was very conflicted. She really didn't want to go because she was afraid of seeing Lin Xian's corpse. In the end, she still went. No matter what, she wanted a result. When these people arrived in the sky above the residence, they all frowned. What a terrifying smell of blood. It made them feel very bad. At the same time, they found that the entire residence was destroyed beyond recognition. There was an endless pit on the ground, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The buildings and pavilions inside were all turned into ashes. There were also many large cracks in the void. Obviously, a great battle had taken place here. Moreover, it was an extremely intense battle. What's going on? It shouldn't be. We are 3 little saints. Shouldn't that kid be killed immediately? How could there be a great battle? Di Ling and the others were very puzzled. Could it be that there was an accident? Impossible. An elder of the Rain Clan shook his head and said in a low voice. Perhaps it was the Myriad Demon City and the Golden Crow Clan. He reckoned that the Thunder God City had also sent experts. They were all fighting over the dragon's corpse. This great battle might have broken out because of them. Forget it. Let's find that kid's corpse first. I must see him die with my own eyes. Di Ling gritted his teeth. Everyone was looking for the corpse. The others also landed. But soon, they screamed. No. The people of the Rain Clan screamed because they found a dried corpse. The dried corpse was sucked dry, but the clothes and the jade pendant on its body showed that it was an elder of the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan's little saint was dead. This was too unbelievable. How could it be? Di Ling screamed because they also found that the 2 little saints on the Spirit Sealing Star were also dead. Moreover, they were sucked dry. 3 little saints were lying there, which made their scalps tingle. Who was it? Who killed our elder? They screamed crazily. The others were incomparably shocked. What's going on? 2 little saints died? Who did it? The people of the Thunder God City and the Myriad Demon City snorted coldly. As expected, small clans were useless. They quickly searched for the dragon's corpse. At the same time, Jin Hai also looked around. Soon, someone screamed again. No, damn it, elder, wake up. You can't be dead. This time, it was the people of the Thunder God City who screamed because they found the corpses of their 2 little saints. Another little saint died. Moreover, it was an expert of the Thunder God City. The surrounding people felt their scalps tingle. Who was it? Was it done by the people of the Myriad Demon City? The people of the Thunder God City stared at the people of the Myriad Demon City. The people of the Myriad Demon City sneered. You're not as good as us. How can you blame us? But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because they realized that their elder had died very miserably. They were all smashed. Obviously, they had gone through all kinds of torture. No. Damn it. I don't believe it. The people of the Myriad Demon City were complacent before, but now their faces were incomparably ugly. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. Heavens, who is it? This is too terrifying. Now, how many little saints had died? There were 7 of them in total. The Devil's Son's face was incomparably cold. Quickly, find that kid and that dragon. Also, where are our people? They quickly searched, and the next moment, someone fainted. Young master, our people were also killed. Soon, they found 2 corpses. They were the 2 little saints of the Devil Palace. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The people of the Devil Palace were also dead. Heavens, how many people had come here? Where is Lin Gongzi? White Snake screamed. She looked around but couldn't find him. He was on the verge of collapse. Could it be that young Master Lin's soul had already been destroyed? Could it be that this is where Lin Wuti lives? Someone finally screamed. No way. That Lin Wuti. Why are there so many minor saints here? Are you stupid? They must be here to kill Lin Wuti. But why did they die? these people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Wudi killed them? That was impossible. Lin Wudi had long been destroyed in body and soul. It's impossible for him to still be alive. I guess it's very likely that it's the dragon in Lin Wudi's hand. That dragon's corpse was wanted by countless people, so these minor saints came to fight for it. They might as well kill Lin Wudi while they were at it. But why couldn't they see the dragon? There was a dragon roar just now. Maybe the dragon was alive. Maybe it was taken away by someone else. Did you guys notice? There doesn't seem to be the corpse of the Golden Crow clan. Suddenly, someone whispered. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood. They searched carefully and indeed didn't find the corpse of the Golden Crow clan. Jinhai's heart was beating wildly. If they didn't find the corpse, then the Golden Crow minor saint was still alive. Maybe the Golden Crow minor saint had succeeded. Thinking of this, he was wild with joy. He wanted to slip away quietly, but soon, someone blocked his way. Where's the expert of the Golden Crow clan? Who did it? Let him come out. That's right. Could it be that he killed our people? The people of Demon City surrounded him, their faces incomparably gloomy. The people of Thunder God City were the same. For a moment, Jinhai was still surrounded by countless eyes. His scalp was about to explode. To be honest, there were so many experts here. If they were really angry at him, he wouldn't be able to resist even if he was a genius. So he quickly said, "Everyone, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me leave quickly. I'm just here to watch the show. I don't know anything about this matter." Everyone sneered. They didn't believe him at all. As for the people of Thunder God City and Demon City, their faces were incomparably ferocious. The demon son turned his head and stared at Jinhai. "You'd better tell us the whereabouts of your minor saint. We won't hurt you. What we want is the dragon's corpse. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being impolite." A cold killing intent appeared in the demon son's eyes. Jinhai's scalp was numb, but he was also angry. "How dare you touch me? Aren't you afraid that the Golden Crow clan will massacre the demon planet?" As soon as these words came out, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even the devil child's expression changed. Indeed, Jinhai's identity was extraordinary. He was someone from the Golden Crow clan. As for the Golden Crow clan, it was an extremely huge clan. It was abnormally terrifying. If they really angered such a terrifying clan, they would definitely be killed. If they were to truly attack, their fiend palace would not be able to contend against them. However, he would not let this matter rest so easily. The Abyssal Demon's son looked at the people from the 10,000 Demon City, Lei Xianxia, the Spirit Sealing Star, and the Rain Clan. He said, "What do you think?" The people of the Demon City said that during the day, the Golden Crow clan showed that they were determined to win. Now that Jinhai had appeared here, they would not believe that they did not participate in this matter. That's right. Furthermore, among the corpses here, only their Golden Crow clan's corpses were not present. This meant that the Golden Crow clan had succeeded in the end. I suggest that we lock up this Golden Sea and wait for the trade with the Golden Crow clan. That's right, that's what I was thinking as well. The expert from the Demon City nodded. It was just a moment ago that the two Saint Realm cultivators were hostile toward one another, but at this very moment, they actually turned their gazes away from one another. It had to be said that the grudges between Saint Realm cultivators were too weak. Profit was the most eternal thing. It seemed that this was the only way. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to detain Jinhai. At the same time, they sent a message to the Golden Crow clan, asking them to bring the dragon's corpse for the trade. The faces of the people from the Rain clan and the Spirit Sealing Star were incomparably ugly. Damn it, they really deserved to die. They were not interested in the dragon's corpse at all because they did not need it. They did not have the strength to snatch it. They were only here to kill Lin Xian, but they had lost 3 little saints in the process. It made their hearts bleed. It seemed that the kid was also dead. This was a blessing in disguise. There was no other way. We were involved in the storm. Xianxia, Di Ling, and the others shook their heads and sighed. They felt that they could only accept this loss. From the beginning to the end, they, including everyone, thought that Lin Xian was already dead. His body and soul were destroyed, and not even his corpse was left behind. The reason why these little saints had died was because they had killed each other. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they knew the truth. This matter soon spread out, and the whole devil's heart was shaken. Countless experts gathered at the Devil City. The faces of the Golden Crow clan's experts changed when they learned that Xianxia was being suppressed. Those who dared to touch the people of the Golden Crow clan were courting death. For a moment, they also moved out. Firstly, they wanted to save Xianxia. Secondly, they wanted to rescue their minor saints. However, after searching around, they did not find any minor saints. This made them feel incredulous. What's going on? Why haven't they come back yet? Could it be that there was an accident? That's impossible. Our little saint must have realized the severity of the situation, so he must have gone into hiding. Don't worry, they will come back to us in 2 days. These experts of the Golden Crow clan discussed for a while and finally nodded slightly. They felt that the most important thing to do right now was to rescue Xianxia. The experts of the Golden Crow clan moved out and began to negotiate with the people of the Myriad Demon City, Thunder God City, and Devil Palace. The others were watching nervously. Gradually, the sky brightened. The negotiations between the two sides were very intense. There were a few times when the people of the Golden Crow clan directly slammed the table and tore the entire hall apart. Between heaven and earth, terrifying murderous intent lingered, and a great battle almost broke out. But in the end, they did not fight. The two sides once again engaged in an intense discussion. It seemed that no one was willing to give in. The people of the Myriad Demon City said that they wanted to share the dragon's corpse equally. On the other hand, the Golden Crow clan said that they did not see any dragon and asked to release Xianxia. Both sides could not hold on. It was already noon. At this time, the onlookers outside the Devil City were shocked. What smell is so fragrant? Yes, I'm really hungry. How is it possible? At our level, we can go without food or drink for 100 years. Damn it, what kind of meat is so fragrant? Indeed, they smelled a fragrance drifting over from afar. They are drooling. Let's go and have a look. These people followed the fragrance. Even the people of the Golden Crow clan and the Myriad Demon City who were negotiating in the hall were stunned. Where is the fragrance coming from? The people of the Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City swallowed their saliva. The people of the Golden Crow clan were also stunned, but soon their expressions changed. Damn it! Their eyes instantly turned red. Why do I feel the smell of the Golden Crow clan? Boom, in an instant, they tore apart the palace and came to the 9th heaven. Who dares to tease my Golden Crow tribe here? No one dared to answer. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. He was almost roasted by someone previously. It was this smell that floated out. Now that this smell floated out, didn't this mean that someone was testing the Golden Crow tribe? What? Roasted Golden Crow? It was impossible. The surrounding people were all stunned. The Golden House tribe experts turned into flowing lights and moved freely in the sky. Soon, they stopped in a pavilion in the evil demon city. This was a restaurant that had rare treasures in the world. At this moment, there was a hubbub of voices inside. Everyone was surrounding a huge golden roasted meat and drooling there. It smelled so good. I really wanted to take a bite. However, it was a little too expensive. I can't afford it. Some of the saints were sighing in despair. After the Golden Crow tribe experts arrived and saw the golden roasted meat, their eyes instantly turned red. White smoke came out of their bodies. Go to hell! One of them shouted angrily and slapped out. The palace below was instantly shattered. Some warriors were even slapped into a bloody mist. The others also ran away crazily. What's going on? Who dares to attack Blackstain Plumes? Who is it? Do they want to die? A few powerful figures rushed out of Blackstain Plumes and suppressed the surroundings. How could those who could open a shop in Evil Demon City be simple? They all had the support of a top force behind them. At this moment, those experts rushed out. Who dared to cause trouble in Blackstain Plumes? An expert from the Golden Crow tribe attacked and immediately sent a few experts flying. It was the Golden Crow tribe. Those people were originally angry, but when they saw the Golden Crow expert, their faces instantly changed. Blackstain Plumes has never offended the Golden Crow tribe. They gritted their teeth and said. Although the Golden Crow tribe was strong, they attacked just because of a disagreement. Wasn't that too much of a bully? You all deserve to die. How dare you test the corpses of our Golden Crow tribe experts? The Golden Crow tribe expert gritted his teeth and roared. The others were stunned after hearing that. The Blackstain Plumes experts were even more dumbfounded. The corpses of Golden Crows? How is that possible? You must be mistaken. Even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to take the exam. Then, what was down there? Oh, that's sparrow meat. There was a sparrow that cultivated into a spirit and reached the demon sage level. It was slaughtered by someone, and that person sold a portion of its meat to us. Damn your sparrow meat. The people of the Golden Crow clan were instantly enraged. The flames on their bodies surged and danced, engulfing the 9 heavens. Those experts from Blackstain Plumes were roasted by the flames until they were incomparably miserable. Damn it. Your Golden Crow clan is going too far. Behind us is the Demon Palace. These people roared crazily. True enough. An expert from the Fiend Palace. He also rushed over. Thunder God Ching. Demon City, Silver Palace, and even the evil demon child were here. When the people from the Demon Palace saw this scene, their expressions all sunk. However, when they found out that what was being roasted below was actually the corpse of a Golden Crow clan elite, they were all stunned. What's going on? Where did the Golden Crow corpse come from? Could it be that person? They recalled that only the Golden Crow tribe Little Saints hadn't discovered the Little Saints that day. Now, someone was testing the Golden Crow corpse. Could it be the corpse of a Golden Crow clan Little Saint? When they thought of this possibility, their scalps went numb. The experts of Blackstain Plumes were on the verge of tears. They kept explaining that it was really sparrow meat. It was sold to us by a young man. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Many people have seen it. The matter here caused an uproar. The experts of the Golden Crow clan were completely enraged. They snatched back the golden roasted meat and then killed all the experts of Blackstain Plumes. In the end, they even fought a great battle with the Demon Palace. It could be said that the scene was very chaotic. At the same time, the instigators, namely Lin Xian and the others, had already left the Demon Palace and came to the mountain range. They formed a formation to conceal the heavenly secrets. Then, they began to roast the Golden Crow meat. Lin Xian took out all kinds of spirit wine and chatted with the Crimson Dragon while waiting. Black Mountain swallowed his saliva. Damn it. Why am I a soul? If I had a body, I would eat more. Black Mountain kept circling around the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's body was really too big. At this moment, it was being roasted by the 9 suns' divine flame. The fragrance was very strong. Lin Xian tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He sighed and then drank a mouthful of spirit wine. The Crimson Dragon also buried his head in the bowl and ate. The 2 of them ate less than half of the meat and couldn't eat any more. Because this Golden Crow was a small saint. The energy contained in its body was really too terrifying. They ate so much that their bodies were about to explode. The 2 of them hurriedly refined it and burped. 2 days later, they patted their stomachs. Lin Xian asked. Ruzalong, you can tell me now. The Crimson Dragon told him what had happened. After listening, Lin Xian frowned and became nervous. It turned out that the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon were indeed brought to the Fiend Planet and then controlled by the people of the Demon Palace. The Northern Demon was discovered and his 10,000 demon body was taken away. No one knew where it was. The Crimson Dragon was a dragon because of his special physique. Therefore, he was arranged to go to the Void Sea to retrieve the ancient treasure box. The Crimson Dragon resisted, but there were too many experts on the Fiend Planet. There was also the suppression of small saints. He was no match for them at all. During this period, needless to say, he suffered a lot. In the end, he encountered an accident in the Void Sea and was eroded by the death fog. Therefore, at the critical moment, he ate the thing in the treasure box and hid inside. After that, he lost consciousness. Until Lin Xian used the Eye of Time to save him. What did you eat? Why did you lose your vitality? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon complained. Damn it, don't mention it. Ben Huang was tricked. I ate a kind of black fruit. I thought that it must be a heavenly treasure sealed in the treasure box. Moreover, it was passed down from ancient times. Who would have thought that these fruits were definitely expired? They actually took Ben Huang's life? Lin Xian was baffled when he heard that. However, the corners of Gui Shen's mouth twitched. What kind of thing did you eat? It's called a nirvana fruit. After eating one, your vitality will drop and you will enter a state of suspended animation. It's like nirvana rebirth. When you wake up again, your strength will increase. That kind of thing is very precious. Moreover, even if you get it, you won't dare to eat it carelessly. Even a small saint wouldn't dare to eat it like you did. That box of yours is so big. There should be at least a few hundred of them inside. You actually ate them all. If you don't die, who will? The Crimson Dragon was speechless. Damn, how would I know what kind of fruit has such an effect? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. No wonder. Nirvana rebirth. Ruzalong, didn't you realize that your strength increased greatly after you came back to life? Sigh, now that you mention it, it's true. The Crimson Dragon was astonished. Back then, he was just a first celestial layer saint. Compared to Lin Xian, his strength was too weak. But now, he had beaten up a minor saint after he was resurrected. Although that minor saint's cultivation base was suppressed, he was still not someone any saint could contend against. This showed that Ruzalong's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Was this a blessing in disguise? Ruzalong felt that he was now a fifth celestial layer saint. He was 2 celestial layers higher than Lin Xian. He was very proud. Ha 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 ha, boy, I've surpassed you. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. Alright, stop messing around. I'm not in the mood. Where's the northern demon? If he didn't go to the sea, where did he go? Lin Xian was very worried. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon sighed again. I don't know. But I've heard some news. It seems that he was trapped in the place where the Devil's Son lived. Is it the Devil's Son again? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Now, he realized that this matter was related to the Devil Palace. No wonder they sent a minor saint here to silence him. It seemed that they didn't want the news to leak out. This Devil's Son must not be let go. The Crimson Dragon gnashed his teeth. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold-killing intent. Anyway, we're on the Devil Planet now, and those people probably think that I've been killed. It's convenient for us to take action. Boy, what do you want to do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said, let's take action and throw the blame to others. When the time comes, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The Crimson Dragon nodded. Indeed, with their strength, it wasn't difficult to kill the Devil's Son. Of course, the Devil's Son was a huge monster in the Devil Palace. Once he erupted, it would be very difficult for them to deal with him. After all, this was the Devil's Son's nest. So, it would be better if they didn't have to worry about the consequences after killing him. It seemed that Lin Xian had a plan. Who are you going to blame? Dark Red Divine Dragon, we still don't know who Lin Xian's enemies are. Lin Xian said. There were too many enemies, and it was hard to choose. The Crimson Dragon was speechless. This kid really knew how to provoke others. Originally, he wanted to give it to the Golden Crow or the Thunder God, but after thinking about it, it wasn't safe. After all, this was a holy city. If the Demon Palace were to admit defeat, then it wouldn't be good. I'm prepared to throw it to the Rain Clan and Winchim Star. At this point, the killing intent in Lin Xian's eyes intensified. Lin Xian didn't have any good impression of the Rain Clan. He had to eliminate them. This was because the Rain Clan had tried to kill him more than once. They had even sent little saints to kill him many times. Therefore, if there was a chance, he didn't mind tricking the other party. But what could he do? We have to call out the demon child alone. Otherwise, there will be too many experts around him, and we won't be able to make a move. And he had to find the North Demon first. Don't worry, we'll go and investigate. Lin Xian said. Didn't he imprison you? Fine, we'll go there as experts of the Dragon Clan. Let's see if he still dares to imprison us. The Crimson Dragon was originally a member of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, after he transformed into his human form, the dragon chi on his body was overflowing. One could tell at a glance that he was a genius of the Dragon Clan. Although Lin Xian was a human, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. When he released a bit of the dragon soul's aura, it made him look like an expert of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, Lin Xian also changed his appearance, turning into a very mighty man. The two looked at each other and smiled. Soon after, Lin Xian put away the remaining golden crow meat. They walked out of the mountain range with large strides and flew toward the evil demon city. The evil demon city was extremely chaotic at this moment. Previously, the experts of the Demon Palace and the Golden Crow clan were fighting fiercely, sweeping through all directions. The people of the Demon Palace couldn't hold on at all. That was because the experts of the Golden Crow clan were too strong. One of them could sweep through several of them. But fortunately, this was their base camp. Very soon, even more experts arrived and confronted the experts of the Golden Crow tribe. In the end, both sides didn't continue fighting. However, the atmosphere seemed to be really bad. At the same time, they were gnashing their teeth. Who exactly killed the Golden Crow? Was it the minor saint they were looking for? At this moment, they were all anxious. They found the young man who sold the Golden Crow meat and interrogated him severely. However, they couldn't find him even after searching the entire evil demon city. Damn it, could it be that he had stolen it? They issued a wanted order and searched the entire evil demon planet. They didn't believe that they couldn't find him. For a moment, a storm swept through. All kinds of experts moved out. At the same time, two figures descended on the evil demon city. After they arrived, they didn't land on the evil demon city. Instead, they stood above the evil demon city. Their eyes were cold. One of them shouted coldly, "Where are the people of the Demon Palace? Get out here!" The roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. Everyone in the evil demon city heard it and raised their heads to look. Who was this? How could he be so bold as to shout at the evil demon city? It couldn't be that the experts of the Golden Crow clan had come again, right? Perhaps only the experts of the Golden Crow clan would dare to be so arrogant. The crowd looked over one after another. However, they discovered that it wasn't the Golden Crow clan. Instead, it was two people they had never seen before. Who were they? Were they trying to overturn the heavens? One figure after another rushed out. The people of the Demon Palace were even more furious. Did they want to die? They were already very depressed. Their secret had been discovered by someone. Moreover, they had fought with the Golden Crow clan earlier. It could be said that they were very displeased. At this moment, there were actually people who dared to shout at them. Did they really think that their demon palace was easy to bully? Two silhouettes rushed forward. Die for me, those two people unleashed terrifying nomological laws. However, they were instantly slapped to the ground. The earth was overturned and the void shattered. Everyone was shocked. These two people were very powerful. They easily defeated the people of the Demon Palace. The people of the Demon Palace were also furious. More and more people came out. Among them, there were even many elders who took the lead. An elder shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you come to my Demon Palace to cause trouble? Below them, people from Thunder God City, Thousand Fiend City, White Cloud Apartments, Shui Feng, Ling Xian, and the others were also watching. Even the people of the Golden Crow clan had appeared. They had thought that the experts of their clan had come. Since you dared to cause trouble in our demon city, you'd best give us an explanation. Otherwise, you'd better kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, you'll die without an intact corpse. The people of the Demon Palace spoke coldly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The Demon Palace was the local tyrant here. They were extremely terrifying. Didn't they see that even the Golden Crow clan didn't gain any advantage over them? We are people of the dragon race. One of them spoke coldly. What's wrong? Do you want to attack us? You'd better think about the consequences. What? People of the dragon race? Everyone was stupefied. The dragon race was a powerful race that wasn't any weaker than the Golden Crow clan. In fact, they were even more powerful. After all, the dragon race was the leader of the 10,000 beasts. There was even the Dragon Emperor. The dragon race was the emperor race of the 10,000 ancient races. Now that people from the dragon race had come, what were they doing here? Why did they attack the Fiend Palace? Was it because of the corpse of the dragon race's expert? Everyone was in an uproar. Below, the experts from Thunder God City and 10,000 Fiend City were also shocked. The expressions of the people from the Fiend Palace changed. Experts from the dragon race? Damn it. What's going on? Why did they come here? Could it be that the news was leaked? Are you really an expert from the Dragon Ball? Some people still didn't believe it. The other young man roared. His dragon roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, everyone's souls trembled. The pupils of those who possessed bloodline power shrank. This was especially true for the people from the 10,000 Fiend City. Their bodies were shivering. Bloodline suppression. Moreover, it was fear that came from the depths of their souls. This was a fear that came from their souls. It was something that couldn't be dispelled. It was something that had existed since ancient times. It was really the dragon race. Those beast sages sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly operated their power laws to suppress this fear. The expressions of the people from the Fiend Palace also changed greatly. Now, they were certain that the other party was a dragon. I wonder what matter has the dragon race's fellow Taoists come here for? The Fiend Palace's elder asked respectfully. The two figures in the sky emitted an extremely powerful aura of the dragon race. They were like exceptional experts. They were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian asked coldly. You actually dare to ask me what the matter is? Do you still need me to tell you all the good things your Fiend Palace has done? Obediently admit to your crimes, otherwise, what awaits you is the fury of the dragon race. Can your Fiend Palace bear the consequences? Once those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Heavens! What's going on? What kind of heartless thing did the Fiend Palace do? First, they provoked the Golden Crow. Now, they provoked the dragon race. They were all extremely terrifying existences. If they weren't careful, not to mention the Fiend Palace, even the Fiend Planet would be destroyed. The people from the Fiend Palace were drenched in cold sweat. That elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed dryly. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. We really don't know what's going on. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Fine. Let me remind you, didn't the corpse of a dragon race expert appear here a while ago? Once those words were spoken, everyone went into an uproar. It's Palace's matter. The Demon Palace's people couldn't quibble. At that time, countless eyes had seen it. Furthermore, there had been a robbery earlier. Thus, they could only brace themselves and nod. That's right, there was such a thing. Then where is the corpse now? The corpses of our dragon race's experts are naturally noble. Even if we die, we have to be buried in the 9 heavens for all beasts to worship. Now hand it over and we'll take it. This. The Demon Palace's people were speechless. They also wanted to search for it, but they didn't know where it was. Old Zhang also said that the dragon's corpse had been taken away by someone else. You've got guts. Lin Xian roared. You dare to auction off the corpses of dragons? Did he not want to live anymore? The Crimson Dragon let out a roar. The frightening sound waves caused the people from the Demon Palace to sway back and forth. Those who were weaker directly vomited blood. Damn it. They had gone too far. The Demon Palace's people finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to stake it all against them. Someone wanted to attack, but the Crimson Dragon slapped 2 of them to death. A terrifying mist of blood filled the sky. Then, his terrifying aura erupted. Ben Huang would slap anyone who dared to attack him to death. He was too domineering. He directly attacked without caring about the consequences. Was this the strength of an expert of the dragon race? The crowd looked at the sky with incomparable envy. When would they be able to have such a graceful bearing? What about the demon child? Let him come out and accept his punishment in front of us. Lin Xian said coldly once again. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around disdainfully. Everyone was in an uproar. Was he going to attack the demon palace this time? He didn't even want to let off the demon child. The people from the demon palace also frowned. Among them, the elder's expression also sank. Our demon child has been in seclusion recently and won't appear for 3 to 5 years. Sir, if you have something to say, you should tell us. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Lin Xian sneered. He, the demon child, secretly trapped a genius of our dragon race. Did he think that no one knew about this matter? It would be best for him to obediently roll over here, kneel down, and kowtow. Otherwise, when we make our move, I'm afraid that it won't be as simple as kowtowing and admitting his guilt. The crowd went crazy. Was he going to use the demon child as an example? The eyelids of the demon palace's elders twitched violently. The elder at the front clenched his teeth and said, Sir, what an arrogant tone. If you want to see the demon child, you'll have to pass through me first. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sneered once again and sent out a palm strike. Old Zhang was also furious. Even if the other party was an expert of the dragon race, so what? Their demon palace had run amok on the demon planet for many years, and no one dared to provoke them. Even if the people of the holy city came, they would at most be on equal footing with them. Now, someone was actually looking down on them with a high and mighty attitude. How could they tolerate this? That elder shouted angrily and opened his mouth to spit out a terrifying black storm that swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. At this moment, his fist transformed into a huge dragon that danced in the sky and tore apart the black storm. Not only that, his fist also landed on old Zhang's body. The elder was sent flying. With a bang, half of Elder Zhang's body was blown apart. The surrounding people were so scared that they pissed their pants. This was too terrifying. Were the experts of the dragon race already so terrifying, that Elder's face was filled with fear and he screamed in pain. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits because he saw Lin Xian's fist coming at him again. No! He screamed and flew into the distance, but he was still hit. With a bang, the other half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. I'll give you 10 seconds to get the demon child here. Otherwise, your demon palace will be exterminated. The people of the demon palace were filled with despair. Usually, they were high and mighty and could dictate the life and death of others. But now, there was someone who could dictate their life and death. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the void split open and countless figures descended. Among them were 4 little saints. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they could suppress a part of the world. The people of the demon palace regained their confidence. Great, their little saint had come. Elders, let's kill him together. These people screamed crazily. So what if these 2 experts of the dragon race were strong? Could it be that they could defeat a little saint? Lin Xian sneered. You want to kill us? Sure, go ahead. We're just 2 young geniuses of the dragon race. If you dare to touch us, you'll have to suffer the wrath of the dragon race. No one dared to doubt his words. The dragon race was so strong that even the golden crow race did not dare to contend against them. That little saint also laughed. Young master, you must be joking. How could we attack you? You're an important guest. Why don't you come to our demon palace and have a talk? I think this should be a misunderstanding and we should resolve it. Originally, these minor saints were supreme existences that everyone could only look up to. But now, these minor saints were actually trying to curry favor with the experts of the dragon race. Everyone realized that the dragon race was an extremely terrifying existence that was far beyond their imagination. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, not moving. He didn't even pay attention to the minor saint. The Crimson Dragon was also standing at the side, wearing a cold smile on his face. The atmosphere was incomparably awkward. A trace of coldness appeared in the minor saint's eyes. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, that killing intent soon disappeared. Another 5 or 6 seconds later, a figure walked over from afar. It was the Devil's Son. After he arrived, he acted as if nothing had happened and laughed heartily. I heard that the geniuses of the dragon race have come. You bring light to my humble dwelling. two fellow Taoists, please. I prepared the best banquet to welcome the two of you. The elder at the side also said hastily, this is our devil son. F*CK, it's him. I really want to kill him. The crimson dragon at the side erupted with dragon chi in an instant. A terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone to be alarmed. The people of the Devil Palace were also shocked, fearing that the minor saint would suddenly attack. Lin Xian was also shocked. He transmitted his voice, don't get too excited. Now is not the time to attack. Let's find the northern demon first. The crimson dragon nodded. He suppressed his killing intent and didn't attack. The people of the Devil Palace heaved a sigh of relief. The Devil Son also said, two fellow Taoists, please. They flew toward the distance and soon entered the Devil Son's palace. After they left, the crowd was in an uproar. It was really an eye-opener. The dragon race was actually so powerful. It was too shocking. They didn't know whether the Devil Palace could avoid this storm this time. Even the people of Myriad Demon City and Xianxia were shocked. In short, this storm swept through for 9 days. On the other side, in the Devil Palace's palace, the Devil Son personally invited Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to a banquet. It seemed that he wanted to establish a good relationship with them. During this time, Lin Xian also raised the issue of the dragon corpses. The evil demon child expressed that he would personally deliver them to Lin Xian. Next, Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen stayed in the palace. They did this to get close to the devil child and investigate the northern devil child. In the other palaces, the evil demon child was gathered with a group of experts from the Devil Palace. Damn it, how did the dragon race get the news so quickly? There was no longer a smile on the devil child's face. His face was extremely cold. Young master, should we kill them? Anyway, they are in our territory now. I think we can kill them in an instant. A little saint said coldly. However, the devil child shook his head. No, he couldn't fight here. Everyone saw that they went to the demon palace. If something happens to him here, we won't be able to escape responsibility. At that time, the dragons will attack and we will be finished. Don't forget, that's an emperor clan. If a peerless powerhouse from the dragon clan really jumped out, no one would be able to stop him. What should he do? Should he just let them continue investigating? Things would be exposed. Those elders were restless. Don't worry, the devil child sneered. These two are strong and have a special identity. But if they want to investigate, they still have to rely on us. If we don't give them any information, they won't be able to find anything. So, we should agree on the surface and stop them secretly. When the time comes, we will find a reason to delay them. After a long time, they will naturally leave. During this period, we will treat them with the highest respect. The dragon race won't be able to find any fault. Alright, let's do as the young master said. The people of the Devil Palace heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was the only way. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also discussing. They entered the Black Earth and set up a formation to isolate themselves from the outside world. After discussing for a while, they agreed to let He Shan go out and search. He Shan was the remnant soul of a great saint. Even if there were many little saints here, they probably wouldn't be able to find him. In the next few days, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began to deal with the Devil Child's banquets. He Shan was patrolling quickly. However, after checking the entire palace several times, he didn't find any information about the northern demon. This made the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian frown. Could it be that the northern demon was brought to the headquarters of the Devil Palace? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Where was the Devil Overlord? He was a terrifying existence that was about to become a Saint King. No. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. He should be here. The Devil Child obviously attached great importance to the northern demon. No one knew why he brought the northern demon with him, but he definitely wouldn't send him to the headquarters. Hearing this, Lin Xian said, then let's continue to search. That guy will eventually reveal a flaw. Next, He Shan changed his strategy and began to secretly follow the Devil Child. About 10 days later, they finally found the Devil Child's secret. On this day, the devil's son began his closed-door training. He actually took out a simple black mirror and walked into it. Xianxia retreated. "Kid, I found him." That guy entered an ancient mirror. "I guess that it should be a small independent space. The person you are looking for might be inside." An independent space world, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expression became solemn. Since they found the place, things would be easier. Isn't it just a mirror? They just had to steal it. Next, it was Whitey's turn. Everyone was waiting for the right time. When the devil child wasn't cultivating and was with Lin Xian and the others, Whitey would secretly take action. The cornucopia directly took the black mirror from a distance. Xianxia was waiting in the dark. As soon as Whitey took the mirror, Xianxia immediately set up a formation to isolate everything. On the other side, the devil child was still talking with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, trying to further resolve the misunderstanding. Suddenly, he was stunned. In the next moment, he roared crazily. With a roar, the roof of the palace was blown away. A terrifying aura shattered the sky. What's going on? What happened? The people of the devil palace outside were stunned. Even those minor saints instantly rushed into the palace, each of them emitting a murderous aura. They thought that the experts of Dragon Ball had taken action. They even wanted to take action against Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian stood up and shouted coldly. "Impudent! You dare to take action against me? Do you want to die?" The devil child hastily said. "Don't be impulsive. Everyone, stop. Don't misunderstand. It's not these two fellow Taoists." Those minor saints were also stunned. The elders of the devil palace also looked over and asked, "Young master, what's going on?" They were really worried that the dragon race would take action. The devil child said, "Let's go back first." He looked at Lin Xian and said, "I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. I'll come back another day." Lin Xian knew that it should be Whitey's doing. So he said with a smile, all right. Brother Devil should take care of your body first." The devil child quickly left with his people. When he returned to his palace, the devil child's face was completely gloomy. "My ancient black abyss mirror has been stolen by someone. Quickly seal the palace and the evil devil city. Don't let that person escape." What? There was actually such a thing? The people of the evil devil palace were stunned when they heard this. The ancient black abyss mirror was the personal saint tool of the evil devil's son. Moreover, it was the independent small world where the evil devil's son cultivated. How could it be stolen by someone? Could it be that those two people from the dragon clan had done it? Asked a minor saint. The evil devil's son shook his head. It was impossible. I was so close to the two of them. I should have been able to detect it. Moreover, the ancient black abyss mirror was inextricably linked to me. Even if it was stolen, I would still be able to sense it. But now, the connection was cut off. Obviously, it was someone who was at least a minor saint. Therefore, it was impossible for it to be done by those two people. I suspect that it might be the people from the Golden Crow race. Go and investigate it. You must get it back. The evil devil's son was mad with anger. That was the space where he cultivated. There were definitely countless heavenly treasures inside. Most of his cultivation resources were inside. No one had ever been able to steal them. Moreover, no one dared to do anything to him. But now, his cultivation lair had actually been stolen by someone. Moreover, it was done secretly. Who was the culprit? Could it be that there was an extremely terrifying super expert hiding in the dark? The evil devil's son felt restless when he thought of this. However, when he thought that this was his territory, he felt relieved. Even the holy city didn't dare to do anything to him here. Therefore, he regained his ferocious expression and ordered a thorough investigation. Once the culprit was caught, he would tear him into pieces. The evil devil city was in chaos again. Those cultivators exclaimed. What was going on? What had happened to the evil devil palace? Damn it, this was really an eventful period. Everyone shrunk their necks and didn't dare to move around. The evil devil palace was like a mad dog now. It was said that they had set their eyes on many major forces and were investigating them secretly. They even angered the experts of the Golden Crow race. They attacked aggressively. In the end, 2 minor saints of the Evil Devil Palace were injured and left. There was new news every day. Every day, there would be a great battle between experts. It could be said that the Evil Devil City had become an extremely terrifying battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to one's death. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on. Some powerful factions had finally found out that the fiend child had dropped a very important treasure. Now, they were going all out to investigate it. What is this demon child doing? Lei Chong's people in Thunder God City frowned. They were extremely dissatisfied. They had actually been investigated as well. On the other side, the people from the Demon City, such as the 100-eyed demon sage and the others, were even more gloomy. If this wasn't the territory of the other party, and if they weren't afraid of the demon son's father, they would have already attacked. Yu Shixia, Di Ling, and the others were even more shocked. Over the past few days, the terrifying auras of the powerful sages had directly impacted their nerves. Especially the Imperial Mausoleum. Previously, he had thought that he was a peerless genius who looked down on everything. But now, everyone was stronger than him. In particular, Shui Yu, Lei Chong, and the 100-eyed demonic sage were even more powerful. As for the Golden Crow tribe, he could only look up to them. Di Ling's face was filled with despair. Originally, he thought that after killing Lin Xian, he could regain his confidence and once again climb to the peak of the martial path. But now, he realized that even without Lin Wudi, there were still Wudi Jin and Wudi Zhang. In short, there were more and more experts who were stronger than him, trampling him under their feet. Di Ling was about to collapse. On the other side, Lin Xian was incomparably leisurely. Now, the two of them were directly in the main hall, and there was no interference from the Demon Palace. Although the Demon Palace was guarding outside, they didn't care. During this time, Lin Xian and He Shan set up a formation and then entered the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was an extremely terrifying saint tool. Inside, even minor saints couldn't detect it. Even saint sovereigns couldn't know what was going on inside. It was very safe inside. After entering, Lin Xian asked, "How is it? Did you break it?" He Shan said, "Nonsense. Don't you know who I am? I'm a remnant soul of a great sage. It was easy to break the soul imprint of a brat. Moreover, he couldn't detect it." "That's good." Lin Xian smiled. "Let's go in." The Crimson Dragon couldn't wait. He Shan said, "Just in case." He was an old fox, so he was more thorough. "First, set up an illusion formation, and let our illusions be outside. If the people of the Demon Palace were to investigate, they wouldn't be exposed. Next, set up a teleportation formation. Once the people of the Demon Palace enter, we will immediately teleport out. This way, they won't be able to detect us." After He Shan finished setting up the formation, everyone entered the simple mirror. The simple mirror turned into a whirlpool, sucking everyone in. In the next moment, everyone felt the surrounding aura change. This was indeed an independent space. Inside, black chi filled the air, bringing with it a gloomy and cold aura. As expected of the Demon Palace. It was really a place to cultivate evil techniques. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. This place made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, they were strong enough to use their own laws to resist the terrifying evil aura. The space wasn't big or small. They couldn't see the end of it. Everyone flew up and quickly flew into the distance. Not long after they flew, black mist filled the air below. A huge black dog rushed up and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the entire sky. Scram, the Crimson Dragon slapped down, sending the demon dog flying. At the same time, Lin Xian looked around. It seemed that there was quite a bit of danger here. The demon child was truly cautious. He had actually set up so many traps in the place where he cultivated, and even raised some terrifying monster beasts. However, this wasn't a problem. He Shan and the Crimson Dragon were two formation experts. Lin Xian's formation attainments were also superb. Therefore, the three of them destroyed all the traps along the way. At the same time, the monsters formed by the evil aura were all killed mercilessly. Finally, they arrived in front. In front of them, there was a divine tree that emitted a bright light. This was the sky-piercing divine tree. Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen the North Demon use it more than once. However, the sky-piercing divine tree was in a bad condition. The trunk and leaves of the sky-piercing divine tree had turned black. It was incomparably black. Some of it was almost dyed black. At the roots of the sky-piercing divine tree, there was a figure lying there. It was the North Demon. The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. He turned into a ray of light and rushed over. Lin Xian hurried over as well. As he looked at the ground, his expression turned extremely ugly. It was really the North Demon. The North Demon was lying there like a worm. His face was pale as if he was sleeping. On his back, there were roots of the sky-piercing divine tree. "Damn it, Northern Demon, how are you?" Lin Xian and Crimson Dragon hurriedly squatted down and asked. Black Mountain looked at the sky-reaching god tree and kept sizing it up. He seemed to be thinking about something. Northern Demon was too weak. It seemed that his vitality had been sucked dry. Moreover, his body was covered in black chi. Obviously, he couldn't wake up now. What's going on? Should we bring him out? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian didn't dare to act rashly because he felt that this scene was too strange. What was the demon child trying to do? Did he want to absorb Northern Demon's strength or occupy the sky-reaching god tree? He looked at Black Mountain and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" He Shan nodded. He could see that the evil demon child wanted to occupy this heavenly god tree and let it grow in this space. Your friend is not bad. Even I am envious of his myriad demon body. Black Mountain's eyes shone brightly. He said, "Don't worry, kid. I will save this person and take him as my disciple." Really? That's great. Hurry up and tell me how to save him. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Black Mountain was a great sage. If he took Black Mountain as his master, his future would be limitless. Lin Xian also knew that Black Mountain's original body was also a tree demon. He was called Old Demon Black Mountain and was very terrifying. He had learned about this when they talked before. Northern Demon had the myriad demon body and also had the sky-reaching god tree. It was probably because of Northern Demon's body that Black Mountain cherished talent. Black Mountain said, "There are 49 formations here that can't be easily touched. We have to break them in order. Otherwise, my little disciple's life will be in danger." Black Mountain's eyes flickered. Next, he, the Crimson Dragon, and Lin Xian worked together to break the formations. During this time, they were teleported out twice because the Demon Palace's people came in. It seemed that the Demon Palace was also suspicious of them. Fortunately, Black Mountain had set up a spatial formation in advance and teleported back in an instant. Therefore, there were no flaws. When the Devil Palace's people saw that they didn't have any suspicions, they retreated. After the Devil Palace's people left, Lin Xian and the others returned to the mirror and continued to break the array formation. Finally, all of the formations were destroyed. Then, he dug the Northern Demon out of the ground. His injuries are very serious, and his body is filled with this demonic aura. He will probably only recover after he clears it out. Black Mountain said with a frown. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about it. I can get rid of the devil's tears. He has the great dragon sword spirit, so he can definitely destroy this aura." "Alright, then remove the demonic aura. Leave the rest to me. I'll be able to restore it." After that, Lin Xian began to use the great dragon sword's soul to help expel the demonic energy from the North Demon's body. This process took a long time, about 10 days. After 10 days, the black aura on the North Demon's body completely disappeared. Black Mountain took action. 5 days later, the Northern Demon finally woke up. He was extremely weak. "Brother Lin, it's you. Ruzalong, you're here too." Northern Demon was shocked. "Am I dreaming?" He had been in despair for the past few days. "No, we're here." Lin Xian said, "You're still very weak now. You'd better recuperate. We'll take revenge for you." Lin Xian left behind a large number of natural treasures and pills. He wanted the Northern Demon to recover slowly. He, the Crimson Dragon, and Black Mountain began to discuss how to take revenge. Of course, it was to kill the devil child. The dark rainbow dragon gritted his teeth. It would be best if they could kill the devil palace. It's not realistic to kill the devil palace. We're not strong enough now, and the devil palace has a lot of little saints. However, it's not impossible to kill the devil child. At that time, we can shift the blame. Lin Xian and the other two discussed carefully and began to set up formations. This included all kinds of concealment formations and teleportation formations. During this time, they returned to the ancient mirror and searched again. Lin Xian laughed. The crimson dragon even circled around the mirror. Damn. He robbed them all. Black Mountain floated over and said, "Don't destroy the space here. I can make good use of it. Give the mirror to the northern demon." "What do you need the mirror for?" Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said, "The devil child can use his devil aura to transform the heavenly tree into the devil tree. Then, I can make the heavenly tree turn this place into the land of the demon god. At that time, the northern demon and I will cultivate here. It'll be much more comfortable than staying in your pendant." "Alright, you can do whatever you want." Lin Xian didn't care about this. The most important thing for him now was to take revenge. They had a lot of resources in their hands. So, they only needed time. A few days later, all of the required formations were finally completed. It's time to find the devil child. Lin Xian and the dark rainbow dragon came out. "What's the matter, young masters of the dragon race? There are people guarding outside. It seems that the devil palace hasn't given up yet." Lin Xian said coldly. "I have something to tell the devil child." "Go and report it, young master, please wait." The devil palace's people went to report it. Not long after, the devil child came. His face was still a bit ugly. However, when he saw Lin Xian, he smiled. "I wonder what the two of you are looking for me for." Lin Xian said, "We are here to bid farewell to you." "Bid farewell? What's going on?" The devil child was stunned. "Could it be that the two of you don't want to find the dragon race's corpse anymore? We'll have a clue soon." "There's no need. We've already found a clue," Lin Xian said proudly. He glanced at the devil child, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "Although this is your territory, you're not the only one who can find out information. My dragon race still has some methods." "What? Found it?" The devil child was startled. "I wonder, where did you get the information from? The two of you couldn't have been deceived, right? We found out that the Rain Clan and the dragon race seem to know each other. So, we're going to investigate. Goodbye." Lin Xian didn't give the devil child a chance to think. The devil child's face changed. If his secret was discovered, the dragon race's anger would descend on his head. Therefore, he said, "This is my territory after all. If the two of you encounter any accident here, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to explain. How about this, I'll follow the two of you. Wait for me, I'm already in a hurry." "You're going to meet a mere Rain Clan, yet you're still so careful? This is really unexpected." There was a trace of disdain in his words. The devil child's face changed. "Since the two of you are in a hurry, let's go. Young master, this old servant will follow you." From afar, an old man rushed over and arrived beside the devil child in an instant. Lin Xian was startled. It was a minor saint. The crimson dragon wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. "It's just a minor saint." If he insisted on saying something, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. The devil child nodded and looked at Lin Xian. "Let's go." The four of them soared into the sky and left the palace, flying towards the devil city. When they arrived at the residence of the Rain Clan, the old man wanted to shout and tell the Rain Clan to come out and greet him. However, Lin Xian stopped him. Doing so would only scare them away. It was better to enter quietly and set up a formation. Don't let them escape. Hearing this, the small saint of the devil palace set up a battle technique and sealed the entire residence. Then, the group entered. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian took action and used the Great Sage Pagoda to take the two of them in. The Crimson Dragon and Black Mountain set up countless formations and covered the entire residence. Among them were some illusion formations, causing the Rain clan members to not know that they had entered. They also entered the Great Sage Pagoda. The next moment, the demon child and the old man were shocked. Damn it, you dare to plot against us, they were really shocked. Because they didn't expect that Lin Xian and Black Mountain would dare to attack them. Although the demon child was angry, he didn't panic. He was a top genius and was very strong. Moreover, he brought a small saint with him this time. How could the two of them defeat him? After Black Mountain entered, he activated the Great Sage Pagoda. Even if the other party had the ability to reach the heavens, they wouldn't be able to spread the news. I've finally caught you guys. Lin Xian smiled. The demon child also sneered. You guys don't know the difference between life and death. Previously, I gave you guys face because you were from the Dragon Clan. But now, you guys actually dare to attack me. Well, if I die here, your Dragon Clan members won't be able to find me. The demon child's voice was ferocious. The old man snorted. Two stupid kids, do you think you can fight against a small saint? Seems like you don't know anything. Who told you that I'm from the Dragon Clan? Lin Xian took a step forward. The bones in his body changed, and crackling sounds could be heard. The next moment, he regained his true appearance. Damn brat, it's actually you. The demon child was stunned when he saw the other party. How could it be him? Shouldn't he be killed? He was really shocked. That night, the 10 small saints went to kill him. Shouldn't he have turned into ashes long ago? Why is he still here? Damn it, who is this person? He then looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon also transformed into its original form. It was a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It danced in the air and let out a loud dragon roar. What? You don't recognize me? Are you Grandpa Long? It's you. You actually survived. The devil child was stunned once again. This time even the little saint was flabbergasted. How could they not recognize him? But wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why was he still alive? Damn it, the two of you are in cahoots. At this moment, they finally understood. That means my black smoke ancient mirror was also stolen by you guys. Looks like you're not stupid. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Xian asked coldly. Just the two of you? You want to kill me? What a joke. I don't know how you managed to survive that pursuit, but you're definitely not a match for a little saint. Kill him. The evil demon child waved his hand, and the old man walked out, revealing a sinister smile. At first, he was worried that the secret would be leaked. But if I kill you here, no one will know our secret. The old man attacked fiercely. His terrifying aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was a true little saint. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon instantly retreated, avoiding the attack. The little saint sneered. Don't run. You can't escape. Run? Who said we're running? We just don't want to be splashed by your blood. Next, you'll be crying and begging me. The little saint snorted. He didn't believe that anyone could hurt him. Even if the other party had a little saint, he was still not afraid. However, at the next moment, his expression changed because he felt a beam of light above his head flying towards him. That light was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. With a swoosh, he was sent flying. Half of his body was penetrated. He fell to the ground and kept screaming. Ah! Damn it! What happened? What was that? He was crazy. There was actually something that could injure him so badly in an instant. The evil demon's son was also dumbfounded. How could it be? He wasn't dreaming, right? They looked up and saw a man floating in the sky like a black fog. There was also a man who looked like a fiend god. The aura around him was too terrifying. It was as if he couldn't bear it. Young master, run. That's an extraordinary saint weapon. The old man's wound quickly healed. His face was full of fear. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's extraordinary. That's a great saint weapon. What do you think? Have you seen its power? A great saint weapon. Hearing this, the old man and the evil demon's son's eyeballs almost popped out. To be honest, it was too terrifying. A great saint was an existence that was even more terrifying than a saint king. They could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They didn't even know if there was a great saint in the second astral realm. Why did the other party have such a thing? Damn it, how dare you frame me? The evil demon's son gritted his teeth and roared. My father is the evil demon overlord. He will soon become a saint king. If you dare to touch me, you will die. He will tear you into pieces. Why are you threatening us? Seems like you are afraid. But your threat is useless. If you die here today, who will know that we are the ones who killed you? Don't worry, we have already thought of who to blame. Also, don't use your father to pressure others. Although your father is only 1 step away from becoming a saint king, this step will stop him for thousands of years. Do you believe it? So, your father won't be able to come out in a short period of time. Lin Xian sneered. He Shan continued to attack. In the sky, He Shan activated the Great Saint weapon and the corpse of the Great Saint and attacked rapidly. The terrifying speed of light hit the minor saint and made him miserable. Every time his body was broken, the minor saint would scream miserably. This kind of torture made him wish he was dead. Obviously, He Shan could kill him with a single blow, but he didn't. Instead, he let him suffer this kind of torture. Wait, Lin Gongzi, this is a misunderstanding. I think we can resolve it. The evil demon's son was no longer arrogant. He only wanted to beg for mercy and make peace with He Shan. How about we write off the grudge between us, write off the grudge? Lin Xian laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you write off the grudge with us? You harmed 2 of my friends and even tried to kill me. Do you think we can write off the grudge? This evil demon's son is really naive. Does he still think that he is high and mighty? Damn brat, don't you go too far. If you have the ability, don't use the Great Saint weapon. Let's have a fair fight. You are definitely not my opponent, the evil demon's son roared crazily. What? Trying to provoke me? I will fall for it. Ruzalong, I will leave this person to you. The Crimson Dragon walked out. Don't worry, I will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Just you? The demon child was disdainful. When he caught the Crimson Dragon, the other party was only a level 1 sage, and he was a level 5 sage. How long had it been? Even if the other party had broken through, he would at most be a level 2 sage. If he wanted to kill such a person, he could do it with a slap. Good opportunity, kill one first. The demon child's eyes turned red. He roared, and the demon chi in his body surged, forming countless black abysses that rushed forward. The moment he came, he attacked with all his might. It was a sure kill. The Crimson Dragon roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged. Every dragon scale seemed to have turned into a peerless blade, making clanging sounds. The void kept collapsing, and the dragon chi rushed over. The 2 collided, and the sky fell and the earth cracked, sweeping across the entire space. However, this was the Great Sage Tower. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, the Great Sage Tower would not be damaged at all. Not to mention them, even the sage would not be damaged in the slightest. Not even a trace of energy could be transmitted out. Therefore, the people outside had no idea what was happening here. Hee, what demon child? You're just SOSO. Look at your grandpa dragon, I'll beat you up today. The Crimson Dragon roared and rushed over. The demon child was stunned. How was this possible? He did not dare to believe that the other party was not an ant. How could he fight against him? I don't believe it, the demon child roared, and the demon chi in his hand formed a huge scythe, surrounded by terrifying laws. The Tao of heaven and earth kept intertwining, slashing forward. Everywhere it passed, the void would quickly shatter. He was confident that he could kill the other party with this attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the demon child was very strong. It seemed that he was stronger than Lei Chong. He was indeed a genius. However, he was also confident in Rizalong. The current Rizalong's strength had increased greatly, and he was already a level 5 sage. His cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's. Moreover, he had eaten so many pinching fruits, and with the dragon race's great powers, his power was definitely beyond imagination. As expected, the Crimson Dragon was still not afraid. With a swing of his tail, he sent the huge scythe flying. Next, he kept attacking. Boom! Suddenly, the crimson dragon smashed one of the demon child's legs with its claw. Then, its tail whipped the demon child's waist like a heavenly blade, cutting it in half. Ah! The evil demon child let out a blood-curdling screech and counterattacked crazily. The crimson dragon was also sent flying, and many of its dragon scales fell off. However, his eyes were also red, and he continued to fight. In the end, the demon child couldn't win and could only escape. He wanted to lure the little saint to kill him. That old man was screaming miserably on the ground. However, he didn't die. When he saw the evil demon child's cry for help, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined on it, as if it was splitting the world apart. It quickly charged over. The crimson dragon was shocked. Damn, how shameless! He quickly roared, "Black Mountain, attack!" Black Mountain waved in the sky and struck down at the speed of light, knocking away the light. At the same time, he attacked the devil child and the minor saint. It was as if the evil demon child was struck by lightning. His body was torn into pieces. The pain almost made him faint. Damn it, let's fight fairly if you have the guts, bah, I'll spit on your face. You let the little saint fight first, and you still say it's fair? The crimson dragon despised him. You looked down on other geniuses before, but I guess every genius has more backbone than you. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Damn it! The evil demon child roared. Black light emerged in his eyes. It was the evil demon eye. This was a soul attack. He burned his bloodline and attacked desperately. He wanted to drag his opponent down even if he had to die. Buzz, Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret child prodigy. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, looking down and confronting the black evil demon eye. In the void, the soul collision was unusually fierce and terrifying. Ka ka ka. The black evil demon eye was shattered. The evil demon child fell to the ground, covering his eyes with blood flowing out. Ah, my eyes. Damn it, how is it possible? You can actually destroy my eye technique. He was too shocked. Did his opponent have such a terrifying eye technique? Evil demon, you have to go to hell. I'll send you down now. Lin Xian used the spring and autumn lock, locking the evil demon child's soul into his illusory world. He activated 10,000 merciless tortures. As for the crimson dragon, he was responsible for attacking the opponent's body, breaking all the bones in the opponent's body and ravaging them. As for the little saint, he was beaten to death by Heishan. All kinds of screams were heard. In the end, Lin Xian also locked the little saint into the spring and autumn reincarnation, making him suffer 10,000 years of torture. In the end, both of their bodies were badly mutilated. Their souls were tortured for 10,000 years, and they died in despair. Awesome! The crimson dragon let out a long sigh of relief. It was too awesome. He finally vented the anger in his heart. Lin Xian also said. After dealing with them, it was time to throw the blame. Let's go and arrange it quickly. The two of them rushed out of the great sage tower. Outside. The people of the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star were still unaware of what had happened. At this moment, they were packing up and preparing to return. That was because the matter here was about to come to an end. They had seen the auction and their enemy, Lin Xian, had been killed. Although they had suffered some losses, it was still not bad overall. At this moment, an attack suddenly came towards them. Not good. Someone is attacking us. The faces of the Rain Clan's experts changed. The Saints of Spirit Sealing Star also roared and counterattacked. They attacked crazily. At this moment, they didn't hold back at all. The laws exploded in all directions. However, they were puzzled. Who was attacking them? They didn't provoke anyone on the evil demon planet. How could they know that it was the array that had been activated? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon held the old man and the evil demon child's bodies and attacked them continuously, so that the other party's attacks would land on the bodies. It's still not enough. Lin Xian said. Ruffian Zilong, let the energy be more violent. There was no problem. The dark red divine dragon activated an even more violent array formation, and an overwhelming amount of nomological laws and energy rushed over. The people inside were also enraged. Courting death, let's kill our way out, the Rain Clan's small saint roared crazily. The small saint of Spirit Sealing Star also led his people to kill their way out. Xianxia and Di Ling followed closely with cold expressions. In the next moment, they finally killed their way out. However, what welcomed them was an even more violent aura. Who was attacking them? The gazes of these experts spread out from all directions. Soon, they locked onto two figures in the distance and killed their way over. Two small saints rushed over and attacked crazily, sending the two figures flying. No, why did they feel so weak? They felt that the two of them couldn't resist at all. While they were puzzled, a scream suddenly came from afar. Damn the Rain Clan, you dared to kill the evil demon child, the evil demon palace will definitely not let you off. This voice directly tore through the array and spread to the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone in the evil demon city heard it. What was going on? Someone was attacking the evil demon's son. Who was it? In an instant, they were all stunned. Just how audacious was this? The evil demon palace received the news immediately. Instantly, they tore through the void and rushed over. What? The evil demon's son? The people of the Rain Clan were also stunned. The people of the Spirit Sealing Star were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that they were attacking the evil demon's son? Damn it, this was impossible, everyone screamed. Di Ling also said that they didn't know the evil demon's son at all. Why would he target them? Damn it, this was a trap. The small saint of the Rain Clan felt his scalp go numb. We have to make it clear, or we'll be the scapegoat. Xianxia said. The people of the evil demon planet sneered. Make it clear? Could they make it clear? The death of the evil demon's son was a huge matter. It would definitely cause a huge earthquake. These experts didn't say anything else. They directly brought Di Ling and rushed into the sky. The people of the Rain Clan also felt their scalps go numb. They also brought Xianxia and quickly tore open the formation. Just as they moved, the experts of the evil demon palace arrived. In an instant, they landed nearby. People were standing in all directions. They tore open the array and saw the two corpses on the ground. No, these people collapsed in an instant because the corpses were the evil demon's son. The old man next to him was also an expert of the evil demon palace. Dead, the evil demon's son was really dead. They grabbed the corpses and carefully examined them. They found that the souls had long been obliterated. Damn it! They actually killed the young master, kill them all. Tear them into pieces. These people of the evil demon palace had really gone crazy. Each of them killed their way out with red eyes. Heaven and earth shattered. Violent energy streaked across the sky. In front of them, the people of the Rain Clan felt their scalps go numb. They ran for their lives. The expert of the Spirit Sealing Star wanted to explain. Stop, this was a misunderstanding. He wanted to say something, but the violent energy immediately rushed over and killed that saint. When the remaining people saw this scene, they didn't say anything and ran for their lives. If they stopped to explain now, they would be courting death. It was better to escape back to their families first. Soon, these people fled the evil demon city. From the looks of it, he wanted to escape from this world. The people of the evil demon city were all stunned. They also rushed over one after another. When they found that the ground was shattered, they were extremely frightened. This should be the place where the Rain Clan was located. That's right, the people from Spirit Sealing Star were also here. What had they done? I think I heard it. They killed the devil's child. That was impossible, right? How powerful was the evil demon's child? How could the Rain Clan dare to provoke him? Who knew? There might be some hidden secrets, but no one cared about it now. Most likely, the Rain Clan was completely finished. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The entire evil demon city was in an uproar. Not only that, but the fiend planet was also in an uproar. The fiend child was the peak genius of the entire world. In the future, he would be a peak overlord. But now, he had actually fallen. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Some of the Saint Realm geniuses found it hard to believe. When the Silver Palace's young master heard this, he was dumbfounded. The other party was actually dead. One had to know that the devil child was his sworn enemy. Both of them would fight for thousands of years in the future. But now, the devil child had really fallen. He felt like he was in a dream. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at this scene with sneers on their faces. Very good, the enemy was killed, and the blame was thrown to the other party. Next, they would just wait for a good show. They stayed in the evil demon city, waiting for news from afar. And at this time, Lin Xian thought of another matter. There were a total of 13 treasure boxes. At that time, only 10 of them were auctioned. There were still 3 left. Originally, they were waiting for things to calm down before auctioning them. But the following events were more shocking than the previous one. Now that the fiend child was dead, these 3 treasure boxes should not be auctioned anymore. Oh, there was still that thing. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up, and he became spirited. Now that he was fine, and the Northern Demon was still alive and recovering, it could be said that he had nothing to do. Now that he heard this and the news, he was naturally excited. Moreover, he had personally dug out these treasure boxes before, and he knew how precious they were. He said, "Kid, do you want to do something big again and snatch those 3 treasure boxes? I have such a plan." Lin Xian said, "Those things should still be in the fiend child's temporary imperial residence." Black Mountain, did you check it out the last time you checked it out? You don't say. I did. But at that time I was too anxious to save people, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The 3 of them discussed and prepared to return immediately. Now was a very good time, because the people of the evil demon palace were chasing after the Rain clan. There were not many people left, and the number of experts was even fewer. So, if they took action now, they would definitely be able to get it. The 3 of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward the fiend child's temporary imperial residence. When they arrived, they found that the guards of the palace were much lax compared to before. There wasn't even a minor saint. At most, there were only 5th heavenly layer saints, and there were only 3 of them. It was not a big deal for them. When they were about to take action, Black Mountain said, "Wait, there's a problem." "What's going on?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Black Mountain looked into the distance and said, "Seems like it's not just us. There are other people who have designs on this place." Hearing that, the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian looked around. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with golden radiance. Soon, he cried out in alarm. Those people had also come. He saw Lei Chong and the others from Thunder God City, Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint, Shui Yu and the others from Myriad Demon City. Even Jin Hai from Golden Palace Technique was there. Apart from them, there was also a mysterious woman in an emerald green dress. Beside her was an old granny. These people were really bold. But thinking about it, their strength was not any weaker than the fiend child. Now that the fiend child of the evil demon palace was dead, they naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters. "Let's wait for them to fight first." The 3 of them observed in the dark. Daoist Si was the first to lose his patience and took action. He was suppressed by the people of the evil demon palace before, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, he attacked and destroyed 2 5th heavenly layer sages. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. At this moment, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint took action. He pulled a 5th heavenly layer saint into an illusion, and there was no resistance at all. 100 Eyes, Jin Hai looked at the other party. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint also looked at Jin Hai, and a biting cold radiance burst out from his eyes. Jin Hai's aura was monstrous, and the Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint's 100 eyes were emitting a terrifying radiance. These 2 were top geniuses. Moreover, each of them had their own characteristics. At this moment, the 2 sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely frightening. There were other warriors of the evil demon palace in the surroundings. After they arrived, they were gnashing their teeth in anger. "Damn it, how dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Don't be too arrogant, don't think that the Fiend Palace is afraid of you just because you're from the sacred city." Buzz. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Overlord stretched out his hand and used the heavenly wind eye to cut the 2 saints into pieces. Jin Hai was even more terrifying. He let out a long roar and completely enveloped the 5 of them, turning them into ashes. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill all of you," get lost, haha, it's really lively. Lei Chong also walked out with his men. How dare you two have designs on the treasure boxes? Leave now, and I'll spare your lives. Jin Hai waved his hand arrogantly. The hundred-eyed demon overlord's face darkened. No one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. Humph, although the Golden Crow tribe is strong, they might not be able to block my hundreds of eye techniques. Do you want to try? The hundred-eyed demon overlord was filled with killing intent. On the other side, Lei Chong was even more furious. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a sea of lightning. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. I'll send you two to hell. Jin Hai let out a long roar, and terrifying flames swept out. A great battle broke out. The three of them fought fiercely. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon watched in the dark. It would be best if they died together. The Dark Rainbow Dragon was excited, while Lin Xian was surprised that someone didn't make a move and wasn't discovered. What a surprise. Let's follow. Lin Xian found that the woman in the emerald green dress didn't make a move. Instead, she quietly rushed toward the treasure boxes. She tore open the array, which surprised him even more. It seemed that the woman in the emerald green dress wasn't ordinary. We followed them, and they did the same. They tore open the formation and went in. Sure enough, there were 3 treasure boxes placed there. The mysterious woman was walking between the 3 treasure boxes, as if she was deciding which one to take. Idiot, take all 3. The Crimson Dragon was very dissatisfied. This girl was too slow. His voice startled the other party. The girl turned her head with a look of shock. It's you. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. Do you know me? Right now, he and the Crimson Dragon had changed their appearances again. Naturally, they didn't want to be recognized. Of course, even though you've changed your appearance, I still recognize your scent. The emerald green girl smiled. Her sweet smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Smell. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of someone using smell to identify people. However, from this, it could be seen that this girl was even more extraordinary. The Crimson Dragon muttered, sniffing people with his nose, "What kind of sign is this?" The girl looked at the Crimson Dragon and exclaimed, You're actually alive." This time, the Crimson Dragon was even more shocked. "Wow, you even know about this. Since you know the secret, I can't let you live." The Crimson Dragon stepped forward. The mysterious woman smiled sweetly, not minding at all. At this moment, an old granny walked out from beside her. The aura she emitted made the Dark Rainbow Godly Dragon's hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could see that the old granny was a minor saint, and not an ordinary one. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, they would be exposed. Therefore, he said, "Senior, don't worry. We won't fight." He looked at the mysterious woman. 3 treasure boxes for 3 people. How about one for each of them? Alright, I'll take this one. The mysterious woman pointed at a bowl-sized treasure box and put it away. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon each took one. One was about the size of a fist, and the other was about the size of a stool. After putting them away, they prepared to leave. At the same time, an angry voice sounded from outside. "Damn it, how dare you fish in troubled waters? Do you think we don't exist?" With a roar, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky. Berserk soul surges, terrifying rays of light waste. It was the hundred-eyed demon saint. Obviously, the other party had also torn open the formation. They didn't expect that the treasure would be taken by someone else first. What? Jin Hai and Lei Tsong were also angry when they heard that. They immediately attacked. Lei Chong struck out terrifying lightning, tearing open the formation. Jin Hai turned into a golden crow and shattered the void in the sky. The next moment, they surrounded Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the mysterious woman. "Who are you? How dare you steal from under our noses? Hand it over obediently, then kneel at the side and wait for death." Jin Hai's expression was cold. The mysterious woman frowned. The old granny walked out again, emitting a powerful aura. Immediately, the few people felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, a powerful old man walked out from behind Jin Hai, the hundred-eyed demon saint, and Lei Chong. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. It seemed that although the geniuses attacked, there were minor saints behind them. It should be a precaution. The default rule is that we won't attack, a minor saint said. The other minor saints nodded one after another. Then, they hid in the void. Hand over the treasure box on your body. The hundred-eyed demon saint stared at the mysterious woman. He must have discovered something, so he wanted it very much. Lei Chong stared at the crimson dragon. It's you then. How are you going to die? He didn't know the crimson dragon at all. But in his opinion, he didn't care about it at all. No matter who the opponent was, it was impossible for them to defeat him. You want to steal my things? Go to hell. The crimson dragon opened his mouth and spewed out dragon flames. The Tao Tian fire was still sweeping over. Right now, he did not transform into a dragon. Instead, he had transformed into a handsome young man. He looked very handsome. But the moment he attacked, it was truly berserk to the extreme. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Lei Chong also attacked. In an instant, the four experts attacked one after another. Only Lin Xian and Jin Hai were left in the field. Jin Hai looked at him and said indifferently, "You're no match for me, so kneel down obediently and accept your death. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You want the treasure box in my hand? Fine. I heard that the meat of the golden crow is not bad. Give me half of your flesh, and I'll roast it into skewers." You're courting death. Jin Hai was completely enraged. He had once had one of his wings torn off and roasted into skewers. Moreover, there was a powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan who was completely roasted. That was the pain of the Golden Crow clan, no one could mention that in front of them. But the other party was so reckless. Even the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan who was hiding in the void was emitting a biting cold killing intent. If it weren't for the rules, he would have slapped this detestable kid to death. He didn't make a move. In his opinion, Jin Hai could easily kill the other party in one move if he attacked. Go to hell. Jin Hai sneered. The golden wings on his back spread out and charged towards Lin Xian like a heavenly blade. He wanted to split Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian sneered. He didn't learn his lesson. His figure swayed and dodged the attack. Then, he raised his hand and a sword chi flew out. This sword chi was too cold. It was like a peerless divine sword that suddenly slashed down. How was that possible? Jin Hai's hair stood on end. He realized that the power of this sword was beyond his imagination. It could even threaten him. It was so unbelievable that he was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation was completely inferior to his, but why was the other party's attack so violent? Damn it, he roared angrily, turned around, and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The speed of the sword was beyond his expectations. One strike. It hit his wing. Poochie, blood splattered, and one of his wings was directly chopped off. Ah! Jin Hai screamed, his feathers trembled, and blood flowed wildly. He was going crazy. He didn't expect that his wing would be cut off again. This was the second time. He almost fainted from the immense shame and humiliation he felt. In fact, he didn't know that the person who cut off his wing twice was the same person. If he knew, he would probably explode in anger. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. Jin Hai's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. It was a biting cold killing intent. He must kill the other party. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless sword lights slashed over. Some of them hit his body, sending him flying backward. Several bloody marks appeared on his body, and his golden feathers kept trembling. They fell into the void and ignited everything. Boom, at that moment, a fist blasted over with an incomparable aura. Damn it, get lost. Jin Hai screamed, dodging and counterattacking. He kept waving his arms, and the flames turned into monstrous laws that collided with the fist. However, the fist was too powerful for him to block at all. It tore through the flames that filled the sky and blasted his body again, leaving a bloody hole in his body. Just a little bit more and he would have been torn into pieces. It happened in an instant, but Jinhai was seriously injured. This scene caused the surrounding people to be stunned. How is that possible? Lei Chong was dumbfounded, and the wide-eyed overlord's pupils also constricted. How could that person be so powerful? They all stared at Lin Xian. However, they didn't make a move because their opponent was also very powerful. That kid is still so powerful. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He originally thought that after his cultivation improved, he would be able to suppress Lin Xian. But from the looks of it now, that might not necessarily be the case. It was even possible that he might not be able to defeat the other party. The mysterious girl was not very surprised, because she had seen Lin Xian beat up Jinhai before. The other little saints were equally shocked. The minor saint couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a cold snort and shielded Jinhai with one hand. The other hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. Boom, the void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. Damn it, he quickly dodged, using his void god art to avoid the most fatal attack. The energy shockwaves hit his body, causing his blood and chi to churn. Is the little saint going to make a move? Lei Chong and the others were shocked. Crimson Dragon's expression also changed. Damn, how shameless, Lin Xian also laughed. Was the Golden Crow clan so despicable and shameless? Didn't they agree to follow the rules and let the younger generation fight? Jinhai, are you a man? If you are, then come out and fight me one-on-one. What's the point of hiding behind a little saint? Are you a turtle? How can someone like you be called a genius? You are not even qualified to be my opponent, Lin Xian sneered. Jinhai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had never been looked down upon like this. Damn kid, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the elder. Don't fall into his trap. He is trying to provoke you. You are the genius of our Golden Crow clan. There is no need to fight with an unknown person. Moreover, the rules are an agreement between people of equal status. The others have little saints to protect them, so it's meaningless for us to fight. But what about you? Do you have a little saint behind you? If not, you can go to hell. The elder's face was cold. He had already checked. Lin Xian seemed to have come with only 2 people, and there were no powerful experts of the older generation behind him. There was no need to talk about rules for such a person. They could just kill him directly. Another dozen or so nomological laws rushed over. Lin Xian kept dodging them, his expression ugly to the extreme. Despicable old thing, who told you that I have no one behind me? Don't you like to suppress others with your strength? Very well then. Today, yours truly will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be hung up and beaten up. Hey Sean, you can attack now. You want to beat me up with your strength? The elder's face was full of disdain. So what if he has a little saint behind him? He was a super expert of the Golden Crow clan, and he could crush people of the same level. Lei Shunqing and the little saint of Myriad Demon City were also full of disdain. However, they soon changed their minds. In the sky, black chi filled the air, and a figure appeared with an extremely terrifying aura. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone stopped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at that figure. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura. How is this possible? The elder screamed. He found that the aura had completely surpassed his. It was an existence that he could not imagine. Could it be that a Saint Venerable had come? Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Jinhai's face was full of fear. Previously, they could crush the other party because they had a little saint on their side. They did not expect an even more powerful existence to jump out from behind the other party. Why? Aren't you bullying others with your strength? Come on, use your 1,000 years of cultivation to hit me. Lin Xian sneered. The Crimson Dragon also laughed. Haha. Old fools, you've kicked an iron plate, haven't you? Let's see how you're going to die this time. I don't believe it. You must be bluffing. The Golden Crow little saint gritted his teeth and roared. He threw out both of his palms, and a Golden Crow phantom soared into the sky. A terrifying light shone on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Little Golden Crow, how dare you attack me? You must be tired of living in the sky. Xian sneered and swung the great sage pagoda. Boom, the golden crow phantom was shattered into pieces. At the same time, the saint aura on Xian's body became even more terrifying. Those people were almost out of breath from the pressure. Little golden crow, do you want to die? Xian's voice was cold. The elder was completely stunned. His body could not stop trembling. He had never seen such a scene before. Who is this person? A saint venerable? A saint king? He did not dare to imagine. Because he realized that he could not detect the other party's cultivation base at all. Damn it. You can't attack me. There are rules in the second astral realm. The elder roared crazily. Rules? Xian sneered. You attacked a third heaven saint as a little saint. Have you thought about the rules of the second astral realm? Didn't you say that rules are set for people of the same status? You're just an ant in front of me. Why should I talk to you about rules? No. You can't do this, even if you're a Saint Venerable. Our Golden Crow tribe has Saint Venerables too. If you attack me, our Golden Crow tribe will not let you go. The elder was completely terrified. He did not expect that the other party would return the words he had said before. This was a slap to his face, moreover, he could not refute it. Indeed, he was arrogant before, thinking that Lin Xian had no background, so he wanted to crush him mercilessly. But who would have thought that Lin Xian's background was so powerful that the person he picked could beat him up, threatening me? Humph, you know the consequences. Xian snorted and smashed the Grand Sage Pagoda down. The Golden Crow elder tried to escape, but half of his body was hit. His flesh was badly mangled, and he screamed in pain in the air. Jin Hai was also sent flying, his body exploded, and he screamed in pain. The scene shocked the other experts and skyprides of the sacred city. He's too strong, a minor saint is like an ant in front of him. The Golden Crow tribe's minor saint was beaten up badly, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Jin Hai knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. He was afraid that he would be killed by this mysterious person. Run. In the end, the Golden Crow tribe's minor saint took Jin Hai and fled in panic, leaving behind a large amount of golden feathers and saint blood. Humph, little golden house, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll test you thoroughly. Xian sneered. The others felt their scalps go numb. This is too scary. At this moment, Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Lei Chong and Hundred-Eyed Demon Saint. Immediately, the two skyprides took a few steps back. Their minor saints also rushed out, protecting them behind them. However, those minor saints felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the tall black figure in the sky and quickly said, "Senior, we don't mean any harm. We'll leave now." After saying that, they didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left with their skyprides. Only the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian, and the mysterious girl in the emerald green dress were left. The old lady beside the girl looked solemn. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying expert behind him. You won't attack me, right? The mysterious girl looked at Lin Xian and blinked her eyes, showing a pitiful look. Lin Xian asked, "Can you tell me what's in that treasure box of yours?" When the mysterious girl heard this, she smiled sweetly. "Well, I can't tell you. However, I can tell you that it's useless to the two of you. On the contrary, it was of great use to me. I'll remember this favor. I'll return it to you the next time we meet." After saying those words, the mysterious young woman and the old granny quickly left. After everyone left, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon gathered together. Black Mountain also floated down. Lin Xian asked, "How was it?" "I can still hold on," Xian said. It's useless. After a few hits, I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. No, I have to go and rest." Lin Xian and Dark Red Saint also left. They quietly left the evil demon city, erasing all their auras and changing their appearances. After finding a quiet place, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. After setting up the array, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon couldn't wait to see what was in the two treasure boxes. After Lin Xian opened them, he was stunned. He found 5 black fruits inside. They were as black as ink. When the Crimson Dragon saw it, his face twitched. Pfft, Ben Huang didn't want it. That brat gave it to you. When the Crimson Dragon saw it, his face turned green. Because these 5 fruits were nirvana fruits. He had eaten so many of them before that he almost died. So now, he wouldn't eat them even if he was beaten to death. Lin Xian was happy. He heard from Black Mountain that nirvana fruits were very good things. After eating them, it was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It could prevent a drastic change from happening. Of course, he also knew that he couldn't eat too many of them. Otherwise, he would die. With his current cultivation and strength, eating 3 of them shouldn't be a problem. He would leave the 2 for the North Demon. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He put the 2 away, then took out the 3. Next, he prepared to undergo nirvana. The dark red dragon god also opened it, and he found that there were also 5 bottles, 5 black bottles. When he opened it, there was a red liquid inside. At the same time, it emitted a terrifying aura. The Crimson Divine Dragon was startled, and Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that? The 2 of them studied it. Then, they found that it was blood. And it was extremely terrifying blood. This thing was very beneficial for tempering the body. Kid, let's each take 2 bottles. Leave 1 bottle for the North Demon. Alright, Lin Xian nodded. Then he took 2 bottles of super strong blood and went into seclusion. The Crimson Dragon also went into seclusion. The 2 of them began to cultivate and break through. Boom, boom, boom. After Lin Xian ate the nirvana fruit, his vitality dropped to the lowest point. It was as though he had died. The long process of nirvana began. 1 year and 3 months later, Lin Xian's vitality slowly recovered. Then, it erupted like a flood. Not only that, the shackles in his body were also broken. His cultivation broke through again and attracted the heavenly tribulation. This time, he broke through to the late stage of the 3rd heavenly layer. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Next, he began to use the 2 bottles of blood. This was a kind of tempering and also a kind of torture. He felt as though his body was about to split open. He didn't dare to use too much of the blood. He only took a small amount each time and smeared it on his body. Another 3 years passed. Lin Xian's aura erupted again. He had reached the 4th heavenly layer. This time, the heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying. However, he easily withstood it. At this moment, Lin Xian was already an early-stage 4th heavenly layer sage. He had improved by a whole realm compared to before. As for his physique, it had become even more powerful. In the past, he could withstand the attack of an early-stage 5th heavenly layer sage. Now, it seemed that he could withstand any attack below a minor saint. After a few months, the Crimson Dragon also broke through and came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer from the early stage. His physique had also become stronger. It was about the same as Lin Xian's. Even a late-stage 5th heavenly layer sage might not be able to open his physique. Both of them laughed. This was great. They had obtained a treasure this time. It was really great. It should be known that an ordinary sage would take hundreds of years to break through a small realm. It would be a headache to be stuck in a big realm for thousands of years. Unless they were like them, who had obtained a heaven-defying treasure, it was possible to break through in just a few years. Of course, this kind of treasure could only be found by chance. It should be known that the treasure sealed in the stone box was passed down from ancient times. It was even a treasure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Of course, it was extremely precious, however, the effect was indeed amazing. Lin Xian felt that his body was full of power. Now that he was facing Lei Chong and the others, he was confident that he could defeat them within 3 moves. Lin Xian and Rizalong discussed for a while. The 2 of them prepared to return to the evil demon city. They changed their appearance and came to the evil demon city to inquire about the news. After all, more than 4 years had passed. They didn't know the situation of the Rain clan. The evil devil city was still as majestic as ever. However, the people inside had already changed batch after batch. Some people left, and some people came in. Lin Xian easily managed to obtain the information. After all, this was no secret at all. Everyone in the world knew about it. As it turned out, the Rain clan was extremely miserable. At that time, although Xianxia and the others managed to escape back to their clan, they were attacked by the people from the Fiend Planet. No matter how they explain it, the Demon Palace's people didn't listen to him at all. After all, their young master had died. Even if it wasn't done by the Rain clan, they didn't care anymore. They wanted to kill until the hatred in their hearts disappeared. At that time, the Rain clan had suffered heavy losses. They suffered heavy losses, but they quickly adjusted themselves and counterattacked with the help of their clan's formations. At the same time, the people from the Spirit Sealing Star also came to help. After all, Di Ling was with him at that time, so he was also determined to be the murderer. The people from the Fiend Star also launched an attack. The Spirit Sealing Star and the Rain clan joined hands to resist. In these 4 years, many great battles had taken place. Of course, the Rain clan had always been at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed. Not long ago, the Rain clan had acted recklessly by launching a sneak attack on the experts of the Devil Palace, causing the Devil Palace to lose 2 minor saints. This completely enraged the Fiend Palace. Currently, the Fiend Palace was mobilizing a large number of experts to proceed toward the Rain clan again. They were planning to completely eliminate the Rain clan. The Rain clan was truly reckless. They actually dared to launch a sneak attack. The Crimson Dragon sneered after hearing that. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Demon Palace was going to launch an all-out attack this time. Let's go and take a look as well. Who knows, we might be able to personally witness the destruction of the Rain clan. Okay, let's go. The Crimson Dragon was also interested. Actually, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone on the Fiend Planet was very excited. Many people were preparing to go. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were among them. The Bewilderment Fog ship set off towards the Rain clan. Lin Xian and Lin Xian asked for a palace and sat down cross-legged. They entered the Black Earth and came to visit the Northern Demon. At this moment, the North Demon had almost fully recovered. His complexion was much better than before. However, he was still at the first heavenly layer. Right now, they were lagging behind. However, the Northern Demon was not discouraged. Instead, he was indifferent. After all, he was someone who had experienced life and death. Moreover, he had now defeated Black Mountain as his master. He knew that Black Mountain was a great saint. With the guidance of such a master, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon would also ask Black Mountain some difficult questions about martial arts from time to time. Black Mountain was able to give them answers. Moreover, Black Mountain was an expert in formations. He was proficient in many ancient formations. Their attainments in spirit formations were also constantly improving. In short, having a great sage to help them solve their doubts was even better than being a personal disciple of a sage king. From the Fiend Star to the Rain clan, it would take some time. Lin Xian and the others used this time to consolidate their cultivation. On this day, the speed of the Bewilderment Fog ship suddenly slowed down and even stopped. This caused the people on the ship to be in an uproar. What happened? Crimson Shenong's little face also darkened. Damn, I can't be that unlucky, right? He had been on the Bewilderment Fog ship twice. The first time, he was captured and worked as a coolie for several years. Now, he actually encountered another accident. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Don't be afraid. The death fog can no longer threaten me. I can take you away immediately." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was relieved. As for the others on the Bewilderment Fog ship, they were puzzled. They asked one after another. Soon, they found that someone was blocking their way. Damn, who is it? The people on the ship were all stunned. They came from the Fiend Star. Usually, they were the ones who robbed others. Who dared to rob them? One should know that the people on the ship were all ruthless people like Devil Kings. The captain was a minor saint from the Fiend Star. At this moment, he was also angry. His face was gloomy and cold, and he wanted to attack. However, when he saw who it was, his face changed and he stopped the Bewilderment Fog ship. I wonder why young Master Fu is blocking our ship. The captain of the bewilderment fog ship asked. There was a small spirit ship in front of them, and there were two people standing on it. The two of them were dressed in white robes. The one standing in front was handsome like a god who had descended to the mortal world. The person standing next to him had a pale face with a trace of coldness. The two of them were from Peerless City. The one in front was Vhumad, and the one behind him was Ghostly. Ghostly stood up and said loudly when he heard the other party's question. We're from Peerless City. We have something to ask you on this trip to the Fiend Star. Open the formation and let us go up. What? People from Peerless City? Hearing this, the expressions of the people on the ship changed, and the captain's eyes flickered. Why did the people of Peerless City stop them? That was a sacred city. They had never provoked them before. These people discussed animatedly. Of course, there were also people who said, have you forgotten? The third-generation chief disciple of Peerless City, Lin Wudi, died on the Fiend Star 4 years ago. Do you think Peerless City will let it go? As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered. Indeed, Lin Wudi was so dazzling that day that he could contend with the veteran geniuses of other sacred cities. But in the end, he died in the Fiend Star. It was said that his corpse was destroyed. And in the mansion he was in, 10 minor saints had died. It was such a shocking thing that it was still fresh in everyone's mind. It seemed that the people of Peerless City were here to take revenge. However, the number of people they sent was too little. There were only 2 of them. How could they take revenge? He didn't even know who had killed Lin Wudi. Young Master Fu, although we're also from the Fiend Star, we don't know what happened at that time. So, please let us go. The captain was very careful. After all, Vhumad was an extremely terrifying expert. Vhumad stood there and didn't say anything. Ghostly, who was next to him, said, Don't be afraid. I'm Ghostly. I won't harm you. Don't you believe me? What? Ghostly? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ghostly was also a top genius on the Fiend Star. It could be said that he was known by everyone. However, he left later to participate in the assessment of Peerless City. Now, it seemed that he had indeed become a disciple of Peerless City. Since Ghostly was here, the captain of the bewilderment fog ship heaved a sigh of relief. They opened the formation. Vhumad and Ghostly came to the ship. Vhumad stood on the bewilderment fog ship and looked around. His voice came out. My junior brother, Lin Xian, went missing on the Fiend Star 4 years ago. Rumor has it that he was killed. Now, I'm here on the order of Sacred City to investigate. If anyone has any clues, you can tell me. Of course, as long as the news is true, my Peerless City will not mistreat you. And if anyone dares to participate in the murder of my junior brother, my Peerless City will never let them go. Speaking until here, his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The faces of those minor saints changed. Heavens, this Vhumad is too strong. Perhaps even the veteran little saints like us are no match for her. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Among the crowd, Lin Xian looked at this scene and felt warm in his heart. It has been 4 years. It seems like the sacred city did not forget about him and sent people to investigate. Although there were only a few people, Lin Xian knew that Vhumad alone was comparable to thousands of soldiers and horses. Kid, they're here for you. And Han heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they're not here to rob the ship. After the initial panic, some of the people on the ship began to provide information. Of course, it was all insignificant information. Some of them even dared to fabricate information in order to get a high reward. Some of them were so ridiculous that the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard it. Please, the person involved is still here. Don't spread rumors. Lin Xian had no choice but to walk out. Otherwise, these people would go crazy. Of course, he also knew the consequences of walking out. It would definitely shock the world. Vhumad stood there, listening to the information one by one, expressionless. The corner of Ghostly's mouth twitched. Damn, these people are too unreliable. It sounded so fake to him. When these people wanted to get their reward, Vhumad said that he would give it to them after the information was verified. These people were helpless. They did not dare to snatch it from him, nor did they dare to refute. They could only wait at the side and see if there were other opportunities. At this moment, another two people walked over from the crowd. One of them had an aura that was constantly changing, and his face was also constantly changing. When he walked to the front, he finally revealed his true appearance. "Senior brother, I'm here." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned and looked over. At the next moment, some people were confused and some screamed. "Damn, why is it him?" Some people had seen Lin Xian in the evil demon city. When they saw Lin Xian, they screamed again. Some people who didn't know what was going on sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. "What did you say?" "You said that the kid who died looked exactly like him." "What the F***ck, is this guy trying to scam me? Damn it, we only provided some fake information, and he actually dared to turn into a real person to swindle us. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death by the people of the holy city? This is truly a senior expert, a role model for my entire life." Many people on the fiend planet worshipped him in their hearts. Look at him. He was a professional liar. Ghostly was also stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that the 10 saints had descended? Lin Xian had already died in that battle. How could he still appear now? This was too King unreliable. Only Fu Hongya's eyes flickered as his lips curled upward into a smile. "Senior brother, this..." Ghostly looked at Fu Hongya, not knowing what to say. Fu Hongya glanced at him and said, "What? You don't believe him? Then, you can try it yourself." "Okay." When Ghostly heard this, he stood up. He looked ahead and said, "Kid, you're lying to your ancestors. Get lost. If you dare to give me false information again, I'll kill you." Ghostly's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. "Fifth layer of heaven," many people exclaimed. Ghostly was only a fourth layer of heaven back then. Now, he had entered the fifth layer of heaven. It seemed that he had surpassed Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you broke through? Looks like you've improved a lot in the past few years. But you're still not my opponent now. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me test your skills." Ghostly's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a fourth layer of heaven look down on him? He roared, and his aura erupted as he struck out a ghost seal. It was a black jade seal with 4 ghost heads circling around it. There was even blood dripping from it. It had a monstrous aura. Ghost Sky Seal, Ghostly's unique skill, was extremely terrifying. When this skill was used, everyone on the ship screamed. Ghostly had become much stronger than before. Yes, there were very few people who could be his opponent now, right? There were not many in the fifth layer of heaven. This was already enough to fight against Shueyue, Lei Chong, and the others. Was this the change after entering the holy city? It was really too big. Countless people were envious. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He slapped out with his palm and caught the black ghost jade seal in his hand. Then, he crushed it into pieces. The black law that filled the sky flowed in his hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. His arm shook lightly, and a terrifying force rushed out, forcing Ghostly to retreat. Ghostly's blood and chi rolled, and then his hair stood on end. Damn, who is this person? His strength was actually so strong. He was 1 round lower than him, but he could easily force him to retreat. "Your strength is not bad, but you're still not my opponent. I think you shouldn't make any more moves. Otherwise, it'll be the same as the second round. I'll easily throw you out." When these words came out, Ghostly's face became incomparably ugly. "How did you know? Could it be that it's really you?" Not many people knew how miserable he was in the second round. Even if they knew, they wouldn't know the details. However, the other party said it out loud. This meant that the other party was indeed that person. That person was still alive. How could it be? 10 minor saints descended, and he actually survived. "Junior brother, welcome back." Fu Hongya stood up with a smile on the corner of her mouth. As for the others on the ship, they were all stunned. What was going on? Was this person really Lin Wudi? Heavens, didn't he die 4 years ago? Why was he still alive now? Could it be that he didn't die all this time? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps were about to explode. What did this mean? This meant that 10 minor saints descended that day, but they didn't kill him, and the 10 minor saints were all dead. What happened during this period? They didn't dare to imagine. However, no matter what, this news was really too shocking. They knew that it would probably sweep through the second astral realm, causing a huge commotion, no less than the war between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan. The captain almost knelt down. Damn, there was such a hidden genius on their ship, and they didn't even know about it. Junior brother, let's go. Vhumad said. Lin Xian nodded, then pointed at the Crimson Dragon. This is my friend. Vhumad glanced at Ruzalong, revealing a hint of surprise. What a powerful aura. This should be the power of bloodline, right? To be honest, she was very shocked because she had never seen anyone with such a powerful bloodline power. Ghostly also felt it, and his hair stood on end. He felt that his bloodline and soul were about to be suppressed. Damn, why did this kid have such a terrifying friend next to him? He looked at Lin Xian with a hint of fear. Since they were friends, then let's go together. Next, the four of them left the bewilderment fog ship. They sat on a small spirit ship and quickly shuttled through the void ocean. After they left, the entire bewilderment fog hidden was completely stunned. Oh my god, Lin Wudy really didn't die, the news quickly spread out. In just a short while, the entire second astral realm knew about it. Have you heard? Lin Wudy is alive again. Alive again? He's not dead at all. It's too unbelievable. 10 minor saints came to his mansion that day, and all of them died. How did he survive? Could it be that he's fishing in troubled waters? Some people disdained. What do you know? Surviving under the hands of 10 minor saints? Even if he's fishing in troubled waters, it's still heaven-defying. Some people were unconvinced. Of course, some people guessed that those were 10 minor saints. Could it be that he's the one who killed all of them? Everyone gasped, not daring to think about it anymore. The more they thought about it, the more ridiculous it was. They didn't know the real reason, but Lin Wudy's strength and mysteriousness were deeply rooted in their hearts. This news caused a huge commotion in the second astral realm. On the Fiend planet, the people of the Silver Palace were shocked. Whitesnake was overjoyed. Lin Gongzi really didn't die. As for the people of the Thunder God City and the Demon City, their faces changed drastically. That kid is still alive? How is that possible? Among them, Lei Chong, Shui Yu, White-Eyed Demon Saint and the others looked even more ferocious. So what if he's still alive? When they see him this time, they will definitely kill him personally. Lei Chong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Demon City were also gnashing their teeth. Not only these old rivals, but even the other saint cities and geniuses had their eyes on Lin Xian. Because they felt that this person was too strange. He had unlimited potential and was likely to be a peerless enemy in the future. Some people even decided to eliminate this threat in advance. At this moment, Lin Xian and Vhumad were shuttling quickly in the spiritual boat. Senior brother, I don't want to return to Wushuang City for the time being. I still have a place to go. Where are you going? Vhumad asked. Lin Xian said, I'm going to the Rain Clan to settle some grudges. That place isn't peaceful recently. Be careful. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll be careful. That's good. I'm not worried about your strength. Vhumad said, if you encounter anything outside, just tell the Saint City. The disciples of Wushuang City will not be bullied outside. These words were spoken in a domineering manner. Of course, they also knew that Vhumad had the right to say that. Peerless City was the Saint City and could definitely protect them. Don't worry, if senior brother is in danger, I will definitely go to the Holy City. You brat, I thought that I would be able to give junior sister Shin an explanation when I returned this time around. But now, it seems like I'll have to make junior sister Shin wait for a while. Qiu'er? Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He hadn't seen him for a long time. Vhumad said, of course it's junior martial sister Shin. She's very worried about your safety, and this time she's even clamoring to buy it. Senior brother Fu, help me tell Qiu'er to wait patiently. I'm not in any danger. Don't worry, I'll help you pass the message. Vhumad nodded. Then he said, "Junior brother, I don't know how long you'll be outside, so I'll tell you in advance. In 3 years, you must return to the Holy City. If you can't, then go to planet Tianming by yourself. Remember, you must go. The destined star only opens once every 500 years. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 500 years. Destined star? What was that place? Was it important?" Lin Xian was surprised. It was very important. Fu Hongye's expression was solemn. It could be said that it was another training ground. The treasures inside were far beyond imagination. More importantly, he would be able to find his destiny there. This was related to his future path of martial arts. Especially those who wanted to walk the path of Great Emperor, they would all go there. It was so important. Lin Xian was shocked. Would senior brother also go there? Fu Hongye shook his head. I've already gone there last time, so I don't need to go again. I've already found my destiny. Alright, senior brother, I know. I'll definitely go to planet Tianming. After a few more days, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon bade farewell to Fu Hongye and left the spirit boat. They took the Black Earth and changed their direction. They didn't return to Wushuang City, but to the Rain Clan. Lin Xian wanted to see the destruction of the Rain Clan with his own eyes. At this moment, the Rain Clan's situation was really terrible. It could be said that the slightest sound and the atmosphere was very tense. Because a war could break out at any time. In Planet Dual Rain, other than the Rain Clan's own people, the other warriors had already retreated. However, they didn't go too far. Instead, they built a city in the nearby star field. There were a total of 9 huge cities. These were all space cities. Some of them were built very early, and there were countless experts and families in them. Each space city had its own name. Of course, the people who came later found it troublesome and gave it a number according to the year of its construction. The earlier it was called Space City Number 1, and the later it was called, the bigger the number. There were a total of 9 space cities, from Space City Number 1 to Space City Number 9. Lin Xian and the others arrived at Space City Number 7. Apart from not being built on land, there wasn't much difference between a space city and a huge city in other worlds. Moreover, in a space city, one could look up at the starry sky and feel the vastness of the universe. It could be said that it was a great spectacle. After arriving at Space City Number 7, Lin Xian discovered that there were people talking about him. However, most of them were talking about the Rain Clan and the Fiend Palace. It seemed that the battle here was the most important. Lin Xian found out that the Rain Clan's situation wasn't good. Although they had joined hands with the Spirit Sealing Star to resist together, they were still unable to escape. They couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed. Moreover, half a year ago, the Rain Clan's sudden sneak attack had thoroughly angered the Fiend Palace. This time, there would be a large number of experts coming. At that time, it would probably be a battle to the death. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were in disguise. Otherwise, if someone recognized them, there would probably be another great disturbance. The two of them stayed in Space City Number 7, waiting for the final battle. On this day, they were strolling in space and watching the starry sky. Suddenly, a flood erupted on the street. Countless people screamed and dodged one after another. In the distance, a black torrent was rushing over. It was one black tiger after another. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their bodies were huge, and their killing intent was overflowing. Similarly, there were figures sitting on the black tigers. They wore black armor and held swords and spears in their hands. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. They were simply like gods and demons, rampaging through everything. Anyone who tried to block them was killed with a single slash. Everyone dodged far away. Those who didn't manage to dodge in time were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were killed on the spot. Their blood dyed the void red. For a time, only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were left on the street. Damn, why aren't there many of them? Are they looking to die? They're probably just 2 hotheads. Don't worry about them. There were also some people who came to watch the show. These were demon generals of the Mad Demon Barracks. If they didn't dodge, they would die. As expected, the group of experts riding the black tigers didn't make way for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. One of them roared and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It carried an extremely terrifying killing intent and overflowing laws. Lin Xian and Black Dragon King stopped, turned their heads, and frowned. They had to die just because they didn't make way for the other party on the street? These people were really arrogant. However, could the other party kill them? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his big hand, grabbed the black spear, and broke it in half. The Crimson Dragon was even more direct. It slapped the black-armored powerhouse into pieces. Boom, a sonorous sound was heard, and a bloody mist filled the air. Everyone screamed, and the tiger's roar resounded through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The other party actually killed a demon general. Who were they? How could they be so audacious? Moreover, the strength of these two people was also very strong. Everyone was stunned. Those powerful people and Black Tiger also stopped one after another. Every one of them had an unfriendly expression. How dare they kill our people? Kill them. Many people pulled out their swords, and their killing intent was shocking. The entire space city shook. The leader of the group, a mighty man, said, "Military orders must be obeyed. Time is almost up. We can't delay any longer. Let's seal them with the demon sealing seal first. When our mission is completed, it won't be too late to come back and kill them." As he spoke, he let out a roar and led his team into the sky. In the team, one of them took out a black flag and kept waving it, turning it into endless laws. It swept towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, forming two huge seals that wrapped them up. "Humph, how dare you provoke us? Just wait for your death." That person also turned around and left. Soon, the people of the demon sealing squad disappeared from the 7th space city. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon as if they were dead. They shook their heads, sighed, and prepared to leave. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. They dared to seal them and come back to kill them? These people were really bold. Humph, it was just a seal. How could it trap Ben Huang? The dark red divine dragon let out a dragon roar and shattered the seal. On the other side, countless cracks appeared on the seal on Lin Xian's body. Then, like glass, it shattered all over the ground. The two of them walked out of the seal in an instant. How could this be? The surrounding people were initially disdainful, but when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This was the seal of the demon sealing camp. How powerful was it? How did he get out? Could it be that these two people were very powerful? Lin Xian asked a passerby. "Brother, may I ask who you were just now?" That pedestrian was also a saint. Looking at Lin Xian, he was trembling a little. He bit the bullet and said, "Don't you know?" Who were the members of the demon sealing camp? The demon sealing battalion was a powerful troop on Spirit Sealing Planet. They were here to collect resources. Because the Sealing Spirit Star and the Rain Clan had joined hands to fight against the Fiend Palace, they would plunder resources from the nearby space cities to prepare for the battle. The other families were very cooperative. However, the Ghostwood family of the 5th space city had resisted before. Some people in the family had even injured the demon sealing battalion's members. Therefore, this time, the demon sealing battalion was dispatched to besiege the Ghostwood family. The Ghostwood family of the 5th space city? Lin Xian nodded and looked into the distance. He said, "Ruzalong, let's go." The two figures flashed and rushed over. Since these people were going to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The two of them could just kill them. The Ghostwood family of the 5th space city. At this moment, the members of the Ghostwood family were extremely frightened. They didn't expect that the demon sealing battalion would mobilize to deal with them. What about the family head? Were they really going to give everything to them? They were unwilling. The members of the Ghostwood family gritted their teeth. Because this time, the other party was plundering their resources. They were even plundering a section of the Ghostwood willow left by their old ancestor. Not only that, they even asked them to prepare 10 young girls for the sacrifice. At first, they didn't agree. Because that section of the Ghostwood willow was very precious. Even they couldn't bear to use it. They usually worshipped it as if it was their ancestor. Now that it was going to be taken by the other party, how could they be willing? But after a few confrontations, they were in despair. Because the demon sealing battalion was too powerful. And this was only the demon sealing battalion. Behind the demon sealing battalion stood the spirit sealing star. How could their clan possibly contend against such a colossus? Therefore, they were in despair. They were prepared to compromise. 10 young boys and girls were prepared. All the resources they needed were also present. They were also prepared to hand over the ghostwood willow. There were even 2 men who were imprisoned by them. These 2 were the ones who fought against the demon general. Of course, there were 3 of them. One of them escaped. However, they couldn't care less. They decided to betray these people in exchange for the safety of their family. Boom, 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 the earth trembled. A murderous aura filled the air. The members of the Ghostwood family were extremely nervous. They knew that the demon sealing battalion was here. Sure enough, the people of 5th Space City were also in an uproar. Countless black tigers descended from the sky. There were powerful demon generals on them. They charged towards the Ghostwood family. In an instant, the Ghostwood family was surrounded. These people were emitting a murderous aura. However, they didn't move. It seemed like they were waiting for a signal. After a while, another black tiger appeared in the sky. This black tiger was 300 meters long. It was very huge. A figure stood on it. It was a man in black armor. His armor was even more majestic and extraordinary. Greetings, Demon Flame General. Below, the people of the Demon Sealing Battalion all got off their black tigers and bowed respectfully. Their loud and clear voices pierced the 9 heavens. The people of 5th Space City were in an uproar. Demon Flame General, could it be the famous genius Demon Flame of the Spirit Sealing Star, Xianxia? He actually came personally. It was rumored that not only was he extremely talented and powerful, but he also controlled the Demon Sealing Battalion. It could be said that his authority was monstrous. Such a person actually came in person. Above, the tall man nodded slightly. He looked at the villa below and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. They could begin. Yes. The leader of the demon generals heard the order and nodded. Then, he waved his hand. Attack. As his voice fell, the surrounding demon generals emitted a powerful aura. At the same time, the black tigers under their feet kept roaring. A black energy spread in all directions. The entire Ghostwood family was severely damaged. The defensive formation was torn apart in an instant. The earth cracked and the void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. Inside, the voice of the Ghostwood family's leader came out. Don't attack. We surrender. We are willing to offer the Black Ghost Willow. Very good. Above, Demon Flame heard this and a smile appeared on his face. The demon generals below waved their hands and stopped attacking. Instantly, all the demon generals stopped attacking. Their eyes flickered as they looked forward. In the ruins ahead, the members of the Ghostwood family all walked out. The Ghostwood family is willing to surrender and hand over all our resources. Please spare our lives, young Master Devil Flame. As soon as he said that, the onlookers were in an uproar. The Ghostwood family actually bowed their heads. The Ghostwood family was an overlord in the Space City. Even so, they still had to bow their heads. One could imagine how powerful young Master Devil Flame and the Demon Sealing Camp were. Above them, young Master Devil Flame landed with a cold smile on his face. Wouldn't it have been over if you had done this earlier? You even dared to resist and kill my demon general. I have to say, you Ghostwood family are really daring. As soon as he said that, the people of the Ghostwood family trembled and broke out in cold sweat. The family leader's face changed drastically. He said, Don't worry, young master. We've already captured the 2 who killed the demon generals. Men, bring them out. The patriarch of the clan spoke, and soon, 2 young men were brought in. Kneel down. They held the 2 young men down. The 2 young men were surrounded by law vines that bound their bodies. They couldn't break free at all. Young Master Devil Flame can do whatever he wants to them. We won't interfere. At the same time, he waved his hand and 10 young boys and girls were brought out. The 10 boys and girls were huddled together with fear on their faces. They knew that their fates were going to be very miserable. The 10 young boys and girls were ready. The family leader of the Ghostwood family took out 5 storage rings and handed them over respectfully. The resources are inside. Young master, please take a look. Then, he took out a wooden box. The box was as long as a book. It was completely black. When it was opened, it was a branch. The black branch had countless strange Tao patterns on it. It was formed by the intertwining of the great Tao. Black Ghostwood Lumu. Young Master Devil Flame squinted his eyes and smiled. Very good. He put away the storage rings and the black Ghostwood Lumu. Then, he looked at the 2 young men kneeling on the ground. You dare to kill my demon generals? You're courting death. Men, torture them well. But if you kill someone else, I'll torture them for hundreds of years. Behind him, the demon generals walked out. One of them smirked and stretched out a hand. That was a pitch-black hand. In an instant, that young man's body began to rot. His injuries were incomparably miserable. Another demon general poured out a worm from a black bottle. Those were all poisonous bugs, and they were abnormally terrifying. It entered the wound and began to gnaw at it. The miserable shriek of the young man made everyone's scalp go numb. Ah! The young man screamed and rolled on the ground. Big brother, the other young man, roared madly. Damn it, damn it. Let us go if you have the guts, and I will fight you to the death, the young man roared. However, the members of the Ghostwood family all lowered their heads. Not a single person made a sound. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. At this moment, another voice came from afar. A man wielding a long spear charged over. He charged towards young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame sneered and waved his hand. Instantly, the area was enveloped and shattered the long spear. The man was also sent flying to the ground. You dare to sneak attack our young master? Die early, those devil generals rushed up and directly pressed that man down. Why are you here, third brother? Hurry up and run, big brother, second brother, I won't leave you behind. If you want to die, we'll die together. Oh, you're really affectionate. But don't worry, I'll torture you properly. Young Master Devil Flame sneered. Damn it, I hate you so much. The new man was subdued. He looked at the Ghostwood family and roared. Are you going to abandon your family just like that? What's the point of living then? Shut up. The elder of the Ghostwood family shouted angrily. It's all your fault that our family is in such a predicament. How should we punish you? Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Devil Flame and apologize. It's all because of you that we're in trouble. Not only did these people not save us, but they even added insult to injury. The 3 youths were in despair, and so were the 10 virgins. They knew that their family had completely abandoned them. Those devil generals revealed sinister smiles. Young Master Devil Flame crossed his arms. Interesting. I like to torture people. Aren't they brothers very affectionate? Very well, I'll let them watch as their brothers are tortured until they wish they were dead. A devil general walked out with a black whip in his hand. He was about to start beating them. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. You guys are really here. Who is it? Everyone was stunned. Are they here for the Ghostwood family or the demon sealing camp? However, no matter who they were looking for, they dared to disturb young Master Devil Flame. Weren't they courting death? As expected, young Master Devil Flame frowned slightly. The expressions of the devil generals beside him changed. They instantly turned their heads. Hurry up and find out who it is. Who dares to meddle in our business? These people looked in all directions. Soon, they saw 2 figures walking over from afar. It's them. These devil generals were stunned. The people in the surrounding space city also saw them. They were 2 young men. They were puzzled. Who are these 2? They look so young. What are they doing here? The pupils of those devil generals constricted. How is this possible? How did you 2 come out? Weren't you sealed by us? They were really stunned. One had to know that ordinary saints couldn't break out of their seal. How did the other party come out? It's just a seal. What's there to be surprised about? Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Now that I'm here, let's see how you're going to kill me. The two people who came were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The people in the surrounding Too Fast City were the healers of the organization. Heavens, are they going against the demon sealing camp? No way. Are these two people courting death? No matter how strong they are, how can they fight against the entire demon sealing camp? And now, young Master Devil Flame is here too. What's going on? Young Master Devil Flame frowned. Who dares to provoke me? The Devil General beside him immediately knelt on one knee. Young Master, please forgive us. We met a reckless person on the way and sealed him. We'll kill him after the matter here is over. He didn't expect the other party to break out of the seal and chase him here. Oh, is there such a reckless person? Young Master Devil Flame's interest was piqued. He turned to look at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Interesting. He temporarily stopped torturing the three young men and looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Because he felt that these two people could give him more pleasure. The Devil General beside him said, Young Master, don't worry. We'll kill them now. We won't let them disturb you. No need. Young Master Devil Flame waved his hand. There's no need for you to do anything. Aren't there others? As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghostwood clan. Didn't your Ghostwood clan want to join me? Very well, I'll give you a chance. Show me the heads of these two people. As a military order, I'll accept you. Otherwise, I'll spare you from death, but you won't escape punishment. The Ghostwood clan's people trembled. They couldn't escape punishment, with young Master Devil Flame's methods. Torturing them for hundreds of years and making them wish they were dead was a simple matter. They didn't want to live such a life, so the Ghostwood clan's people hurriedly said, Don't worry, young master. We'll kill those two now. Hurry up. The Ghostwood clan's patriarch shouted angrily. Immediately, two figures walked out. They were two middle-aged men who were over 1,000 years old. Their auras were extremely powerful. After they walked out, they stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. You two don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Devil Flame? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. Who are you? Are you from the demon sealing camp? Lin Xian frowned and asked. The two middle-aged men snorted coldly. We're from the Ghostwood clan, and now we're under young Master Devil Flame's tutelage. If you dare to go against young Master Devil Flame, you're going against our Ghostwood clan. TSK, what did I think you were? So you're lackeys. The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully, Do you think we didn't see what happened before? We heard it from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Your Ghostwood clan is so cowardly that you betrayed your own people to prolong your feeble existence. Do you have the face to live in this world? Hurry up and go to hell. The Crimson Dragon's face was full of disdain. Lin Xian's face was also full of disdain. Such a clan was simply despicable. Now, they were being used as tools and wanted to kill them. Such people really didn't need to live in this world. You're courting death. The two experts were completely enraged. With that, they roared, and terrifying blades appeared in their hands. They slashed forward. Boom, blade light flashed, and law filled the air. This blade could split heaven and earth, and it enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly and grabbed forward. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also grabbed forward. Boom, boom. The two blades were shattered, and the law in the sky was torn apart. The two middle-aged men's bodies instantly exploded. Their souls were instantly killed. This scene shocked everyone. Damn it, how is this possible? How can these two be so strong? The corners of the Ghostwood clan's mouths twitched. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the demon generals were stunned. They knew that the other party had some strength, but the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. The people of Space City were equally shocked. It seemed like these were two young geniuses. However, there were also people who frowned. The two of them didn't know the difference between life and death. Did they think that just because they had a bit of strength and talent, they could contend against young noble Devil Flame? Could he contend against so many demon generals? That's right, no matter how strong they were, it would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. With several dozen demon generals attacking together, the other party would definitely be hard-pressed to escape. Those demon generals were enraged. They wanted to attack, but without young noble Devil Flame's order, they didn't dare to. Young Master Mo Yan looked at this scene expressionlessly. He looked at the Ghostwood clan and said indifferently, "Your Ghostwood clan is pitifully weak. You can't even kill two youngsters. Then what do I need you for?" At the end, his voice was filled with merciless coldness. "Young master, please spare my life. We will kill him now." The face of the Ghostwood clan's patriarch turned extremely ugly. "Go and kill them," he said to the two elders. This time, it was the two sage elders who stepped forward. They were stronger than the middle-aged man and had rich combat experience. This time, they should be able to kill the other party, right? "You two brats, prepare to die." The two minor saints walked out with bloodshot eyes. They had to kill the other party. Lin Xian was also angry. They didn't know the difference between life and death. They kept trying to kill us. Do they really think that I'm that easy to kill? With a single punch, he instantly blasted the two elders apart. At the same time, he reached out his hand and grabbed their souls. He killed them with his gaze. In just a blink of an eye, the two powerful elders were killed. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The people of the Ghostwood clan almost peed in their pants. This method was too strong. The Crimson Dragon let out a roar and spat out a terrifying dragon flame from its mouth. It covered many people of the Ghostwood clan. Those people were hovering between life and death. "Humph, do you really think that Ben Huang is that easy to bully? Try again." Powerful, incomparably powerful. Everyone was stunned. Where the hell did these two young geniuses come from? Are they really that powerful? The people of the Ghostwood clan didn't dare to attack anymore. The Devil Flame young master's face darkened. "Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Well, I've been bored recently. I'll take you two as my prey. You two are quite strong. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Then, become my slaves and I'll allow you to join the demon sealing camp. Become a demon general. From now on, acknowledge me as your master and work for me. You two can live. What do you think? You think you can do it?" The Crimson Dragon was disdainful. "Ben Huang didn't even want you as his human pet. How dare you ask Ben Huang to kneel down? Do you know that you're playing with fire? Kid, believe it or not, Ben Huang will kill you with one slap." The Crimson Dragon was completely enraged. Lin Xian sneered. "Trash like you don't deserve to talk to us." Everyone was stunned. Why did they feel that these two were even more arrogant than young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame was so angry that he vomited blood. "Damn it, you're courting death," he roared and waved his sleeve. Instantly, it covered the sky. This was called the demonic cloud sleeve. It was extremely terrifying. The sleeve could cover the universe and refine everything. This was a type of ultimate divine ability. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were covered. Then, the two of them were put away. Young Master Devil Flame sneered. "Stupid idiots." The surrounding demon generals laughed. Of course. No matter how strong these two were, how could they be compared to young Master Devil Flame? The people of the Ghostwood clan were even more shocked when they saw this. Those two powerful young men were instantly subdued by the Devil Flame young noble. This was truly a shocking feat. Therefore, in the next moment, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Young Master Devil Flame ruled the universe for thousands of years. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Devil Flame looked up to the sky and laughed. "Go against me? Cultivate for another 500 years, boom." Suddenly, his sleeve opened. The violent energy made him vomit blood and fly backward. Two figures rushed out. One of them grabbed one of his arms. Crack. Then, he yanked both of his arms off. "What demonic cloud sleeve? You want to trap us with a broken sleeve?" The Crimson Dragon was disdainful. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to call yourself a genius with this ability? You're pitifully weak. How is this possible? The demon general's eyes almost popped out. Their young master. He was injured. The people of the Ghostwood clan kneeling on the ground were even more dumbfounded. They almost fainted. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Young Master Devil Flame was injured. The demonic cloud sleeve was broken. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll tear you into pieces. Kill him. Young Master Demonic Face retreated while growing 2 new arms. He roared crazily. Suddenly, the eyes of the 49 demon generals turned red. Kill, with a roar, they drew their swords and sabers and charged towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Oh no. The people of the Ghostwood family retreated frantically in fear. The onlookers in the distance also sighed. It's over. These 2 young men are really in danger. Yes, no matter how strong they are, the 49 demon generals can wipe out an entire world. Who can stop them? That was indeed the case. The strength of the demon sealing camp was achieved through bloodshed. There was once a world that refused to accept it. In the end, the 49 demon generals attacked and wiped out that world, turning it into a hell on earth. From then on, no one dared to go against the demon sealing camp. Now, it would be a piece of cake for this world-dominating demon general to kill 2 young people. Ruzalong, kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Xian said. The laws on his body condensed, forming a sword of laws that slashed in all directions. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also said. He had long been unable to hold back. Although he did not transform into his true form, his every move carried great power. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, rampaging. Boom, one of the demon generals was very fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. The armor on his body shone brightly, and the long spear in his hand was incomparably monstrous. However, before the long spear stabbed down, his body was split into 2 halves. Lin Xian's sword fell and killed the other party. Then, he opened and closed, and all the demon generals who were close to him were all swept away. Either it would be torn apart, or it would be split in half. In short, he killed a demon general with a sword. No one could survive. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was the same. His palm was even more terrifying than the claws of the Tyrannosaurus. With one strike, he turned someone into a bloody mist. Impossible. How could they be so strong? A demon general had a face full of horror. He was the demon general who had sealed the 2 of them. Before this, he had looked down on them, thinking that they could easily kill them. In fact, they had even decided to properly torture him to death. But now, the other party was like a killing god. Killing them was no different from killing ants. Damn it, who are you? Who the hell are you? The leader of the other demon general also roared crazily. Wasn't this too terrifying? They had never seen a young man from any clan that was so strong. They had kicked an iron plate this time. Just like that, the 2 of them crushed the 49 demon generals mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, all 49 demon generals were killed by them. The corpse fell to the ground, and Saint blood surged in the air, making whistling sounds. After all, this was the blood of the Devil Saint. How terrifying was that? There was no way the heavens and earth could withstand it. The people in the surrounding space city were stunned. They were dead. 49 demon generals were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The people of the Ghostwood clan fainted from fright. Before this, they dared to fight with such an existence? They were simply courting death. In fact, even young Master Devil Flame was stunned, and stood there in a daze. Lin Xian kept his sword of law. The Crimson Dragon looked at him with disdain. What kind of demon generals are they? They're pitifully weak. They're not much stronger than ants. How dare they be so arrogant in front of us? Now, it's your turn. Lin Xian looked at young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame's body trembled. The others were also in an uproar. Are they going to attack young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame screamed in horror. You can't fight with me. Do you know who I am? I'm a prince of the Matian Empire. You're dead if you touch me. My father is the chaotic heaven demon king. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. What? Young Master Devil Flame had such an identity? Everyone was in an uproar. The chaotic Heaven Demon King was an extremely terrifying expert in the spirit sealing star. He was a true minor saint with monstrous strength. If young Master Devil Flame was killed, the chaotic Heaven Demon King would never forgive him. After young Master Devil Flame finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, kid, are you afraid now? Let me go now and apologize to me. Otherwise, when my father comes, none of you will be able to live. Live your ass. The Crimson Dragon kicked out. Instantly, young Master Devil Flame vomited blood and flew backward. Half of his body was smashed. Lin Xian followed up and stomped his head into the mud. You still dare to threaten us? It seems like you don't know the truth. No. Damn it, how dare you treat me like this? Young Master Devil Flame screamed crazily. His mouth was full of mud. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. My father is the chaotic Heaven Demon King. He's a minor saint. Do you know what a minor saint is? He was simply crazy. Are these two really not afraid of anything? Humph, so what if you're a minor saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He exerted force with his foot and the head of young Master Devil Flame cracked open. Young Master Devil Flame almost fainted. The surrounding people were also terrified. These two were too strong. They were simply peerless ruthless. Big brother, I was wrong. I want to apologize to you. Let's shake hands and make peace, okay? Seeing that his threat failed, young Master Devil Flame immediately changed his strategy. He didn't want to die. He had a noble status and great talent. Countless good days were waiting for him in the future. He didn't want to be killed by these two lunatics. It was better to beg for mercy and admit defeat now. When he returned, he would definitely mobilize the Matian Empire's army to kill them. Oh, apologize and admit defeat? When Lin Xian heard this, he loosened his grip and wrapped his arms around himself. He nodded slightly. I accept your apology. Hearing this, young Master Devil Flame heaved a sigh of relief. The others also said, that's right. How dare they not give face to a minor saint? It seemed that these two weren't hotheads. Perhaps they were just trying to scare young Master Devil Flame. Young Master Devil Flame also heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, what do you want? Cultivation methods, secret manuals, treasures, beauties, I can get them all for you. Although he was flattering them, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Damn it, just you wait. When I return to the spirit sealing star, I will definitely bring my men and kill you. We don't want anything. We just want you to apologize with your death. Hurry up and do it. Lin Xian said indifferently. His words were like a clap of thunder, stunning everyone. Apologize with his death? Isn't that the same as killing them? Oh heavens, they thought these two were afraid. Who would have thought that they were just toying with young Master Devil Flame? Young Master Devil Flame also reacted. He was so angry that his body trembled. Damn it, how dare you trick me? What's the difference between committing suicide and being killed? It's even more humiliating. We're just toying with you. What can you do? Dark Hong Xinglong sneered. Lin Xian also said, don't you like to control the life and death of others? Why do you feel like this now? Do you know how it feels? Damn it. Young Master Devil Flame roared. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a black sword toward Lin Xian. At the same time, he turned around and fled. At this moment, his bloodline was burning. His speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and disappeared. Clang, Lin Xian used 2 fingers to pinch the flying sword. Then, he exerted force in his palm and crushed the flying sword into scrap metal. He threw it on the ground. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed out. When he returned, he brought young Master Devil Flame back. Young Master Devil Flame had gone crazy. How could it be? His sudden sneak attack didn't even hurt him. Moreover, he was caught by the other party. Little thing, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you plot against us? The Crimson Dragon attacked and used all kinds of dirty tricks to beat young Master Devil Flame into a miserable state. In the end, Lin Xian chopped off his head and extinguished his soul. The headless body fell down. Young Master Devil Flame's soul was destroyed. The Crimson Dragon went forward to see if there were any good things. He directly took the storage ring of the other party and then smiled happily. Damn, so many good things. Young Master Devil Flame had more than 10 storage rings in his hand. Each of them contained shocking treasures. It seemed that these were the treasures that he had plundered from many space cities and families. At this moment, they were all in the hands of young Master Devil Flame. Haha, I'm rich. The Crimson Dragon didn't open his eyes and smile. Lin Xian was also surprised. He found a box from within. It was quite extraordinary, and even Black Mountain was alarmed. Black Mountain said, "Damn, kid, let me see what this is." He rushed out and grabbed the box. After opening it, he laughed loudly. Black Ghost Willow, there's actually such a thing. Great, this thing is useful to me. I'll take it. Then, he went back into the black earth again. Seeing this, the people of the Ghostwood family opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to in the end. Although the Black Ghost Willow tree was theirs, did they dare to take it now? Furthermore, they had obeyed young Master Demon Face's orders to kill the other party. Would the other party take revenge on them now? Moreover, even if he didn't kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to survive. Young Noble Devil Flame had died in their home. What would the Devil Sky Empire think? Would the people of the Heaven Mixing Prefecture spare them? Any random expert would be able to kill them in an instant, right? The surrounding people were also completely stupefied. Young Master Devil Flame had actually died. His body and soul had been completely destroyed. They knew that a major earthquake was coming. The Chaotic Heaven Prefecture would never spare them. Therefore, the two of them had better run away. However, to their surprise, the other party did not run away. Lin Xian and Li Mu sat down cross-legged and began to check the treasures in their storage rings. Haha, what a great harvest. I heard that the person who died had an extraordinary identity. Someone will come for revenge. Kid, why don't we wait for the rabbit to come out of the tree stump? I have the same idea. After all, they are from the spirit sealing star. They are our enemies. There is no need to show mercy to them. Lin Xian nodded. The others were stunned. What were the two of them doing? Were they waiting for the Chaotic Heaven Demon King to come personally? They were all crazy. The people of the Ghostwood family were even more so. They knelt there, not knowing what to do. As for the three young people, they broke free from their shackles. They came to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon together with 10 boys and girls. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Thank you for saving our lives. The Crimson Dragon glanced at them and waved his hand, saying, Don't thank us. We didn't plan to save you. We just came to kill these demon generals for revenge. I know that we are insignificant in the eyes of our benefactor, like dust. However, our benefactor's careless action has saved us. We will definitely repay you. Lin Xian said, Get up. You are kind people. It's just that these people from the crazy demon camp are too cruel. After killing them this time, you won't be in any danger in the future. Benefactor, you'd better leave quickly. Young Master Devil Flame was from the younger generation. He was from the Chaotic Heaven Manor. His father was a small saint. If the news spread, the Chaotic Heaven Manor would definitely not let this go. Yes, Benefactor, the Devil Sky Empire is also very powerful. These people began to persuade him. Lin Xian said, It's okay. I'm waiting for them to come. Because I don't have enough resources, I'll take some more. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. They could only retreat and wait quietly. If their benefactor was really in danger, they would sacrifice their lives to protect him. News of what had happened here quickly spread. The people of the Spirit Sealing Star knew. The people of the Celestial Pure Heaven Mansion learned of this, and soon sent a large army over. Countless experts filled the air. On the black clouds, there were countless figures like fiend gods. At the front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps, with a monstrous domineering aura. Everyone's scalp went numb. Heavens, the Chaotic Heaven Demon King, he actually came in person. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that the chaotic heaven manor would send a few experts here. But they didn't expect that a small saint would come in person. Beside the chaotic heaven demon king stood an old man who had also reached the small saint realm. Not only that, there were countless saints behind him, and many of them were at the fifth heaven. In the distance, there were countless armies fighting, bringing up monstrous waves of air. The entire sky had been completely covered by it. The people of Sky City trembled and swallowed their saliva. They knew that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were finished. The people of the Ghostwood family knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The calmest ones were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They looked up and narrowed their eyes. The Crimson Dragon laughed. Hee hee, another fat sheep is here. Whitey also jumped out and looked at the sky, drooling. Obviously, it also knew that there would be a lot of heavenly treasures and spiritual fruits in its mouth. The chaotic heaven demon king didn't say anything after he came. But his face was gloomy. After all, how could he be happy about the death of his son? A general next to him shouted angrily and descended from the sky. He was here to find the body of young Master Demonic Face. Soon, he found it. He swooped down, wanting to bring the body of young Master Demonic Flame back. But at this time, Lin Xian made his move. A big hand grabbed at the general. The big hand was golden and had a dazzling aura. It was like the hand of the god of war, dazzling and dazzling. The general roared angrily, "Get lost." He shouted angrily, and light burst out from his body. He was a fifth heaven saint, and his strength was absolutely unimaginable. Originally, he wanted to bring back the body of young Master Demonic Flame first, and then deal with Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon later. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would be so reckless and dare to take the initiative to attack him. He shouted angrily and threw out a punch, carrying monstrous demonic aura, at the big golden hand. Die. Boom. Boom, the two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The big golden hand shattered the terrifying demonic shadow. Not only that, but half of the general's body was also blown up, and he let out a miserable roar. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a sword flew out, cutting the general in half. At the same time, the sword chi kept destroying the general's soul. Soon, the general's astral soul was destroyed. All of this happened so quickly that no one could react. The people of the chaotic heaven manor were stunned. One of their fifth heaven powerhouses was dead. That was too unbelievable. They originally wanted to bring back the body, but they didn't expect that there would be an extra body for no reason. How dare you kill someone from the chaotic heaven manor? The people above were angry. Lin Xian sneered. You're the bold one. How dare you attack me? Do you know what punishment you deserve? Get down here, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. This person actually dared to scold the Hun Tian estate. Who exactly is this person? In the sky above the demonic clouds, those people were also shocked. What an arrogant attitude, someone asked. Your Highness, do you want to investigate his identity? Heavenly King Hun snorted coldly. There was no need to investigate. No matter who he was, since he dared to kill my son, I will tear him into pieces. Yes, I know. The old man nodded and then looked at a general. Go down and bring his head up. Be careful. This kid is very powerful. Elder and your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely kill him. That general rushed down like a dragon coming into being. He shattered the sky. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The expert waved his arm and clawed down. Black demonic chi filled the sky with destructive power. The void around Lin Xian shattered in an instant, and countless black holes appeared. This general is at the middle stage of the fifth heaven, right? Many people screamed. It was even more terrifying than the previous one. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took out the Great Destruction Spear. It also exuded a terrifying demonic chi. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a black dragon. Together with the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it pierced in all directions. In an instant, it pierced through the opponent's body. Not only that, the opponent's body shattered into pieces. The general screamed and quickly retreated. Lin Xian went up and punched more than 3,000 times in a row. Once again, the opponent's body was turned into a bloody mist. Miserable screams and furious roars shook the 9 heavens. The general went crazy. Damn it! Impossible! In the sky, the people of the Hun Tian estate were also stunned. Damn it! Go and support him. 2 generals went down to support him. However, at this moment, Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear and activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Together with the Peerless Secret Technique, his combat strength increased by 5 times. With one strike, he completely killed the opponent. The opponent's body shattered into pieces. His soul was destroyed and he fell to the ground. The ground collapsed. It couldn't withstand the saint's body at all. The ground within millions of miles collapsed and the void within millions of miles was destroyed. At this moment, it was as if the world was destroyed. In the sky, the 2 experts who came to support were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was dead. A peerless general died just like that. That was an expert at the middle stage of the 5th heaven. Even if the 2 experts joined forces, they might not be able to kill him. Furthermore, with his cultivation reaching such a level, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he still had countless ways to escape. However, that person didn't even have the chance to escape. Killed was killed, kill was killed too. Who is this young man? They were to be was to stand. The heaven-battering heavenly king's expression finally changed. Who are you? Humph, why are you asking me who I am now? Is to be. Be. To be. To be. You want to kill me regardless of who I am, what? You don't dare to continue now. The heaven-battering heavenly king's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the man had heard what he said to his subordinates. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Do you know what kind of existence you are facing? The heaven-battering king's voice was cold and full of killing intent. Lin Xian's smile widened. Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Don't you know that you're already facing a calamity? Not only you, but the entire heaven-battering manor is facing the crisis of being destroyed. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Everyone's hair stood on end as soon as he said that. It was too strange for a young man to threaten a little saint. However, they were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity. The old man next to him was also a little saint. He walked out and cupped his fists with a smile. Which family does this young man come from? Lin Xian stabbed the great spear of destruction into the ground, stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, I'm from Wushuang City. What? Wushuang City? He's from the sacred city? The moment these words came out, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, making everyone stunned. In the sky, the people of the heaven-battering manor also gasped, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. He's a disciple of the sacred city. Their faces were full of horror, and they wanted to kneel on the ground. The old man's face also changed dramatically. The heaven-battering king's pupils shrank. At this moment, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Even though he was a little saint, even though he was the heaven-battering king, and his strength and status were superior, he still didn't dare to be arrogant. Because that was the sacred city. The holy city was above everything else. Not to mention the heaven-battering manor, even the Matian Empire was no match for it. Even the entire spirit sealing star couldn't go against the sacred city. The others were also in an uproar. No wonder Lin Xian was so confident. It turned out that he was from the sacred city, and it seemed that he was a genius of the sacred city. Such a person could really defeat everything. It turns out that the young master is from the sacred city. My apologies. The little saint old man smiled and quickly descended. The heaven-battering king also smiled. I didn't know the young master's identity and offended you. Please forgive me. The 2 little saints bowed and lowered their heads. One of them was the heaven-battering king, who was high and mighty. The scene made everyone feel that it was unreal. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say anything, but a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Weren't they very arrogant? Why didn't they continue to be arrogant now? Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the heaven-battering king broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly descended, took a few steps forward, and came to Lin Xian's side. He bowed and said, "Young master, I was indeed blind before and offended you. Please forgive me." A little saint bowed and apologized to a young man. It could be said that his attitude was very respectful. The eyes of the surrounding people almost fell out of their sockets, but Lin Xian still ignored him. This scene made the hearts of the people of the heaven-battering manor almost jump out of their bodies. Beside them, the Crimson Dragon sneered. "You think you can get away with just an apology? You wanted to kill me before. If you can't give us something to compensate us, do you think we'll let you go?" Being mocked by a young man like this? The heaven-battering king's heart was filled with strong killing intent, but he didn't dare to make a move. If he killed the people of the sacred city here, his head would be hung on a tree the next day. "Yes, young master, you're right. I'm stupid. I'll prepare a gift for you now." As he spoke, he quickly took out a few things from his storage ring. "Young master, this is a piece of divine iron from outer space. It took me many years to get it. This is a spiritual herb that I found after traveling to more than 10 worlds." The heaven-battering king began to introduce the treasures. Each of them made countless people's eyes turn red. Buzz, the Crimson Dragon, snatched the storage ring with its claw. "Old man, do you want to live? Why are you so stingy? Give us all your treasures." The heavenly king of heaven-battering was heartbroken. There were so many treasures in his storage ring. How could he bear to give them away? However, when he saw Lin Xian's cold eyes, his face and heart trembled. "Forget it. I'll just grit my teeth and bear with it." Who asked him to provoke the geniuses of the sacred city? However, this was not the end. After the Crimson Dragon took the storage ring of the heavenly king of heaven-battering, he also took the storage ring of the little saint next to him. Then, he said to the people brought by the heavenly king of heaven-battering in the sky, "Hand over your storage rings obediently, or I'll kill you all." Those people had no choice but to do as he said. Immediately, storage rings came to the Crimson Dragon one after another. The Crimson Dragon's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Although Lin Xian was expressionless, he was also overjoyed in his heart. "Old man, the armor you're wearing is not bad. Your jade pendant is not bad." After taking the storage rings, the Crimson Dragon stared at the heavenly king of heaven-battering and the little saint. They also had a lot of treasures. The Crimson Dragon directly snatched them. In the end, the two little saints were left with only their underwear, which was fluttering in the wind. Everyone was dumbfounded. This scene was simply unimaginable. After all, those were two little saints. Sure enough, the two little saints were also trembling with anger, but they didn't make a move in the end. "Are you satisfied now, young masters?" The heavenly king of heaven-battering was about to cry. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Forget it. I'll spare your life this time. But next time you go against me, I'll definitely destroy both your body and soul." The heavenly king of heaven-battering soul really cried. He didn't dare to go against Lin Xian anymore. He wanted to leave, but Lin Xian stopped him. "Wait." The heavenly king of heaven-battering soul trembled. He turned his head and asked, "Young master, is there anything else? I really don't have any treasures left." "Where are you going next? Are you going to the Spirit Sealing Star or the Rain Clan?" "The Rain Clan." "Well, let's go together later," Lin Xian said. He did not know why the other party wanted to go to the Rain Clan. However, he did not dare to ask too much. He could only hurriedly take 2 sets of clothes from his subordinates and put them on. Then, he stood in the distance and waited. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the House of Blackwood. The people of the Darkwood family fainted from fright. Even a minor saint had to be respectful, let alone them. Lin Xian asked. "Who was the chief? Who was the core elder?" "I'm the patriarch of the Blackwood family." "I'm the patriarch of the Blackwood family." He scrambled over. The 6 core elders also came over. Their bodies were trembling non-stop. Lin Xian raised his hand and cut off their heads. Even their souls were destroyed. Patriarch, elder, the people of the Blackwood family fainted from fright. Were they going to start a massacre this time? They shivered. Lin Xian said. "A family is despicable and shameless. It must be the fault of the patriarch and the core elders. I'll kill them now. I hope the Blackwood family can turn over a new leaf in the future. Then, he looked at the three hot-blooded youths. The three of you are not bad. Your talent is also very good. From now on, the three of you will be the patriarch and the core elders. I hope you can lead your family to the right path. Thank you, benefactor. The three hot-blooded youths knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Their eyes were filled with hope. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, he turned around and walked towards the heavenly King Hun. Let's go. They boarded the Mo. The heavenly King Hun revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. After all, these were two little ancestors. He had no choice. He clenched his teeth and left. The rolling devil cloud left. Lin Xian and the people of Hun Tian Manor disappeared in the sky. As for the people of Too Fast City, they were completely stunned. Soon, the news spread out, causing an uproar. Countless people were excited. The geniuses of the sacred city had arrived at the space city and defeated everyone. The little saints were thrown into disarray. All kinds of news were spreading everywhere. Legends about Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were everywhere. These two people were now heading towards the Rain Clan with the heavenly King Hun. The Rain Clan occupied the double Rain planet. There were two planets. One of them might be smaller than the other worlds. However, when the two planets were combined, they were not inferior to the other planets at all. The Rain Clan's foundation was very strong. It was really enviable for them to be able to occupy two such planets. It was said that the Rain Clan also had super experts in the past. However, they declined later on. During this period, Lin Xian chatted with the heavenly King Hun. He also learned that the heavenly King Hun and the others were not going to the front line to fight, but to provide resources to the Rain Clan. They were logisticians. Therefore, even if they went to the Rain Clan, it wouldn't be too dangerous. This made Lin Xian even more satisfied. He came here to watch the Rain Clan being destroyed. Naturally, he would go deep into the Rain Clan's hinterland. At this moment, following the heavenly King Hun, he could watch the battle at a close distance. He wanted to properly appreciate how the Rain Clan was being destroyed one step at a time. At this moment, the Rain Clan had much fewer people than when he saw them before. On the vast land, formations flickered everywhere. Obviously, they were all on alert. There was only one last battle left. Lin Xian came with the heavenly King Hun, so he was unimpeded all the way. Soon, they arrived at the camp. The heavenly King Hun said, "Young masters, you can rest here. If you want to watch the battle, it will probably take some time. Well, we'll stay here. You don't have to worry about us. Go do your thing." Lin Xian waved his hand. The heavenly King Hun left. When he walked out of the palace, his face immediately darkened. Damn, are the geniuses of the holy city so free? Don't they need to cultivate? How can they come here to watch the battle? Next, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon Palace set up camp in this camp. About 2 months later. On this day, the earth trembled, and muffled thunder rumbled in the distance, spreading all over the world like a bell. The people in the heavenly King Hun's camp were all alarmed. They all went out of the camp and looked into the distance. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's eyes also lit up. It's coming. The final battle is about to begin. Sure enough, after they went out, they saw that the world had already changed. Countless gusts of wind swept across, and there were even extremely terrifying laws colliding between heaven and earth. Bolts of lightning fell one after another. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another. They were spatial transmissions. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian were both masters of formations. They could tell at a glance that this was a world-level transmission. Buzz. Buzz, figures in black armor walked out of the black holes one after another. They were like demons, holding sabers and swords in their hands, and their murderous auras were monstrous. They were like demons walking out of the demon realm. They stood in the void, emitting monstrous auras. They suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The people of the demon palace had arrived. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The people of the heavenly King Hun's palace also exclaimed. There were so many people, Indeed, there were truly too many people this time around. Not only that, there were even more powerful demonic beasts appearing in the world. There was even a black bat that covered the sky for tens of thousands of miles like a dark cloud. The light between heaven and earth instantly dimmed. This was a world-level battle, and countless people were probably watching it. The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, the battle between the Demon Palace and the Rain Clan had attracted the attention of everyone in the two-star realm. Although they weren't from the Saint City, these two forces were still extraordinary. Demon Palace. It was one of the top 3 forces on the demon planet. Its palace master, the demon overlord, stood at the peak of the Saint Venerable realm. He was currently in seclusion. Once he succeeded, he would become a Saint King. This was a force second only to the Saint City. As for the Rain Clan, it was once a glorious clan. Although it had declined, it still occupied 2 worlds. It could be said that its foundation was also extraordinary. This battle was between a powerful new force and a declining old force. Naturally, it would cause a lot of commotion. Countless experts from various clans and worlds were watching the battle. Even some people from the Saint City had come. They wanted to watch this rare world-ending battle. Heavenly King Hun had also returned to the army camp. His expression was incomparably solemn. "Young masters, although we are at the rear and won't be affected, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to protect you. I hope you won't blame me. Don't worry, we're just here to watch the battle. I don't think the Demon Palace will take action." Lin Xian nodded. The Crimson Dragon said, "Old man, if even you are so scared, what kind of experts are coming?" Heavenly King Hun took a deep breath. This time, it was probably a world-ending battle. The Demon Palace had sent a Saint Venerable to fight. It was even rumored that they had brought a Sun-class Saint weapon. At that time, if they really launched an all-out attack, the whole world would be completely destroyed. Ah! The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. This is crazy. Lin Xian was also surprised. Saint Venerables had also joined the battle? That was an existence more terrifying than a minor saint. They even had a Sun-class Saint weapon. It seemed like this was really a battle to the death. Then why are you still waiting here? Hurry up and run. The Crimson Dragon said. Heavenly King Hun said, "It's not that simple. The Rain Clan's foundation is also beyond imagination. They must have at least a Sun-class Saint weapon. After all, the Rain Clan was once glorious. Therefore, whether or not they could defeat the Rain Clan in this battle was still unknown. Interesting. All the more reason for us to stay here and watch." Lin Xian sneered. This kind of shocking battle was something that they might not encounter for thousands of years. Although it was dangerous, they were still not afraid. This was because they also had a great sage artifact in their hands. If they really couldn't do it, they could enter the Great Sage Tower and directly shatter the void to leave. More and more black holes appeared in the sky. The experts of the Fiend planet were still teleporting. Finally, 3 days later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the 9 heavens. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. "Kill!" The sky moved. Countless experts of the Demon Palace rushed down from the sky and attacked the Rain Clan. This scene was simply too shocking. Every single one of them was like a demon god. It was as if countless black mountains were descending from the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. Boom! Boom! The void shattered in an instant as countless arrays were torn apart. The great earth sunk, terrifying great cracks appearing. It was as if the entire world was going to be hacked apart. "Those who offend my Rain Clan will be killed without mercy." In the depths of the earth, a furious voice was also heard. Immediately after, dark clouds gathered in the sky and countless raindrops began to fall. Below them was a vast ocean that surged through the sky. The entire world seemed to have turned into an ocean. Heavy rain poured down. This was not ordinary water. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. Each and every one of them was formed by a peerless killing array that contained the power of the natural laws. In an instant, they collided with the army of the Demon Palace. Both sides began to fight. On the Demon Palace's side, there were people who had their bodies pierced by the natural laws of the rain and fell to the ground. As for the other experts, they rushed down and arrived on the ground. The city below was instantly destroyed. The platforms, pavilions, and palaces were all turned into ashes. At this moment, they had truly gone mad with killing. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were fighting in the army camp. At this moment, their expressions were grave. Truth be told, the two of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. They had seen all kinds of geniuses and experienced all kinds of dangerous battles. However, those were only individual battles. At most, they would be surrounded by several hundred people. But now, there were more than hundreds of millions of sacred spirits fighting. This was the first time in their lives that they had experienced such a grand scene. This kind of spiritual shock gave Lin Xian a lot of enlightenment. It was truly hundreds of millions of sacred spirits as soldiers and millions of fiend gods as generals. The formations of the Rain clan were truly marvelous. They had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even Black Mountain was alarmed by it. The northern monster also extended his soul to observe the battle. This was a world-destroying battle. The northern monster was greatly alarmed. The Demon Palace's powerful attack destroyed countless cities below them. Although the Rain clan had a torrential rain and countless formations, they were still ruthlessly destroyed. Right at this moment, light erupted from the distant ground, illuminating half of the sky. A minor saint attacked with all his strength. As he opened and closed his palm, an overflowing aura was emitted. Countless experts of the Demon Palace were sent flying. At this moment, the might of a minor saint was vividly displayed. Since you dare to behave atrociously in my Rain clan, all of you must die. That minor saint of the Rain clan was emitting overflowing killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a god of death. He formed hand seals and the natural laws of rain were shot out from his palms. At this moment, a silver river swept across the 9 heavens. Wherever it passed, the experts of the Demon Palace were all split in half. In this battle, over 1,000 experts had fallen. Humph. So what if you're a minor saint of the Rain clan? It's not your turn to be impudent. On the Demon Palace's side, a minor saint also arrived. He was holding a black ghost seal in his hand. A ghost face stretched out and shattered the silver river. The two minor saints fought fiercely. I'll help you. Another minor saint rushed over. After all, the Rain clan was their headquarters. It was very convenient for them to send reinforcements. 2 against 1, the minor saints sent the ghost seal flying. However, at this moment, a long black saber flew over from the sky and slashed down, splitting the 2 minor saints in half. Ah! The 2 minor saints screamed miserably. A top-grade saint tool, their faces were filled with fear. This was a top-grade moon-grade saint tool. Ordinary minor saints did not have it. Only Saint Venerables had it. They did not expect it to be used so quickly. The one holding the top-grade saint tool was a minor saint at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. His strength was so strong that it could crush everything. He waved the long saber. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop him. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the endless sea, a shark that was over 10,000 meters long rushed out. Its huge body turned and sent countless people of the Demon Palace flying. In addition to the shark, a powerful sea demon came out from the deep sea. The Rain clan's territory was originally occupied by the sea. It was extremely vast. There were countless sea demons in the sea. At this moment, all of them erupted. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the sky, another extremely terrifying roar was heard. It was the demonic beast that the Demon Palace brought. It was a black bat. It was also a 6th heavenly layer demonic beast. Its strength was unparalleled. He flapped his wings and brought forth an endless amount of demonic wind. At the same time, he sucked out black lightning that filled the sky. It was like a lightning tribulation. In an instant, over 100 million sea monsters were killed. Their corpses fell down and piled up into a mountain. Their blood turned into a sea of blood that surged between heaven and earth. Bitter. This was the only word that could be used to describe this battle. It could be said that the Rain clan had produced experts in large numbers. They had countless formations and even used all kinds of weapons. It was obvious that the Demon Palace had come prepared. Your Demon Palace is too excessive. Do you really want to fight to the death? The people of the Rain clan roared crazily. Among them, 3 silhouettes rushed over. These 3 silhouettes looked very old. They were living fossils. Their cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th heavenly layer. At this moment, they were recklessly displaying their power. Their auras were like dragons that could crush heaven and earth. The 3 of them joined hands and took out a decree. It was the method of the Rain clan. It was extremely ancient, and there were many cracks on it. On the decree, there was an ancient character that was flickering with a demonic radiance. It was an ancient Taoist scripture character. Although it was only a single character, it was like a sun that illuminated the world. It was a good item. When the Crimson Dragon sensed the aura, its eyes immediately shone. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He already knew about the might of the ancient scripture character. However, it seemed that this was its true might. Sure enough, even He Shan was surprised. The foundation of the Rain clan was really interesting. The people of the Demon Palace were also alarmed. Those few characters were like a mountain that pressed down on them, causing their bodies to tremble. The experts of the Demon Palace also roared. They took out their moon-grade top-grade saint artifacts and erupted with power. The black blade was like a huge black dragon. It descended from the sky and slashed toward the Rain clan's decree. They wanted to destroy it. However, they were repelled by the radiance emitted by the Taoist scripture. The Rain clan's decree suddenly rushed out and collided with the long blade. It was actually able to send the long blade flying. Not only that, but the body of the late-stage 6th heavenly layer small saint of the Demon Palace also split open. He let out a frantic scream and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Go to hell. The 3 living fossils roared. They controlled the Rain clan's Taoist scripture and chased after him. Others wanted to go up to them, but all of them were sealed. All of a sudden, the 3 living fossils actually suppressed a part of the world. The Demon Palace's members felt their scalps go numb, and despair appeared in their eyes. However, at that moment, a palm covered the sky and covered the earth. It directly enveloped the Rain clan's decree and the 3 spark stones. Then, the bodies of the 3 living fossils split open and they screamed as they retreated. The decree of the Rain clan was also grasped in Ren Yi's hand. Who was this person? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Too powerful. The little saint was killed with just a flick of his finger. The Crimson Dragon also screamed. Holy Venerables, there really were holy venerables, is this a Saint Venerable? Lin Xian was astonished. This was too terrifying. This was the 7th heavenly layer of the Saint Realm, completely surpassing the minor Saint Realm. Every heavenly layer was a realm. It was indeed a well-deserved reputation. The gap between them was really too big. At this point, wanting to jump ranks to battle was really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Oh no, it was the Lord. On the Rain clan's side, Xianxia and Di Ling also frowned. There were a lot of super experts standing next to them. Their expressions also changed greatly. Quickly go and ask the old ancestor to take action. The old ancestor, who was also the clan leader of the previous generation, had also reached the Holy Venerables level. Normally, he would cultivate in seclusion, not caring about anything. At this moment, he had no choice but to come out. A huge hand of water covered the sky and blocked the pitch-black hand. What, you want to take away my Rain clan's magical treasure? Stay. Under the control of the Holy Venerables, the decree of the Rain clan blossomed with brilliant light. It flicked away the huge black hand. As for the big black head, his left hand held the top-grade sacred weapon, the pitch-black long saber, and fought a great battle. The battle between the 2 Holy Venerables swept through everything. The range of the battle was really too wide. It made the others not dare to approach. Quickly retreat. They left the sky and went to another place to fight a decisive battle. This time, the Demon Palace did not only bring a top-grade sacred weapon. Other than that, they also brought these 2 weapons, which were in 2 different places. Finally, they tore apart countless great formations. They slaughtered their way into their headquarters and tore them into 10,000 pieces. The people of the Demon Palace rushed in like demons from hell. With top-grade sacred weapons opening the way, there were no formations that could stop them. However, the Rain clan was, after all, occupying two worlds. Their foundation was very rich. Their headquarters was located at the center of the world. The palace was suspended in the sky like a divine land. It was exceptionally beautiful and dreamy. At this moment, the formations protecting their headquarters were even more powerful. They had been passed down from the ancient era. They were absolutely incomparable. Quickly counterattack. They were relying on their super formations to counterattack. The battle was very bitter. Furthermore, it lasted for a very long time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Every day, there would be experts dying. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood would be covered. The entire Twin Rain planet had turned into an azure hell. Gradually, 2 months passed. 3 months passed. The outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. It was truly too miserable. The entire world was dyed red. People from many holy cities arrived. Of course, no one went out to fight. No one joined the battle. It seemed as if two powers were fighting. Among them, people from the 10,000 Fiend City and Thunder God City arrived. For example, Lei Chong, White-Eyed Beast Sage, and the others. They all arrived at Twin Rain Planet to watch the battle from the rear. With their status, it was very easy for them to obtain the protection of one of the powers. The battle lasted for half a year. It attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was discussing, probing, and speculating about the outcome of the battle. In the end, they speculated that both sides would very likely end in a draw. Both sides would suffer great losses. However, on this day, another saint arrived. He was also a holy venerate. He carried a sun-grade divine artifact. With a single strike, he directly pierced through the world. A pitch-black hole appeared, causing countless people to scream in fear. The battle had changed. The news spread throughout the second starfield. Everyone screamed excitedly again. Had a sun-grade divine artifact finally appeared? Sure enough, a crack appeared on the Rain Clan's super grand formation after being struck by this attack. Kill. The people from the Demon Palace finally seized the opportunity to kill their way in. Furthermore, the people in the headquarters were in despair this time. What kind of weapon was that? It was too terrifying. Even their formation that had been around for several tens of thousands of years was shattered. At the center of the Rain Clan, the headquarters of the Rain God Island, blood flowed like a river. A great battle broke out. Countless buildings on the island collapsed. No, this time, they had really gone crazy. Their elites and treasures were all destroyed in the headquarters. How could they not be jealous? Quickly, asked the old ancestor to take action. However, they were in despair. Two holy venerates wanted to kill the old ancestor. Their old ancestor retreated in defeat. His body was covered in blood, and he could not care about them at all. They reckoned that he was in danger of dying. Could it be that the heavens wanted to destroy the Rain Clan? Many people were in despair. The face of the Rain Clan's patriarch was gloomy. He looked around with a face full of fear. He knew that he could not hold on any longer. He had to use a more powerful foundation. Quickly use the blood sacrifice to activate our 10,000 years of foundation. The Rain Clan had a long history. How could they only have one saint venerable? However, some of them were like a lamp that had run out of oil. They were sealed by divine crystals. They would not use it until the moment when the clan was exterminated. Now that they had reached the moment when their clan was exterminated, they had to use their foundation. Countless Rain Clan martial artists cut open their palms, causing blood to gush out. Beneath the ground, an extremely simple and ancient array formation appeared. It flickered with a demonic light. The ground cracked open, and a pitch-black passage appeared. The patriarch of the Rain Clan jumped in. The elders of the Rain Clan also followed. Even Xianxia was lucky enough to follow in. After stepping in, she was stunned. It turned out that this was an underground world, a world of its own. In that world, there were many sleeping figures. They were sealed by the highest grade divine crystals. Their life aura was at the lowest. These people were incomparably old, like dried corpses. However, they were not dead. There were a total of 12 figures. 2 of them were abnormally old. They were 2 Saint Venerables. The other 10 people were saints at the peak of the 6th heaven. They were one step away from entering the realm of Saint Venerable. This was the foundation of the Rain clan. It was the foundation of their tens of thousands of years of inheritance. At this moment, they had no choice but to use it. Of course, they did not dare to use all of them. They only revived half of them. They revived a saint and 5 peak 6th heavenly layer small saints. After these people were awakened, they revealed heavy gazes. What's going on? Why do you have to wake us up, old ancestor? The clan is about to be exterminated. A strong enemy is attacking. We have no choice but to wake them up. The people of the Rain clan knelt down. The revived saint and the 5 late 6th heavenly layer small saints were instantly furious. Who dared to exterminate the Rain clan? Do you want to die? Kill. Kill them all. The Saint Venerable led the 6 late minor saints and soared into the sky, breaking through the ground and heading towards the sky. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was shattered. Countless large cracks appeared. Heavens, another Saint Venerable has appeared. Someone screamed. In the distance, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Lei Chong, the white-eyed Holy Beast, and the others were all extremely shocked. Humph, the Rain clan's trump card has appeared. Brat, watch carefully. He Shan coldly snorted. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with golden light as he stared into the distance. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. That was because just the light that the figure carried was enough to make his eyes hurt. Was this the Lord? Others couldn't even look at them directly. Such people were truly world-shaking experts. Those who offend my clan will be killed without mercy. After the Saint Sovereign appeared, he raised his head and roared, absorbing the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Its originally shriveled and zombie-like body instantly swelled up, and its head of white hair also turned jet black. Soon, he turned from an old man with 1 foot in the grave to a handsome man in his 30s. The power in his body was too terrifying. It was like a vast ocean, vast and mighty. Behind him, the 5 late little saints were the same. Each of them had recovered to their peak state. Ancestor, the ancestor has been resurrected, the people of the Rain clan screamed unceasingly. Hope was restored in their eyes. This is great, kill, their confidence was greatly boosted, and they quickly rushed over. Buzz. The Saint Sovereign rose from the sky and stood together with the Saint Sovereign of the Devil Palace. The two collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the Rain clan, who was originally in a disadvantageous position, once again faced the Saint Sovereign. The two sides are evenly matched again, and there's no word the momentum of the Rain clan increased greatly, and the more they fought, the braver they became. Was this the power of a Saint Sovereign? A single person was enough to reverse the situation of the battle. Lin Xian was astonished. When would he become such an expert? The other spectators were also shocked. It seemed like the Rain clan was really going all out. Even the Saint Sovereign had been resurrected. Most likely, the battle would end soon, right? Of course, they also knew that this was the final moment, and it was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause them to enter the myriad tribulations realm. This is great. The previous patriarch of the Rain clan laughed heartily. Originally, he was almost killed by the Rain clan. Now, another Saint Sovereign had come. The two of them joined hands and unleashed the Rain clan's great divine ability. They even unleashed the ancient scripture of the Rain clan. Kill. The resurrected Saint Sovereign took out a sword. With a wave of his sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was also a sun-grade saint tool. This attack was really too terrifying. 2 sun-grade saint tools were enough to destroy the entire world. Fortunately, this attack was aimed at the 9 heavens, and the outer space was shattered. If it was aimed at the earth, perhaps the entire world would be torn apart. Bang! The 5 resurrected minor saints also rushed toward the black bat because they felt that the threat of the black bat was extremely great. The black bat had already killed many sea demons, and many of the Rain clan's people. Bastard, you're courting death. After being resurrected, the 5 minor saints roared and attacked crazily. The black bat roared and resisted. However, it was soon seriously injured. These 5 resurrected old fellows were really too powerful. One of the black bat's wings was chopped off, and its whole body was covered in blood. It was really too miserable. The faces of the people of the Devil Palace became incomparably unsightly. Could it be that they were going to fail this time? The onlookers also sighed. The situation had taken a huge turn. It seemed like the Rain Clan was going to change the situation. They didn't expect the Rain Clan's foundation to be so strong. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon said, "Wow, it can't be, right? Can they still turn the tables?" Lin Xian was also shocked. It seemed like these ancient families were really much more terrifying than what he had imagined. However, at this moment, the situation changed again. One of the 5 resurrected living fossils had its body split in half. In the sky, a black water serpent rushed out. It was also a 6th heavenly layer demon beast. Its strength was unparalleled. As soon as it appeared, it immediately chopped an expert into 2 halves. At the same time, it started killing in all directions. At the same time, the black bat also fought back. 2 saint sovereigns were fighting against 5 living fossils. Damn it, that living fossil's body was restored, and it was fighting against the black bat. However, the situation was only a little better. There weren't any major changes. After all, 5 late minor saints had appeared at the same time. This was simply an extremely powerful force. Unless the Devil Palace sent out another saint sovereign, they wouldn't be able to resist them. The curtains were about to fall on this battle. That's right. The Devil Palace was probably going to be defeated. Unless they sent out more late minor saints or another saint sovereign. There shouldn't be any, right? The Devil Palace didn't have such a foundation. Even if they did, they wouldn't appear in a short period of time. In the 2nd heavenly realm, the onlookers shook their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. The people of the Devil Palace were also retreating, preparing to retreat at any time. The Rain Clan was full of confidence. Kill. Quickly kill them and avenge our people. These people rushed forward. They would never let the Devil Palace leave so easily. The situation was one-sided. The Fiend Palace suffered heavy losses and many people died. Blood overflowed and dyed the earth red. Right at this moment, a sigh resounded. Who would have thought that the Rain Clan would have such a trump card? That sigh caused the bodies of many Rain Clan saints to split open. Even the 5 living fossils had cracks on their bodies. It was as if they were facing a great enemy and they quickly retreated. Damn it. Another holy venerate appeared. At this moment, the people of the Rain Clan went crazy. The experts of the 2nd astral realm also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What was going on? Another holy venerate from the Fiend Palace descended. Wasn't this too inconceivable? Countless gazes looked over, searching for the person who spoke. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's eyelids were also twitching violently. As for He Shan, he cried out in surprise. There was going to be a good show to watch. It seemed like an extraordinary character had come from the Fiend Palace. Buzz, heaven and earth shattered and a figure appeared on the horizon. Then, he walked over. He only took 3 steps, but he crossed over 1,000,000 miles. This was simply the power of an inch. Not good. The 2 holy venerates of the Rain Clan also felt their blood run cold and they quickly retreated. At the same time, they joined hands to support their Sungrade Saint artifacts and hammered down countless laws, completely enveloping the people of the Rain Clan. The people of the Fiend Palace also quickly gathered. The corners of the 2 holy venerates' mouths rose into a smile. In the next moment, they slightly bowed and paid their respects to the Palace Master. Could it be that the Palace Master of the Fiend Palace was the Palace Master of the Fiend Palace? When everyone heard those words, they were all stupefied. How was this possible? Wasn't the Palace Master of the Fiend Palace in seclusion? How could he appear here? The people of the 2nd astral realm were dumbstruck. As for the people of the Rain Clan, they felt their blood run cold. The saints of the Rain Clan almost wet their pants. The Palace Master of the Fiend Palace was in existence at the peak of the Holy Venerate realm. He was only a step away from becoming a holy king. When such a person appeared, he would sweep across the world. Apart from a true holy king, who could suppress him? Holy shit. How did this person appear? The Crimson Dragon was startled. This was the legendary fiend overlord. Lin Xian's pupils also fiercely. this was the demon child's father. He was truly too powerful. His voice alone was enough to tear a little saint's body apart. In the second astral realm, the experts who were secretly observing also exclaimed. Even the powerhouses of the holy city looked solemn. As for the people from the Rain clan, their complexions turned even paler. If the demon lord really came, then they wouldn't have to fight. A person who was about to become Xingwen king, even if they used all of their trump cards, they might not be able to defeat him. The two saints of the Rain clan stood there as if they were facing a great enemy. Above their heads, the sun-grade saint artifacts blossomed with incomparable radiance. Autumn Mountain Rain Sword? Never would I have thought that your Rain clan would even take out the saint artifact. The figure that appeared said faintly. His eyes were like two suns, staring at the treasured sword above. This scene made the two holy venerates of the Rain clan feel as if they were facing a great enemy. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Demon Lord, do you really want to fight to the death? Although your cultivation is higher than ours, we haven't fully revealed our trump cards yet. Once we fight with our lives on the line, both sides will suffer. Do you really want others to reap the benefits?" That's right, although the demon lord is powerful, our Rain clan isn't easy to bully. The other holy venerate snorted coldly. The demon lord said indifferently, "You killed my son, don't tell me you don't allow me to take revenge?" Ridiculous. The demon child wasn't killed by our Rain clan. With your strength, you should know. The other holy venerate snorted coldly, his face incomparably ugly. What do you want to do? Who would be able to say for sure? You guys should just obediently surrender. If you can leave the double Rain Star and find another place to settle down, I can consider letting your Rain clan go. Damn it, you actually dare to have ideas about our world. The two holy venerates of the Rain clan roared crazily, the laws on their bodies surged. At this moment, they finally understood that the other party was just looking for an excuse to attack their Rain clan. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. What's the matter? Could it be that they know that the demon child wasn't killed by the Rain clan? If that's the case, why are they still attacking? Lin Xian was too shocked, because the demon child was killed by him. Could it be that the other party already knew about it? It seems like this demon lord is planning something big. He Shan transmitted his voice. He knew that his son wasn't killed by the Rain clan, but he still attacked. Then, there was only one explanation. He had his eyes on the double Rain Star where the Rain clan was located. He wanted to occupy both worlds. Occupy both worlds? Lin Xian was too shocked. That's right. He San nodded. Do you know what it means to possess a world? All the resources in the world would be yours to use. Think about how much wealth that would be. More importantly, with the world, you would have the power of the world. Do you know what a sun-grade saint artifact is made of? Other than heaven-defying metal materials, it also requires countless laws to nurture it. Once it's nurtured, it will take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. At the saint realm, cultivation is already very difficult, let alone refining a saint artifact for tens of thousands of years. That's very difficult to do. Therefore, there is a method, which is to use world energy to nurture it. Using the entire world as a container to nurture a saint artifact. Only in this way can a sun-grade saint artifact be created after countless years. Other than that, you can only snatch it. However, the consequences of snatching a sun-grade saint artifact are very big. If it's light, you'll be killed. If it's heavy, you'll be chased for thousands of years. No one is willing to bear such consequences. Moreover, sun-grade saint artifacts usually have spirits. It's very difficult to snatch them away. So that's how it is. Lin Xian was stunned. Saint artifacts actually require world energy to nurture. He really didn't know this before because he never thought of nurturing saint artifacts. Except for the Black Earth, it's a semi-finished product. The other saint artifacts were all snatched by him. The Great Destruction Spear was snatched by a great demon. The unparalleled sword was given to him by the Holy City. Other than that, the other saint artifacts were also obtained by him. Therefore, he really doesn't know much about the refinement of saint artifacts. Then what about the sun-grade divine artifacts? For example, saint artifacts are also nurtured with world energy? That's right. However, they're even more terrifying than sun-grade divine artifacts. Not only do they require the nurturing of a world, but they also require the nurturing of several worlds to nurture a saint artifact. As for emperor weapons, they're even more terrifying. I once heard of a legend. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was an extremely terrifying weapon that was nurtured by 999,999 worlds. In the end, it was extremely heaven-defying. It's said that this weapon once opened a path to the immortal world, 999,999 worlds. How terrifying is that? Lin Xian was too shocked. Where did that weapon go? I don't know. Some people said that it entered the immortal world. Some people said that it shattered during the battle with the immortals. Even now, I don't know what that weapon is called. I only know that there was such a legend. While Lin Xian was learning about these things, the Saint Venerables of the Rain clan in front of him were completely furious. The dual rain planet was the foundation of their Rain clan. They had 2 worlds that allowed them to have unlimited resources. Moreover, they could nurture sun-grade divine artifacts. Even the dragon veins of the earth could nourish living fossils like them. But once they left, they would have nothing. It had to be known that this was no longer the era of war. Now, every world had a master behind it. Most of the worlds did not have a powerful overlord. They were divided into groups of heroes, and some of the worlds seemed to have powerful individuals standing side by side. However, they were all generated, which was why there were too few ownerless worlds. Basically, there was none. Even someone as strong as the demon overlord, who was about to become a saint king, did not have an independent world. After all, the Fiend Star was shared with other forces. It seemed that the Fiend Overlord was truly anxious. That was why he had the idea to attack the dual Rain Star. However, did he really think that the Rain clan was so easy to bully? Is that so? It just so happens that I want to experience the techniques of your Rain clan. The evil demon overlord in front coldly said. An extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body, causing all the saints around him to vomit blood and fly backward. They knew that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle, so they frantically retreated to the edge of the world. Kill. The 2 Saint Venerables of the Rain clan controlled Zhou 3 Heaven's Rain Sword and chopped down. This sword was like a peerless divine sword that split the world apart. A terrifying aura enveloped the Fiend Overlord. The Demon Overlord coldly harumphed and countless traces of demonic chi appeared around his body, forming a pair of demonic hands that went up to meet the attack. Clang! Countless cracks appeared in the sky. It was so scary. Everyone was shocked. However, some of the true experts knew that this was merely a probe. The real killing move was yet to come. Sure enough, after one attack, the 2 sages of the Rain clan controlled the Autumn 3 Heaven's Rain Sword to attack again. This time, the power was much stronger than before. The Devil Overlord sneered. Their precepts filled the air, and the great Tao revolved around them. Terrifying Saint Aura flew out. Xianxia thrust his palm forward, and it was as if a black sun was spinning in the air, clashing with the other party's sword chi. Boom! Boom! The battle between the 2 was earth-shattering. The strength of the 2 Rain clan Saint Venerables was very strong. Coupled with the sun-grade saint artifact, they were truly terrifying to the extreme. However, the Demon Lord was even more terrifying. The laws on his body were like the sharpest swordlight, constantly tearing apart the void. The battle between the 2 sides shocked everyone. At this time, a small saint of the Rain clan suddenly screamed, "You're not the real body, you're just an incarnation." He was simply too shocked. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Was this terrifying demon overlord just an avatar? If that was the case, wouldn't it be too terrifying? Where's the real demon overlord? Is he still in seclusion? Everyone gasped. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps tingle. This person's strength was beyond their imagination. Boom. Boom, that's right, you do have some foresight. This is only one of my incarnations, but even so, it's enough to deal with you. Wang, the Fiend Overlord held the black saber in his hand. One person and one saber continuously attacked, forcing back the 2 holy venerates. Damn it, kill him. The 2 Saint Venerables from the Rain clan furiously roared. Their bodies were dyed with blood. However, they were not afraid. The aura of the great Tao surged from their bodies and surrounded the 9 heavens. You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. The demon lord sneered. Although it's just a clone, it's not something you can resist. Boom, the laws on his body were like a vast ocean, sending the 2 of them flying. At the same time, he sneered, kill them all for me. Let the Rain clan be completely destroyed. Kill, the people of the demon palace crazily roared. Previously, they were at a disadvantage. Now, they could finally turn the tables. Their overlord had arrived, and he would lead them to sweep away everything. Wang! Wang, wang! A black gourd appeared in the sky. It was as big as a mountain. The lid of the gourd opened, and clouds of black fog came out from it. They turned into phantoms one after another and pounced on him. Ah, you! The saints of the Rain clan screamed as if they had gone mad. The holy venerables also roared, retreat quickly. Don't block it. Their complexions were unsightly. That was because the gourd contained the malicious spirits that the fiend overlord had gathered in the starry sky for several thousand years. It was extremely terrifying to use and nurture them. Ordinary small saints were not its match. Under the powerful attacks of the fiend overlord's clone, the Rain clan was forced to retreat again and again. Blood surged in the sky once again, and corpses piled up like a mountain. The people of the Rain clan were in despair once again. This feeling was even more terrifying than the first time they had been in despair. Because they still had hope the first time, but now that they had used up all their trump cards, they still couldn't do anything to the fiend overlord. The fiend overlord's attack was extremely terrifying. He used the black gourd to block the 2 holy venerables of the Rain clan. At the same time, the sun-class saint tool in his hand emitted an incomparable radiance as he slashed downward. The earth cracked open, and one after another trench appeared, covering the entire world. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people of the Rain clan screamed crazily. Some fled, and some resisted. As for the holy venerables, their complexions were extremely unsightly. Was the fiend overlord looking for the world's soul? Revive quickly. Use all your trump cards. The living fossil holy venerables roared crazily. They could no longer block it. Below, the leader of the Rain clan once again led the rain bead dancer to carry out the blood sacrifice, reviving the remaining members of the Rain clan. Below the earth, a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, everyone was terrified. Some of the onlookers even left the world. They felt that if this continued, the world would collapse. It was better for them to escape quickly. Young masters, leave quickly. We will also leave. We are no longer needed here. The heaven-battering king's scalp went numb. He was originally in charge of the logistics team, and his responsibility was to provide resources. But now that the battle had turned out like this, they were no longer needed. They had to leave quickly. If they didn't, the energy waves would tear them to pieces. After speaking to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the heaven-battering king quickly left with his subordinates. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions changed. They also felt the monstrous aura. They were at the edge of the world, very far from the battlefield. Even so, the aura still made their hair stand on end. Let's leave quickly, the Crimson Dragon said. He didn't want to stay any longer. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Heishan floated out. He asked, "Do you really want to leave?" "What do you mean?" Lin Xian was stunned. "If we don't leave, are we going to stay here and watch? We can also go to the extraterritorial station." Indeed, most of the people were watching the battle in the extraterritorial station. They were all saints and could definitely see the situation clearly. If they couldn't, there were still experts who had set up formations. They could watch through the formations. However, Heishan shook his head. "I'm not talking about watching the battle. I'm going to give you a great opportunity." "Great opportunity? What great opportunity?" Lin Xian was even more confused. "What fortune?" Heishan laughed. "Of course, it's to give this world to you. How about it? Are you interested?" The dark rainbow godly dragon jumped up. "Are you serious? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Lin Xian was also shocked. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Xian nodded. That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking. How about it? Do you dare to do something big? Lin Xian naturally knew what Black Mountain meant when he arrived at Western Liangqi. It seemed like Xian wanted to help him seize the dual rain star. The evil demon lord attacked the Rain Clan and even wanted to destroy the Rain Clan in order to seize this world and control its power. Now that Xian said so, were they going to fight against the evil demon lord? Lin Xian said seriously. Although this idea was very tempting, the evil demon lord was too strong. One of his incarnations could fight against two saints. This strength isn't something we can resist. Of course, we won't fight him head-on. Xian said. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible to destroy the Rain Clan in a short period of time. It'll probably take a few more months. We can use this time to secretly change the owner of this world. At that time, you can seize this world and leave here. Even if the evil demon lord kills the Rain Clan, he can't do anything. Lin Xian asked in detail. He felt that this might really be an opportunity. Xian briefly explained how to seize the world. Lin Xian's heart jumped. It turned out that every world had a world soul. It was equivalent to the heavenly Tao and could control the laws of the entire world. Once it was recognized by the heavenly Tao of this world, unless it died, no one else could recognize it. Or they had to find the world soul. Otherwise, even if you occupied the entire world, you wouldn't be recognized by the heavenly Tao. Xian's suggestion was to secretly find the world soul and seize it. Okay, they could try. Lin Xian thought about it. Although it was dangerous, if they succeeded, the benefits were too great. In the future, these two worlds would be his. What kind of concept was that? He felt excited just thinking about it. Next, the three of them made sufficient preparations. They hid their aura and sent it into the ground. Black Mountain used an ancient secret technique and began to search. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly followed. They were nervous and excited. As they got closer and closer to the battlefield, they could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from the other side, so their speed was very slow. After walking for several days, they finally got close to the so-called World Soul. Black Mountain stopped in front of him. He seemed to have bumped into something, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he cried out in surprise. He found it, it was here. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked up and looked ahead cautiously. I don't see anything special, the Crimson Dragon grinned. Lin Xian frowned. His path was blocked. That's right, it was blocked. However, it was not blocked by a stone, but by a formation. This formation was formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth, as well as the dragon veins and spiritual veins of the earth. It was extremely terrifying. And it was very deep. It was at the center of the world, so the battle above had not affected it. Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon made a few seals to break the formation. Immediately, the formation in front of them lit up, circle after circle, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this was a square-shaped array formation that had completely sealed off the entire space. Through the formation, they saw that there seemed to be an ancient bronze coffin inside. A coffin. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Could it be that this was the world soul? Lin Xian was also surprised. Xian said. It seemed that the experts of the Rain Clan were hidden here. The world soul should be inside this coffin. If we open the coffin and take the world soul, we can snatch this world from the Rain Clan. What are we waiting for? Hurry up. The Crimson Dragon was excited and immediately broke the formation. Black Mountain said. Don't be impulsive. This formation is much more terrifying than imagined. If you are not careful, the people above will know. At that time, those Saint Venerables will come down to kill you. Think about the consequences, damn. The Crimson Dragon was shocked and quickly retracted his hand. He said with an unkind expression. Old Black, you are not trying to trick us, right? Lin Xian was also vigilant. Yes, what are you trying to do? I am trying to do something, but I don't need the power of this world. What I need is to help you. After getting the power of this world, you will help me revive. You want to revive? Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain was a great saint. If he was revived, wouldn't he be a great saint too? That was an existence even more terrifying than a saint king. Thinking of this, his heart beat wildly. He had the Eye of Time. It was very mysterious. It had saved his and the Crimson Dragon's lives before. He didn't know if the Eye of Time would work on a great saint. Moreover, Black Mountain had died too long ago. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of years ago he died. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't sure. Black Mountain didn't know that he had the Eye of Time. Previously, when he revived the Dark Rainbow Dragon, he did it secretly. However, he still said, "Okay, okay. As long as you don't become enemies with me and don't harm me, I will definitely help you revive in the future." "Okay, I believe you." Black Mountain nodded solemnly. Next, he began to make his move. The dragon veins of the earth wanted to revive, but they were extinguished by Black 3. The dragon veins let out deep dragon roars. Damn, such a magical method to break the array. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He watched carefully. Lin Xian was also surprised. At this time, Black Mountain said, "Kid, use your dragon sword spirit to help me suppress these dragon veins." Dragon-shaped sword shadows flew out from Lin Xian's body to suppress the dragon veins. Black Mountain was breaking the array quickly. Even so, it took him half a month before he managed to tear open a crack on it. "Go in quickly," Heishan said softly. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon transformed into a stream of light and rushed in quickly. This time, there was no blocking array. They could finally see the bronze coffin at a close distance. The bronze coffin was very old. The shape on it was very strange. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago the words were inscribed. Not only that, it also emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The Crimson Dragon walked forward and wanted to open it. But just as he stepped forward, the bronze coffin suddenly bloomed with light. The runes on it seemed to be alive, carrying a terrifying aura. The dark red divine dragon jumped in fright and immediately retreated to put some distance between them. F***ck, is he alive? It scared the dragon to death. Lin Xian also looked at Black Mountain. Black Mountain said, "Alive, but not much different from death. Only breathing." His soul and body were probably very weak. Lin Xian nodded. He had heard that only living people could have the world's soul and control this world. Even if the person's aura was very weak, as long as he didn't die, there would be no problem. And once he died, he would immediately choose another successor. Thinking about it, the Rain clan should be passed down like this. Heishan slowly approached, and the bronze coffin lit up again, emitting a mysterious aura. Heishan snorted coldly. "Stop pretending to be mysterious. If I was at my peak, I could kill you with a single glance." Indeed, Heishan was a true great sage at his peak. He probably had many worlds under him. The most powerful person in the bronze coffin was probably a sacred venerable, so Heishan naturally looked down on him. Of course, although he looked down on him, Heishan was not careless at all. After all, he was only a remnant soul now. He used many secret techniques, stacking them on top of each other, and his aura became incomparably mysterious. Lin Xian was shocked. He found that Heisan had used many laws to construct a small world. Was he using a world to fight against a world? It was really too magical. Sure enough, the small world constructed by the specter kept colliding with the bronze coffin, causing the runes on the bronze coffin to tremble. The lid of the bronze coffin also slowly opened. Boom boom boom, just like that, another 3 days passed, and the lid of the bronze coffin was finally opened. More than half of the coffin was revealed. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon carefully went up to take a closer look. They found that there was an old man lying inside. He was not tall, only about half a meter or so. He looked very old, and his body had begun to shrink. The old man lying there was withered like a zombie, and there was no aura on his body. "Damn, is this guy really still alive?" The Crimson Dragon whispered. "Why did he look like a dead man?" Lin Xian also frowned, and the golden light in his eyes swept down. Soon, he found that the other party's soul was like a small flame. Although it was very weak, it still existed. The other party was indeed still alive. Where was the heart of the world? Lin Xian asked. The specter said that it was in his hand. Lin Xian looked over, and his eye technique burst out, looking through the other party's hand. He saw that there was a walnut-sized blue ball of light in the other party's hand. The ball of light was like a water droplet. There were many patterns on it, and they were densely packed. This shape surprised Lin Xian. Why did it look like a seed? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab it. The crimson dragon waved its claws and grabbed the other party's withered hand, then twisted it forcefully. What the F***ck, are these hands made of godly metal as well? His hand was so hard that it hurt. He realized that the other party's fingers had only cracked a little. Damn it, this guy's skin was too thick. Lin Xian gave it a try and was shocked as well. He had a divine body, and with the Qilin tattoo, he had the physique of a fifth-layer sage, but now, even with his full strength, he was only able to create a small crack. This person was really too strong. Even if he was dead, his body was not something they could break. Use the great dragon sword spirit, He Shan said. After Lin Xian heard this, he recalled the great dragon sword and began to pry open the other party's fingers. 1, 2, 3. Finally, he managed to pry open one of the opponent's fists, revealing half of a droplet-shaped seed. The battle outside was extremely intense. The Rain Clan's final trump card had been completely revived. 5 late minor saints and a saint venerable had completely revived. This caused the Rain Clan's combat strength to increase once again. Not only that. Countless Rain Clan's experts were kneeling on the ground. They were very sincere. Ancient notes seemed to be coming out of their mouths, as if they were praying to the heavens. In the sky, the laws of the world were shining and hanging down. Divine chains of order caused the entire world to change. The people inside the world could feel the suppression. Those who were not from the Rain Clan had their cultivation base suppressed. As for the Rain Clan's people, their strength had increased. This caused the Rain Clan's people to be incomparably excited. Those Saint Venerables sneered. This was their world, and they could control everything. They could use the power of the world to suppress the other party. They could even attract the flames of heavenly punishment, torrential rain, and other kinds of worldly will to attack the other party. He wanted to let everyone know that their Rain Clan was the true ruler of the dual rain planet. The Devil Palace's people suffered heavy injuries again, and they quickly retreated. Palace Master, what should we do? Those saints' complexions were unsightly. The incarnation of the Devil Overlord sneered. No matter, we'll defend first. Although they were the ones in charge of this place, those Saint Venerables had just been revived. They won't be able to hold on for a long time. When their lifespan reaches its end, I'll personally send them to hell. The Devil Overlord sneered malevolently. The other Saint Venerables also smiled disdainfully. Indeed, they were different from the other party. Currently, the Rain Clan only had a single Saint Venerable. The other two revived Saint Venerables were their so-called trump cards. Since they were called trump cards, it meant that they could not be used rashly. Instead, they would be sealed again in an instant. Should they use them? Once they used them, they would not be able to use them again. Thus, it was impossible for those two revived living fossils to fight for a long time. Otherwise, their lives would be exhausted, and they would vanish like smoke. Thus, what they needed to do in the Devil Palace was to exhaust their opponents. They were at their peak, and had endless lives. As for their opponents, they were at the end of their lives. Even if they were powerful now, they might become a pile of bones in a few days. Sure enough, the Devil Palace's people did not contend against them at all. They just kept moving around. The Rain Clan's people also discovered this, and their complexions immediately became unsightly. Damn it, they are wasting time. We can't continue like this. We can't afford to waste time like this. Those people's complexions became unsightly. They decided to launch a thunderous attack. They wanted to get rid of their opponents at lightning speed. The surrounding abnormal phenomena and the suppression of the natural laws became even more terrifying. The Devil Palace's people had unsightly complexions. If not for the Devil Overlord being here, they would have retreated long ago. That was because the Devil Overlord had suppressed them by nearly 30%. This was really too terrifying. The devil overlord was indeed smiling. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if they persisted for a while. Moreover, I've already sent people to look for the world's soul. As long as I find it, I'll cut off their connection. Let's see how they'll die then. In the center of the underground world, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to pry open one of the old man's hands, and saw the appearance of the world's soul. But all of a sudden, the withered old man opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. Careful! The crimson dragon was startled. Black Mountain was also astonished. Lin Xian's body shook. He felt as if his soul was being attacked. Someone wanted to devour his soul. It was too sudden. They did not even have time to react. As for Lin Xian, he was even more startled. Get lost, Lin Xian bellowed, and a golden eye appeared behind him. A terrifying soul attack surged out like a tide. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul also shone with a biting cold radiance. It wanted to destroy everything. Lin Xian used all his strength to resist the old man's soul attack. Lin Xian realized that he had been careless. He did not expect a dying soul to be so strong. He knew that he had underestimated a sacred venerate. Even a dying sacred venerate's power was not something he could imagine. Fortunately, he had many trump cards. This time, he managed to force the other party's soul back. Lin Xian quickly retreated to a safe distance. At the same time, he said, "Damn it, he's not dead." The crimson dragon jumped up and scolded, "Damn it, you old fart. You're already like this and you still want to harm others. Go to hell." Buzz, the old man lying in the coffin, did not move his head. However, his eyes moved slowly and stared at the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon felt his hair stand on end. His gaze was like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through the old man's body. He roared angrily, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome dragon? If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. You old fart, why aren't you dead yet? It's a waste of the dragon vein if you stay here." The withered corpse's body moved up and down violently. His lungs were like bellows, making wheezing sounds. This was because he was angry. He was a sacred venerate. When he was at his peak, he was an extremely terrifying existence even among sacred venerates. However, he was very old and had reached the end of his life. Therefore, he was sealed here and used the remaining time to control the soul of the world. But now, an ant at the fifth heaven of the sacred venerate was mocking him. Moreover, a young man at the fourth heaven of the sacred venerate was able to force his soul back. This made him feel incredulous. At this moment, Heishan also floated over. He glanced at the old man in the coffin and shook his head slightly. "Your aptitude is average. You're already very lucky to be able to cultivate to this level. If you and I were born in the same era, I would probably be able to step on you with one foot and you would never be able to rise again." Puff, the old man spat out a mouthful of black blood. He was finally driven mad. Another dark soul appeared and dared to look down on him. "Ah!" She let out an unwilling roar. Her voice was very low. "Retreat quickly." Lin Xian, the crimson dragon, and the others were already prepared for this and instantly entered the great sage tower. This divine might slammed into the grand sage tower, creating a deafening sound. The great sage pagoda shook violently, but it was completely unable to withstand the impact. At the same time, on the other side of the land, a team quickly set off. They were led by two minor saints. They were very cautious, and their eyes were filled with cold light. They were sent by the demon palace to secretly seize the world's soul. However, before they could even reach it, they were struck by an extremely powerful force that shattered their bodies. Shatter their souls. No, these powerful beings screamed out crazily. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. They were instantly torn to shreds. These people were not reconciled. They had not even reached their destination and were already killed. Damn it, what was happening in front of him? However, they would never know. The Saint Aura quickly swept out and then disappeared. Lin Xian and the other two sensed for a while. Realizing that there was no more danger, they walked out. The moment the crimson dragon came out, he scolded out loudly. He splashed the face of that elderly man. Holy sh*t. How dare you sneak an attack on yours truly? Do you believe that yours truly will slap you to death? Black Mountain laughed coldly. Indeed, his innate talent was lacking. Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. The elderly man was so angry that he roared out once more. The soul flame in his eyes danced. This time around, it was a horrifying soul attack that swept out in all directions. The three of them hid in the great sage tower once more. Clang! 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 The attack this time around was even more berserk, and the duration was much longer as well. After a long time, the crimson dragon finally popped out his soul flame. Holy sh**t. This old man is crazy. To think that he is still so strong even though he is about to die, damn it. Ben Huang must definitely become a saint master in the future. Don't talk anymore. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian and the other two came out once more, prepared to mock him. The crimson dragon was already prepared to spit out his saliva. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw the elderly man in the bronze coffin. His eyes were still wide open, but they had lost their luster. He is dead. The three of them could not believe it. This time around, Black Mountain personally checked. Then, they nodded. He is really dead. It seems like he was angered to death by us. Hearing that, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. How infuriating. To tell the truth, he did not dare to believe that a saint sovereign would be angered to death. Of course, under normal circumstances, let alone us, even 10,000 people wouldn't be able to anger him to death. However, this person is really too old. He doesn't have much time left to live. Furthermore, he had used his strength twice before, so he used up all his remaining life force. However, he did die in anger. It could be said that he was killed by us. Black Mountain explained. After hearing that, Lin Xian was completely speechless. The Crimson Dragon was excited. Holy sh**t. He is dead. This guy is really dead. Ha 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 ha. Ben Huang, I killed a saint master. This is too satisfying. In the future, when I go out, I will say that Ben Huang drowned a saint master. At that time, who would dare to provoke me? Black Mountain pulled the Crimson Dragon to the side. Enough. You ruse along. Stop bragging. Hurry up and let this boy accept the world's soul. Otherwise, if other people discover us, we won't be able to escape. Holy sh**t. Boy, hurry up. The Crimson Dragon also remembered the important matter. Lin Xian grabbed the water-shaped seed and entered the Great Sage Pagoda. Let's go. The Crimson Dragon and Black Mountain also entered the Great Sage Pagoda. Riding on it, they broke through the void and quickly flew away. At the same time, the Rain Clan's people were still in a deadlock with the Demon Palace's people. The Rain Clan's people relied on the powerful natural laws and their control over the world to suppress the Demon Palace's people. This caused the Demon Palace's people to be in a disadvantageous position. The Demon Palace's people didn't fight back. Instead, they were stalling for time. However, at this time, the countless divine chains of order in the sky slowly disappeared and turned into primal chaos. What's going on? What happened? The Rain Clan's people were stupefied. They felt that their control over the world was weakening. Their strength bonuses were decreasing. What's going on? Could it be that something unexpected happened? The Demon Palace's people were stupefied. They felt that they were being suppressed, and that suppression was rapidly disappearing. Their true strength had finally returned. It seemed that they had succeeded. Though Saint Venerable smiled. The demon overlord also had a smile on his face. Did they succeed? He sent out a small team. Presumably, they should have found the world's soul, right? Perhaps they had already broken the connection between the world's soul and you. Humph. Let's see how you are going to die this time. The demon overlord's eyes burst out with biting cold-killing intent. He didn't know that the team he sent out was ruthlessly exterminated before they even discovered the location of the world's soul. Therefore, this misjudgment allowed Lin Xian and the others to gain some time to escape. The people of the Rain Clan also panicked. The complexions of those Saint Venerables completely changed. Not good. Our control over the world has disappeared. It seems like there is a problem with the world's soul, quickly go down. We must not let the world's soul have any problems. It is very likely that the people of the Devil Palace did this, these people roared crazily. Several small saints tore open the ground, wanting to enter. However, on the other side, the people of the Devil Palace really launched an attack. Where do you think you are going? Kill them for me. He still thought that it was his subordinate who had control over the world's soul. Naturally, he would not allow these people of the Rain Clan to destroy it. Get lost, the Saint Venerables of the Rain Clan roared. The battle broke out again. This time, it was incomparably bitter. Originally, these Saint Venerables relied on the abnormal phenomenon of heaven and earth to preserve a portion of their strength. After all, they wanted to preserve a portion of their lives. However, they could not care about anything now. If they lost control over the world, their end would be very miserable. Therefore, at this moment, these people were fighting with their lives on the line. The eyes of the people of the Devil Palace were also red. They felt that victory was in sight. Especially the incarnation of the Devil Overlord, he had an expression of victory. Naturally, he also attacked with his full strength. Both sides fought fiercely. At this time, Lin Xian and the others had already escaped from this world and arrived in the outer space. Should they stay here and watch the show? The Crimson Dragon was somewhat impatient because he had already discovered that the battle below was incomparably bitter. Clearly, the two sides had fought until their eyes were red. Black Mountain said. It was better to leave. The thing that this brat had was something that even Saint Kings would covet. He could not leak the news, otherwise, he would undoubtedly die. They withdrew the Great Sage Pagoda and entered the Black Earth, flying toward the distant starfield. As long as he left this battlefield and entered a random world, he would silently refine it before coming out. No one would know about it. Get lost. In the distance, the two Saint Venerables of the Rain Clan roared. They brandished their Autumn Mountain Rain Sword and directly cut a Saint Venerable into two. However, they were also hit by the Demon Overlord's palm, which sent them flying. The two of them vomited blood. The Devil Overlord carried a Sun-grade Saint artifact and attacked. Finally, Xiaoqian defeated a Holy Venerate. Furthermore, that Holy Venerate was a living fossil. Previously, the Holy Venerate's life force was already very low. It was like a lamp that had run out of oil and could be extinguished at any moment. I can't hold on any longer. I'll self-destruct and try my best to hold on to one of them. Furthermore, I'll give you guys time to hurry. He hurriedly went down to take a look. What exactly was the problem? The power on the living fossil's body became more and more chaotic, and the laws were dazzling. The people of the Rain Clan were in despair. This was really their ancestor. At this moment, he was actually going to self-destruct. This was unacceptable to them. With a loud explosion, a Holy Venerate self-detonated. That terrifying power swept toward the Fiend Palace. Not good. The Demon Palace's people screamed as if they had gone mad. The other party unexpectedly blew himself up. He was truly a madman, they roared madly, but it was already too late. That was a Saint Venerable. When he was still alive, he could shake the world. At this moment, he was self-destructing with no regard for anything else. This power was enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, this Rain Clan Saint Venerable cherished his own world and directed the power above the 9 heavens. Otherwise, this world would definitely be torn apart by this attack. However, even with that being the case, the saints of the Fiend Palace were still falling in droves. Their bodies were blasted into bloody mist, no longer existing. As for those small saints, they were torn apart. Only their souls managed to escape. Even those Holy Venerates were struck by the attack. They were all seriously injured and started vomiting blood. The Demon Master used his Sun-grade Saint artifact to defend himself. His long black blade, he fought in all directions. However, he was still unable to defeat all of the attack's power. He was also injured. The radiance on his body became much dimmer than before. It could be said that this attack had seriously injured the people of the Fiend Palace. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the people of the Rain Clan tore open the earth and arrived below. The two Holy Venerates saw that the bronze coffin below had been opened by someone. Their ancestor was dumbstruck. He had an appearance of being unable to die in peace. Immediately, they all knelt down. Ancestor, the people of the Rain clan were crying and shouting. As for the two holy venerates, their eyes had turned red. Where was the world's soul, damn it? Why was the world's soul gone? They had chiseled the coffin from top to bottom. They had even searched the entire world. However, they were still unable to find it. Where was the world's soul, Humph? Are you looking for the world's soul? It's useless. It no longer belongs to your Rain clan. It's mine. In the sky, the demon master revealed a malevolent smile. Although the attack just now had caused them to suffer disastrous losses. However, so what? He was about to obtain a world soul. It was enough to make up for his losses. Damn it. It was really you guys who played tricks. Below, the experts of the Rain clan raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were emitting biting cold killing intent. I hate you guys, they were surging with killing intent. They wished they could tear the other party apart. The demon master sneered. It was me who did it. So what? Aren't you angry and sullen? You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so. You can't even defeat one of my incarnations, let alone my real body. Wait until I refine the world's soul. Let's see who in the world can still be my opponent. The demon master faced the sky and laughed wildly. At this moment, the people of the second heavenly realm were shocked. Damn it! The demon master actually had this idea. They were actually deceived by him. The complexions of some people of the holy city were also incomparably gloomy. They also discovered that a peerless enemy had appeared. Previously, it was rumored that the demon master would soon break through and become a saint king. He was a powerful threat to the holy city. It was very possible that the demon palace would evolve into a holy city in the future. However, they also knew that even if the demon master became a saint king, his foundation would still be incomparable to theirs. The current holy city had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even the youngest peerless city controlled many worlds. But what about the demon palace? Although it was one of the overlords of the demon planet, it didn't truly control the world. This was the gap, an irreparable gap. They didn't expect that the demon master would actually obtain a world soul. If he used this world soul as a foundation to expand, he would definitely become a colossus in the future. This demon master was truly an ambitious and ruthless person, that's right. On the surface, he was taking revenge for his son, but secretly, he wanted to seize a world soul. It was truly a good scheme. It was over. It seemed that even the holy city couldn't stop the rise of the demon palace. This time, the Rain clan was truly doomed. Countless discussions rang out. The demon master was very pleased with himself. He waved his hand. Come out. He was summoning his subordinates. He wanted to refine the world's soul in front of the Rain clan. However, after his voice faded, no one came out. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was going on? What was going on? The people of the demon palace were also stunned. Could it be that an accident had occurred? A small saint frowned. The demon master's expression sank. Why didn't you come out? He shouted coldly. Countless lightning bolts streaked across the sky. As long as you were in this world soul, you would definitely be able to hear this sound. However, no one came out. This scene caused everyone to be even more shocked. Could it be that an accident had occurred? This was impossible. The Rain clan had already lost the world soul. What accident could have occurred? Where are they? Hurry up and come out. Don't let the palace master get angry. The experts in the surroundings also bellowed furiously. However, not a single person came out. At this moment, the people of the Fiend Palace were completely alarmed. The Fiend Overlord's complexion also darkened. Could it be that his subordinates ran away with the treasure? Thinking of such a possibility, he was driven mad with anger. Damn it! Who dared to betray him? In the outer space, the people watching the battle also cried out in alarm. What was going on? No one came out. Could it be that the Fiend Overlord was really betrayed? That was possible. After all, that was a world soul. Who wouldn't covet it? One after another, discussions could be heard. The people of the Rain clan were also furious. They were also frantically searching for the world soul. Right now, they didn't have the time to mock the Fiend Overlord. They had to quickly find the world soul. The Fiend Overlord was also personally searching for the world soul. In the sky, a pair of fiend eyes swept through the surroundings, covering every corner of the world. However, he still didn't discover his subordinates. But soon, he bellowed furiously. His palm directly covered the ground, creating a crack. Within the cracks, soil was churning and rocks were jumping about. There was also blood and bones buried within the cracks. Dead, the experts of the Fiend Palace were dumbstruck when they sensed the aura above. The Fiend Overlord also bellowed furiously. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to attack my subordinates? Get the hell out here, he bellowed crazily, and the long blade in his hand chopped down. This time, countless cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground kept sinking. Everyone was so scared that they started shivering. At the same time, their hearts were beating wildly. What was going on? Could it be that an expert had secretly made a move? Had the world's soul been snatched away? Who was it? Who was so daring to set themselves against the Fiend Overlord? It couldn't be a holy city, right? For a moment, many people were whispering to each other. The several holy cities were also extremely shocked. They were certain that it wasn't them who had done it. However, they didn't know whether it was someone else who had done it or not. For a moment, these holy cities were also discussing with each other. But soon, they were dumbfounded. That was because they discovered that it really wasn't a holy city. Who was it then? At this moment, everyone was curious. Who was it that was so daring? The Fiend Overlord was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Thinking back to how arrogant and high-spirited he was before, he wanted to refine the world's soul in front of the Rain clan. He also wanted to announce to the world that he, the Demon Lord, had come and was going to rule the world, but now, he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. His subordinates had been quietly killed by someone, and the world's soul had been snatched away. What was even more infuriating was that he didn't even know who his opponent was. As the overlord of a region, the Demon Lord had never been so humiliated before. The people from the Rain clan gnashed their teeth in anger. As expected, they had lost the world's soul. Their greatest reliance was gone. Although they didn't know who had stolen it, they had placed their hatred on the Demon Palace. This was because they were all from the Fiend Palace. If the Fiend Palace did not attack them, how could they lose their world's souls? Damn it, kill them. The people of the Rain clan roared crazily. At this moment, the evil Demon Overlord was also furious. Kill them all. Kill all these Rain Technique people, I want to bathe double Rain Star in blood. The war started again and lasted for nearly half a year. In the end, the peak power of the Rain clan was completely wiped out, and the remaining 2 Saint Venerables were killed. Without a leader, the Rain clan was completely finished. Although the Demon Palace had also suffered disastrous losses, with many Saint Venerables and small saints dying, the number of Saint Venerables was still too great. There were countless saints, but the Demon Overlord's avatar was still alive. He led the remaining forces and swept through all 4 directions. The Rain clan was finished. In outer space, the people who were watching the war shook their heads and sighed. There was no suspense anymore. The people of the Wind Spirit Star also withdrew. Previously, they had joined hands, but now, the Rain clan was completely finished. They would not continue to fight with their lives on the line. Therefore, these people began to withdraw, and even left with their king spirits. On the other side, the people of the Rain clan were getting more and more. Xianxia stood in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Her eyes were numb. She had never thought that the clan that had been at its peak would end up like this. Xianxia, quickly climb up the altar. The remaining elders of the Rain clan roared crazily. Xianxia was pushed onto the altar. Immediately, the blood in the surroundings began to circulate crazily. Even the power of the Saint Venerables after their death surged into Xianxia's body. We have awakened your bloodline. Now, you are the one with the most powerful bloodline in our Rain clan. Quickly leave. As long as you are alive, the Rain clan still has hope. The people of the Rain clan forcefully sent Xianxia away. Then, everyone of the Rain clan was killed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. A world-class clan was annihilated. The shock caused by this was absolutely earth-shaking. The second astral realm was completely stirred up. Everyone was spreading the news. Everyone was discussing the battle that had just taken place. Of course, there was also that mysterious person. The demon palace had occupied the double rain planet. At the same time, the demon overlord had issued a universal arrest warrant. He was chasing after Xianxia. He was chasing after the person who had seized the world's soul. No matter where the other party fled to, he would definitely tear the other party into pieces. This storm was still ongoing. Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at a remote and declining small world. They went down and completely concealed themselves. Lin Xian was currently fusing with the world's soul with all his strength. This process was very slow. It took more than a year. Spring came and autumn went. Winter came and summer went. In this year, too many things had happened in the second astral realm. The demon palace had taken over the double rain planet. However, later on, other forces forcefully interfered. Those holy cities also wanted a share of the pie. They all set up camp on the double rain planet and began to divide the resources. However, they could only divide the resources on the surface. As for the world's soul, this kind of thing that even Saint Kings would be jealous of, they couldn't obtain it. Xianxia had completely disappeared. No one knew where she went. As for that mysterious powerhouse, he seemed to have never appeared. Until now, they hadn't found any clues. They didn't even know who the other party was. This made the demon palace go crazy with anger. Especially the demon overlord, he almost went crazy. On this day, Lin Xian woke up. He opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. He had already begun the initial fusion. The following fusion didn't require him to deliberately control it. As time passed, he would become more and more familiar with it. This feeling was really too wonderful. He had a mysterious connection with a world. With a thought, he could even control the heaven and earth phenomenon of that world. He was like a god, controlling the laws of heaven and earth. "Oh right, how's the situation outside?" After Lin Xian came out, he asked. The Crimson Dragon and Black Mountain had been inquiring about the news. Even the Northern Demon had come out. He had almost recovered. In fact, his cultivation had even gone up a level. At this moment, he had already reached the second heavenly layer. The Crimson Dragon came over and told him everything that happened these days. Lin Xian laughed heartily after listening. Ha 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 ha. It was really cool. The Rain Clan was finally destroyed. Although a few ants ran out, they couldn't do anything at all. The Rain Clan was finally finished. The clan that once hunted him was now gone. The Spirit Sealing Star also suffered heavy losses and retreated to recuperate. The Fiend Palace also suffered heavy losses. Especially the Fiend Overlord, he was so angry that he almost went mad. After hearing this news, Lin Xian was even happier. Humph, they probably never dreamed that the world's soul would be taken away by him in the end. Are you saying that those people want to divide the double rain planet? Humph, how can my world be divided by them? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Black Mountain said, "Kid, don't be impulsive. Although you have fused with the world's soul, your cultivation is still too weak. You can't be compared with those behemoths." Lin Xian nodded. He said, "I naturally know about this matter. Don't worry, I won't show up, but I will let these people know the consequences of being greedy." Lin Xian began to urge the world's soul across the starry sky. At this moment, the double rain planet was really full of vicissitudes. The earth was cracked, and rivers of blood flowed. This was the blood of saints, and even the blood of small saints and saint venerables. How terrifying was that? It was estimated that it wouldn't be erased even after thousands of years. On the double rain planet, in addition to the Fiend Palace, the Thousand Demon City, Thunder God City, and other holy cities also entered. There were even some big families and sects that wanted to interfere. They were all competing for resources, snatching the spirit veins and dragon veins. However, on this day, the wind and clouds gathered. Above the sky, endless dark clouds swept over and terrifying lightning fell. That was the lightning tribulation that could destroy the world. The earth rolled, and countless magma gushed out. Mudslides and storms were also constantly rushing. It was a scene of destruction. Damn it, what's going on? These laws of heaven and earth were not the seen in the eyes of ordinary people. They all carried the power of laws. Even if these people were saints, they were still injured. Who is it? Who is playing with us? God, someone is controlling this world. It can't be, is that person going to appear again? Everyone felt their blood run cold, as if they were facing a great enemy. When the demon palace's people received the news, they even sent holy venerables to suppress the surroundings. However, they still couldn't find anyone. This made them mad with anger. Over the next few days, terrifying images of heaven and earth would descend from time to time. In the end, everyone knew that this was the mysterious powerhouse punishing them. The other party was controlling a world and fighting against them, but they couldn't catch it at all. The people on the double rain planet were extremely depressed. In the end, they even restrained themselves and did not dare to be impudent anymore. In the distant starry sky, Lin Xian coldly snorted and withdrew his palm. He was just giving these people a small punishment first. When he was stronger in the future, he would descend again. At that time, he would see who would dare to touch his world. Kid, where are we going next? The Crimson Dragon asked. After fighting for more than a year and comprehending for more than a year, it has been almost 2 years, almost 3 years. Senior apprentice brother Xianxia said that he would definitely take me to planet Tianming in 3 years. Now that I think about it, it's about time I left. Let's head to planet Tianming. Let's go, the group set off. At the same time, the major sects and major holy cities of the second astral world also started to move. Those geniuses started to move, preparing to head to planet Tianming. Because this was a world that only opened once every 500 years, there was a strange opportunity inside. If they missed this opportunity, they might have to wait another 500 years. No one could afford to wait, because one had to be below the minor saint realm to enter the heart of planet Tianming. Some geniuses would probably break through in 500 years. Then they wouldn't have the qualifications to enter in their lifetime. Celestial fate was an extremely important star to be able to find one's own fate and future path. They flew all the way, even using spatial jumps and teleportation. Finally, they arrived at planet Tianming. At this moment, planet Tianming was incomparably mysterious. It was surrounded by a chaotic aura, making it impossible to see what was inside. Because the opening time had not yet arrived, everyone could only wait. There were 4 moons near planet Tianming. Those who had just arrived at these 4 moons, waiting for the final moment. These 4 moons were also extraordinary. So I think it's better for everyone to find one and enter. When we reach planet Tianming, we will meet again. Xian said in a deep voice. Really? How extraordinary is it? Let Benhuang take a look. The Crimson Dragon stared for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. Lin Xian was surprised. He asked, Xian, have you been to planet Tianming before? Xian used to be a great saint, so he should have been here before. Xian looked at the mysterious planet in the distance and said indifferently. It had been too long, and he couldn't remember clearly. Damn, only a ghost would believe that. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. The Crimson Dragon also said, don't be so stingy. Xian glanced at the two of them. Some paths could be taken through shortcuts, but some paths had to be walked on by oneself. Planet Tianming is your chance. Feel it well. Xian laughed and pointed at a moon in the distance. Disciple, go to that moon. Yes, master. The northern demon was very respectful. He had already become Xian's disciple. He said, Brother Lin, Ruzalong, I'll take my leave first. His body flashed, and he flew towards the moon in the distance. Can't you let your disciple go by himself? He is just recovered, and his cultivation has fallen behind a lot. He's only at level 2. Aren't you afraid that he'll be killed? So what if he's at level 2? My disciple is easy to bully. Xian waved his hand, not caring at all. Lin Xian was also relieved. Xian's words meant that he was very confident. Alright, let's each find a moon and go down. Each of the 4 moons had their own unique characteristics. Even their colors were different. The moon that Lin Xian entered was a cyan moon. After going down, he realized that the moon wasn't small. There were many strong people inside, and they must be the geniuses from the various holy lands. As soon as he came down, Lin Xian discovered something interesting. This was because he saw a familiar face. Lei Chong. At this moment, Lei Chong was really proud of himself. He was riding an extraordinary demon beast, and there were many followers beside him. There were disciples from the holy city, as well as geniuses from other clans. There were even countless beauties chasing after him. He was really high-spirited. Young Master Lei is too strong. That's right. I couldn't understand that mystique even after 10 years. Some of the followers started to flatter him. As for the girls, their eyes were shining. They couldn't wait to marry Lei Chong. Lei Chong raised his head and listened to the conversations around him. He was really enjoying it. But soon, he frowned, and there was even anger in his eyes. That was because he realized that there was a familiar figure in front of him. Damn brat, it's you. This is impossible. Lei Chong screamed. He almost fell off the back of the demonic beast. Because he was too shocked, it was as if he had seen a ghost. The followers around him were all stunned. What's going on, young Master Lei? Their faces were filled with shock as they turned to look at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Who is this guy? How could he let young Master Lei off? They were so scared. One of the followers glanced at Lin Xian's cultivation and smiled. Don't worry, young master. He's just a 4th heavenly layer. I'll take him down for you. He walked over with a cold smile. Just as he was about to say something, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's slap. Half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. So powerful? The followers were stunned. Who is this guy? Isn't he too strong? Lei Chong was still in shock. Impossible. Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Xian sneered. What's wrong? You're just a loser. You don't even recognize me, loser. Young Master Lei was actually defeated by this guy. The followers around him were completely stunned. Impossible, brat, you're talking nonsense. The followers screamed. How could their idol be defeated? Especially when he was defeated by a 4th heavenly layer. This was simply unimaginable. This brat must be bragging. That's right. Young Master Lei, please beat him up. Young Master Lei, you must teach him a lesson. The beauties were also screaming at the side. Lei Chong's face was incomparably ugly. Looking at these followers, this was the first time he wanted to slap them to death. To be honest, he didn't want to do it now. Because the scene in front of him was just too strange. Wasn't this guy killed by 10 minor saints? How could he still appear here? If he was still alive, what did that mean? How strong was he to be able to escape from 10 minor saints, and in the end, he was still alive while the 10 minor saints were dead? What happened in the middle? Thinking of this possibility, he felt that his scalp was about to explode. Lin Xian smiled. You guys should stop screaming. Didn't you see his face turn green when he saw me? You don't even dare to make a move. Damn it. Damn it. I don't believe it. Those followers screamed crazily. Is this the genius they followed? Why was he so timid? Young Master Lei, please make a move. These people shouted angrily again. Lei Chong's face was gloomy. This matter would probably spread out. If he didn't do anything and these people spread the news, he would become a laughingstock. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly. He was much stronger than before. He felt that he would not lose to the other party again, although he still did not understand how the other party was able to survive. Brat, I don't know how you survived, but you still dare to appear in front of me. You're courting death. Fine, I'll send you to heaven today. Lei Chong walked down from the back of the demonic beast. He walked forward. That's great. Young Master Lei has made his move. Young Master Lei would definitely be able to kill the other party easily. Humph, that brat is dead for sure. The followers around him were excited. They widened their eyes and wanted to watch Mr. Lei display his skills. Are you sure you want to fight me? Lin Xian sneered as he looked at his opponent. Why wouldn't I dare? Today, I will prove to you my true strength. Lei Chong shouted angrily as he waved his fists. Thunderstorm filled the sky. The surrounding Dao roared as lightning struck and engulfed Lin Xian. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the world. That's terrifying. Even someone of the same cultivation level would not be able to withstand such power. That brat's cultivation level is so low. He will definitely die. His followers sneered again and again. That's right. After so many years, you haven't improved at all. Your lightning can't even scratch an itch for me. A voice came from the sea of lightning. Still alive? That's impossible. Those followers were completely stunned. Even a fifth celestial layer sage would have been killed by such violent lightning. How could a fourth celestial layer sage still be alive? Lei Chong's eyes narrowed. Thunderstorm, with a roar, the sky was filled with lightning. The destructive power was even stronger than before. He should be dead now, right? The crowd sneered. Amidst the endless lightning, a figure walked out. He was glowing like a golden god of war. He was unscathed. As I said, how dare a loser like you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. You're not dead yet? Those followers were stunned. Lei Chong's face also turned ugly. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Since you dare to be arrogant in front of me, you have to bear the consequences of your arrogance. Lin Xian walked out, clenched his fist, and threw a punch. The golden fist covered the sky and covered the earth. With a bang, Lei Chong wanted to dodge, but he was hit by the fist and his body was torn apart. Ah! He screamed miserably. The other party could blow him up with one punch. It was too terrifying. He roared, wanting to recover and escape. However, the power of that punch was not over yet. After Lin Xian broke through to level 4, his strength was much stronger than before. Therefore, the power of that punch was far beyond everyone's imagination. Sure enough, Lei Chong's body that had just recovered was shattered again under the light of the fist. Not only that, the fist carried an aura that could destroy everything, causing Lei Chong's soul to crack. In the end, the endless golden light scattered, tearing Jiang Lei Chong's soul into pieces. His body was also shattered into pieces. One punch and Lei Chong was dead. Unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. Those followers were stunned. How could it be? Young Master Lei was dead. Killed with one punch, heavens! They sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces were filled with fear. That was Lei Chong, the genius of Thunder God City, a level 5 sage. He could even fight those above his level, but now, he was killed by a level 4 person with one punch. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? They looked at Lin Xian, trembling. Coincidentally, Lin Xian's gaze also looked over. He said calmly. Who among you is not convinced? Pung pung pung. Those followers knelt on the ground. Hero, please spare us. Lin Xian looked at these people and sneered. Oh, weren't you all arrogant before? Let me see, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? He took a step forward, and the aura on his body exploded. Ah, those people fainted when they felt the aura. Humph, a bunch of trash. Lin Xian shook his head. Too weak, he was not interested. He turned around and left. When those people woke up and realized that they were still alive, they were so excited that they cried. They decided that they would not be followers anymore. This world was too terrifying, there were too many hidden experts. Let's go quickly. These people dispersed in a hubbub. However, some of them used a formation to record the process of the battle and spread it out. Suddenly, the entire moon was boiling. Have you heard? Lei Chong was killed. Who? Lei Chong? Are you kidding me? That's right. Which idiot spread the news? Do you know who Lei Chong is? Some people sneered, not believing it at all. He was a genius of the Holy City, a 5th heavenly layer expert who could fight across realms. Who could kill him? However, when more and more news came, and even the images of the battle were sent back, these people could no longer stay calm. What? Lei Chong was really killed. Xianxia, who did it, he was killed by a fourth heavenly layer expert. How could this be possible? They were all stunned. If Lei Chong was killed by a minor saint, they felt that it was very possible. But he was killed by a fourth heavenly layer expert. What the hell was this? Could it be that Lei Chong fell into someone's trap? Discussions broke out one after another. At the same time, an even more terrifying news came, causing the entire moon to explode. Do you know? Someone killed Lei Chong with a single punch. Who is so powerful? I heard that it's a fourth heavenly layer expert. Don't you know? His name is Lin Wudi. He's from Wushuang City. Is he the new chief disciple of the third generation? I know him. That's not right. Didn't they say that he died on the Fiend Star? He hasn't appeared for so many years. How is he still alive? As soon as the news came out, the crowd was in an uproar, especially some of the geniuses of the holy city. They were very well informed. They knew that Lin Xian died on the Fiend Star, killed by 10 minor saints. But now, he was alive again. What was going on? After the people of Thunder God City learned about it, they couldn't stay calm. What was going on? Lei Chong was dead, and Lin Wudi was alive again. Damn it. The 10 minor saints were dead, but he was still alive. Investigate, we must find out what's going on. The people of Demon City also screamed crazily. White-eyed demon saint, Shui Yu, and the others looked incomparably dignified. The people of Golden Crow tribe were even more shocked. For a moment, many people were frantically trying to find out what was going on. Lin Xian's resurrection and sudden appearance had caused some people to feel uneasy. They must find out. Is he dead or not? Who's playing tricks on us? At the moment, Lin Xian was extremely carefree. He condensed a cloud and sat on it, drinking spirit wine as he looked down. He wanted to see if there were any good spirit veins that were suitable for temporary residence. This lake is not bad. Crescent Moon Lake? Lin Xian stopped. Looking down from this direction, there was a crescent-shaped lake below, sparkling with light. There was also a mysterious light. Moon essence, not bad, go down and feel it. Lin Xian dived into the Crescent Moon Lake. Waves rose from the lake, forming ripples that spread in all directions. However, they soon calmed down. Princess, this moon is indeed extraordinary. In the mountain range, a team was moving quickly. They were all riding powerful demonic beasts. At the very front, there was a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress that covered her face. In between their eyebrows, there was a crescent moon. They were from the New Moon clan. They were naturally related to the moon. Therefore, at this moment, when these people came to the moon, the first thing they did was to look for the essence of the moon. Finally, the group of people stopped. The green-robed woman riding the unicorn in front of her turned her gaze to the front. The little handmaiden next to her exclaimed, "Princess, this place is not bad. The moon essence here is very rich." Gao Yu looked at the crescent moon lake in front of her and smiled. She nodded slightly, "Then I'll cultivate here first." "Princess, you have to cultivate. Hurry up and set up a defense line," the little handmaiden shouted. Immediately, the people at the back got down from their demonic beasts and began to set up a defense line. Someone set up a formation. Someone was guarding in the distance. In short, everything within 100,000 miles was cleared. Even some demonic beasts were directly thrown out. "Princess, I'm not far away. If there's anything, call for me." The little handmaiden also retreated to a few thousand miles away. In front of the Crescent Moon Lake, only the woman in the green dress was left. The girl took off the veil on her face, revealing a beautiful face. She began to take off her long dress and then jumped into the Crescent Moon Lake. The Crescent Moon Lake rippled as the girl played in it. Outside, she was an incomparably cold princess, but she also had the mood of a young girl. Now that there was no one around, she naturally wanted to relax. Lin Xian was in the Crescent Moon Lake, feeling the essence of the moon, and fell into deep thought. He cultivated the Taiji art, so he was very curious about this natural yin and yang power. His divine body belonged to the power of yang. In that case, the power of the moon should belong to the power of yin. If he could combine these two powers, then his Taiji art should be even more terrifying. Just as he was thinking, Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. Someone came in. Who was it? And it was near him. Damn it, he was so busy thinking about Yin and Yang that he didn't expect there to be someone here. There was a past in front of him. Damn, it can't be. She's at the bottom of the lake. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light, and he saw it clearly. He saw a naked woman frolicking in the water. Furthermore, she was rushing towards him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This really had nothing to do with him, but he didn't close his eyes. Gao Yu was in a very good mood, and she was very satisfied. The essence of the moon here made her very comfortable. As she played, she swam towards the depths of the moon lake. Suddenly, she was stunned because she had bumped into something in the lake. What was it? Was it a monster? She snorted coldly, lowered her head, and dove into the water, wanting to kill the monster. But in the next moment, she was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She realized that it wasn't a sea monster below, but a man. A very young man, whose eyes were emitting a golden light, stared straight at her. Gao Yu's mind went blank. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then, she turned around, stuck her head out, and screamed. Damn it, why was there someone in the water? And it was a man. Why didn't she sense it? What was even more hateful was that this man was now staring straight at her, and she was not wearing anything. Didn't this mean that she had been seen all over by him, and for how long? Damn it. Damn it, she was stunned. She wanted to scream, but in the next moment, her mouth was covered. At the same time, she felt a figure appear behind her. One hand wrapped around her waist, and the other covered her mouth. Don't make a sound, I didn't do it on purpose. Gao Yu was furious. She felt her entire body burning. A feeling that she had never felt before was rising from her body, as if she had been electrocuted. She felt that she was almost unable to use her strength. You didn't do it on purpose? Who would believe you? If you didn't do it on purpose, why did you hug me? If you didn't do it on purpose, why did you kiss me? Why did you peek from below and not come out? Gao Yu felt that her lungs were about to explode. At this moment, she had forgotten that she was an expert. Lin Xian was not feeling well either. He was a man with vigorous blood and qi. Now that he had such a beauty in his arms, and she was still trembling restlessly, it made his blood and qi churn. He said, "Don't move anymore. If you move again, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, a hint of fear appeared in Gao Yu's eyes. In the next moment, she finally could not hold it in anymore. An extremely terrifying power emerged from her body. With a boom, the entire crescent lake exploded. Lin Xian was also sent flying by this power. Damn it. Gao Yu shouted and instantly took out a set of clothes from her storage ring and put it on. Her entire body was surrounded by a baleful aura as she looked into the distance. Die. A crescent sword appeared in her hand and she slashed forward. Her speed was very fast. In an instant, she appeared beside Lin Xian and slashed down with the crescent sword in her hand. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this woman to be so strong. She was obviously a top genius. He did not dare to be careless. He formed a seal with both hands and shot out a 5-element ring, blocking the crescent sword. At the same time, he said, "Beauty, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation." Humph. Gao Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Misunderstanding? Who would believe that? She kept attacking. On the longsword, laws flowed. She wanted to completely kill Lin Xian. Soon, she was shocked because she found that although the young man opposite her was flustered, he was not injured at all. He had blocked all her attacks. Damn it, how is this possible? Gao Yu was stunned. She was an extremely top genius. Moreover, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heaven. How powerful was that? It was unbelievable that the other party could contend with her. Wang, a new beam of moonlight appeared behind her and slashed forward. The void was instantly torn apart. A huge crack appeared in the space within 1,000,000 miles. At this moment, the surrounding people were all alarmed. Not good, there is danger. The young maidservant's complexion changed, and she took the lead to rush over. The next moment, she screamed, "Someone is attacking the princess." The martial artists in the surrounding area moved out crazily. There were even extremely terrifying auras that were fluctuating. It was the aura of a little saint. Lin Xian's expression changed. He hadn't expected this woman's identity to be so extraordinary. She actually had so many experts by her side. Moreover, there was more than one little saint. It seemed that he had to think of a way to leave quickly. He wanted to retreat, but the young girl shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" There was half moonlight all around, blocking his path. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Since he couldn't leave, he could only use another method. "My apologies." With a furious roar, he punched out in all directions, causing the new moonlight to tremble. At the same time, an extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. He used his eye technique. The young girl screamed in fright. Her soul was injured, and the crescent moon between her eyebrows also flickered, resisting the attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. He took a step forward and came to the side of the young girl. His big palms kept slapping, and the 5 elemental laws rushed out. "Damn it!" The young girl fought back, but she found that she was no match for him at all. She wanted to retreat, but Lin Xian used the soul fixation pearl to freeze her in place. She couldn't move at all. The next moment, she felt that he had come behind her and grabbed her neck with one hand. "Don't move!" Lin Xian roared, his voice resounding in all directions. At the same time, in the void near him, 2 figures walked out. They were 2 old men. Their faces were incomparably cold, and their auras were unusually powerful. They had both reached the little saint realm. The 2 little saints almost came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian also felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to attack. "Kid, how dare you? Quickly release our palace master." The 2 little saints roared crazily. Many cultivators appeared around them, densely packed, and shrouded this part of the world. Lin Xian frowned. Damn it. He had really provoked an incredible existence. He said that this was a misunderstanding. He didn't want to attack their princess, but they couldn't attack him either. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The 2 elders frowned and looked at Gao Yu. Gao Yu was furious, but her whole body was sealed by the other party, especially the soul fixation pearl, which made her unable to move at all. She could only use her beautiful eyes to stare at the other party fiercely. "Since it's a misunderstanding, quickly release our princess," one of the little saints said coldly. "That won't do." Lin Xian shook his head. "You have so many people. If I release her, what if you attack me?" "Humph. My new moon clan won't be so despicable." The old man snorted coldly, and his face sank completely. Lin Xian frowned. He had never heard of the new moon clan, but he thought that it should be a very terrifying clan. Moreover, the aura of the other party seemed to be related to the moon. He said, "I don't know you, and I can't believe your words. In order to protect myself, I can only take her away first. Don't worry, I won't hurt her, because I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to leave this place." Having said that, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the surroundings. "Get lost if you don't want anything to happen to her." He emitted an extremely terrifying killing intent. Damn it. The surrounding New Moon Clan cultivators' faces were extremely ugly. Suddenly, a little saint attacked. He tore through the void and attacked Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian felt that his glabella was about to split open. He shouted coldly, and an extremely terrifying golden light burst out from his eyes. Then, he used the power of stellar transposition to change the direction of the light. With a clang, the void beside him was completely torn apart, and a bottomless black hole appeared. Damn it. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. His body emitted an extremely terrifying killing intent. "This is what you meant when you said that you won't attack me. You wanted to take my life just now. Did I fail?" The little saint's face changed. He was too shocked. He was a 6th-level expert. His opponent was just a 4th-level ant. He could kill him with just a flick of his finger. However, he failed. He didn't kill his opponent. Instead, he made his opponent want to kill him. He quickly said, "Don't be agitated. We won't attack you again. Quickly retreat and make a path. I hope you can do what you said. If you attack me again, I won't be merciful." Lin Xian took Gao Yu, and his figure flashed as he quickly soared into the sky. To be honest, Gao Yu was also shocked. Even their minor saint failed? Who was this person? How could he subdue her? He could even dodge the minor saint's attack. "Elder, are we really going to let him take the princess away? Will there be any danger?" The people of the New Moon clan were very anxious. The two elders' faces were gloomy. "Don't worry, the princess is much stronger than we thought. She has a trump card, so there shouldn't be any danger. However, this kid is quite strange. He could actually dodge my attack." The minor saint's face was gloomy. "Go and find out who he is." In front, Lin Xian escaped from the enemy's encirclement and flew all the way across the mountains and rivers. He felt that the distance was about right. Just when he was about to let go of the princess, a terrifying aura erupted from the girl in his arms, knocking the mind fixation pearl away. He was also pushed back. His blood and chi churned, and countless clanging sounds came from his body. The girl cried out and broke free from the restraint. She turned around and slammed her palm. It was a crescent-shaped palm. It slammed towards them, shattering the void within 1,000,000 miles. Obviously, the girl was angry. She used her trump card to break free from the restraint. Lin Xian was also surprised. This girl was much more terrifying than he imagined. He was afraid that she was far stronger than Lei Chong and the others. She shouldn't be someone from the holy city. She actually had such strength. It seemed like the second heavenly boundary was more mysterious and exciting than he imagined. "Since you've escaped, you can leave. I don't want to fight you," Lin Xian said coldly. "Lecher, I'm going to kill you." Gao Yu was trembling with anger. What kind of attitude was this? He looked at her body, but now he was in the right. "Kill me?" Lin Xian frowned. "You're not my opponent. Moreover, I didn't mean to do this. I came to the Crescent Moon Lake first. Why didn't you check if there was anyone in the lake before you came? Therefore, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being careless." "Damn it, shut up!" Gao Yu screamed. She was going crazy. She had never held a man's hand since she was young, let alone having her body seen. To her, this was a great humiliation. She had to kill this lecher. Wang, she opened her mouth and spat out a white jade-like ruler, which she threw forward. The white jade-like ruler emitted overflowing laws as it constantly attacked. That terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to crumble and everything to sink into oblivion. It was too terrifying. This was no ordinary ruler, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Kuanping technique and dodged quickly. However, he realized that his opponent's attacks were getting colder and colder. They had completely enveloped the surrounding void. Furthermore, the aura emitted by the ruler was simply too terrifying. Even he was greatly astonished. This was an extremely frightening saint tool. He snorted coldly, and struck out with his palm. Boom, the battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Xian was greatly astonished. He had to admit that this young girl's strength was really strong, exceeding his expectations. As for Gao Yu, she was even more shocked. Her weapon was called the Heaven Measuring Ruler. It was rumored that it could even pierce a hole in the sky. However, she couldn't do anything to him. What shocked her even more was that he was fighting her barehanded. What kind of physique was that? Was it comparable to a saint artifact? Beauty, enough is enough. If you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite, don't be so arrogant. I'll take you down now. Gao Yu screamed as her palms continued to form seals. The heaven measuring ruler emitted an unparalleled aura that constantly changed. It was as if the sky was pressing down. That heavy aura made experts of the fifth celestial layer tremble. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that this saint tool was truly terrifying. He roared angrily as he opened the sky with both hands. Like a war god who split the heavens and earth, he held up the heaven measuring ruler. With a roar, he sent the heaven measuring ruler flying. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms and transformed into a 5 elements mountain. Boundless rays of light shot towards Gaoyu. An extremely terrifying battle broke out. Gaoyu was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian was also furious. With a roar, he rushed over again. Since she wanted to fight, he would suppress her again. In an instant, he arrived beside Gaoyu. This time, Gaoyu did not panic. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up into a sneer. Lin Xian felt his heart beating wildly. There was danger, and he moved sideways. The void where he was originally at suddenly broke open, and the heaven-measuring ruler rushed out again. This ruler was capable of creating clones. Lin Xian was too shocked. Damn it, he was almost fooled. If he was hit, he would probably be injured. Lin Xian was also angry. Since that was the case, he would no longer hold back. He pulled out the spear of great destruction and slashed down with all his might. Boom! Boom! This time, the heaven-measuring ruler was sent flying. At the same time, Lin Xian used stellar transposition and swept away all the other party's attacks. He activated the Tai Chi art, and an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the other party. A Tai Chi diagram restrained the other party. Damn it! Gaoyu screamed as the crescent moon between her brows emitted a mysterious light. A crescent moon appeared behind her. The crescent moon rotated and cut through the void like a scimitar. Lin Xian used void escape and completely dodged. He did not attack again. Instead, he was ready to leave. Alright, little girl, you can't catch me. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and tried to leave. It was not that he couldn't defeat the other party, but the other party's identity was not ordinary. There were 2 minor saints beside her. If they attacked again at this time, it would be difficult for him to leave. You want to leave? Stay, lecher, I won't let you go. Gaoyu chased after Lin Xian. She thought that Lin Xian was afraid. She activated the shadow of the crescent moon and charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used void escape and disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside Gaoyu and pinched her face. Do you really think I can't defeat you? Ah! Gaoyu let out a sharp cry as if she was struck by lightning. Lin Xian laughed heartily as he disappeared into the void. Damn it, he dared to take advantage of her again. Gaoyu's lungs were about to explode. She wanted to kill him. At this time, the void was torn apart, and 2 figures walked out in an instant. Princess, are you all right? They were the 2 minor saints. When they heard Gaoyu's scream, they thought that something had happened and quickly rushed over. Gaoyu's face darkened. Her body kept heaving up and down. She tried hard to control herself. It's fine. You can't do anything to me. Find out who that kid is and tell me. I won't let him go. Gaoyu left in a huff. She had made 2 hours of confusion. They had carefully checked Gaoyu. She was not injured. Could it be that she had suffered some losses? How could they know that Gaoyu had been taken advantage of twice, and it was an unspeakable advantage? How could she not be angry? Although Gaoyu wasn't injured, the news still spread. Some of the geniuses from the New Moon clan were enraged. What was going on? Their princess was being bullied, and it was in the lake. What could have happened, they didn't dare to imagine. Damn it, who was it? Find out, they were furious and quickly investigated. Someone really did find some clues. Let's go and kill that kid. A few of the geniuses from the New Moon clan moved quickly. They didn't call the older generation experts because they felt that they alone were enough to kill the kid. When they brought the other party's head to see the princess would probably favor them a lot. Lin Xian had left for good. He opened up a cave in the mountain and prepared to rest while waiting for the opening of the celestial star. However, the following days were not going to be peaceful. Soon, someone came to the door and yelled. Damn kid, get the hell out here. Someone outside shouted crazily. This mountain range was a spiritual vein. There were many caves in the surrounding mountains. They were all opened up by the geniuses. Like Lin Xian, they were waiting for the opening of the celestial star. When they felt the energy fluctuation, they all poked their heads out to take a look. Who was it? Some people were unhappy that someone had dug a cave here. They wanted to scold the person. After all, this was their resting place. However, when they saw the jade pendant on the person's body, they were all stunned. The people from the New Moon clan were so scared that they shrank their necks and retreated. The New Moon clan was a terrifying clan. They didn't dare to offend them. Moreover, it was a few geniuses from the New Moon clan. Who dared to offend the New Moon clan? Did they have a death wish? Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned. He had just rested for 2 days and someone had already come to cause trouble. I'll give you a chance to live. Scram, or I'll kill you. Lin Xian didn't come out. Instead, he said coldly. The voice came from inside the cave and echoed around the cave. The people around were stunned when they heard it. Oh my heavens, what kind of person lives in this cave? He was so strong that he didn't put the New Moon clan in his eyes. Was he a genius from the sacred city? But even a genius from the sacred city wouldn't dare to be rude to the New Moon clan. Where did this ferocious person come from? Or was he just an idiot who didn't know anything? The geniuses from the New Moon clan were furious. Damn kid, get the hell out here. We're from the New Moon clan. If you don't come out, we'll torture you to pieces. Buzz, Lin Xian walked out of the cave. When the genius of the New Moon clan saw Lin Xian, he sneered. Kid, you finally came out. Kneel down obediently and let us chop off your head and bring it to the princess as an apology. That's right, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend our princess? Cold shouts rang out one after another. The surrounding people had all gone crazy. Not only did this person offend the New Moon clan, but he also offended the New Moon clan's princess. Did he want to die? The New Moon clan TT test TSS. The clan T test. TTTTS. A prodigy from the New Moon clan roared and attacked. He raised his hand, and a crescent moon flew out. It continued to grow in size and radiated with boundless laws. It pressed forward. This was an extremely frightening law. The moment he attacked, he displayed an unparalleled might. The surrounding mountains continued to collapse. The earth was shattered. Run! The people nearby retreated frantically. They had not expected the people of the New Moon clan to be so strong. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Golden light burst out from his eyes. He raised his palm, which was covered with a biting cold light, as if it was a peerless sword light. He struck out with his palm and met the crescent moon. With a boom, the two collided, and the crescent moon trembled non-stop. Lin Xian's palm, on the other hand, exploded with an unparalleled radiance. With a single palm, he shattered the crescent moon. At the same time, he let out a long howl and stretched out his hand, grabbing forward and instantly enveloping the young man. He was so powerful that the surrounding people were all stunned. The young man also roared. Damn it, get lost. He kept attacking, but he realized that he could not break free from Lin Xian's palm. Soon, he was caught by Lin Xian's palm and was completely enveloped. Damn it, let our man go. When the other two young men saw this, they were completely enraged. Is he that strong? It was completely beyond their expectations. Let you go? Lin Xian sneered. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you want to leave? Do you really think that you can be so unscrupulous and crush others just because you're from the New Moon clan? It won't work here. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and struck out the 5-finger mountain, completely suppressing the young man. Damn it, he's injured. The other two men roared. One of them charged towards Lin Xian while the other rushed towards the 5-element mountain, wanting to save his comrade. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his hand, an endless sword chi flew out. It was like a vast ocean, completely enveloping the two of them. The two of them were stopped and could not save their comrade. Let's kill this brat first. The two of them discussed and instantly attacked Lin Xian together. As long as they killed him, their comrade would be taken care of. Buzz, the young man on the left, had his palm glowing. A white jade-like spear appeared, flowing with a terrifying killing intent. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped. There seemed to be an illusion of the moon circling in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the white jade-like spear at lightning speed. At the same time, the young man on the right also charged over. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. It was completely condensed from the essence of the moon and had been nurtured in his body for hundreds of years. Now that it was out, it was comparable to a sacred weapon. Lin Xian was not afraid. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Boom! Boom, boom. There was a violent collision. Lin Xian's left hand grabbed the spear and shook it violently. The young man spat out blood and flew out. There were many cracks on the spear. At the same time, his fist also collided with the ribbon formed by the essence of the moon. It directly sent the essence flying. The young man was also sent flying. Half of his body was shattered. The two of them were horrified and quickly retreated. Damn it, how can he be so strong? They were completely stunned. The three of them were the experts of their families. The three of them together could suppress anything. Even if they encountered the geniuses of the sacred city, they could suppress them, but now, they were at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was only at level 4. This made them unable to think at all. Is there someone who can fight above his level? Is he that powerful? Damn it, use the power of your bloodline. Kill him regardless of the consequences. The two of them roared. Light bloomed between their eyebrows as the power of their bloodline surged in their bodies. They wanted to use a super powerful ability. Lin Xian was also angry. He took out the Great Destruction Spear and shot out 2 rays of light. The black spear pierced through their bodies, causing them to scream crazily. The power of their bloodline was also cut off. Lin Xian shot out 2 more 5 elemental mountains, completely sealing the 3 of them. Boom! Boom! The 3 mountains landed on the ground, suppressing the 3 youths. The 3 of them screamed crazily. Damn it, let us go if you have the guts, and we'll fight to the death. That's right, you'd better let us go. Otherwise, you're dead. If our family finds out that we're missing, they'll definitely tear you to pieces, is that so? Then let's see if the New Moon clan can tear me to pieces. Lin Xian sneered. He turned his head and looked around. I'm suppressing these 3. Who dares to save them? After I find out, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and left, leaving behind the 3 mountains and the 3 suppressed youths. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too strong. Who was this person? Why had they never heard of someone defeating 3/5 celestial level experts with a 4th celestial level cultivation? It was unbelievable. They were stunned. They didn't expect that the opening of the celestial fate star would attract such a monster. It seemed that more and more monsters would appear. Their faces were full of shock. As for the 3 people who were being suppressed, they were roaring crazily. Quickly, come over and undo our seals. Come quickly, we're from the New Moon clan. Whoever helps us, our New Moon clan will remember the benefits you get. However, no matter what they said, no one helped them. Lin Xian had said that whoever dared to move would be hunted to the ends of the earth. They didn't dare to provoke such a ruthless person. Therefore, the 3 geniuses of the New Moon clan shouted until their throats were hoarse, but no one responded. Instead, more and more onlookers gathered. The 3 of them couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. He might as well die. It was even worse than killing them. In the end, news of this matter spread out and attracted the experts of the New Moon clan. Only then was the seal lifted. The faces of the New Moon clan's experts turned ugly. Their geniuses were actually suppressed here. This was simply a slap to their faces. Damn it, who dared to go against the New Moon clan? When they found out that it was the person who had kidnapped the princess, they were even more furious. They had to catch the culprit and tear him to shreds. Otherwise, they would never be able to swallow their anger. At the same time, a few figures suddenly appeared in the vast mountains. Black energy overflowed from their bodies, exceptionally terrifying. Did you feel it? What a pure devil chi. That's right, it seemed to have been left behind by someone from the demonic path. If we find him, he might be the one we need. A few people whispered and then quickly disappeared. Then, they reappeared at the place where Lin Xian fought with the New Moon genius. he also sensed the demonic chi here. Moreover, he also sensed the chi of the New Moon clan. It seemed like the other party had fought with the New Moon clan. Let's investigate. We must find that person. The few black-robed men quickly disappeared. On the moon, there were big things happening every day. However, there were a few things that were extremely shocking. Firstly, Lei Chong was killed. Secondly, Lin Wudi appeared. Thirdly, the princess of the New Moon clan was almost kidnapped. Moreover, 3 of the New Moon clan's geniuses were forcefully suppressed. This caused everyone to be in an uproar. Another top-notch monstrous genius had appeared, and his methods were so ruthless. It was truly shocking. Some people sneered. The New Moon clan was so powerful that they would definitely not let this matter rest. Just wait and see. The person who provoked the New Moon clan was definitely dead. Lin Xian naturally heard the news too. However, he did not care. He had already given the New Moon clan face by not killing their geniuses. If the other party dared to act recklessly, he would have no choice but to be merciless. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. A piece of news instantly swept across the green moon. The princess of the New Moon clan had disappeared again. What? No way. That person was so daring to kill his way back. No one knew. The New Moon clan was frantically searching for the person. That person was probably dead. When Lin Xian received the news, he was dumbfounded. What was going on? This had nothing to do with him. It seemed like someone had attacked the New Moon clan. He did not know who it was. However, he felt that his heart was beating wildly. He had a bad feeling about it. Damn it. Did he become someone's scapegoat? Sure enough, as soon as he thought about it, the void around him fluctuated and powerful figures appeared. Led by 2 little saints, they led hundreds of experts to surround the area. They were in a city, surrounded by countless geniuses. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of these people. It was the New Moon clan. They had appeared. What were they trying to do? Could it be that the culprit was nearby? These people were stunned. Look, the New Moon clan had surrounded a person. Was it that brat? They looked over and were shocked. No way. A level 4 expert was able to kidnap the princess of the New Moon clan. They heard that the princess was very powerful. She was even stronger than the geniuses of the sacred city. Her cultivation base had reached the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Moreover, she could fight against a late-stage 5th heavenly layer expert if she used her full strength. Not many people below the minor saint realm could be her opponent. Indeed, how could such a strong person be kidnapped by a person of the 4th celestial layer? They could not believe it. Lin Xian frowned. Damn it. These people were looking for him again. How did they find him? Brat, hand over our princess. One of them shouted angrily. 3 of them had fire in their eyes. They were the 3 people who were suppressed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. What, young master? I've already released him. You should know this. Despicable brat. You've already released him, and now you're making a move in the dark. Tell me where our princess is. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. The 3 men who were suppressed roared crazily. One of the minor saints said coldly. Young man, I hope you won't make a mistake. I'll give you one last chance. Lin Xian's face darkened. I've said it before. I didn't kidnap your princess. I was forced to do so. I was just protecting myself. I don't have any enmity with the New Moon clan. Why would I kidnap your princess? This was done by someone else. You've made a mistake. Go and find someone else. What a load of nonsense. This brat was the only one who could be an elder. Yes, even if it wasn't him, it must have been done by someone behind him. It must have something to do with him. The 3 men who were suppressed roared crazily. The faces of the 2 little saints also darkened. Since you won't tell us, we can only do it ourselves. Men, capture him and search his soul for the princess's whereabouts. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Would he still be alive after being captured by the New Moon clan and having his soul taken away? They looked at Lin Xian and sighed. Lin Xian's face was extremely ugly. Don't go too far. His voice was cold. To be honest, he had already shown mercy to the New Moon clan. However, he did not expect that these people would be so aggressive. This made him want to kill them. Go too far, kid, so what if we go too far? Who dares to interfere with the matters of the New Moon clan? Men, do it, the three men who were suppressed earlier sneered. They waved their hands. Suddenly, experts from the New Moon clan walked out, and there was more than one of them. The four experts quickly moved out and surrounded Lin Xian, sealing him off from all directions. Moreover, there were two minor saints who were ready to attack at any time. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Even a minor saint would not be able to escape from this situation, let alone a fourth heaven cultivator. Hee, kid, aren't you good at fighting? Didn't you want to suppress us? Come on, do it now. Let's see who will suppress who. How dare you three ants jump in front of me? I didn't kill you last time because of your clan. Otherwise, I can suppress the three of you with just one hand. Lin Xian looked at the three of them with disdain. The three of them were angry. Damn it, indeed, last time when the three of them had joined forces, they had been suppressed. This had caused them to become the laughingstocks of the crowd. At this moment, they were trembling with anger. Kid, so what if you're strong? That's right, you'll die today. When you're dead and we're still alive, we'll know who's the better one. What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just relying on your numbers? Lin Xian sneered. That's right, you're right. We're relying on our numbers. We're using our status to suppress you. What can you do about it? Let's see who in this world dares to save you when our New Moon clan attacks. Those people laughed sinisterly. The two minor saints said coldly and attacked. Buzz. As soon as they finished speaking, the laws on the four powerhouses' bodies burst forth and intertwined to form a cage that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. Some of them even closed their eyes. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He slowly pulled out a sword and pointed it at the sky. Do you still want to fight back? You're courting death. The people of the New Moon clan sneered. The onlookers were stunned. Was this young man so unyielding? What a resolute will. However, it was a pity that he was still too weak. How could they have known that Lin Xian wasn't going to fight? He was going to choose the unparalleled sword. Let's see who dares. The person who was being suppressed sneered coldly. The two little saints' faces were cold as well. The four experts continued to attack. Buzz, Lin Xian unleashed his law. The unparalleled sword emitted a sharp sword chi that swept across all directions. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. What's that? The unparalleled sword? Isn't that the unparalleled city's weapon? Moreover, only a handful of people could own it. It was a symbol of supreme status. How did this guy get it? What unparalleled sword? Are you trying to fool us with a broken sword? What a joke. Do you think we New Moon clan are idiots? The three who were suppressed laughed sinisterly and continued to attack. However, the two minor saints' pupils shrunk. Wait, they roared, and the four experts stopped. The people of the New Moon clan were also stunned, especially the three people who had been suppressed. Their expressions changed. Elder Zhang, hurry up and do it. Don't be fooled by that kid. That's right, Elder. How did that kid get it? The unparalleled sword is only owned by the three chief disciples. That kid. Before they could finish their words, their faces changed. Could it be that Lin Xian is a chief disciple? The others also thought of this possibility. Suddenly, there was an uproar and they looked over. At the same time, they were even more puzzled. It shouldn't be. There were three chief disciples in Unparalleled City. The first two were super experts that were not weaker than minor saints. Their cultivation base was earth-shattering. However, the person in front of them was only at the fourth heavenly layer. He was definitely not the chief disciple of the first and second generation. Could it be that he was the chief disciple of the third generation? Was he Lin Wudi? Wasn't he dead? Rumor had it that he was still alive. Someone had seen him a few days ago and he even came here. It couldn't be him, right? Everyone widened their eyes. The two little saints of the New Moon clan frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xian's face changed and returned to his original appearance. At the same time, a terrifying golden light shone from his body. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. "I am the chief disciple of the third generation of Unparalleled City, Lin Wudi." It's really him. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The people of New Moon clan were stunned at this moment. The faces of the three who had been suppressed became extremely ugly. The faces of the two little saints turned gloomy as well. Damn it, how could he be the chief disciple? To be honest, the reason why they attacked him without restraint was because they thought that he had no special identity. Compared to the New Moon clan, he was just an ant. No matter how strong he was, they could still send experts to kill him. However, it was different now. The other party was the chief disciple of the sacred city. What kind of identity was that? If they attacked him, it would mean that they were provoking Unparalleled City. The consequences would be disastrous. Unparalleled City would definitely send experts to fight with them. They did not want to start a war with the sacred city. However, their princess had disappeared and it was very likely that it was related to this person. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword in his hand and looked forward. He sneered coldly. "Why? Not going to attack? Didn't you want to use your identity to suppress me? Come on, I'll wait for you. Let's see if the identity of the New Moon clan or my identity as the chief disciple of Unparalleled City is greater. You three ants, aren't you the most excited? Hurry up and attack me." He then looked at the three people who had been suppressed. The three of them were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, damn it, damn it. They were about to go crazy. Previously, they thought that they were geniuses, but they were defeated by someone with a lower cultivation base. They could not stand it. Later, they decided to use their noble identities to suppress the other party. However, they realized that they could not do it. Although they were geniuses, compared to the sacred city, they were only the core disciples of the sacred city. However, the other party was not only a genius of the sacred city, but also the chief disciple. His identity was almost the same as their princess. How could they be compared to him? The people of the New Moon clan couldn't even lift their heads. The two minor saints said coldly. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Although you're the chief disciple, you have something to do with the disappearance of our princess. Today, you have to give us an explanation. Tell us, where did you hide our princess?" The three people who were suppressed raised their heads and roared angrily again. Their only hope now was their two elders. It would be best if their princess's disappearance was related to him. Then, even if he was the chief disciple, they would still have a reason to kill him. "What does the disappearance of your princess have to do with me? Which eye of yours saw that it had anything to do with me?" Lin Xian sneered. "Are you trying to pin a crime on me? After all, you did kidnap our princess last time." "What a joke. You said it was last time. Last time, there was a misunderstanding between me and your princess. You wanted to kill me immediately and I didn't want to expose my identity. So, I had no choice but to kidnap your princess. It's different this time. I have no enmity with your princess. Even if there were some conflicts, I wouldn't kidnap your princess. I'm not an idiot. Of course, I know what kind of crime it is to kidnap the princess. It will probably cause a war between the Saint Capital and the New Moon clan. Do you think I'll do that?" As soon as he said that, the people around him nodded. Indeed, there was no reason for him to kidnap the princess of the New Moon clan. The people of the New Moon clan were also silent. However, they still didn't give up. "Who knows if what you said is true? You can go and investigate. I'm here and can't run away. I'm here to participate in the Heavenly Fate Star. Do you think I'll leave before the Heavenly Fate Star opens? This guy is really here to participate in the Heavenly Fate Star. Yeah, he's another top monster who could survive in the hands of a minor saint." Now that he showed such strength, they wondered what kind of opportunities he would get in the Heavenly Fate Star. These people looked at Lin Xian and discussed. The two minor saints also discussed and nodded. "We'll believe you for now. However, if we find out that you're really related to the princess's disappearance, we'll kill you. No matter who you are, we'll kill you without mercy. Let's go." The two minor saints led the people of the New Moon clan and turned to leave. Lin Xian said coldly. Wait. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. What was going on? The people of the New Moon clan also stopped. The two small saints frowned. What else do you want? Lin Xian raised his peerless sword and walked forward. I have already explained the matter of your princess to you. Shouldn't you all give me an explanation? What explanation do you want? Someone roared. Lin Xian said, you guys didn't even get to the bottom of the situation before you directly pinned the blame on me and even provoked me multiple times. You're provoking a Saint Realm expert. Tell me, what kind of explanation do I need? I can't let my sacred city be humiliated. At this point, he looked up and stared at the three people he had suppressed before. Wang, the peerless sword flew out and three sword beams cut off the heads of the three men. Even their souls would be destroyed in an instant. The three of them widened their eyes. Even in death, they could not believe that the other party would dare to attack them in front of their elders. The people of the New Moon clan were stunned as well. Then, they roared madly. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Countless people pulled out their swords and sabers. Killing intent instantly erupted from their bodies. Even the eyes of the two little saints shone with a piercing light as they fixed their eyes on Lin Xian. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What was going on? Why did Lin Wuti suddenly attack? Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly. Those who humiliate the sacred city will be killed without mercy. He was too domineering. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The two small saints' faces turned ugly. Let's go. They took the three corpses and quickly soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. They left. The people of the New Moon clan actually left. This Lin Wuti was too strong. The news spread like wildfire. The whole world was in an uproar. Lin Wuti was indeed alive again. Moreover, he appeared to confront the New Moon clan. He killed three geniuses of the New Moon clan in front of the small saints. This matter shocked everyone, especially the Saint Qing experts, who were in an uproar. Damn it, he actually dares to appear again. Let's go and kill him. The people of Thunder God City were furious. Lin Wuti killed their Lei Chong as soon as he appeared. How could they not take revenge? A group of people rushed over with murderous intent. On the other side, the people of Demon City were the same. They also decided to go and see if Lin Wuti was really resurrected. The experts of the Golden Crow clan also moved. Was the disappearance of their small saints related to Lin Wuti? In an instant, a storm gathered. The first to arrive were the people of Thunder God City because they were eager to take revenge. Not long after the news spread, they came and looked for Lin Xian. The surrounding people originally wanted to leave, but they did not expect that someone would come to kill them. Hence, they stopped to watch again. They were the people of Thunder God City. They were also looking for Lin Wuti. Don't you know? Lin Wuti had just arrived in this world and killed Lei Chong with a punch. This was a slap to Thunder God City's face. It was all because Saint Chengdu wanted face. How could Thunder God City not take revenge? Lin Wuti was too strong, wasn't he? Killing a level 5 genius with a level 4 cultivation was like cutting vegetables. Such a person was really monstrous. Not necessarily. Maybe Lei Chong was too careless. In any case, who knows the details of this? Some people exclaimed while some sneered, thinking that Lin Xian might have some despicable means. However, after this battle, they should be able to see how strong Lin Xian was. Brat, prepare to die. An expert of the Thunder God City descended from the sky, bringing along endless lightning with him as he rushed over. A lightning hammer appeared in his hand and he swung it down. The ground and the void below quickly sank. This attack was extremely powerful. Buzz, Lin Xian did not say anything and threw out the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword turned into a stream of light and pierced through the void. With a poochie sound, the opponent's body was split into two. Ah, a miserable cry resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. Everyone's scalp went numb. One move. With just one move, a level 5 expert was split into two. Wasn't this method too powerful? Go to hell. Another person also came. He flew from the ground and rushed in front of Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. He stretched out both hands. Two lightning palms carried a berserk aura. Boom, Lin Xian lashed out with a kick that resembled a dragon colliding with his opponent. A sonorous sound rang out, and the opponent's palms were instantly broken. Not only that, the opponent's body was also split into pieces. He fell to the ground and screamed. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts of Thunder God City were seriously injured by the opponent. They were wailing on the ground. This scene was too terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. The surrounding people were trembling. What kind of combat strength was this? The other party fell down as soon as he made his move. Damn it, you sneak attacked me. The experts of Thunder God City roared crazily. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. Sneak attack you? You guys are here to kill me, right? You attacked me without saying anything. Now it's me who sneak attacked you. Do you think the surrounding people are all idiots? The 2 people of Thunder God City were so angry that they couldn't speak. Shame, it was too shameful. The 2 of them came with great strength, but they couldn't even block 2 moves from the other party and were seriously injured. How were they going to face others in the future? The 2 of them quickly recovered from their injuries. Their faces were incomparably cold as they stared at the unparalleled sword in the other party's hand with a hint of fear. You guys are here to kill me, then die. Lin Xian didn't say anything and attacked again. His speed was also fast to the extreme, and he arrived in front of the 2 in an instant. The unparalleled sword in his hand emitted a biting cold sword chi, and a terrifying power rushed over. It was like a long golden river, illuminating the 9 heavens. There was even a dragon's roar coming from the sword light. Damn it, the 2 experts of Thunder God City were also shocked. They didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and attack without saying anything. In a hurry, they also formed seals. A terrifying thunder qilin rushed up and rushed towards the golden sword light to block this attack. With a boom, the sky and earth shook. Terrifying laws spread out in all directions, and the surrounding people kept retreating. Buzz, the long sword swept out and the stars moved, pulling the thunder qilin to the side. Then, Lin Xian punched out like a thunder sun. He directly smashed it open. The 2 of them screamed, and their bodies were once again smashed into pieces. Lin Xian stepped on their broken bodies and grabbed their souls. With a few slashes, they were completely destroyed. He didn't even need to use his eye technique. The great dragon sword spirit could kill everything, not to mention the souls. The 2 experts disappeared, and they couldn't be more dead. The surrounding people were completely stunned. 2 5th celestial layer geniuses were killed just like that. This method was truly heaven-defying. After killing them, Lin Xian took their storage rings. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and glanced into the distance with a grin. With a wave of his sleeve, the law of the 5 forms covered the area and collected all the blood and corpses. In the next moment, the crack in the void was mended, and the crater on the ground also disappeared. Everything returned to normal, as if the battle had never happened. The surrounding people were stunned. What did Lin Wudi mean by doing this? But they soon understood. That was because there were more figures descending from the sky. This time, it was a group of powerful monstrous beasts. As soon as they landed, the entire ground started to tremble. One could well imagine how terrifying that power was. There were 3 people from the demon city, and they were very strong. They were all experts at the initial stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Such a person was extremely rare even among the geniuses. It was extremely terrifying. However, the surrounding onlookers had strange expressions on their faces. This was because Lin Xian had effortlessly killed 2 early-stage 5th heavenly layer powerhouses. It seemed that with Lin Xian's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against a 5th celestial layer expert. Now they finally knew why Lin Xian took the blood and corpses away. It was to confuse the people behind him. It's over. They looked at the people from the demon city with sympathy. They estimated that the 3 experts from the demon city would end up in a miserable state. The people from the demon city didn't know. After they came down, they had smiles on their faces. Lin Wudi, it's really you. You really didn't die. That's great. Yes, it's a pity that a genius like you died. After the 3 of them came down, they had fake smiles on their faces. Those who didn't know would think that they were very concerned about Lin Xian. After hearing that, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. They were up to no good. Of course, he didn't show it on his face. Thank you for your concern. I wonder what the three of you are here for. After hearing that Brother Lin was also going to participate in the Celestial Fate Star competition, one of the werewolves asked with a smile. Although he had transformed into a human body, he still had the head of a wolf. Although he was smiling, his smile was incomparably terrifying. That's right, I'm here to participate in the Celestial Fate Star competition. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to see what these three people were up to. Brother Lin didn't know that although the Celestial Fate Star had great opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could die inside. Another beast came out. This time, it was a fox. It transformed into a human form. It had a head of white hair and three tails that swept gently behind its back. A three-tailed celestial fox? Many people were shocked. This was an extremely terrifying beast of heaven and earth. It would be extremely terrifying when it grew up. The last one was also extremely terrifying. It was a rhinoceros that had cultivated into a demon. Its body was extremely huge, like a demon king. It emitted a monstrous killing intent. That's why we're here this time to kindly warn Brother Lin. Don't enter the Celestial Fate Star rashly. Otherwise, you might die. Oh, is that so? However, I don't need the three of you to worry about my matters. Lin Xian said indifferently. What kind of good intentions could these people have? The three heavenly foxes said, we're here to save you. How can you not know what's good for you? You're not even going to listen to our kind warnings. Or do you think that you're strong enough to not be afraid of those dangers? Although the three of them were persuading him, their words were sharp and made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. As expected, these three people didn't have good intentions. What if I insist on going? Lin Xian looked at the three of them. The three-tailed heavenly fox smiled. A green light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. We naturally won't stop you. We'll only let Brother Lin know how dangerous that place is. Why don't we practice in advance? The three of us will spar with Brother Lin. Use eye techniques on him? Lin Xian was still unafraid. He said, all right, let's spar then. The three-tailed celestial fox laughed. The rhinoceros sage and the Arctic wolf sage looked at each other, then their lips curled into a smile. In their opinion, if they wanted to spar, Lin Xian would refuse. Now that he agreed so easily, it must be the effect of the three-tailed heavenly fox's eye technique that confused him. This way, they could legitimately make a move. When the time came, they would torture him to death. They didn't know that Lin Xian wasn't affected at all. He just wanted to get rid of the three of them. The surrounding onlookers also had strange expressions on their faces. Who was the one hunting who? These people from the myriad demon city were probably going to face a great disaster, right? They looked at the three of them sympathetically. The rhinoceros sage and the Arctic wolf sage were fine, but the three heavenly foxes were naturally suspicious. He looked at the surrounding onlookers and frowned slightly. Why did he have a bad feeling in his heart? These people's gazes were too strange, making him uncomfortable. However, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. How could three early-stage fifth firmament geniuses not be able to take him down? It seemed that he was being paranoid. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He stood at the back with his arms crossed, looking like he was watching a show. There was no need for him to make a move. Just his two companions were enough to easily beat the other party. They would let the other party know that there was always someone better. Sparring, right? Sure, let's see who will make the first move. Lin Xian asked with a smile, as if he didn't know the danger. Idiot. The rhinoceros saint and the Arctic wolf saint sneered. They had never seen such an idiot. Well, things had been going too smoothly for the other party recently. He was probably blinded by victory. Let them teach him a lesson. Fists and legs had no eyes. If they hurt the other party, they hoped that Brother Lin wouldn't blame them. Don't worry, I won't blame you. Hurry up and make your move. Lin Xian showed an impatient expression. The rhinoceros saint and the Arctic wolf saint were even more disdainful. What a stupid guy. Since he was in such a hurry to die, they would fulfill his wish. The Arctic wolf saint walked out. He waved his hands, bringing about a powerful ice storm. The surroundings were frozen, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The surrounding onlookers shivered. How powerful. The Arctic wolf saint was a snow wolf from the Arctic. He was an ice-type saint. At this moment, the ice law was used, freezing the world. He was too strong. Ordinary veteran experts were probably no match for him. If it was before, they would definitely be worried about Lin Xian. But now, they weren't. Instead, they sympathized with the Arctic wolf saint. Between heaven and earth, endless frost turned into a wolf head. Accompanied by the terrifying ice law, it charged forward. Lin Xian sneered. With a stomp of his foot, endless sword chi turned into a galaxy that swept across the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. The sword chi that filled the sky was frozen. Frost seemed to have formed on Lin Xian's body. He pretended to be afraid and quickly retreated, only then was he able to escape the pursuit of Han Bing. When the Arctic wolf sage saw this, he smiled. Did you see that, Brother Lin? You couldn't take it the moment I attacked. With your strength, why would you want to go to Heaven's Fate planet? Beside him, the rhinoceros sage's eyes were filled with disdain. Behind him, the three-tailed celestial fox frowned slightly. Although he had tried very hard to tell himself that there would be no accidents, his heart was still beating wildly. This was a natural instinct that foretold danger. Impossible. That brat couldn't even defeat the Arctic wolf saint. There's still the rhinoceros saint and me. There's no way any accidents would happen. The three-tailed heavenly fox shook his head. He felt that something was wrong with his instincts. In front of him, the Arctic wolf saint was attacking aggressively and killing non-stop. This caused more and more ice to form around Lin Xian. Lin Xian was almost frozen, while the onlookers' mouths twitched. Damn, this Lin Xian's acting was too good. If they hadn't seen Lin Xian's methods before, they would have been fooled by him. Brother Lin, did you see that? You're not my opponent at all. How could you go to Heaven's Fate planet? The Arctic wolf sage stood in the sky and looked down at the other party. This feeling was indescribably satisfying. Wasn't the other party a Saint Realm genius? Wasn't he the chief disciple? Wasn't he still trampled under his feet? He wanted to let everyone know that the chief disciple of Peerless City was nothing. He couldn't be compared to the Demon City at all. Lin Xian said as he dodged the storm. As expected of the Arctic wolf. This ice is really strong. But I believe that I can still resist it. The pressure isn't enough. How about this? Let Brother Rhinoceros attack together and give me more pressure. Who knows, I might be able to break through. Break through your sister. The Arctic wolf sage sneered. The rhinoceros sage also snorted. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want pressure? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. This is your own request. Don't blame the two of us for joining forces. That's right. If there are any casualties later, it's purely an accident. This is a voluntary exchange of pointers. Even if we die, it won't affect the Saint Realm behind us. Don't you think so? Lin Xian also said. The two sages were stunned. This kid was really an idiot. It seemed that the three-tailed celestial fox's eye technique was really powerful. It had already made this kid arrogant to the point where he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The two of them laughed. Naturally, life and death were up to fate. It had nothing to do with the Saint Realm. Behind them, the three-tailed celestial fox's feeling was getting worse and worse. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out. Damn it, what was going on? Why was Lin Wudi acting so stupid? Was it really his eye technique that worked? He didn't know. He had a feeling that the crisis was about to happen. Very well. In front, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Then I won't be polite and will send the two of you on your way. Okay, Brother Lin, don't be polite. Use whatever means you have. The two sages sneered. They felt that Lin Xian was now completely stupid and there was no need to worry too much. Boom, Lin Xian didn't hold back anymore. Since the other party had taken the bait, then he could start killing. He waved his fist and the Nine Suns' divine fire was like a sun that streaked across the sky. The surrounding ice instantly collapsed and melted. A punch directly landed on the Arctic wolf sage's body and sent him flying. Half of the Arctic wolf sage's body was shattered and he screamed in the sky. Ah, the miserable sound made one's scalp tingle. Damn it, what was going on? The rhinoceros sage was shocked. The three-tailed celestial fox's pupils also shrank. Something really happened. How did the other party's strength suddenly become so strong? He felt even more uneasy. The surrounding onlookers' mouths twitched. They had long known that this demon king couldn't be so kind. Now he finally showed his fangs. Oh, the poor people of Demon City. They were really unlucky. If these three sages knew that they would be pitted, what would they think? Oh, I'm sorry, did I use too much strength? Lin Xian retracted his fist and asked with a smile. In the sky, the Arctic wolf sage's expression was extremely ugly. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. What was going on with that punch? How could it defeat him? His ice laws were actually melted. The injuries on his body quickly healed. The Arctic wolf sage's eyes shone with a cold light. It was nothing, just a small injury. It seemed that Brother Lin had been hiding his strength. In that case, let's not be polite. The Arctic wolf sage roared and swooped down. The ice aura on his body became more and more terrifying. He was like an ice god descending from the sky. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. Endless flames danced and turned into a golden crow that shone between heaven and earth. The golden crow flew out and collided with the Arctic wolf. The power of ice and fire erupted between heaven and earth. Damn it! The werewolf let out a miserable howl. This flame was too terrifying. It even melted the ice armor on his body. Not only that, he felt that he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Kill him. He finally couldn't care about anything else and roared crazily. Beside him, Saint Rhinoceros also roared angrily and struck out with his palm. His power was so great that with a single stretch of his palm, the void within a radius of 10 million miles instantly collapsed. Lin Xian also threw out a punch. The two fists collided in the sky with a cracking sound. Oh no! The moment they exchanged blows, Saint Rhinoceros's expression changed instantly. He realized that his opponent was not what he had imagined at all. His opponent's fist technique seemed ordinary, but under his fist, there was an extremely violent power. It was as if a Tyrannosaurus was going to tear his body apart. At this moment, he, who was known for his strength, did not dare to take it head-on. However, it was too late to turn back now. Lin Xian's fist was like a long dragon, directly shattering his opponent's palm. Not only that, but his opponent's huge arm was also torn to pieces. With a miserable cry, Saint Rhinoceros was also sent flying. Damn it, how did this happen? The Arctic wolf saint was completely stunned. He sent the golden crow flying and his body was charred black. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Saint Rhinoceros was extremely powerful. In terms of strength, no one could compete with him. Even he only dared to attack from afar and use the law of ice to block. But now, his opponent had actually surpassed Saint Rhinoceros in terms of body and strength. Damn it, this kid has been hiding and deceiving us all this time. The other party is setting up a trap. When the three-tailed celestial fox saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Damn it, have we been deceived? They wanted to set up a trap to kill the other party, but they realized that the other party was setting them up. Now, he finally knew why the surrounding people had strange expressions. Why did he feel so uneasy? It turned out that the other party was not an idiot, but a hidden demon king. At this moment, he bared his fangs and wanted to slaughter them. The strange gazes of the surrounding people were sympathy for them. Thinking of this possibility, the three-tailed celestial fox felt that his world was about to collapse. Why would the three of us top geniuses need sympathy? Damn it, kill him quickly. Up ahead, the North Pole wolf saint roared angrily. The rhinoceros saint had also recovered his body. The two of them quickly charged over. This time, they did not hold back. They were originally here to kill the other party. It was just that they were looking for a legitimate reason to do so. Now, they were absolutely going to kill whoever stood in their way. Kill, the rhinoceros sage roared madly as he swung his fists. This was a peerless fist technique. His bloodline combined with this divine ability. At this moment, each of his punches was like a heavenly hammer, smashing down from the sky. It was likely that none of the saints of the same level would be able to compete with him in terms of strength. On the other side, the Arctic Wolf Saint also charged over with an ice scepter. The ice of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was completely mobilized. It could freeze everything in the world. Lin Xian sneered and used the immobilization art to immobilize the Arctic Wolf Saint. At the same time, he turned around and attacked the Rhinoceros Saint. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Lin Xian threw out 18 punches in one go, shattering the Rhinoceros Saint's body into pieces. The Rhinoceros Saint screamed in horror and turned around to escape. Too strong, he was no match for the other party in terms of physique. He felt that the other party's strength was enough to destroy him. If you want to leave, stay. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His fist carried a bright light as it directly smashed the other party's body into pieces. His soul was also smashed into smithereens. A heavenly saint of a generation had fallen. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the Arctic Wolf Saint. The Arctic Wolf Saint was scared out of his wits. The Rhinoceros Saint was dead. Impossible, he roared crazily. The ice scepter burst out with a piercing cold light and hit the composed pearl. He broke free from the bindings and wanted to escape. Buzz, Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and slashed out. The sword illuminated the 9 heavens, and the surrounding ice shattered. It could not block at all. No, the Arctic Wolf Saint screamed crazily. He realized that the other party's sword chi seemed to be more powerful than his fist technique. Ice divine light. He roared madly as he waved the ice scepter in his hand. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. He formed a huge ice shield in front of him like a canopy. Poof, he had underestimated Lin Xian's swordsmanship. Lin Xian's sword chi was really too powerful. It tore through everything. The ice shield of the canopy one was shattered, and a large crack appeared. Not only that, the Arctic Wolf Saint's body was also cut in half. Boom, even the ice scepter in his hand exploded with a bang. Dead, dead again, another top-notch expert had died, everyone gasped. They had already guessed the result. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were still terrified. How was that possible? The 3 heavenly foxes were dumbfounded when they saw that scene. His 2 companions were extremely powerful, and the 2 of them were even more terrifying when they joined forces. But at this moment, they were killed mercilessly and easily. He could not believe it. When he saw Lin Xian walking towards him, his body trembled. He screamed. You actually killed the 2 of them. Do you know what you've done? They're from the 1,000 Monster City, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't I say before that fists and feet have no eyes? Moreover, when they fought before, they agreed that their lives and deaths were up to fate, and it had nothing to do with the holy city behind them. It's the same when I die, and it should be the same when they die. Don't you think so? The 3-tailed heavenly fox swallowed his saliva. Although the other party was smiling, he felt that it was the smile of a demon. He wanted to escape now. But in the next moment, he screamed because he saw a trace of golden light in the other party's eyes. His soul trembled, and it was almost broken. Damn it, a soul attack. And it was a very powerful eye technique attack. He finally understood that his previous eye technique did not have any effect at all because the other party was an expert in eye techniques. It was very likely that the other party was even more powerful than him. From the beginning, they were completely fooled. What are you trying to do? The 3 heavenly foxes felt their hair stand on end, and the 3 tails behind them trembled uneasily. Lin Xian said with a smile. Didn't you come to spar with me? Let's continue. What are you going to compete on, the law of mystical powers, or the soul of an eye technique? No, you can't attack me. The 3-tailed heavenly fox hurriedly shook his head. Attack? What a joke, he did not dare to do so. Why not attack? Lin Xian said with a smile. Didn't you come to persuade me? My thoughts have not changed, and you haven't succeeded yet. You should continue to persuade me. We're not here to persuade you. The 3-tailed heavenly fox hurriedly shook his head. Lin Xian's face sank. You're not here to persuade me? You want to attack me? You're using all your killing moves? 2 against 1? Are you trying to kill me? At this point, his voice was incomparably cold. How dare you? You dare to kill me? No. We don't want to kill you. The three-tailed celestial fox was completely terrified now. The other party's aura was too strong. He felt like he was facing a minor saint. Is that so? But now, I'm still very suspicious of your intentions. Now, there are 2 options. 1. Obediently fight with me, and do your best to persuade me. 2. Represent Demon City and apologize to me and compensate me. You can choose one. The three-tailed celestial fox was about to cry. Represent Demon City and apologize to the other party? What a joke. Isn't this slapping Demon City's face? If he did this, Demon City wouldn't let him off. However, if he didn't do this, the other party would probably kill him now. After all, the other party had already killed 2 people. 1 more wouldn't matter. After thinking for a long time, the three-tailed celestial fox could only lower his head and admit his mistake. This caused an uproar. Lin Fan was too strong, suppressing Demon City until they couldn't raise their heads. Not only did he have to admit his mistake, but he also had to compensate. Compensate me with half the world's resources. Hearing this, the three-tailed celestial fox almost knelt on the ground. The surrounding people also felt their scalps tingle. Lin Xian said coldly. All right, you can get lost now. He waved his sleeve and sent the other party flying. Lin Xian naturally knew that he was asking for too much. He also knew that the other party wouldn't give him anything. He didn't care. What he wanted was to slap Demon City's face. Previously, wasn't the sacred city of 10,000 beasts high and mighty? Furthermore, 2 of the 10 little beasts were from the sacred city of 10,000 beasts. The other party wanted to kill him. This time, he had to slap them in the face. Sure enough, the news spread quickly and the world was in an uproar. The experts of the 2 demon cities had died in the hands of the other party. Only the three-tailed celestial fox managed to escape. Moreover, they only let him go after he admitted his mistake and promised to compensate. The people of Thunder City were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They had already lost 3 experts on their side. The people of Demon City were also so angry that they vomited blood. They immediately found the three-tailed celestial fox and couldn't wait to kill him. The three-tailed celestial fox naturally received a harsh punishment. However, Demon City wasn't satisfied. They swore that they would definitely tear that kid into pieces. The other experts and geniuses were even more shocked. Isn't this Lin Wudi too strong? What was he trying to do? Why had he killed so many experts from the sacred city? Of course, there were also some people who were excited. They were Lin Xian's followers. Lin Xian's fighting style, talent, and battle prowess naturally won the admiration of countless people. Many of them regarded Lin Xian as their idol. Previously, it was rumored that Lin Xian had died in the evil demon city, causing countless people to sigh. Now that Lin Xian had returned, and it was a strong return, it naturally made these people excited. Great, as expected of Lin Wudi. Whoever dared to underestimate Lin Wudi would end up dead. Lin Wudi dominated the world. Even among the geniuses of the sacred city, he was definitely at the top. Lin Xian's actions attracted the attention of countless people. Among them, a few mysterious people also noticed. This person was very strong. What about him? No, he's a genius of the holy city, the chief disciple, and he doesn't meet our requirements. Or should we find the person who had the demonic aura? But previously, the people of the New Moon clan found him and said that he was holding the princess hostage. Could he be the person we're looking for? No way, this matter is very important. We have to get to the bottom of it. If it's really him, we have to do it regardless of whether he's the chief disciple or not. No one can stop our plan. These people began to investigate. On the other side, in a mansion, inside an endless palace, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. There was also a crescent moon between his eyebrows. At this moment, his back was facing the crowd. In the main hall, there were a few figures kneeling. That guy actually managed to escape. What should we do? In front of them, the man with his back facing the figure said indifferently. Don't worry, continue the operation and send people to kill him. We can't let the woman come back alive. Of course, now that the clan was suspecting Lin Wudi, they had to think of a way to throw more dirty water on him. Let the clan completely suspect him. This way, we can let him take the blame. Because this moon world was close to the celestial fate star, it was also tainted with a mysterious aura. Furthermore, over the past tens of thousands of years, more than one genius had come to this place and stayed for a period of time. Therefore, there were many historical relics in this world. Some of them were left behind by the ancient sages and contained a mysterious aura. Lin Xian was now touring the mountains and rivers, looking at the relics left behind by the ancient powerhouses. He had once found a footprint in a mountain. The power on the footprint was too terrifying. It had not been extinguished for 30,000 years, which shocked him. Then, he saw a crack on a mountain peak. It was a sword scar, which was obviously left behind by a swordsman 50,000 years ago. He wondered what happened to those powerhouses back then. Could it be that they had all entered the cycle of reincarnation? Lin Xian sighed. This path was really too difficult. No matter how talented you were, there were very few who could become a great emperor in the end. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. There was a fight. His gaze pierced through the world and looked into the distance. Soon, he was stunned. How could it be her? Lin Xian was too surprised. Because he discovered that a woman was being hunted down. He knew that person and even had a slight relationship with him. The princess of the New Moon clan. She had indeed gone missing and was being hunted down. Who was it that dared to chase the princess of the New Moon clan? Lin Xian frowned. He had been suspected by the New Moon clan before. Now, he felt that he could save the princess. That way, he would be cleared of suspicion. Thinking of this, he prepared to move. However, he was soon stunned. The reason for that was because he discovered that his opponent was also fleeing in his direction. What was going on? Was it a coincidence, or was it arranged by someone? Lin Xian did not think too much because Gao Yu's speed was very fast. She arrived nearby in an instant. It's you. Gao Yu also saw Lin Xian and revealed a look of shock. Just as she was surprised, she was shot in the back by an arrow, which directly broke through her defense. Her blood flowed out and dyed her delicate body red. Gao Yu almost fell from the sky. What a terrifying assassin. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew Gao Yu's strength. He had once fought with her and could not take her down. But now, these assassins could actually hurt Gao Yu. It was really shocking. Where did these assassins come from? It's really fate. Since I've met them, I have to take action. Lin Xian waved his hand and a terrifying sword chi rushed out, forcing the assassins beside Gao Yu to retreat. At the same time, he roared and rushed forward. Gao Yu's nerves were very strange. To be honest, she did not have a good impression of Lin Xian because he had taken advantage of her twice. But now, he was saving her, so she could not help but be grateful. This feeling put her in a very difficult position. Soon, she put away this thought. She knew that now was not the time to think too much. She had to quickly defeat these people. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Kill, she stopped bleeding, and the laws on her body exploded. A crescent moon appeared behind her, spinning. A terrifying aura slashed towards the back like a heavenly blade. One person was sent flying, and that person was instantly split in half. However, the blood mist instantly disappeared into the world. Lin Xian also made a move. He was abnormally powerful, blowing up 2 assassins with a punch. The 2 assassins were seriously injured, but they did not die. Their blood also disappeared. Then, 2 people came from behind Lin Xian, and another person came from under his feet. The 3 of them formed a killing move. A terrifying killing power shrouded him, making his entire body turn cold. Damn it, the killing intent of these assassins is so familiar. Lin Xian frowned. When he was in the true spirit world, he was hunted down. At that time, there was a group of assassins who were very terrifying. For example, Hell, Heaven, and the Mortal World. They were all assassin organizations with tens of thousands of years of history. It was even rumored that those assassin organizations had produced earth-shattering figures who could even kill saints. Now that he saw these mysterious assassins, Lin Xian had a very familiar feeling. One of the assassins held a fan and gently waved it. A law swept down, forming the death god domain, causing Lin Xian and Gao Yu's bodies to tremble. Break out, the two of them roared in anger. This domain was simply too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's physique was continuously impacted by it. Gao Yu even used her bloodline to resist. To be honest, Gao Yu was already very weak. After all, she had been hunted for many days. If not for her powerful strength and terrifying bloodline, she would have been killed long ago. Although she was fine now, the situation was very bad. Lin Xian roared and pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. Like a stick, he smashed it. With one strike, he sent the Law of Death flying. Then, he rushed out with Gao Yu. Buzz buzz buzz, at this moment, another woman appeared in the sky. She was wearing a veil and was abnormally hazy and strange. A guqin appeared in her hand, and she gently played it. Sound waves swept through the world. Countless large cracks appeared in the void, trying to swallow the two of them. Quickly disperse. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. He and Gao Yu rushed out in a left and right direction. A terrifying spatial crack appeared between them. It was bottomless. On Lin Xian's side, he was attacked by countless sound waves. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique and dodged quickly. At the same time, a golden blade of light shot out from his eyes, shattering all of the sonic attacks. Buzz buzz buzz, the mysterious woman charged with the magic zither in hand. There were 4 assassins around her. On the other side, the man with the fan in his hand charged toward Gao Yu. He was also accompanied by 3 killer saints. This was simply a fatal blow. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and cold. He didn't expect that saving someone would put him in such a dangerous situation. He coldly snorted. Since this was the case, he wouldn't hold back. The Great Destruction Spear danced, and streams of black devil chi swept across the 9 heavens, transforming into black dragons that danced non-stop. As for the mysterious woman, she was playing the zither non-stop. Sound waves pierced through metal and cracked stone, clashing with the black dragons in the sky like peerless celestial swords. The two clashed in the sky. The entire place was reduced to chaos, and the terrifying power tore everything apart. The 4 assassins attacked together at the side. 2 attacks hit Lin Xian, knocking Lin Xian back. However, Lin Xian's body was extremely tough. The 2 attacks didn't manage to pierce through his body. Instead, Lin Xian kicked one of the assassins to death. The other assassin was also affected by the impact of that power and was sent flying. The battle was very intense. On the other side, Gao Yu was in the same situation. Woman, why are you still pretending to be all high and mighty at a time like this? Hurry up and ask for help. Lin Xian urged. On the other side, Gao Yu's little face was cold with anger. I've already tried. They've already set up a formation to prevent me from calling for help. She was about to go mad with anger. Did she need anyone to teach her such things? Lin Xian's expression turned cold. Is there a formation? Golden light burst out from his eyes, and he found that there was a very thin layer of clouds floating around the world. Sure enough, it was a formation, and it actually enveloped him as well. Was this part of their plan? Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His spear was like a dragon, and the great dragon sword soul was activated. This attack directly tore a hole in the spirit formation. Gao Yu seized the opportunity and activated the power of her bloodline. A crescent moon was rotating between heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, more than half of the world could see it. Princess, the people of the New Moon clan were even more so. Go quickly. These people quickly attacked. The 2 little devourers' speed reached the extreme, and they arrived nearby in an instant. Heaven and earth shattered. The assassins in the sky also stopped attacking. Led by the mysterious woman and the man with the folding fan, they quickly retreated. If you want to leave, stay. The 2 little saints were furious and launched terrifying attacks. A big palm enveloped these people. The mysterious woman played the magic zither and pierced through the void. The other mysterious man disappeared between heaven and earth. The rest of the assassins were sent flying while vomiting blood. However, most of them had escaped. Only 2 of them were seriously injured and fell from the sky. Damn it, chase. The other little saint quickly chased after them, but soon, he returned with a gloomy face. He disappeared. The opponent's movement technique was too strange. He couldn't keep up with it. Who the hell is this person? Fortunately, there were still 2 people left. They had to torture and interrogate them. The troops of the New Moon clan also rushed over and completely surrounded the area. Princess, are you all right? They rushed over with worried looks on their faces. However, at this moment, someone screamed, "Damn kid, it's you. It's really you, you're the one who kidnapped our princess." They pointed at Lin Xian and screamed. The 2 little saints turned their heads, their eyes also bursting with killing intent. Lin Gongzi, we've said before that if this matter has nothing to do with you, we won't do anything to you. Even if you're the chief disciple, we won't let you go. At this moment, the 2 little saints seemed to have turned into killing gods. Their terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Lin Xian's face was cold. At this moment, Gao Yu said, "Stop. Lin Gongzi saved me just now. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been killed by now. Maybe he's just putting on a show." There were also some elders who looked unfriendly. Gao Yu shook her head. "It can't be him. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it the first time he kidnapped me. At that time, no one knew his identity. Why did he let me go? Why did he do something unnecessary? Besides, after he let me go, I had already returned to a secret place that only the people of my family know. I suspect that there's a mole." What? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. There was a mole. This was something they couldn't tolerate. Is there someone in the family who wants to get rid of the princess? Who the hell is it? Gao Yu did not say anything. She took some pills from the elder and swallowed them. Then, she walked forward. "Thank you for helping me this time. I owe you a favor. However, I will not forgive you for what happened before. So, I will still help you the next time we meet." "Up to you." Lin Xian shrugged. What a stubborn woman. The 2 minor saints walked over. "We were too anxious and misunderstood you. We hope you won't blame us." Although the 2 of them were minor saints, they still apologized to Jiang Chen. Lin Xian waved his hand. "Forget it. I know you guys are anxious, so I won't be calculated with you guys. However, I have made myself clear this time. If the New Moon clan dares to attack me again in the future, I will kill you guys." After saying that, Lin Xian looked at the 2 figures on the ground. Who are these people? The experts of the New Moon clan also turned their heads to look at them. But at the next moment, their faces changed. Not good. Damn it. Someone stepped forward, releasing a terrifying life chi. Some even wanted to take the ammunition. But soon, they all stopped. Lin Xian frowned. He could feel that the 2 soul chi had disappeared. Their life chi was also quickly draining away. "Elder, they have consumed poison. They have lost their life chi. They can't be saved." One of the New Moon clan's experts stood up. His face was extremely ugly. The 2 elders' faces were also gloomy and cold. Even Gao Yu frowned. This group of people is terrifying. They are definitely a top assassin organization. Go and investigate the top assassin organization in the second astral boundary. Find out who has accepted the mission related to the New Moon clan. We must find out. Yes, my men. Go and do it. Lin Xian also left. He was puzzled. Which assassin organization is this? He did not know much about it. But with the New Moon clan's influence in the second astral boundary, they should be able to find out. He did not care about this. He went on his way again, looking for the ancient sage's relics to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, the 4 moons were bustling with activity. Countless experts were rushing in. Everyone was discussing which side's genius would rise above the rest. Among them, there were some people who were very dazzling, and there were even some legends that made people excited. Have you heard? Li Xingwang's daughter is coming too. No way. Are you talking about Li Hongxiao? She was a peerless beauty. Lower your voice. I don't want to make peace with him anymore. Who do you think he is? Can you talk behind my back? Hearing that 3 experts had died in the Thunder God City, they were incomparably furious. This time, they had sent a group of top geniuses. Even the legendary Thunder God Ching, a top genius of the Tao of Lightning, had come. It couldn't be, right? Once he made his move, who could be his opponent? Even Lin Wuti wouldn't be able to defeat him. That was for sure. Lin Wuti was strong, but compared to the Lei Dao genius, he was too weak. Have you heard? The princess of the New Moon clan was indeed being hunted down. However, she was rescued. This time, if she were to recover from her injuries, she would definitely be a very terrifying girl. Rumor had it that the ghost girl from the underworld Ghostland was also here. The names of the geniuses spread among the crowd. Obviously, these were extremely dazzling existences. Of course, there were also some legends of the holy city that were circulating. Have you heard? The Kongtong Taoist seemed to have reached his limit. Next, he would probably be frozen by the divine source and completely become a foundation. No way, I heard that he didn't seem to want to become a foundation. He wanted to use the last of his time to cultivate a successor. If that was the case, then a very terrifying expert would be born. No one knew who would be able to obtain the Kongtong Taoist's inheritance. There was no need to think, it must be someone from the Kong sect. Everyone was incomparably envious. After a period of time, Lin Xian returned from the mountains and rivers outside and entered the city. He wanted to rest well and prepare to enter planet Tianming. There was a very tall building in the city. It had more than 9,000 floors and was called the Skyward Building. It was the place where countless saints gathered. Lin Xian entered the Skyward Building. Not long after he entered, he attracted the attention of others. Look, it's Lin Wuti. Is he Lin Wuti? He's so young. Everyone exclaimed in disgust. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He found a place to sit down and listen to the discussion around him. When he heard Li Hongxiu's name, he narrowed his eyes. This girl's identity was indeed extraordinary. No wonder she was so powerful. It seemed that she hadn't used her full strength when she competed with him previously. He wondered how powerful the bloodline of the Saint King's children was. The people around him were also discussing. This Lin Wuti looked very young and had unlimited potential. His future achievements were limitless. Yes, they wondered what kind of destiny he would obtain on planet Tianming. What Lin Wuti? He was nothing. At this moment, someone snorted coldly. Everyone turned their heads to look. Who dared to provoke Lin Wuti at this time? Lin Xian glanced at them, then shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention. These insignificant ants were not worthy of his attention. However, some of his followers couldn't hold it in anymore. It turned out that they were Lei Shen's people. What right do you have to boast like that? That's right, your genius was easily killed by Lin Wuti. Hurry up and go home. Otherwise, Lin Wuti will kill all of you. You're courting death. The people from Lei Shen's side roared and suddenly stood up. The lightning on their bodies was incomparable, scaring everyone. Some people were dissatisfied. What are you pretending for? What kind of ability is it to attack us? Attack Lin Wuti? That's right, you don't even have the courage to face Lin Wuti. The people from Lei Shen City were about to vomit blood. They were the geniuses of Holy City. They were usually high and mighty. When had they ever been looked down upon? However, what the other party said was also the truth. They couldn't refute it. Lin Wuti, don't be arrogant. We admit that you defeated Lei Chong, but Lei Chong is only a core disciple of Holy City. He's not the best. This time, we have many core geniuses who are stronger than Lei Chong. Moreover, we have a chief disciple, a lightning genius. Once our lightning Dao prodigy is born, some people will have to die. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Was Lei Shen City really going to send a large number of experts? And there was even a chief disciple. It was too incredible. Some people frowned. A lightning genius, could it be that person in the legends? Legend had it that 200 years ago, Lei Shen City took in a person who was born with lightning. It was very terrifying. You're talking about Lei Zhen. He had the legendary lightning spirit body. It was incomparably terrifying. Could it be that he was really going to appear now? Everyone exclaimed. Obviously, they had all heard of Lei Shinchin, this hidden genius. After Lin Xian heard, he also narrowed his eyes. Thunder spirit physique, born with heavenly thunder, it was really strange. Needless to say, it must be a super strong physique. But so what? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. He also had a super strong physique. And these years, he had seen so many super strong physiques, but in the end, those who could grow all the way were few and far between. Being born with good conditions was very important, but hard work and opportunities were even more important. He believed that he could destroy everything. Therefore, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the people of Thunder God City. Are you guys going to have a thunder genius? Very good, this is a little interesting. Otherwise, you bunch of trash really can't arouse my interest. After saying that, he turned his head again and drank alone. The people of Thunder God City went crazy. The other party actually said that they were trash. It was simply unbearable. Someone raised his sword and wanted to fight to the death. However, he was stopped by someone. Junior brother, why lower yourself to his level? That's right, our thunder spirit physique will appear soon. At that time, it will be the time of his death. These people sat down again and sneered again and again. The surrounding people were shocked. As expected of Lin Wudi, he was too domineering. He did not put Thunder God City in his eyes at all. There were more and more people nearby. At this time, someone said that after saying so much, it seemed that Thousand Demon City did not have any top genius. Although the white-eyed beast sage was also powerful, compared to these top people, it did not seem to be enough. Indeed. Everyone nodded one after another. The white-eyed beast sage had hundreds of eye techniques. It could be said that it was abnormally terrifying. Its strength was even stronger than Lei Chong. However, now, the people who appeared were even more terrifying. For example, the Thunder Spirit Physique, the Saint King's daughter, the New Moon Clan's princess. This talent bloodline was too strong. Even if the white-eyed beast sage had hundreds of eye techniques, it was probably not worth mentioning at all. You bunch of trash, what do you know? How dare you look down on my Thousand Demon City? At this time, a figure walked out from a private room in the distance. This was a two-headed lion, very mighty and extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he used the lion roar technique. It made everyone almost split open. Damn it, you dare to attack us. Those people were furious. The two-headed lion sneered. You bunch of ignorant fools dare to talk about my demon city behind my back? You're really courting death. What? Am I wrong? At this moment, a man whose body was flickering with light walked out. He waved a folding fan in his hand, looking like a young master of a large family. The jade pendant on his body emitted a terrifying light, enveloping him and blocking the sound wave attack. Then he said, could it be that the chief disciple of your demon city is here? Or is there some terrifying genius that has appeared? Tell us. Otherwise, we'll really think that your myriad demon city has declined. Young master, don't you think so? He sat down across from Lin Xian. Who is this person? How dare he stand in front of Lin Wudi? Xianxia had no idea, but judging from his imposing manner, he must have a powerful background. Right now, there were too many experts from the Four Moons. Perhaps this person was a genius from one of the top powers. Lin Xian also glanced at him with a puzzled expression. He did not know the other party, but from the looks of it, the other party probably wanted to befriend him, so he nodded slightly. Are you provoking my demon city? The two-headed lion was furious. A few more figures walked out of the private room. They were all powerful demon saints. The auras on their bodies were abnormally terrifying. The young man with the folding fan did not care. He sighed and said, every dog has its day. Perhaps some holy cities are really going to decline. Nonsense. I originally wanted our chief disciple to come secretly and give you a shock at the critical moment. Now, I'll reveal it to you in advance. Listen up, you stupid humans. Who said that demon city is going to decline? This time, we have a new chief disciple. He's the nine-headed Qilin. Just wait to tremble. The people from the demon city sneered. They looked at Lin Xian with piercing killing intent in their eyes. The other party had killed many of their experts. They wanted nothing more than to kill him. What's a nine-headed qilin? Many people were puzzled. However, some elders exclaimed and stood up abruptly, their bodies trembling. Could it be that he's the descendant of the qilin race and the nine-headed sky snake race? Grandpa, is he very powerful? A young man asked. The old man's body trembled. He's not just powerful, he's terrifying to the extreme. The qilin race is an emperor race among the 10,000 Archean races. I don't think I need to explain how powerful their bloodline is. Everyone nodded. Indeed. The old man continued. Although the nine-headed sky snake race had never produced a great emperor, it was still a very terrifying race. In ancient times, it was one of the most ferocious beasts in the world. It was even more powerful than some of the ancient royal races. What was even more terrifying was that it had 9 heads, so it had 9 lives. The nine-headed qilin was born of 2 things. It had the bloodline of the qilin race and the 9 lives of the nine-headed sky snake. Such a person would be heaven-defying to the extreme. So powerful. The surrounding people were completely stunned. A super powerful bloodline and 9 lives. He was practically immortal. They looked at the demon city in horror. Previously, they had mocked the demon city for its decline. Who would have thought that the demon city had prepared such a secret weapon? If the other party hadn't mentioned it today, they really wouldn't have known. The people of the demon city sneered. At least you're knowledgeable. How about it? Do you know how powerful our genius is? When the time comes, all the geniuses and monsters will die. Everyone was too shocked. Some of the followers' eyes were also filled with deep worry. Although Lin Wudi was powerful, his opponent was even stronger. First, there was Lei Zhen with the thunder spirit physique. Now, there was the heaven-defying nine-headed qilin. Could Lin Wudi really contend against them? Moreover, they didn't know what even more terrifying existence was waiting for them. Lin Xian also frowned. It was really shocking. It seemed that the demon city was much more powerful than he had imagined. He originally thought that people like Lei Chong and the white-eyed demon sage were among the top geniuses in the demon city. Now, it seemed that was not the case at all. He estimated that they were above average. They might not even be among the top geniuses. Those like the nine-headed qilin and the thunder spirit physique were probably the top geniuses. Moreover, this was still the current generation. These demon cities' inheritance had exceeded 10,000 years. Who knew how many generations had accumulated and how many terrifying powerhouses there were? It seemed that the road ahead would be very difficult. However, Lin Xian didn't care. No matter how difficult it was, he had to leave. He would use the sword in his hand to hack open a bloody path. Just as everyone was discussing in shock and Lin Xian was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded out. Although the nine-headed qilin is heaven-defying, it's not invincible. I know a way to restrain the nine-headed qilin. What? Everyone went crazy when they heard that. They all turned their heads to look. Who's talking nonsense again? Even the people from Thousand Face City had darkened their faces. Restrain their prodigy? What a joke. Let's see who's so reckless. Soon, they realized that the person who spoke was the young man sitting opposite Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian was stunned. The other party knows a way to restrain it. Who is he? The young man waved his folding fan and smiled faintly. Brother Lin, we've hit it off so well. Today, I'll tell you the way to break it. As he said that, he stretched his head forward as if he wanted to whisper. The others also stretched their necks, wanting to hear what kind of magical method could restrain a heaven-defying existence like the nine-headed qilin. Lin Xian was also surprised. He also wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Therefore, he did not refuse. However, at that moment, something strange happened. The young man with the folding fan leaned his head closer to Lin Xian's ear. Suddenly, a cold murderous intent burst out from his eyes. His fan pierced towards Lin Xian's throat. Boom, the void shattered in an instant. Many people were sent flying by the murderous intent. Some of them even split open. Screams of horror rang out. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he instantly retreated. However, the distance was too close and too sudden. So much so that a bloody wound appeared on his neck. Boom, endless black Qilin tattoos condensed on his neck. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body. Clang, it struck the folding fan, causing it to be blocked for a moment. Lin Xian pulled away and quickly retreated. Seeing that his attack had missed, the person attacked again. He waved his folding fan and it slashed down like a heavenly blade. It was another fatal blow. This time, it slashed towards Lin Xian's forehead. Scram! Lin Xian felt a burning pain on his neck. It was obvious that he had been injured by the previous attack, but the other party still dared to kill him. He punched out, and the surrounding space instantly exploded. The berserk power sent that person flying. That person was sent flying. He tore through the void and instantly fled outside the building. Lin Xian chased after him. The people in the building were completely stunned. What happened just now? Someone tried to assassinate Lin Wuti. And he almost succeeded. It couldn't be. Who was so daring? Did they not want to live anymore? Let's go and take a look. These people also followed him out. The people from the city of 10,000 demons and the city of thunder gods were the same. Their eyes were filled with regret. Why didn't their attack kill Yi Futian? Lin Xian was very fast, but his opponent wasn't slow either. Moreover, they were very good at hiding. After Lin Xian came out, he could no longer see anyone. Golden light burst out from his eyes as he attacked his surroundings. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying force appeared behind him, stabbing towards his back. Here it comes again. This assassin actually didn't leave and was still attacking. He didn't dodge. Instead, he waved his hand and used stellar transposition to reverse the force. With a poochie sound, he cut off the other party's arm. Poof, blood splattered, and a muffled groan sounded. The arm fell to the ground along with the fan. In the void, the person was terrified. He didn't expect that his attack would miss. Instead, he was injured by the other party. After his attack missed, he instantly disappeared. Lin Xian threw a punch over, shattering the void in that place, but he was already gone. Humph, Lin Xian glanced at the arm and fan that had fallen to the ground. With a cold sneer, he stepped on the fan with one foot. He looked around. Now, he recognized the fan. It was the fan of the person who had killed Gao Yu. But at that time, they were disguised, so he didn't recognize them. Now, it seemed that they were the same group. But he didn't understand why these people attacked him. Was it because he ruined the assassination? The people in the building also rushed over. They saw blood on the ground and a broken arm, but the person was gone. Lin Wuti was standing there, unharmed. Had he been killed? As expected of Lin Wuti. Such a terrifying killing move had actually been dodged, and he had even succeeded in killing his opponent. There was only one arm left, and Lin Wuti looked very serious. It seemed that he hadn't killed the other party yet, but he had seriously injured the other party. Everyone was discussing. The people from Demon City and Thunder God City were also frowning. How could the other party not die? That was too heaven-defying. Buzz, at that instant, another murderous glow appeared. A ray of light slashed towards Lin Xian's right leg. It seemed that the other party wanted to take back the fan. The other two rays of light pierced towards Lin Xian's head and heart. The three of them attacked together. It was a fatal attack. There were more experts, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's face also darkened. There was more than one assassin. Humph, if that's the case, I'll kill them all. With a roar, he soared into the sky like an eagle. The sword chi on his body exploded, and heaven and earth exploded. The terrifying power directly sent the attacks of the three people flying. He kept one foot on the fan and didn't move. His other foot swept out like a coiling dragon. There was a mist of blood in the void. It was obvious that one of the assassins had been kicked to death. The assassin fled quickly. Lin Xian's left hand was like a knife, and he slashed down. With a scream, the assassin's soul was split in half. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that moment, the other two assassins attacked again. Between heaven and earth, one after another, killing arrows rushed over, completely enveloping Lin Xian. There was even a large black net that fell from the sky, completely covering the void around Lin Xian. There was an extremely terrifying evil aura on this large net, causing everyone to tremble. It was obvious that this was a sacred artifact, and a sinister one at that. It could destroy a person's qi and blood, and damage a martial artist's foundation. Lin Xian reached out a large golden hand and directly grabbed at the large black net. He grabbed it and then struck with force. With a crack, the large net was torn in half. At the same time, he waved his other hand and blew up one of the assassins. The other assassin was also injured by his eye technique. His body was cut into 3 parts, and he screamed in the sky. In an instant, 1 was dead and 2 were injured. Lin Xian continued to attack. He pulled out the Great Destruction Spear, and it was very sour. He also sent the souls of the other 2 assassins flying. The 3 top assassins were killed, and their corpses and blood fell. But soon, there was a raging fire. It was a ball of red flame. It was abnormally strange. In an instant, the corpses of the 3 assassins were burned to ashes, including their storage rings. They were dead, and their corpses were destroyed. This shocked everyone. Where did this assassin come from? Wasn't he too ruthless? He didn't leave any clues. Lin Xian also frowned. It was indeed strange. It seemed that this ball of flame didn't belong to these assassins. It was forcefully planted in these people's bodies by the assassins' organization. Once these people died, these flames would be triggered, and their corpses would be destroyed. Boom. The ground cracked open as a hand reached out, grabbed the folding fan on the ground, and fled underground. Lin Xian sneered. With a stomp of his foot, the ground below was instantly torn to pieces. Everyone saw blood gushing out continuously, piercing through the void. Obviously, another top assassin was injured. As for whether he was dead or not, they didn't know. The big hand reached down and grabbed countless rocks and blood. However, he didn't find any corpse, which made him frown. He looked in all directions, his golden eyes flickering. He didn't see anyone else. Had they left, the others were also surprised. This was a strange assassination, but it was enough to show how terrifying these assassins were. It also showed how terrifying Lin Xian was. Where did these assassins come from? Was it done by an enemy force? Everyone instantly thought of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City. However, they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that he had to ask Gao Yu if she had found out the true identity of these assassins. Although he didn't find anyone else, Lin Xian didn't relax. He didn't dare to be careless. It seemed that he had to be vigilant at all times in the future. If it weren't for the fact that he had so many trump cards today, he would have been killed. Killing one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out on the quiet street. Then, a drunk man with messy hair and a beard swayed on the street as if he would fall at any time. Many people turned their heads to look. Who was this person? A drunkard. Damn, he dared to say such arrogant words. Was he also an assassin? Lin Xian frowned. For a moment, he thought it was Lord Alcohol, but he soon realized that it wasn't. Although this person was also a drunkard, he wasn't Lord Alcohol. Who was the other party? That person swayed and came near Lin Xian, causing everyone's heart to beat faster. Damn, was he going to make a move on Lin Xian again? Lin Xian was also ready. However, that person did not do anything. Instead, he continued to shake the ground. He took out a wine gourd and opened it as he spoke. Once the matter was done, he would leave with a flick of his sleeves, concealing his achievements and fame. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine in the gourd. Then, he suddenly raised his head and spat it out toward the sky. Flames overflowed into the heavens, covering the 9 heavens. Ah, a figure was screaming miserably in the flames. Ah, damn it, how dare you meddle in our business? The murderous aura on that figure was incomparable. The fan in his hand formed a boundless storm to resist the flames. Humph, the world of mortals actually came out again. They deserved to die. The drunkard's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, the flames in the sky turned into countless red lotuses and burned that person to ashes. He was dead. A terrifying assassin was actually killed. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this drunkard was also an expert. Lin Xian was even more shocked. That person was still there, and he hadn't noticed it before. In the next moment, he discovered that a cloak had fallen from the flames. It had already been burnt to a pulp. It was a sacred artifact, and one that could hide its aura. No wonder the other party could stay in the air without him noticing. However, how did this drunkard discover it? At the same time, he was even more shocked. He finally knew the identity of these assassins. The others also screamed. What? The World of Mortals was the legendary assassin organization? Heavens, didn't they say that it hadn't been opened for 10,000 years? Did they resurrect again? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Even the experts from Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City were shocked. This was big news, and they had to report it quickly. Who was this drunkard? How could he instantly recognize the World of Mortals? Everyone was even more shocked. An old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that he was from the Heavenly Law Alliance? Heavenly Law Alliance? It can't be, right? Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that an extremely mysterious organization? Why would it appear here? It hadn't appeared for thousands of years, right? Everyone was shocked again. This time, the opening of the celestial fate star was really too shocking. So many top monsters had appeared. Moreover, the World of Mortals had appeared again, and even the Heavenly Law Alliance had appeared. Each of these was earth-shattering news. At this moment, with all of them gathered together, could it be that this time, someone would obtain an extremely terrifying destiny? Could it be that someone had the destiny of a great emperor? Needless to say, it was really possible. These people were incomparably excited. Lin Xian was also surprised. He finally knew the identity of these assassins. The World of Mortals was a very familiar name. This was because the World of Mortals existed in the true spirit world. However, he didn't expect that they would also exist here. From the looks of it, this assassin organization should have covered the heavens and 10,000 worlds. As expected of an assassin organization that had been passed down since ancient times. It was too terrifying. Since the World of Mortals had appeared, then what about Hell and the Heavenly Court? Would they also cover the heavens and 10,000 worlds? Also, did the World of Mortals kill him because he ruined their plan? Then why did they kill Gao Yu? Was it because someone wanted to target Gao Yu, and this drunkard in front of him was called a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance? What kind of organization was this? He looked at the other party with a hint of surprise. The other party's aura was too mysterious. Every move of his carried the aura of the Great Tao. He was shocked. This was an extremely terrifying expert. Therefore, he immediately walked up and cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior, for your help. This kid was very grateful. The drunkard looked at Lin Xian and sized him up. Suddenly, he grinned. Kid, not bad, not bad. This old man will give you a bottle of wine. As he spoke, he took out a wine gourd and threw it to Lin Xian. Then, he turned around and laughed. This? Lin Xian looked at the wine gourd in his hand and smiled bitterly. Thank you, Senior. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my god, someone from the Heavenly Tao Union actually gave something to Lin Xian. How much face did this Lin Wudi have? Could it be that he was favored by the Heavenly Law Alliance? It couldn't be. If that was the case, who could defeat him in the future? It shouldn't be. One had to be very careful when choosing a candidate. Now, it was just a bottle of wine. It didn't mean anything. Maybe the senior of the Heavenly Law Alliance was drunk and misjudged him. Some people exclaimed, while others gritted their teeth. Lin Xian was baffled. What? Favored? What was the Heavenly Law Alliance doing? He looked at the people beside him and asked, who is there? Tell me the details. There was a woman beside him. She was in her 20s. At this moment, when she was asked by Lin Xian, she was so excited that her face turned red. Great God Lin, are you asking me a question? Great God Lin is talking to me. She was one of Lin Xian's followers. At this moment, she was so excited that she almost fainted. She said that the Heavenly Law Alliance was a very ancient organization. Legend had it that they represented the will of the Heavenly Law. They came to represent the heavenly Tao and carry out some things. For example, an evil assassin organization like the Murderous World. Furthermore, they had another mission, and that was to choose the heaven's chosen one. Once they determined that the chosen one was the chosen one, they would protect them, similar to a guardian. However, guardians were usually experts sent by their own sex and they were willing to protect them. Being chosen as the chosen one meant that their future achievements were limitless. They might even become a great emperor, therefore, this was a very important signal. Every top genius wanted to be chosen as the chosen one by the heavenly Tao Union. After Lin Xian heard this, he finally understood. No wonder these people looked at him strangely. It turned out that there was such a saying. However, this old man gave him wine, which meant that he really treated him as the chosen one. With another dazzling title, there would probably be more people targeting him in the future. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He opened the gourd and drank a mouthful. What a good wine, Lin Xian exclaimed. Ever since Lord Alcohol left, he hadn't drunk such good wine. The people from Thunder God City snorted. Kid, you're just lucky. That expert from the Heavenly Tao Union must be drunk. Otherwise, do you think he would take a fancy to you? That's right. You're nothing compared to our nine-headed Qilin. The people from Thousand Demon City also snorted in disdain. Hearing this, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the people from the two holy cities. Then, he walked forward. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to be incomparably shocked. As for the people from the two holy cities, they took 2 steps back. This made them feel very embarrassed. They roared crazily. Damn kid, what do you want? If you dare to touch us, you're dead, that's right. Our experts are nearby. The people from the holy cities gritted their teeth. Lin Xian laughed. Are you that afraid of me? Damn it. There was no way to answer this. The people from the two holy cities were really mad. To be honest, they were really afraid. This was simply a demon king. Lin Xian sneered. Since you're afraid of me, then be obedient and be a coward. You don't have the strength to jump up and down in front of me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? At this point, Lin Xian's body emitted a biting cold killing intent. The people from the two holy cities felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Thunder God City roared. Our thunder spirit body is about to come out. At that time, we will be able to dismember your corpse into 10,000 pieces. That's right, when our head disciple has 9 heads, how can you still be so arrogant, lightning spirit body and 9 Qilins? I admit that they are very powerful, but that is only for them. If they are dissatisfied, they can come directly to me. As for you, you don't have the right to jump up and down in front of me. Your lion's head is not bad. I'll cut it off later and braise it in soy sauce. And you? Lin Xian scolded a demonic beast and said, I'll make you into snake soup later. Hearing this, the 2-headed lion and the other black water python trembled in fear and almost knelt on the ground. The people on the Thunder God side also swallowed their saliva. At this time, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the people of Thunder God City. Since you are all humans, then you won't taste good. Since that's the case, you all should obediently become my slaves. I just happen to be lacking some subordinates. Damn it, you dare, I'll fight it out with you, the people of the Thunder God City roared. The people of the Demon City turned around and fled. What kind of joke is this? This person opened his mouth and wanted to eat them. This is simply a madman. What, you still want to leave? You provoked me again and again. Do you really think my temper is so good? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a sharp light. With a wave of his hand, endless golden flames rushed out and shrouded this part of the world. At the same time, he made his move. With his arms crossed, the 5 elemental laws condensed into the desolate tower. He threw it over and directly shrouded the 3 people of the Thunder God City. Damn it, get lost for me. The 3 people of the Thunder God City roared crazily and kept attacking. They struck out with the terrifying Thunder God Law to resist. However, this was an extreme weapon evolved by Lin Xian with his full strength. It directly shattered all the lightning and blasted the 3 people to the ground. The earth trembled and the void shattered. Then, Lin Xian turned his head and waved his arm. A sword chi flew out and slashed at the 2-headed lion. At the same time, another sword slashed at the Blackwater mystical snake. The golden lion formed a seal with both palms, opened its mouth, and the two heads spat out terrifying sound waves. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone was sent flying by this force. Retreat quickly. Let them retreat frantically. They didn't expect Lin Wudy to fight against the 5 experts. Lin Xian sneered and let out a dragon roar. The dragon soared soul in his body operated and directly shattered the sound waves. Not only that, the two-headed lion was even trembling. He felt the suppression of his bloodline, and his soul trembled. Damn it, how could the dragon roar be like this? The next moment, he was even more frightened because he found that there was another sound coming from the other party. That was the sound of Qilin, which almost made him faint. Puff, just as he was in a daze, one of his heads was cut off by a sword. Blood splattered wildly, and he fell directly from the sky. On the other side, the Blackwater mystical snake tore through the void and turned to escape. She didn't dare to attack. This was really a demon king. She still couldn't escape. Her body was grabbed by a hand, and a third of her tail was cut off. She was in so much pain that she rolled in the sky and shattered the void, but she still couldn't escape from that hand. In an instant, the two of them were thrown to the ground and completely sealed by Lin Xian's 10,000 dragons diagram. Lin Gongzi, spare us. We were wrong. The Blackwater mystical snake turned into a woman and kept begging for mercy. One of the two-headed lion's heads was cut off. At this moment, he was also crawling on the ground, trembling. Lin Gongzi, please forgive us and spare our lives. The other 3 people from Thunder God City were also begging for mercy. That was too cruel. Lin Xian sneered. Now you know how to be afraid. Why did you do it earlier? I told you, I'm the first disciple of the 3rd generation, and I represent the sacred city. How dare you provoke and humiliate me? Do you want to live? Let your elders come with sincerity. Let's see if they can buy your lives. Lin Xian sat down directly. Then, he used the laws of the 5 elements to form a huge cauldron and threw the golden lion's head in. Then, he used the laws of water to condense seawater and started boiling it with the 9-yang divine fire. At the same time, he skinned the Blackwater mystical snake and cut the tail into several pieces and threw it in. Then, Lin Xian went to the restaurant and bought some ingredients for cooking soup. He threw them all in and began to wait there. Soon, the fragrance of meat wafted out. Countless runes circled between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were stunned. Wow, it's really eating. The Blackwater mystical snake screamed and fainted. The golden lion also knocked himself out with a punch. He didn't dare to look anymore. Otherwise, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. The 3 from Thunder God City were so scared that they peed their pants. They knew that Lin Fan was cruel, but they didn't expect him to be so crazy. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. They even fainted from the shock. It's about time to eat. Lin Xian looked and narrowed his eyes. The people around him also swallowed their saliva. Just the fragrance alone was unbearable. If they took a bite, they would be like a god. Seeing the people around him drooling, especially his followers, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Do you want to eat? Come and have a bite." These people protected him before, and they didn't hesitate to go against the 2 holy cities. He naturally wouldn't treat them badly. Can I? Those followers were a little scared. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I'll treat you. If the 2 holy cities dare to cause trouble for you, just tell me. I'll go up and tear them apart." Great, God Lin is indeed powerful. These followers beamed with joy as they gathered around Zhang Xian. A gluttonous feast was about to begin. Everyone ate until their faces were red. Their blood was boiling, and some even began to bleed. It couldn't be helped. The vitality contained was too strong. They probably ate too much. Lin Xian opened up all the pores on his body as rays of light flowed out. He could feel that his physique had become even stronger. It seemed that this was also a path of evolution. He had to eat more in the future. Hearing this, the Blackwater mystical snake and the golden lion, who had just woken up, fainted again. The news spread quickly, and the world was in an uproar. Lin Wudy started eating again. He was really a glutton. But he was eating demon beasts. He probably hadn't eaten other saints in his life. The Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City were really sad. First, they were killed, and now they were suppressed by Lin Wuti. They probably lost all their face. But other than Lin Wuti, there was another thing that shocked them. Did the mortal world come back again? Heavens, it couldn't be. With such a terrifying assassin organization, they probably had to be careful in the future. Some people began to be secretly vigilant. The people of the New Moon clan were also shocked when they heard the news. Lin Wuti was killed, and it was done by the mortal world. Could it be that the people who assassinated their princess were also from the human world? Damn it, why did such an ancient sect revive at this time? Was it because of the destined star? They did not know. This was because these ancient sects covered all the realms in the universe, and they weren't limited to just the two-star realms. The second astral realm and even the legendary third astral realm also had them. They had no idea why the other party would make a move at this time. They could only send more experts to protect their princess. At the same time, the appearance of the heavenly Tao also shocked these people. Could it be that this organization had come out to choose the chosen one? What? The people of the Heavenly Way Union gave Lin Wuti a pot of wine. Could it be that Lin Wuti was favored? Damn it, that's impossible. It must be a mistake. The other party had drunk too much, so there was no way he could trust him. Some people in the sacred city gritted their teeth in anger when they heard the news. What kind of joke was this? Lin Wuti had been chosen as the chosen one, they didn't want to believe it. It's time for our chief disciple to show himself, he couldn't let Lin Wuti be in the limelight anymore. Some big families in the sacred city began to secretly make up their minds to promote their own peerless geniuses. Among them, the people of the Myriad Demon City and the sacred city of Thunder God were incomparably depressed. Their disciples were still in the hands of the other party. Moreover, the other party had threatened to let their elders go with sincerity. Damn it, the other party was extorting them. What should they do? Should they secretly make a move? The people of the Myriad Demon City discussed. An elder shook his head. There was no hurry. Let this brat be smug for 2 days. When he entered the destined star, let's see if our people can't kill him. Didn't he ask us to go see him? Alright, bring a pot of 1,000-year-old spirit tea to see him. Be sure to bring our people back. We can't afford any more losses. Soon, a small saint brought the 1,000-year-old spirit tea to the gathering. On the other side, the people of the Thunder God City were also gnashing their teeth in anger. They were also discussing what to do. However, one person couldn't bear it anymore and took the lead. He was Lei Chong's brother, who had just rushed over from the sacred city. He was here for revenge. He had to kill Lin Wuti with his own hands. Inside the giant city, the fragrance filled the air. Everyone was swallowing their saliva. Although they couldn't eat meat, they were eager to drink a mouthful of soup. At this moment, someone screamed. The small saint of the Myriad Demon City had arrived. As soon as this was said, many people scratched their necks and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Lin Xian and the others also heard it. Lin Xian said, "Alright, dinner is over. Everyone, hurry up and leave." With that, he waved his hand and put all the unfinished food into the black earth. Then, he wiped his mouth and his eyes lit up. Those followers also quickly hid in the crowd, widening their eyes to watch. Would Lin Wuti be in danger? It should be fine. After all, there were rules between the sacred city. The elders couldn't make a move at will. Otherwise, there would be a great battle. In the sky, a stream of light rushed down and turned into a woman. She was a very beautiful woman with a lot of green light jumping on her body. As soon as she appeared, she saw the 2 suppressed demon saints. She frowned slightly and walked forward. Nephew Lin, the people of the Myriad Demon City are ignorant. This time, I brought a pot of 1,000-year-old spirit tea to share with you. Why don't you let my people go? To be honest, Lin Xian didn't care about the 1,000-year-old spirit tea at all. What he wanted was the sacred city's attitude. He wanted the world to know. Those who spoke to Lin Xian were either top-notch monstrous geniuses or experts of the older generation. Ordinary saints weren't qualified. "Senior, you are too polite." Lin Xian took the spirit tea and said, "We are all from the sacred city, so we should help each other." I don't want to make a move, but these little guys are too presumptuous and unruly. I helped the sacred city teach them a lesson. As he spoke, he removed the law seal. The two-headed lion and the blackwater mystical snake woke up. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. What kind of tone was that? Was he facing them as an elder, little guys? Damn it, was he 200 years old? Any one of them was almost 1,000 years old. However, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were inferior to him. It wasn't easy for them to survive. The two of them removed the seal and quickly came behind the elder. Their eyes were filled with fear. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched. Lin Xian's tone didn't sound like a young junior. To be honest, she was a small saint. Her status was very powerful. When the geniuses of the sacred city saw her, they were all respectful. It was the first time she saw someone with Lin Xian's attitude. He was afraid that he would go crazy if he stayed, so he was ready to leave. But at this moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. A figure descended from the sky, bringing with it a powerful storm. Who was Lin Wudi? He was here to die. Everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe that someone dared to provoke Lin Wudi. The people of Demon City also stopped. Those minor saints squinted their eyes. Interesting. She didn't leave but stopped to watch from the side. She had heard a lot of rumors. She wanted to see Lin Wudi's strength with her own eyes. Lin Xian was the same. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunder God's people still dare to attack me? Is this your decision? Don't blame me for being impolite. With a wave of his hand, the heads of the 3 Thunder God experts were cut off. The souls of the 3 screamed in horror. They were stunned. Was he going to give up on them? How dare you, damn it, the figure landed on the ground. Bringing along countless great Tao, he roared. This is not the decision of our Saint City. This is my personal will. You dare to kill my brother. I'm here to take revenge. Let go of the people of our Saint City. Who is your brother? Lin Xian waved his hand. I've killed too many people. I can't remember. You're courting death. My brother is Lei Tsong. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. The man in front was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you're surprised. Lei Chong? Humph, he deserves to die. He provoked me again and again. I've already let him off easy by letting him live for so long. As for letting your people go, it's not up to you. Let your elders do it, kid, you're courting death. Lei Qian roared. The other party didn't give him face. Damn it. Lin Xian laughed. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face, humph, Thunder God City is too unruly. If it's the same as Demon City, I'll definitely let them go. But you're too much. Do you really think I won't dare to do it? Lin Xian turned around and killed the souls of the 3 Thunder God experts with 3 slashes. The 3 corpses kept twitching and stopped breathing. Dead. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to kill them so easily. There was no room for negotiation. The 2-headed lion and blackwater mystical snake's scalp went numb. Fortunately, their elders came. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a miserable state. Even the eyes of the minor saints from Demon City flickered. This person was as crazy as the rumors said. Lei Qian, on the other hand, was so angry that he shouted, "You dare to kill." He was mad with anger. You're wrong. I didn't kill them. You forced them to their deaths. If you hadn't come, the 3 of them wouldn't have died. Do you have any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. Ah. Go to hell, Lei Qian Yang Tian roared. He must kill the other party. Purple lightning surged in his palm, carrying with it an aura that could crush mountains and rivers. He rushed forward. At this moment, he was like a god of thunder, capable of sweeping through everything. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. Lei Qian was too powerful. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 5th heaven. He was so strong. No wonder he dared to kill Lin Wudi. The 2-headed lion and the dark water mystical snake felt their scalps go numb as well. This man was at a higher level than them, so there was a huge gap between their powers. Although Lin Wudi could defeat them, it was not certain whether he could defeat those in the middle stage of the fifth heaven. Boom! Boom, boom. In an instant, the thunder cracked, and the place where Lin Xian was standing was completely destroyed. It was a scene of destruction. But in the next moment, space was torn apart, and a figure with golden light came out of the sea. It was Lin Wudi. He's fine. That's great. The followers exclaimed. The others were shocked as well. Lin Wudi could fight against a sage in the middle stage of the fifth heaven. It was really too hard to believe. How many cultivation realms did he cross? From the early stage of the fourth heaven to the early stage of the fifth heaven, there was another major realm, and then to the middle stage of the fifth heaven, there was another minor realm. That was one major realm plus one minor realm. Wasn't the gap a little too big for minor realms? Many people gasped. To be able to kill someone one minor realm higher was already an incredible genius. The other party had crossed 4 minor realms. That was heaven-defying. Lin Xian rushed out of the sea of lightning. He raised his hand, and the laws revolved around it, forming a sword light that flashed with an unparalleled aura. He didn't die? How was that possible? Lei Qian was also stunned. In his opinion, he was so many realms higher than the other party. It was simply too easy. But he didn't expect the other party's strength to be so strong that it exceeded his expectations. Kill, he roared again and charged out. The two turned into 2 streams of light and collided in the sky. Divine light exploded, and the sky seemed to split open. Both of them were incomparably powerful. Purple lightning surrounded Lei Qian's body as if it was a heavenly tribulation, causing the entire void to distort. His speed was very fast, and he turned into a lightning aura. It was terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian roared. Sword light surrounded his body, and he also rushed over. He was like a peerless god of war, fighting head-on with his opponent. He didn't retreat at all. He was simply a violent humanoid tyrannosaurus. People even heard the roar of a dragon from Lin Xian's body. After hundreds of moves, the battle between the two became even more intense. How was that possible? How could he block it? Lei Qian was completely crazy. How did the other party cross 4 minor realms? Damn it. Lightning light foot. Endless runes appeared on Lei Qian's feet. They were densely packed, causing his feet to emit an unparalleled light. With the addition of his feet, the entire ground trembled violently. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a terrifying divine ability, and it was a law divine ability. This Lei Qian was really too powerful. As expected of the powerhouse of Lei Chong. Everyone exclaimed. Someone said that they heard that he had just rushed over from the holy city. He had been cultivating in seclusion all this time. If he hadn't heard the news of his brother's death, he probably wouldn't have come out. Such a person was a cultivation madman. Once he encountered such a person, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Everyone discussed animatedly. They felt that Lin Xian had encountered a peerless enemy. Lin Xian frowned. A law divine ability. The other party's kick was really powerful. It was like 2 ancient demonic mountains falling from the sky, trying to tear him apart. He shouted coldly. His back was like a dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. He punched out with both fists, and 2 golden crows roared at the sky. The sacred fire on them covered the sky. Boom boom boom, this was a very intense collision. One was a law divine ability, and the other was a divine beast. They were evenly matched. After one attack, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent aura surged into the sky. The two of them also kept retreating. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. He couldn't help but admit that the other party was very strong. So what? He circulated the power in his body and quickly recovered his numb arm. On the other side, Lei Qian was completely stunned. The other party actually blocked his law divine ability. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the other party was really strong to such an extent? No wonder he could kill his brother. But so what if the other party was strong? Today, he was going to personally kill the other party. With a cold snort, the lightning on his body erupted once again. However, a figure flew over from afar. Stop. An angry roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Lei Qian stopped and looked up at the sky. He cried out in surprise, and the others were also stunned. The people of Thunder Saint City had arrived. A middle-aged man from Thunder God City landed and looked at the 3 people who were suppressed to death. His face was extremely ugly. Lin Wudi, you dare to kill our people. You broke your promise. The small saint was furious. His aura was incomparably violent. Everyone trembled. Was he going to fight? Lin Xian laughed coldly. Me, going back on my word? Why don't you say that your Thunder God City didn't teach you well? I said I wanted to save your life and came with sincerity. But you didn't come. Your disciple came to kill me. Of course, I won't be lenient. Look at the people of Demon City. Didn't I let them go? It was you who provoked me first. I didn't break my promise. Damn it. The small saint's face was extremely ugly. He glanced at the people of Demon City and found that they were still alive. Who asked you to come? He stared at Lei Qian. Lei Qian said, Elder, I want to avenge my brother. This kid is too arrogant. He killed so many experts of Thunder God City and he still wants to negotiate with us. He doesn't have the qualification. Elder, let me do it. I can kill him. The small saint was silent. He knew Lei Qian's strength. He was a mid-stage 5th heaven expert. Moreover, it seemed that both sides had already fought before. He was still very confident in Lei Qian. Seeing that the elder didn't object, Lei Qian was delighted. He quickly turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Do you dare to continue the fight to the death? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian sneered. But when you are killed, don't ask your elder for help. You have a sharp tongue. The one who will die will definitely be you. The lightning on Lei Qian's body erupted again, wanting to devour the 9 heavens. On the other side, the golden light on Lin Xian's body bloomed. He was like a god of war. The aura between the two became more and more terrifying. A battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, an old man walked over. The 2 of you, please wait. The old man descended from the sky, followed by a group of powerful saints. You dare to stop me? Lei Qian was instantly enraged. Their elders had already acquiesced, yet there was still someone who dared to stop them. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He asked, Who are you? The old man said. Young masters, I am the city lord of this city. I know that you 2 are going to fight, so I would like to give you a suggestion. Say. Lei Qian snorted coldly. The elder laughed. Both of them were peerless geniuses, experts at the Saint Realm. The battle between the 2 of them would definitely be devastating. A small city like this would not be able to withstand it. However, there was an arena in the city. It was an ancient arena that had been passed down since ancient times. It was a place specially prepared for saints to fight. Why don't the 2 of you move over there and fight? This way, he could attack to his heart's content without the slightest scruple. Lin Xian nodded. Let's not implicate others in our feud. And don't destroy the city. Do you dare? Hee, why wouldn't he dare? Since you have already chosen your own grave, I will fulfill your wish. Lei Qian sneered. Let's go, lead the way. Alright, this old man will lead the way. The old man soared into the sky and flew towards the distance. Lei Qian's figure flickered, and Lin Xian also flew into the sky. The Thunder God City's small saints followed them, and so did the people of Demon City. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Was the Saint Realm going to fight to the death? Let's go and take a look. How could they miss such an exciting battle? For a moment, countless people flew towards the distance. At the same time, the news quickly swept across the world. It was said that Lin Wudi and the experts of Thunder God City were going to fight to the death. The news instantly spread across the entire world. Someone asked, what's going on? Didn't Lin Wudi just kill a genius of Thunder God City? Didn't he suppress 3 other geniuses? Could it be that the negotiation fell through? Is there going to be a big battle? Who is the one who fought Thunder God City? I'm not interested in watching if he's too weak. It was Lei Chong's brother, Lei Qian. He had just rushed over from the Saint City, and his cultivation base was at the mid-stage 5th heavenly layer. He was going to kill Lin Wudi cruelly. What? A mid-stage 5th heavenly layer saint? Such an expert also appeared? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Let's go and take a look. That Lin Wudi might really be killed. They had long found him an eyesore. Some of the geniuses of the Saint City spoke, and the people of Thunder God City sneered. Who was Lin Wudi? Senior brother Lei Qian could kill him without the help of the Thunder Spirit body. These people also left. This world had taken action. They wanted to watch the battle of the century. Otherwise, the people of the other 3 moons would also be alarmed. A mid-stage 5th heavenly layer was already a very terrifying cultivation base. Such a person was definitely a super expert. Lin Wudi, with his cultivation base at the early stage 4th heavenly layer, could he really fight against it? If he couldn't, he would die. But if he could, he would be too heaven-defying. He had crossed 4 small realms. Such a person couldn't exist. The people of the other 3 moons also took action. That kid, is he going to fight? When the Crimson Dragon heard the news, it swung its tail and rushed out. On the other side, He Shan and the North Demon also received the news. He was indeed a troublemaker. They could still hear his news from a world away. He Shan shook his head helplessly and also tore the void. On the other side, the North Demon also went on the road. At this moment, all the experts, elites, and geniuses gathered in the ancient arena. The ancient arena was built with special stones. The formations engraved on it were all at the saint level. And after countless years of support, it could be said that even a minor saint couldn't destroy it. Lin Xian and Lei Qian could go all out here. At this moment, the two stood facing each other, and the aura on their bodies was incomparable. More and more people gathered around Lei Qian, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Very well, he wanted to trample on the other party in front of the world. I have to say, your Thunder God City is really stupid. You actually attracted so many people. Do you think it's a glorious thing to be killed by me in front of so many people? At that time, Lei Xingqing's face would be completely thrown away by you. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Isn't this Lin Wudi too confident? But, can he really kill Lei Qian? I looked at the cliff. It's not that easy to cross 4 realms. Not only that, I've never heard of anyone who can cross 4 realms. No matter how heaven-defying this kid is, he can't do it. Originally, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but now it seems that you're asking for death. I'll fulfill your wish. Lei Qian's feet once again burst out with shocking thunder runes. The thunder god's foot was displayed by him. With every step he took, the ancient arena trembled, and countless large cracks appeared around him. This law divine ability made the surrounding people's faces change. So fast. In an instant, Lei Qian arrived in front of Lin Xian. His right leg swept out, destroying everything in its path. Lin Xian threw out a punch to counter the attack. Both of them continued to exchange blows. One of them was like the god of thunder and the other was like the god of war. The two of them exchanged blows, causing heaven and earth to shatter. Fortunately, this was the ancient arena. Otherwise, the city would have been torn to shreds. This guy is pretty strong. Is Lei Xingqing serious this time? The Crimson Dragon transformed into his human form and watched the battle with flickering eyes. On the other side, the Northern Demon frowned slightly. He Shan didn't care at all. I wonder how much power this kid can unleash. Competing in footwork? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to do that? Lin Xian sneered. His feet seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw, striking the void and colliding with Lei Qian's thunder god's foot. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's aura became stronger with every step he took. In the end, he was like a real dragon, circling the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lei Qian's foot was suppressed. How is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. The people of Thunder God City screamed. This is impossible. How can he have the aura of the Tao of Dragon? Is he related to the Dragon Pro race? Why do I feel that the ability he's using is similar to the Dragon race's Dragon Step? The crowd swallowed their saliva. Lei Qian found it hard to believe. His law ability was suppressed? Boom, boom. Boom, boom. After a dozen more moves, Lei Qian's face turned ugly. He felt a great pressure. Especially the last step, the killing intent was monstrous. It was like a real dragon had awakened. The entire void collapsed. Countless great laws surged between heaven and earth. Lei Qian's right leg trembled. He was sent flying by the force. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. The surrounding people screamed. Lei Qian was injured. The people of Thunder God City were dumbfounded. Is this kid trying to cross 4 realms to kill someone? How heaven-defying is this? The little saint from Lightning God City had a grim expression on his face. However, he still warned them not to be impulsive. Thunder God's foot was just one of Lei Qian's nomological divine abilities. His trump card was not limited to this. Just wait patiently and see. Lei Qian was injured as he roared towards the sky. His palms were constantly forming seals as the laws on his body surged. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. It grew larger in the sky and turned into a divine beast, roaring at the sky. A law divine beast? Was that a lightning snake? In the sky, a huge figure appeared. It looked like a snake. However, it had a single horn and a pair of lightning wings on its back. It even had 4 arms. As it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it brought forth a powerful lightning power. Kill! Hearing the order, the thunder beast quickly attacked. His tail lashed out like a divine whip. His 4 arms were holding sabers, spears, swords, and shields. Its enormous wings continued to flutter, forming a thunderstorm. This Lei Qian was too powerful. Although the divine beast he transformed into was not a true dragon, it was still incomparably terrifying. It seemed that Lin Wudi had really met his match. The people of Thunder God City also heaved a sigh of relief. Hee, let's see how this kid dies. The eyes of the people of Demon City flickered. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan had also arrived. There were also other experts who were paying attention to this battle. In an instant, Lin Xian suffered a huge impact. Although this thunder beast was condensed from laws, it was truly too powerful. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light like gold, carrying a monstrous aura as he contended with the thunder beast. A great battle with the thunder beast. Kill! Lin Xian roared, his eyes erupting with a biting cold killing intent. At this moment, he was really powerful to the extreme. Like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, he resisted the other party's Thunder Dao attack head-on. His body emitted a clanging sound, shaking his blood and qi. However, he was still not afraid. There was a black Qilin tattoo all over his body. The Qilin that seemed to have transformed into a human form punched out. The powerful force shook the thunder beast until it trembled non-stop. At the same time, Lin Xian formed seals with his palms and slapped out one golden crow after another. 18 golden crows moved freely in the sky, crushing everything with monstrous laws. So powerful, comparable to a divine beast. The crowd screamed again. They did not expect Lin Wudi's means to be so strong. The face of the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan darkened. Damn it, this guy dared to transform into their clan. What is the meaning of this? This is a provocation. Their eyelids twitched wildly, they could not wait to kill the other party immediately. Boom. Boom, boom. 18 golden crows swooped down and hit the thunder beast. The thunder beast wailed and broke into pieces. This time, Lei Qian was sent flying again, his face became even uglier. This person's physique was actually so strong. The small saints of Demon City were incomparably shocked. The demon clan was known for their strong physique, but they did not expect that there would be a human who shocked them in terms of physique. At the same time, some people exclaimed, Lin Wudi's physique should be one of the super strong physiques in the universe. But what was that black tattoo? Why did it look like a Qilin? As soon as this was said, many people nodded their heads. Indeed, it was as if a Qilin was hovering on the other party's body. It was too mysterious. There was a dragon roar in the other party's body, and now there was a Qilin tattoo all over his body. What kind of opportunity did this person have? Could it be that he was related to the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan? So what if he was related? Even if he was related, could he be stronger than our 9 Qilins? The people of Demon City sneered. 9 Qilins, the descendants of Qilin powerhouses, had the Qilin bloodline. If they were to appear, killing the other party would not be a problem. However, some people were doubtful because Lin Wudi's strength was too strong. Moreover, no one knew if this was his limit. Master, can Brother Lin win? Northern Demon asked from the crowd. Heishan squinted his eyes and said. Currently, he had the upper hand, but it was hard to say if he could win. After all, I don't know what other trump cards he has. After all, the Thunder God technique has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It should not be underestimated. Moreover, the Thunder God city has a secret technique. I wonder how far he has cultivated it. Northern Demon was worried. Even his master said so. One could imagine how powerful the Thunder God technique was. Damned brat, you broke my divine ability again. Lei Qian's face was incomparably cold. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've already told you that you're no match for me. Since you want to die in front of everyone, I will fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Xian was fearless. To be honest, he did not want to expose his Qilin tattoo in front of everyone. But now that it had been exposed, there was nothing to hide. He would go all out. Buzz buzz buzz, his 9-yang divine body was displayed to the extreme. At the same time, the Qilin tattoo was even more terrifying. As if it was alive, it emitted a mysterious aura. At this moment, Lin Qian's physique was extremely strong. On the other side, Lei Qian also roared as a pair of Thunder God's wings grew out from his back. It was like 2 thunder heavenly blades, releasing a destructive aura. Kill, the two of them once again fought. Lin Qian had a strong physique and an unparalleled physical body. He opened a big box and was a man of steel. As for Lei Qian, he used his law ability and kept bombarding. Every strike seemed to be able to destroy a world. Too strong. One had unparalleled abilities while the other had a super strong physical body. The battle between the two was truly earth-shattering. Buzz, after hundreds of moves, Lin Xian opened and closed his hands, releasing a few sword chi that turned into a giant dragon that danced in the sky. This aura was too strong. Everyone screamed. Could it be that Lin Wudi was also a super strong swordsman? It couldn't be, right? His sword chi was stronger than his physique? Everyone couldn't believe it. Lei Qian was also in great danger. He didn't dare to be careless. He pushed the 2 pairs of Thunder God's wings to the extreme and slashed forward. This was an earth-shattering collision. The Qilin roared, and the entire arena shook uncontrollably. Everyone retreated in horror. Fortunately, a battle had broken out in the ancient arena. Otherwise, if it was outside, who knew what would happen to this world? How could this guy be so strong? The little maid from the New Moon clan was shocked. Beside her, Diao Yu's eyes flickered with a solemn expression. Some of the holy city's geniuses were even more shocked. This method was too heaven-defying. Perhaps the ordinary holy city's geniuses weren't his opponent at all. Only the top powerhouses could do it. Could it be that they really needed their chief disciple to take action? Boom. Boom, in front, the battle suddenly changed and a figure flew out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Endless lightning was unleashed. Not good, Lei Qian was injured. Everyone screamed. The people from Thunder God City couldn't believe it. Could it be? This was impossible, they shook their heads frantically. Lei Qian, with his strength and identity, was also very strong in their holy city. How could he lose to the other party? Boom, Lei Qian landed on the arena. The array formation arena shook, and the surrounding void kept shattering. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There were 2 sword scars on his body, which had almost split his body apart. Lin Xian said coldly as he slowly descended from the sky. What other trump cards do you have? Bring them all out. If not, then you can die. That detestable brat. Lei Qian took out a thunder crystal origin and swallowed it. The wounds on his body quickly healed. However, what shocked him was that he was actually unable to completely eliminate the sword chi. Damn it. What a terrifying sword intent. Is he using a sacred artifact? With a cold snort, he pulled out a long spear. The purple lightning spear was a mid-grade saint artifact. With a roar, Lei Qian charged forward once more. Now that he possessed a mid-grade saint artifact, his strength had grown even stronger. He was like the invincible god of thunder. He was surrounded by all kinds of lightning beasts. It was a shocking sight. It's useless. Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved the matchless sword. Sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. The 2 sacred artifacts collided with each other non-stop, causing their battle prowess to increase. The situation was not optimistic. That's right. Although Lei Qian had the Thunder God's spear, Lin Wude also had the matchless sword. If he didn't have any other trump cards, Lei Qian would probably lose. Before the battle, they all thought that Lin Xian had a higher chance of losing. After all, it was too difficult to fight across 4 realms. However, after witnessing the battle with their own eyes, they felt that Lei Qian had a higher chance of losing. This made the people of Thunder God City vomit blood. Lei Qian's face was even colder. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a hint of malevolence. Die for me. He spat out a lightning ring. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. With a clang, Lin Xian raised his hand to block it. However, he was sent flying and his entire arm was numb. Under his arm, a crack appeared. It was extremely horrifying. Lin Wude was injured. How was this possible? What was this lightning ring? It was a sacred artifact. It was actually a sacred artifact that was even more terrifying than the purple lightning spear. The crowd screamed. They didn't expect Lei Qian's trump card to be so rich. Lin Xian was actually injured due to his carelessness. Lei Qian attacked crazily. Lin Xian's body turned into a kuanping and instantly dodged. He stood in another direction and looked at his cracked palm. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. The energy in his body circulated and his body bloomed with light. His broken palm quickly healed. Soon, it was as good as new. Kid, this is just a lesson for you. What do you have to contend with me? Next, I will make you wish you were dead. Lei Qian held the thunder spear in his hand and was surrounded by terrifying lightning. He was extremely powerful. With 2 sacred artifacts, he could easily crush his opponent. Do you really think you can turn the tables with 2 sacred artifacts? How naive. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. I was careless just now and was ambushed by you. But next, you probably won't even be able to get close to me. Insolent kid, go to hell. Lei Qian didn't believe it. Their 2 sacred artifacts couldn't suppress the opponent. Even if the opponent had the matchless sword, he could still suppress it. Buzz, the purple thunder spear attacked crazily. The lightning ring appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Lin Xian couldn't withstand it with the matchless sword. Suddenly, the purple thunder spear erupted with an unparalleled aura. It seemed to have turned into a purple thunder dragon that danced in the sky. In an instant, it bit the matchless sword. At the same time, the lightning ring turned into a bolt of lightning that was extremely fast. The people from Thunder God City laughed. Let's see how this kid will die. The others were extremely nervous. Not good, Lin Wude is in danger, this attack should be over. An expert from Thousand Demon City said. An expert from the Golden Crow clan snorted. They also thought that Lin Xian wouldn't survive. Gao Yu's eyes flickered. Is he really going to be defeated? In the crowd, the Northern Demon was even more nervous. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Don't worry, how can we lose when it comes to sacred artifacts? Thinking about that kid's trump card. The Northern Demon nodded. He knew that the opponent had more than 1 sacred artifact. Sure enough, at this critical moment, a black spear appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Like a mountain, it struck Lei Qian and sent him flying. With a loud bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The endless void shattered. Everyone's scalp went numb. Many people vomited blood. He blocked it. Lin Wude blocked it. Impossible, what did he use to block it? The people from Thunder God City screamed in disbelief. Lei Qian's pupils shrank. He was simply going crazy. Everyone looked carefully. A black spear appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It emitted an extremely terrifying demonic aura. Half of the sky was dyed black by the terrifying aura. What was that? A sacred artifact, and a demonic artifact. How could he have such a thing? Everyone swallowed their saliva. The aura that the spear brought was too terrifying. In the crowd, a few people's eyes burst out with cold light. One of them was a woman who looked abnormally beautiful. She also raised the corner of her mouth. That's right, it's this aura. It's really him. These people's eyes lit up and stared at the spear. Do you think you're the only one who has 2 sacred artifacts? Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his left hand and the matchless sword in his right hand. Damn it. Lei Qian, who was on the opposite side, had an ugly expression. He originally thought that he had a huge advantage, but his opponent had caught up with him. But so what? He didn't believe that his opponent's spear could block his Lei Huan. His Lei Huan had a great background. However, the following battle made him despair. The spear was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through and destroy everything. After 30 moves, he was penetrated by the spear, and half of his body was shattered. After 50 moves, he was cut in half by a sword, which scared him out of his wits. After 70 moves, his heart was pierced by his own thunder ring, and he almost died. He couldn't believe this scene. His opponent's method was too strange. Let me ask you one last time. Do you still have any trump cards? If not, you can go and die now. Lin Xian's killing intent emerged, shocking everyone. They didn't expect that the final ending would be like this. The people from Thunder God City clenched their fists. We won't lose. Lei Qian still has a trump card, yes, our Thunder Saint City's secret technique. Lei Qian's cultivation is very terrifying. Just you wait. When the time comes, all of you will die. Lei Qian's body was shattered and quickly healed. His aura was much weaker than before, and he was no longer at his peak state. He gritted his teeth. Kid, to be able to force me to this step, I have to admit that you've exceeded my expectations. But it's a pity that I still have a secret technique that you can't resist at all. To be able to die under my Thunder Saint City's secret technique, you can be proud. Thunder God City's secret technique, this Lei Qian, is he going to use his final trump card? Everyone screamed. The secret technique of the Thunder Saint City was unique to the Thunder Saint City. Others couldn't cultivate it at all, and these secret techniques were very terrifying. I wonder what Thunder God City's secret technique is? Everyone widened their eyes. Thunder God City's secret technique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Could he finally see it? To be honest, he had been looking forward to it for a long time because he knew that every Thunder Saint City had its own secret technique. For example, their Wu Shuangqing had a secret technique that could increase one's combat strength by 1 to 10 times. Once activated, the danger would be endless. He also wanted to know what kind of secret technique Thunder God City had. If you have any secret techniques, then use them. Let me see if you are as powerful as you say. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. You'll see. Lei Qian continued to form hand seals. A bolt of lightning rushed out of his body and circled around him. Every time it spun, its power grew stronger. He spun a total of 3 times, and in the end, his strength reached an unimaginable level. What is this? Many people were shocked. The aura of this lightning was much stronger than before. Was this the secret method of Thunder God City? It was 9 revolutions divine thunder. He had actually reached the 3rd revolution. The people of the 1,000 Demon City screamed. They knew about the secret technique of the Thunder God City. When the others heard this, they exclaimed in surprise. 9 revolutions divine thunder. This was an extremely terrifying secret technique. Every time it rotated, its power would increase by a fraction. It was said that after the 9 revolutions thunder transformation, one would be able to kill experts who were much stronger than them. Now that Lei Qian was able to go through 3 transformations, it was already very heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the lightning aura emanating from the other party. Lin Xian similarly frowned, surprised in his heart. This was the secret technique of Thunder God Orange, 9 revolutions divine thunder. He indeed felt a threat. Worthy of being the holy city, it indeed had its own uniqueness. Wonder what the most powerful one among the younger generation would be. Lin Xian thought of the Thunder Spirit physique. His future opponent would definitely be the other party. Wonder to what extent could the other party cultivate the 9 revolutions divine thunder. Kid, go to hell for me. Lei Qian's entire body bloomed. Lightning divine light, carrying an incomparably berserk aura, charged forward. Not good, Lin Wude was in danger. That's right, even if he had two great sacred weapons, he might not be able to block the secret technique. This Lin Wude was also a heaven's pride of Peerless City. Did he cultivate the Peerless secret technique? Should not have, right? It was said that he had just joined Peerless City not long ago and went to the Fiend Star. He had no time to cultivate at all. It's over, Lin Wude was careless. If he could cultivate in the Holy City for a period of time, at least he would have cultivated the Peerless secret technique. Then this time, he would be able to contend. But now, he really did not know how to resist. He was definitely going to die. Some were worried, and some sneered. The people of Thunder God City let out sinister laughter. The other party was definitely going to die, they were full of confidence. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light, his physique was strong to the extreme. He turned into a stream of light and charged forward. Did others think that he did not have a Peerless secret technique? How was that possible? However, he did not immediately use it. Because he wanted to feel the power of the 9 revolutions divine thunder, to see how strong it was. Heavens, Lin Wude was crazy. He wanted to use his physical body to fight, shouldn't he run away? Idiot, did he want to fight to the death? This kid was really daring. Even the Crimson Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold. Gao Yu and the others exclaimed again and again. Even the mysterious people frowned. No way, if this kid died, then it would be troublesome, ignorant ant, go to hell for me. Lei Qian saw that the other party did not dodge and instead rushed over, his heart was filled with disdain. This time, he used the secret technique, Divine Thunder. How could the other party resist? Boom, the sound of the earth shaking resounded. The violent aura crushed everything. The entire arena was completely covered by the sea of lightning. The ancient arena was shaking non-stop, as if it was about to shatter. One could imagine the power of the 9 revolutions Divine Thunder. Amidst the endless thunderbolts, a human figure flew out. It was Lin Wude. Everyone screamed. The people of Thunder God City snorted. It must be the other party. This time, the other party would definitely die, right? The other party did not die? How could it be? The people of Thunder God City were stunned, their eyes wide open. The others also looked over. Sure enough, they saw that Lin Xian was injured. He spat out blood from the corner of his mouth, but he did not die. In terms of physique, he was too strong. He could actually resist the 9 revolutions Divine Thunder without dying. Everyone was shocked. What was the use? He was just a trapped beast. He would definitely die within 3 moves. The people of Thunder God City said. The others were also worried. That's right. The reason for that was because they could tell that Lin Xian was at a disadvantage in this battle. Lin Xian retreated and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flickered. Although he was injured, it was not serious. In this blow, he perceived the terrifying power of the other party. It was indeed strong. He rushed out again. Bang bang bang. The sound of thunder kept ringing between heaven and earth. After a few moves, Lin Xian retreated again. His body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and some places were charred black. However, his eyes were brighter. Damn it, how could he not die yet? Everyone was stunned. The people of Thunder God City also looked like they had seen a ghost. The 9 revolutions Divine Thunder was their secret technique. They knew how powerful it was. In their opinion, the other party might not even be able to resist 1 move. But now, the other party actually resisted 5 moves and was still alive. It was really incredible. Lei Qian's face was even colder. How could it be? Was this kid's physique so strong? Kid, everything is over. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Lei Qian raised his palm, and the 3 revolutions Divine Thunder kept condensing in his hand. 3 revolutions Divine Thunder circled around his finger, surrounded by terrifying lightning phantoms. 3 Thunder Sky Destroying Finger. It was a terrifying supernatural power. Rumor had it that it could destroy the sky with 1 finger. Its power was unimaginable. At this moment, it was displayed by Lei Qian, causing the void to collapse. Lin Xian was wrapped in a violent force. This time, it was really a killing move. It should be over now. Some of the big shots' eyes lit up. A killing move? Well, since that was the case, then let's end it. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with killing intent. He had already felt the opponent's Thunder God's secret technique. So there was no need to hold back now. Buzz, he stomped his foot and rushed over at a fast speed. His fists danced, and the unparalleled secret technique in his body was constantly activated by him. No way, Lin Wudi still wanted to take it head-on. What was he thinking? The people around went crazy. Boom, the two collided, making a deafening sound. The sky and earth were torn apart. The entire ring was almost overturned. A violent aura swept out in all directions. Retreat quickly. The onlookers kept retreating. It was too terrifying. The people of Thunder Saint City sneered. Lin Wudi should be dead by now, right? The North Demon, Crimson Dragon, and others were extremely nervous. Some of the big shots' eyes burst out with cold light. They wanted to tear apart the chaos and see the situation clearly. Finally, the fog gradually dispersed, and two figures stood on the ring. Their backs were facing each other. Obviously, the two had separated from each other. Who was the saint and who was the loser? Two figures? Lin Wudi was not blasted into a bloody mist. Many people exclaimed. The people of Thunder Saint City frowned. They had a bad premonition. How could it be? With such a violent force, the opponent would definitely be blown to pieces. At worst, he would be torn apart. How could the opponent remain intact? Perhaps his soul had been destroyed. It was also possible that his body was intact, but his vitality had been destroyed. These people were guessing. At this time, a figure fell to the ground with a plop. Who was it? They looked carefully. The next moment, they screamed. Lei Qian had fallen. How could this be? I don't believe that I would lose to you. Lei Tian fell to the ground and vomited blood. His eyes gradually became unfocused and lost their luster. He had executed his strongest ultimate skill in the previous attack. Initially, he was confident that he would be able to kill the other party. However, who would have thought that his opponent's strength would suddenly increase in an instant? That power made him think that he was facing a little saint. With a single strike, he was killed. Now, his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. To be able to suddenly erupt with several times the power, this was clearly a peerless secret technique. But, how could he possibly learn it? The other party had just entered the holy city. Didn't he go to the fiend planet? Where would he find the time to cultivate? Damn it, he was too careless. He had been tricked. The other party knew an unparalleled secret technique. He wanted to spread the news, but he could no longer do so. His soul gradually extinguished, and in the end, he died. On the other side, Lin Xian said coldly as he turned around and looked at the corpse. Your strength is not bad, but that's all. This was his evaluation of Lei Qian. Everyone went crazy. Lin Wudi was a little saint. In the face of such a powerful ultimate skill, he could actually reverse the little saint. It was too unbelievable. How did he do it? These people were discussing animatedly. Impossible. The people of Thunder God City had indeed gone crazy. Their genius was dead, and he died after executing the little saint's Thunder God's secret technique. It was too unbelievable. Damn kid, what did you use? What kind of despicable means did you use? They rushed up and roared crazily. Even the little saint of Thunder God City was furious. His eyes were bursting with killing intent. Previously, he allowed the battle because he thought highly of Lei Qian. But now, Lei Qian was dead. How was he going to explain it when he went back? He must kill this kid. The weapon you used is a demonic weapon. I suspect that you are related to the devil race. Now, I will take you back to investigate. That kind of little saint exuded an unparalleled aura that sealed off a part of the world. Everyone was terrified. Was the little saint going to make a move? Lin Xian's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, a figure walked out from afar and said with a sweet smile, "You're right. I don't like to hear this. What's wrong with the people of the devil race? Are we, the people of the devil race, so unwelcomed?" As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw an unusually seductive woman walking out. She was wearing very little clothes, giving people a feeling of seduction. However, the aura on her body made their hair stand on end. What a strong devil chi. She's from the demonic palace. The little saint of Thunder God City also frowned. Demoness, are you trying to meddle in our business? The people of Thunder God City also looked unfriendly. The demoness said with a smile. I don't want to meddle in your business. I just want to ask, what's wrong with the devil race? Why can't the devil race appear in the thousands of worlds in the immemorial era? You better make it clear. Otherwise, don't blame the demonic palace for being impolite. Damn, why is the demonic palace going against Thunder God City this time? But what they said just now was too much. They despised the demonic palace. Everyone discussed in a low voice. The little saint of Thunder God City also looked gloomy. He just made up an excuse. He didn't expect the people of the demonic palace to be here. Moreover, it was the top genius of the demonic palace, the demoness. He said, what I said just now wasn't very accurate. I take it back. However, this kid is really suspicious. Moreover, he killed so many experts of my Thunder God City. I want to bring him back to face trial. I don't understand what you're saying. The demoness said with a smile. Isn't this carried out after both sides agreed to it? Didn't you guys prepare for the worst before the battle? Why are the geniuses killed now? I can't stand it anymore. Then let me ask you, if the one who died was Lin Wudi, what would you do? Would you punish your own people? Those followers nodded one after another. That's right. Thunder God City was obviously acting shamelessly. Did he want to bully others? What do you mean? Does the demonic palace really want to go against our Thunder God City? The little saint's face darkened, staring at the demoness. Xianxia also looked at the other party. He didn't know why the other party helped him, but he still nodded kindly. The next moment, he walked out, looked at the little saint of Thunder God City, and said coldly. What? Do you want to fight me? Didn't we say before that we would fight to the death? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. What's wrong with that? Besides, it was the people of Thunder God City who provoked me again and again. It's normal for the younger generation to die and be injured in a battle. Does an old man want to fight me? Even if you want to fight me, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, Lin Xian stomped his foot. His aura erupted, and a terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. One-on-one or a group battle? Do you want to fight me together? I'll take all of you. A domineering aura emerged from his body. Facing the powerful little saint and numerous experts, he was still not afraid. Everyone was in an uproar. This Lin Xian was too strong. The people from Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn brat, you're courting death. That's right, I'm courting death. Come and kill me. Lin Xian looked at these people. Who's going to make a move? You, or you? He pointed at a few Thunder God City experts. However, those experts felt their scalps go numb. They were so angry that they couldn't speak. Lin Xian sneered. Why, you don't dare? Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll only use one hand. Who dares to come? His gaze was rarely seen in all directions. His aura was so strong that it made those people unable to breathe. On Thunder God City's side, no one dared to accept the challenge. Lin Xian looked up and laughed. What a bunch of trash. Shouting in front of me, but no one dares to make a move against me? Do you still have the face to live in this world? Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. Our Thunder Spirit. Those people roared. Lin Xian directly interrupted them. You want to talk about the Thunder Spirit body? Other than relying on this Thunder Spirit body, what else can you do? What about yourselves? Could it be that you can only live in the hope of others? The Thunder Spirit body is indeed powerful, but can he really kill me? I'll give him 3 days to come here and accept his death. The killing intent in Lin Xian's eyes became even colder. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Wow, he's too strong, too cool. Is Lin Xian challenging the Thunder Spirit body? Those people from Thunder God City were also stunned. Indeed, they wanted to use the Thunder Spirit body to suppress the other party. However, they didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid. Instead, he wanted to challenge them directly. What kind of person is this? He's too scary. That minor saint snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to fight with us, Thunder Spirit Body? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at him. Old fart, are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? What's so good about the Thunder Spirit Body? If he dares to come, I'll personally chop off his head. And you, do you think you can shout in front of me just because you're a minor saint? Previously, I didn't make a move against you because I gave face to your Thunder God City. Do you really think I'm to be afraid of you? Think about Evil Demon City, if you dare to shout again. I'll send you to hell, you. The little saint was so angry that he coughed up blood. An ant dared to speak to him like that in front of him. He was furious. However, when he thought of what happened in the Evil Demon City, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. How could he not know about that? 10 little saints had tried to kill him, but in the end, he was still alive and unharmed, while the 10 little saints were dead. What exactly happened that night? No one knew. What kind of secret weapon did the other party possess that allowed him to kill little saints, or did he have a super Dao protector who could easily kill a little saint at a critical moment? But no matter which one it was, they all posed a huge threat to him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. The surrounding people went crazy. They felt like they were dreaming. Lin Wudi didn't even put a little saint in his eyes. The followers screamed excitedly. Lin Wudi, you're so cool. Go, Lin Wudi killed them. What's so great about a little saint? In a battle of the same level, I'll destroy you in a matter of minutes. That's right, he's only relying on his age to live a few thousand years longer. What's there to be arrogant about? They were despised. Those little saints were so angry that their faces were flushed red. The people of Thunder God City had an ugly expression on their faces. They were usually high and mighty, so they had never encountered such a scene. But at this time, someone moved. A golden figure walked out and stared at Lin Xian. You've mentioned the incident in the Evil Demon City just now. Then let me ask you, what exactly happened that day? Why did the experts of my Golden Crow clan disappear? It's the people of Golden Crow clan. Many people's scalps went numb. The world became quiet again. The people of Demon City also frowned. To be honest, they also wanted to know what exactly happened that day. Lin Xian glanced at the other party with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He didn't answer at all. The expert of Golden Crow clan frowned and snorted coldly. Kid, I'm asking you a question. At the end of his words, the flames in the sky were dancing and burning for 9 days. Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think you are? Do I have to answer your question? His tone was full of disdain. The surrounding people went crazy. Damn, this Lin Wudi just killed the Thunder God City's little saint and now he wants to attack the expert of Golden Crow clan? Ignorant ant, you're too presumptuous. Do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of me after killing Lei Qian? The expert of Golden Crow clan's face sank. I'm presumptuous? I think it's your Golden Crow clan that's too presumptuous. You still have the face to ask me about that night. Let me ask you, that night, why did the experts of Golden Crow clan go to my mansion? What kind of intentions do you have? You're going to assassinate me. Now that the assassination failed, you're asking me instead. What reason do you think I have to answer someone who wants to kill me? How dare you? A few people of Golden Crow clan walked out and shouted coldly. The flames on their bodies erupted, forming a sea of fire. Nonsense, who said that we were going to kill you? That's right, we just wanted to go over and exchange the corpse of the Dragon Ball with you. In the end, you actually killed us. Hee hee. Lin Xian sneered. Alright, didn't you want to know why the expert of your Golden Crow clan disappeared? Let me tell you, he was killed by Thunder God's people in a sneak attack. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. The faces of the people of Thunder God City also changed wildly. Damn, is he trying to make us take the blame? They hurriedly said. Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. How could it be us who did it? That's right, this kid is talking nonsense again. These people hurriedly shook their heads. They didn't dare to admit it. Lin Xian sneered. Did you see what happened that night? I'm the only one who experienced it and is still alive. Now, you're saying that I'm talking nonsense? Those people of Golden Crow clan turned their heads and stared at the people of Thunder God City. Their eyes emitted a biting cold killing intent. The Golden Crow clan and Thunder God City were actually facing each other. It can't be, right? Why do I feel that they're killing with a borrowed knife? It's obvious that they're killing with a borrowed knife. Everyone discussed animatedly. They felt that Lin Xian was too evil. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Let these two sects fight it out, fellow Taoists of Golden Crow clan, don't listen to his nonsense. Why would our people attack you? That's right, we don't have any reason. This kid is obviously trying to sow discord and fish in troubled waters. The people of Thunder God City hurriedly explained. The little saint even said that if you want to know the result of that day, it's very simple. Capture him and we'll be able to know what happened that night. It makes sense. The experts of Golden Crow clan nodded and turned to stare at Lin Xian. Kneel down obediently and let us capture your soul to investigate the situation that day. They were like high and mighty monarchs. Their words carried an unquestionable command. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had to admit that the Golden Crow tribe was too strong. Lin Xian was also angry. He sneered. You want me to kneel? You want to take my soul? I want to ask, why, just because you don't believe what I said, you want to take my soul? Your Golden Crow tribe is too domineering. The Golden Crow tribe expert nodded. That's right, it's because we don't believe you. Lin Xian sneered. That's a good reason. I don't believe you either. That day, did your little saint really go to exchange for the dragon's corpse with me? You really didn't want to assassinate me? I'm also very doubtful about this. Why don't you kneel down as well and let me search your soul to see if you really want to assassinate me? Lin Xian used the same words and retorted. You're courting death. The Golden Crow tribe expert was furious. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Can't take it anymore? Are you very angry? I'm just using the same method to deal with you. You can't take it anymore, then, have you ever thought about my feelings before? Who do you think you are? How can you be compared to us? The Golden Crow tribe expert's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Golden Crow tribe is so domineering. Lin Xian laughed wildly. But don't forget, I'm also the chief disciple of Wushuang City. In terms of status, I'm not inferior to you. Everyone was in an uproar and nodded. That was indeed the case. The Golden Crow tribe was too arrogant. Did they really not put Lin Wudi in their eyes, or did they not put Wushuang City in their eyes? Sure enough, he's a sharp-tongued kid. The Golden Crow tribe expert walked out. But no matter what you say, you can't change the outcome. Is that so? Don't you want to take my soul? I want to take yours too. How about this? Let your younger generation come out and fight with me. Whoever loses will kneel down and accept the soul collection. Does the Golden Crow tribe dare to do so? Lin Xian issued a challenge again. Everyone was shocked. This time, they were facing the Golden Crow tribe. Everyone was looking forward to it. They wanted to see if the Golden Crow tribe would send out any experts. The people of the Golden Crow tribe also frowned. To be honest, after the battle just now, they could see that Lin Xian was very powerful. Unless the top geniuses of their Golden Crow clan came, the others were simply not enough. However, these top geniuses had yet to arrive. Lin Xian sneered when he saw the people of the Golden Crow race remaining silent. What? You don't dare? Isn't your Golden Crow clan looking down on everything and being high and mighty? You don't even have the courage to come out and fight me? What a slap to the face. Previously, the Golden Crow clan was so insufferably arrogant. But now, even they were cowering. Everyone was shocked. Was Lin Wudi already this strong? Damn brat, I'll kill you. A man walked out. The flames on his body were extremely terrifying. However, the little saint of the Golden Crow tribe had stopped him. Did you see that? Your elders don't think you're a match for me, so they don't dare to let you fight. You should just obediently scram back. Lin Xian laughed, his eyes were filled with arrogance. Everyone was silent. The people of the Golden Crow tribe looked extremely ugly. Elder, let me fight. That man roared crazily. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe looked extremely solemn. He did not let go. Because he felt that Lin Wudi was very dangerous. If he fought rashly, he was afraid that he would suffer heavy losses. At the same time, the other experts were also shocked. This Lin Wuti was too strong. They had to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely be a big disaster in the future. What Golden Crow tribe? How dare they call themselves divine beasts? None of them dared to fight. It was really disappointing. I think you should stop calling yourselves Golden Crows in the future. You should just call yourselves Lockhead Tortoises. Lin Xian stood in the arena, mocking and ridiculing. The people of the Golden Crow tribe were so angry that they vomited blood. Extremely cold killing intent burst out from the eyes of the elder of the Golden Crow tribe. Why, old man, are you not convinced? I'll give you a chance. Suppress your cultivation and come up and fight with me. Whoever loses will kneel down and accept the soul collection. Do you dare? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The small saint of the Golden Crow tribe was filled with killing intent. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. He took a step forward and wanted to step forward. However, he was stopped by his subordinates. Elder, you can't. Those experts shook their heads one after another. If it was the younger generation, it would be fine if they lost. But if it was a small saint and lost to the opponent, it would be a complete loss of face. There was no way to recover. All right, don't act like a parting of life and death in front of me. Since you don't dare to fight, get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The surrounding people were terrified. Perhaps no one dared to scold the Golden Crow tribe like Lin Wuti. They had really opened their eyes today. The small saint of the demon city was also shocked. First, he went against the Thunder God city. Now, he was shouting at the Golden Crow tribe. This young man was really too arrogant. Fortunately, they did not take action before. Otherwise, they would have been slapped in the face today. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. However, at this time, there was a sneer. Lin Wuti, you are too arrogant. How dare you be rude to your senior? That's right. Today, I will teach you how to respect your elders on behalf of Wushuang City. A cold voice sounded. It made people's scalp tingle. Who was it that dared to shout at Lin Wuti at this time? Was it the people of Thunder God City or the Golden Crow tribe? Everyone looked around. Lin Xian also frowned. This guy who hid his head and showed his tail, dared to provoke him verbally but did not dare to show his face. Two golden lights flashed in his eyes and slashed at the crowd. Suddenly, a part of the void was shattered. A few figures were in a very sorry state, screaming crazily. How dare you attack us, you are courting death. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I won't be able to find you if you hide in the crowd? A large hand shot out from his hand and attacked those people. Those people quickly retreated, holding up a crescent moon that rotated in the sky. The crescent moon blade slashed at the golden hand. A sonorous saint sound rang out. Everyone exclaimed and retreated crazily. At the same time, they screamed. It was the New Moon Clan. Lin Xian's face also darkened. The New Moon Clan dared to attack me? His eyes were shining. He stared at Gao Yu. What did he say before? His voice was incomparably cold. Previously, he had already given the New Moon Clan face and did not kill them. However, the New Moon Clan still dared to act so recklessly. Gao Yu also frowned, and a trace of light appeared in her eyes. In the next moment, she sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. The New Moon Clan is also divided into factions. This is not one of us. You can attack as much as you want without any scruples. After saying that, Gao Yu turned around and left with her people. He was not on Gao Yu's side. It seemed that he should be Gao Yu's opponent. In that case, Lin Xian did not need to be polite. He had already warned these people, but they still dared to attack. Buzz, he slapped 2 people into blood mist and sent 3 people flying. Damn it, how dare you kill me? The New Moon Clan roared. Not far away, more people gathered here and surrounded Lin Xian. Since the New Moon Clan killed me, why can't I kill you all? I've already spoken to your little saint, and all the grudges between us have been written off. If you dare to attack me again, I'll kill you all. Do you really think I don't dare to? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Kid, you're too arrogant. First, you disrespected my princess. Now, you killed my people. Do you really think my New Moon Clan is easy to bully? In the distance, a terrifying figure walked out. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the New Moon clan was going to attack? Oh god, how many major forces were going to attack Lin Xian? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Since Gao Yu had said that he could start a massacre, how could he show mercy? Who from your New Moon clan dares to fight me? I'll do it. A man walked up. His speed was very fast. Like a crescent moon, he instantly rushed toward Lin Xian. No way, they're really going to fight? Everyone was shocked. Lin Wudi was already so powerful. What did the New Moon clan rely on to dare to fight with Lin Wudi? When the figure arrived near Lin Xian, he suddenly shot out a beam of green light, which turned into an afterimage as it slashed forward. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine and moved sideways. The place where he was originally at kept shattering. The surrounding onlookers exclaimed. What was that? The aura was really too terrifying. That was a full moon. Heavens, the other party actually took out this thing. Legend had it that the full moon was formed by the condensation of the moon. It was said that in the past, the super experts of the New Moon clan had once traveled the universe and saw some damaged moons. They used peerless laws to refine those damaged moons into weapons. Those were terrifying full moons. These things were very frightening. They were not any weaker than a saint artifact. Moreover, it was connected to the New Moon clan's bloodline. It was abnormally terrifying. At this moment, it was a full moon that was shot out. No wonder the New Moon clan dared to attack. It turned out that they brought a full moon with them. Kid, you're quite fast to dodge, but can you hide for the rest of your life? The man waved his hand, and the full moon returned to his side. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian also frowned. These people were too despicable. They didn't know what was good for them. They actually wanted to kill him. He guessed that they should be Gao Yu's enemies. He had saved Gao Yu once before and was remembered by those people. Now, he should be here for revenge. These people were also related to the human world. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he turned into a purple flash and charged over. In addition, the person from the New Moon race sneered. The full moon in his hand released an unparalleled aura. It suddenly became bigger, as if it had turned into a moon, and attacked. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, Lin Wudi was nothing more than that. In front of our New Moon clan, they cannot even withstand a single blow. The man raised his head to the sky and laughed. The people of the New Moon clan also revealed looks of disdain. The people around them were shocked. Was Lin Wudi suppressed? It was too unbelievable. How could such a strong person, who couldn't last for a lifetime, be defeated? Someone said that the battle with Lei Qian had consumed too much of his energy. Yes, it was not easy for him to defeat Lei Qian. He must have been injured. If he were to engage in such a battle, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Despicable and shameless New Moon clan, if you have the ability, wait for our Lin Wudi to fight at full strength. That's right. What kind of hero is he to fight now? Those followers were also screaming crazily. Shut up. Whoever dares to make a ruckus, I will kill him. The people of the New Moon clan roared crazily. The people around them were so frightened that they shut their mouths. They did not dare to speak, but their eyes were filled with anger. The people of the New Moon clan sneered. What battle at the peak? This world was all about the winner and the loser. If they lost, they lost. There was no excuse. It was too early to say that. Did they really think that a mere moon could suppress them? Suddenly, a sneer came from the void in front of them. When this voice came out, everyone was in an uproar. The people of the New Moon clan screamed. Impossible, you are still alive. They were too shocked. Damn it. Go to hell. The man frantically activated the full moon. The laws on it kept intertwining. The void shattered again, turning into nothingness. Boom, however, this time, the huge moon shook, and stones fell from it. It even caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Damn it. He was fighting back. He was bombarding the moon. He would definitely not be able to get out. These people gritted their teeth. However, in the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the full moon. Then, it suddenly flew out. The man of the New Moon clan also vomited blood and screamed. Lin Xian rushed forward. Sword chi bloomed all over his body. 9 suns divine fire swept across the world. He was like a peerless god of war. He rushed out and looked down on the world. You want to suppress me with a mere moon? As he spoke, he moved his fists. He activated an unparalleled secret technique and directly punched the huge moon, causing it to explode. The shattered full moon chakram turned into countless pieces of rubble, scattering all over the ground. The man of the New Moon clan also exploded. His soul was caught by Lin Xian and destroyed with a slash. No, damn it. The people of the New Moon clan screamed crazily. Kill him. Everyone, attack together. These people pulled out their swords and sabers. Terrifying moonlight shadows appeared on their bodies. At the same time, a few people said, Elders, seniors, this kid is too presumptuous. Why don't we join forces to take him down? The people of Thunder God City nodded. Alright, let's join forces. Many people rushed out. The people of the Golden Crow clan did not say anything, but it seemed that they were about to make a move. 2 figures walked out. The people of the Demon City side did not make a move for the time being. Because if the 3 sides joined forces, the other party would definitely die. There was no need for them to join forces. They only needed to watch the tigers fight. Come, today, Lin Xian, will start a massacre. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and a great destruction spear. One of them was like a dragon, while the other side was filled with demonic energy. The murderous aura on his body was really too sharp. What, you want to bully me with numbers? Ask your grandpa dragon first if I agree. The Crimson Dragon also flew over. The North Demon and Black Mountain also came to Lin Xian's side. The aura on their bodies was also incomparably terrifying. Lin Wudi actually had helpers. Everyone was surprised, but there were only 3 of them. Facing dozens of experts, could he defeat them? Humph, kid, I'll let you all go to hell today. The people of Thunder God City laughed sinisterly. The people of the New Moon clan were murderous. The 2 powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan were even more furious. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, an array flickered in the sky, and countless people were directly teleported over. Who dares to attack my Wushuang city? His voice was incomparably sharp. Everyone was shocked. The people of Wushuang city had arrived. Countless figures descended and came to Lin Xian's side. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Many people bowed to Lin Xian. These people were the 3rd-generation disciples, and Lin Xian was their eldest senior brother. End of chapter 38:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.